Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Partnered with Devil. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. They say that every human dreams between 4 to 7 times a night. We only remember the later ones close to when we're awake. If that's the case, then out of those 7, I can only remember 2 dreams every night. One pretty basic, the other ... not so much. The other dream is one I've been having ever since I could even process thought. It's always the same one with no changes to it, no matter how insignificant or time passes. I try not to dwell on it, but it always creeps its way to my mind no matter what. Setting, at night at a large church in the middle of a forest, far from any big cities. The weather, a typhoon-like rainstorm is smashing through. I see the same 2 people, standing in front of the church. One is a priest, the other is a nun. I can't see their faces, they're always covered by an odd shadow in my dream. They always seem to be discussing something, but I can never tell what. All I ever hear is a heartbeat at the rate of 4 as the dream passes by. The priest and nun suddenly turn towards the woods. Out of the shadows of the trees and rain, a woman covered in a black cloak appears. She seems to be carrying something in her arms wrapped in dark purple cloth. No specific feature is seen about her either, but she isn't alone. Behind her stands a young boy with short silver hair, narrow red eyes, and wearing normal street clothes for a kid. But the kid is far from normal. I can sense something wrong with him. The way his eyes narrow into a sinister glare and the wicked grin on his face just screams something dark about him. The woman steps forward to the priest and nun. She raises her head, and some of her features could be seen. One could see that she has silver hair like the boy, but her eyes are different. They are narrow, vertical pupils, very cat-like. What's more, her eyes are dark green. She begins speaking. As she speaks, the priest and nun at first look concerned, then curious. The woman, fairly the opposite. At first she seems confident, but as she goes on she looks more worried and desperate for something. She extends whatever the small object she is carrying in her arms. The priest is hesitant to step forward, but the nun does so with caution. When she is close enough, she begins to slowly take the object from the woman's arms. The small boy speaks as well, but keeps the wicked grin. When he stops, the priest looks horrified, the nun slightly startled, and the woman was furious. She spun around and slapped the boy. The boy caresses his cheek for a moment, but then simply returns his stare to the nun with the same grin. The nun looks at the object in her hands and lifts the fabric over it. She appears to gasp, before looking toward the woman again. The woman speaks again, pleading this time. When she finished, the priest begins walking over and stands with the nun to see the object. Both the priest and nun simply stare at the object. My viewpoint has changed, and I can see the item in question. It's a small baby, most likely barely a few months old. It has a shade of silver hair, and it's sleeping comfortably. The baby quickly opens its eyes, and they look the same as the woman's. It giggles, and it raises its arms from the cloth, wanting to hold something. The nun smiles gently, and while holding the baby with her left arm, she raises her right hand for the baby to hold. The nun looks to her right and up at the priest. He looks a little in disbelief, but he looks toward the woman. Her expression is more visible now. She is smiling, but her eyes say that she is on the verge of tears. She begins speaking once more as the baby giggles. When she is done, the priest looks back at the child, then to the woman. He nods, and the nun does the same. The woman looks relieved and turns to the other child. At this point, the heartbeat of 4 I keep hearing fades away, and I can only hear their voices and none of the rain. Would you like to say goodbye? The woman asks the child. The child steps forward as the nun gets down to her knees. She leans forward slightly as the child gets up close. He looks down at the child, and then quickly looks away. Later, he says angrily. The nun smiles gently and places her right hand on top of the child's head. The child at first looks surprised, but quickly steps back. His grin now gone, he looks more embarrassed than anything else. He steps back behind the woman. The woman steps forward now, and the nun stands up. The woman is slightly taller than the nun, so she looks down to the child. The raises her left hand and caresses the baby's cheek. Be a good boy for me, she says in a gentle, almost angelic voice. She steps back and the boy moves to stand beside her. The nun looks to the child and begins rocking it. She looks back to the woman and child. A strange, dark purple circle appears under them. They begin sinking down into it, vanishing. The nun and priest at first turn away, but the nun turns back towards them. What is this child's name? She asks. The woman smiles gently again and answers. His name is Katsu. The dream ends just right there, at least some of the time. Most times I can hear what the child's name is, but today was interrupted. My mother calls for me from downstairs. I open my eyes, only to see the morning sun shining in from my window. I sit up and rub my eyes. I reopen them and look to my right out my window. All I see is the neighbor's house right across from my own. I move to my left and let my feet hit the ground. Every morning almost feels the same, groggy like crazy. I'm not really a morning guy in the first place. I step up and head for my door. After finding my black school uniform and socks, I take a shower and head downstairs. I find my mother, Hyoto, a woman with a pink apron and long brown hair and brown, making breakfast for the household. Father, Shin Yuta, sits reading the paper, his glasses usually looking rather worn out covering his purple eyes. Why he hasn't gotten new ones is beyond me. Mother already has breakfast laid out for me, simply butter and toast. I'm not one for large meals, so this is good enough. My school bag is already in my chair, a small sandwich already placed on top of it. Honestly, my mother tends to spoil me a little too much. But I have no room to complain. I simply eat my toast without sitting down, grab my bag, and begin heading out for school. Wait right there, young man. Oh crud. I turn around to see Mother looking angry, but her gently smile quickly returning. Aren't you forgetting something? No. Wrong. She quickly takes out a small hand mirror and presents it so I can see myself in the glass. I can see my short black hair with the bangs parted on either side of my face, light purple eyes, my own glasses, and not the bad looking of a face. What do you see? Mother asks. I see a 5'7" handsome young man with an impressive mind ready for the day. I replied. Mother sighs in response. She means what's behind your head. Father answers. Wait, what? I felt around and felt what he was talking about. Father and Mother must have seen my recent change in hairstyle. My hair is short in the front, but the back is quite long. So, to keep more intact, I use a small piece of cloth to contain my hair and make a ponytail. The point where all the hairs meet is at my neck, and the tip of hair reaches to my shoulder blades. I think it's rather normal. What? You guys don't like it? I asked. I don't. Father replies. I do. Mother replies. Just as they were about to get into a little argument, I looked at my wristwatch and saw I was running a little late. Crud. I gotta go, guys. I ran out the door without closing it, barely jumping into my shoes on the way out. I turned left and headed for my school. I should introduce myself, now that I think about it. My name is Katsu Yuta. I'm a second-year student attending the high-class Kyo Academy. On the top of my years and not a bad looker, if I must say so myself. I've lived around here for several years, but I was born in a small town Keigoten. And as for that dream I've mentioned, I don't know what quite to make of it. But then again, anything odd catches my attention. I walk to school every day, and despite the distance I barely feel tired at all. As I enter the grounds of this large school, I'm greeted by a friendly face. Good morning, Yuta. I look right to see a first year who seems to look up to me. His name, Ayumu Yoshida. He's a little shorter than me, with short brown hair, brown eyes, and wears wide glasses. He's a running contender for the top of his class. For some reason, he seems to think that I'm some kind of role model. Oh, you have misunderstood faith. Hey, Yoshida, I greet. Hey, I hate to be a bother, sir, but do you have those notes I asked for? I think a little pop quiz or something is coming up, and I don't want to be unprepared. Would you please? I already taken the opportunity and placed them in your desk yesterday before I left for home. Wow, thanks. Wait, how'd you do that without getting caught? I leaked some info on something the perverted trio were doing. Oh, you mean Hyoto, Matsuda, and Madohama. That's their names. Never bothered to ask. Yuta, I know that's just you, but you shouldn't be so rude. I don't see the reason why I shouldn't be rude to a few perverts. But aren't you? A pervert, too? Saw that coming. Luckily, I have a response planned. I stop walking and look around for a brief moment. I see a group of 3 girls moving behind us. They notice me and start whispering. As planned. Why yes, I am a pervert, Yoshida, but here's the difference. Hyoto's crew acts without subtlety. Observe. Time to take my plan into action. I take out my phone and begin randomly pressing buttons on it. But after a few seconds, I hold my phone up a little higher so I use some black space on the screen as a mirror. Those girls are still standing there, talking amongst themselves. As planned, the ponytail can serve as a distraction for just the situation. I turn on my phone's camera and set the timer to go off at about 1 minute and 55 seconds, setting the sound to silent. I move my left hand to put it into my pocket, but I miss and the phone hits the ground. And as gambled, it landed with camera side up and aimed at the sky. Follow me, Yoshida. But, your phone. Part of the plan, move it. I guide Yoshida away from the phone as it ticks away. After about 2 minutes, I hear footsteps approaching from behind. I look at the wristwatch on my left wrist. On time. Excuse me. Yoshida and I turn around to see a girl with short ponytails on the sides of her head presenting my phone. But, he dropped this. Time to act. TCH, thanks, I guess. I grab the phone with my left hand and take it away. The nervousness sets in. You sure, no problem. Thank you, once again. I say coldly. She nods her head and quickly hurries back to her friends. Yuta, I don't understand what happened. I turn on my phone and search my photo gallery for the results of my experiment. And there they are. This is what happened, Yoshida. I present to him the picture of the girl who just left from under her skirt, revealing her lace pink panties. How did you do this? Simple. A little calculation, psychological reading, and a damn good gamble. I think I know how you did it. But, the odds for failure are really high. Exactly. This was my first trick of the trade when I started out. But, my methods have evolved since then. This is simply practice. And do me a favor, don't call me a pervert again. But, how are you different from Hyoto? Let me share with you words of a very wise man. His eyes widened as I said this. He really does listen to every word I say. You are only a pervert if you get caught. And just like that, just as the bell rang, Yoshida's mind was exploded with revelation. At least, I can guess so. Anyway, I gotta go, Yoshida. I'll see you around, okay? Why, yes sir. He gave me a salute. I return it, but not before running to make it to class. And this is the daily grind for me. I'm rather infamous around these parts, but for very different reasons than Hyoto. Due to impartial credit to my cold atmosphere and appearance, I'm not exactly friendly to others. For starters, my appearance always knocks them off. More focused on my eyes. I try not to notice them, but they're there. My eyes have vertical slits for pupils, much like a cat's eyes. That, and the fact that people seem to simply avoid me. I must give off an odd air about me, because I'm pretty sure a majority of these students are afraid of me. Thus, I end up a little more alone. To be frank, I don't have a problem with it. I'd rather be alone, anyway. It's how I've been for a long while now. The moment the lunch bell rang, I headed for a tree outside on the school grounds. Yoshida meets me here, and we simply chat. He would drabble about anything and I'd listen, making my only input in the conversation either a quick reply or interrupting to prove a point. Why Yoshida takes it, I don't know. But, he seems like a good enough person to call a friend. I zone out in classes, primarily because the material is already in my head, they're just repeating it. But I do take notes, just so others can take them off my hands. After school, however, is where the so-called fun begins. Yoshida meets me at the door to my class's room as I leave, and he follows me to our next destination. The moment we reach outside, I notice an odd sight in the distance. Out near the old school building stands a real sight. A girl, a little higher than me, wearing the normal school's girl's uniform, with thigh-long deep blue hair with few locks of hair to dangle on either side of her face, black thigh-high socks, piercing yellow eyes, light skin, well-endowed, and a small bat-like hairclip on the left side of her hair. She's a real sight. Is something wrong, Yuta? Yoshida interrupts my thoughts. Nothing, kinda. Do you know who that girl is with the blue hair? Yoshida takes a moment and adjusts his glasses to see the girl. Oh yeah, I heard about her from my homeroom teacher. Her name is Lucille Tyler. I hear that she's a foreigner who just transferred here. No kidding. She disappears into the large school building. And so, another vanishes away. They say she's really popular already. She might knock Miss Shinra down to 5th. I wouldn't be surprised if she took 1st. I'm a little doubtful, Yuta. I mean, yeah, she's gorgeous, but there are loyal fans to Miss Shitori, Haimjima, and Gremory. Why is it always the foreign students who look so amazing? Maybe since it's something out of the ordinary from your usual sense of beauty and women, seeing one from a different culture and origin adds that new element of mystery to her charm. I have taught you well, my young apprentice. Now let's get moving. Yes, sir, he replies cheerfully. After school every day, Yoshida and I go visit some friends outside of school. It's a local maid cafe, where girls dress up as maids and serve your food. I don't much care for them. Why? Because they're basically actors. I don't like people who lie about things like that. I think one of out-of-school friends we're about to meet gets his heart broken by a girl from a maid cafe on a regular basis. But hey, I'm not the vengeful type. Yoshida and I arrive to the Sweets Cafe after several minutes of walking and go in. First thing we see is our 2 other friends already at our regular table with 4 seats next to the window out front by the very door we came in, 2 chairs on each side. They occupy one side while Yoshida and I take the other. As we sit down and exchange greetings, I look at the 2 of them to analyze their expressions and movements for any subtle changes to them. In front of me, since I take the outside seat, is Akihiko Mori. 19 years old. Currently he is in his company's brown jacket with Yajiri Electrical patched on the left side and his name under, blue jeans, and needs a shave on his dark brown hair. To my left is Shinjiro Ishida, who is wearing a simple white button shirt, black slacks, and a blue tie around his neck. He must have been to an interview today, and since the tie is barely hanging on, I think the 18-year-old, black-haired graduate didn't make it. While Mori works in electric, Ishida is trying to get into the porn game business. The talks around here usually involve the perverted stuff. Strangely though, Yoshida takes notes about their escapades. It keeps them entertained, I guess. After a while, someone else finally comes in. I turn my head and am utterly surprised. The girl from before, Lucille Tyler, is now in this place too. She's still wearing the girl's uniform, so I can guess that she hasn't been home yet. She walks straight for the counter and doesn't pay mind to anyone else. She comes off as the very proud type of girl. As I watch her, I hear constant giggling from the other side of the table. What? I ask them as I turn my head away towards them. Oh, nothing, Mori says like a kid in trouble. We just noticed your eyes were glued somewhere. Ishida answers for him. What about it? I ask. What about it? Ishida questions. Dude, even you should know that no girl will ever love a pervert like you. Ishida and Mori start laughing immediately. Don't worry, Yuta. I'm sure that you'll find a girl someday. Maybe you'll even have your own harem. Yoshida defended. And what makes you say that, Yoshida? Because while I can never hope to achieve your level, I can still live vicariously through you. Real inspiration there, kid. I take out my phone and start trying to text my mother and tell her that I'll be a little late. But while I texted, Mori springs forward and knocks my cell phone out of my hand. It glides on the floor until it reached near Miss Tyler's feet. I shot a glare at Mori, letting him know that he'll pay for this later. I slowly walk over calmly to retrieve my phone. But as I bend down to grab it, I can't help but feel the impulse to look up Miss Tyler's skirt while down here. But I know when I might get caught. Best not to look. As I stand up, however, with my eyes still on my phone, something bumped into me from the front and I start going down hard. I crash land on my back and I feel something soft on my chest. I open my eyes from the crash and see Miss Tyler on top of me. And in the air is a small frilly box. That must be her order. I reach out with my free right hand, not holding my cell phone, and grab the small handle on the top of it. I turn my head back to Miss Tyler, who is now sitting up on my lap and shooting the sharpest of daggers at me. Sorry, I didn't mean to get in your way. She sighed and stood up, and for once I wasn't tempted to look up her skirt as she went up. I stood up as well and handed her the order she had. Sorry if anything is broken. I'll gladly pay for another. I hand her the box, and she glances between it and me for a sec before grabbing the box and opening it. She closed it and stared at me for a moment. You're a student at QO Academy, yes? She asks me in a cold, demanding voice. Yes, I answer. Fine, don't let something like this happen again, she said in the same tone. She walked around me and left the store, leaving me stunned. No girl has ever not been intimidated by me. Even the guys noticed, because they all stared in disbelief. I still can't register it myself. I walk over to the group and suddenly feel a massive headache spring forward like a damn rabbit. I grab the table for support. Sorry guys, but I gotta go. I don't feel so hot. I began walking away, feeling gravity beginning to try to pull my head down. As I left the establishment, the sun suddenly seems a lot less friendlier than usual. I began walking down the street, opposite the direction I think Miss Tyler walked. I continued walking, and walked and walked. I lost track of time, and suddenly everything seemed to go dark. I look around and see that it's now nighttime. I must have blacked out while walking somehow, because I don't remember that much time passing. I take out my phone and realize that I've been outside for several hours, way past my time to return home. I take out my phone and text to my mother's cell phone. Running late. Massive headache. I continue walking, and even the night sky doesn't bother me. Night has felt more at home to me than most other times of the day. Plus, there's the fact that my eyes are pretty much always instant adaptable to night, even blackened in dark areas without having to try. My parents said that I was born from the gift and got it from mother. Anyway, my walk continued until I finally had no choice but to stop near a 30 feet tall streetlight post. Man, I feel horrible. I'm not even half a block home and I'm feeling worse and worse. All of my senses are going haywire. I can hear things that are far off from, and my vision keeps shifting either nice and sharp or blurry and red. I try to stand up, but something on my right shoulder keeps dragging me down. Damn it, just what the hell is wrong with me? I ask aloud. Just as I asked that, I heard something. It sounds like flapping wings, but much louder. Whatever is attached to those wings it's big. I turn around and don't see anything in the sky, but I do feel something is off about the atmosphere around here. When I turned around to keep going home with caution, I saw something hit the ground to my right. I looked down to see that it was a black feather. I pick it up, but something about it is just wrenching my gut. So, I found one of you out here alone. I heard someone ask. I looked around and don't see anyone. Up here, he points out. I look up to see a tall bald man wearing a gray trench coat standing on top of a street light. Who is this guy? How'd he get up there? And where did this black feather come from? The man jumped down from the light and started walking towards me. It's rare I see one of you roaming around without a master. But, I suppose no one will mind if I just kill you. I stepped back and tried to look for a way out. But my head is so fuzzy that I can't tell left from right. To my further surprise, something started growing out of the man's back. After a few seconds, two large, black feathered wings appear from his back. Just stand still for a moment. This won't take long. He extended his right hand out, and some kind of green energy started coming from it. It extended and looked like a spear. He lunged toward me, spear in hand and ready to stab something. By some form of reflex I jumped high. I went over the man and landed on the same street light he came down from. That's 30 feet. I know I've been a little strong for my physique, but this is ridiculous. I turn around just as the man does, and he jumps up as well. I jumped again as well, but this time with less strength so I could go over him without going too high. I landed on the ground and turned around to run toward home. That weird green energy spear was thrown and landed right in front of me. I stepped back only to hear the guy land behind me. I ducked as I heard something at me. I turned around while down and straightened up to see that he tried to swipe at me with his right arm. I stepped around his spear and tried to run backwards, but he grabbed his spear again and lunged at me. First a swipe to my head which I ducked, a stab to my feet which I stepped back to avoid. Then he spun around with the spear several times and adjusting at each turn to hit me. I ducked, jumped lightly, and saw an opportunity. As the spear came in again, I raised my left arm up so that it would stop his arm holding the spear. I then went in for a punch to his face with my left hand. The guy, however, blocked it with his free left hand. Nice try, but no dice. Then how's this roll? I then moved my right with his left still holding it so he was open. I then moved in and delivered a headbutt to his face. With his grip lost, I turned around and started running again. As I ran, the sharp pain in my right shoulder came back. I fell to my knees and reached with my left arm to hold it. It's excruciating. It feels like there's something buried beneath my skin trying to break free. But then I heard wings flapping. I turned my head around and saw the man coming down with his spear, ready to kill. I rolled forward and barely dodged the spear. I tried to stand, but the pain forced me down to one knee. I looked up and saw that the man stood before me still, holding his spear of green energy. He held it so that the tip is right below my head looking at the ground. He raises it, forcing me to raise my head to look up at him. I expected a little more, but what should I expect from a stray? Stray what? I'm just a high school kid. He then looks puzzled. Strange ... Oh, you have no idea what you really are, do you? What the hell are you talking about? He then chuckled. Oh, how delightful. I get to kill one of your kind and no one will even know. Now please, keep your neck like that. I'd like a clean kill that will force plenty of blood to come forth. This guy isn't kidding. He's actually planning on killing me. What did I ever do? I mean, is this guy some kind of angel? I'll admit, I'm no saint, but I don't think I deserve death. I want to live, I still have something to do. As I stayed there, with little hope for survival, I felt something burn in my left hand. With my head still down, I glanced down and saw that something black was burning in my left hand. I glanced up and saw that the black-winged angel was preparing to kill me with raising the spear up. Any last words? He asked me. Okay, I don't know why, but I think this thing in my hand can help me out. I have to use it. I jumped back and held my left hand out. But I wasn't quick enough. The black-winged angel adjusted his attack and threw the spear at me. It landed and pierced my stomach. I first coughed a tremendous amount of blood before looking back up at him. The burning sensation in my hand is done building up. Time to let it loose. Go to hell, you monster. At that moment, the burning sensation completely left my hand. A tremendous black blaze of fire came from my hand and shot forward toward the black-winged angel. The fire engulfed him, and he screamed in pain as the flames burned away at him. I reached with my right hand and grabbed the spear. It burned to touch it, but it burns worse inside of me. I slowly pulled it out until it was out completely. I looked back at the black-winged angel and saw that he was still being burned by the fire and screaming in pain. I then threw the spear back at him. I saw it pierce his left shoulder, and he screamed slightly more. You damn son of a bitch. He starts trying to fly out of the flames, but he crashed back to the ground. Now that he's out of the flames, I can see the damage. His left wing has been burned away, his right leg and right arm have the skin burnt completely off, and his left foot is completely gone. I can see a giant burn scar across his face, the flesh around his right eye almost gone. I'll kill you for this. Cain never said anything about this. He tries to fly away again, but he crashed again. I fell back onto my ass and simply watched him as he tried to run away. But as I sit here, I can feel myself slowly losing consciousness. Even with all the scenarios from the porn games I play, I never would have seen this coming for my death. At least you'll die with me, angel. He's not an angel. Well, not anymore. That was a girl who spoke. I turned around and saw the girl from earlier today, Lucille Tyler, her dark blue hair moving with the wind. She's still carrying the frilly box she got from the cafe. She stepped forward and kneeled down to my eye level. She stares at me with those yellow eyes, obviously here with some intent. I'm trying my best not to look down to her breasts. At least I'll die with my last sight being a beautiful girl. She placed the box in my lap and reaches for the top of my head with her right hand. She tousled my hair lightly and giggled. You're better than I thought. Unimpressed. And don't worry. She gently smiled as she stared at me. You won't die. I won't let you. She stood up and her smile vanished. She looked at the angel and stepped forward. Why one of who has showed up, I'll never know. She then stopped walking and raised her right hand up. Now, do me a favor. The black-winged angel looked up and finally noticed her. ... and die. Then, some electricity started building in her hair. Then, in a flash, a large dark blue flash of lightning appeared from her hand and shot toward the black-winged angel. He screamed in pain upon impact, and within mere seconds, his screams were silenced as he disintegrated. I fell back and hit the ground. The girl calmly walked over and stood over me. I avoid looking up her skirt and keep my eyes meeting hers. Now, what to do with you? She asked with her smile returned. Some help would be nice, I replied, barely hanging on to my breath. She then leaned down and sat on her knees, looking over me. I can help you, but when you wake up, I'm going to want something in return. It's not my soul, is it? I asked jokingly. She then giggled lightly. Maybe ... Why? I'd like to keep it. I'll sell it if I get really desperate. So, you're not desperate now. Good point. I coughed some more blood, being careful not to cough on her brown bag. Well, whatever you gotta do. Just don't take my soul without permission, please. She raised her right hand and placed it over my lips. It's a contract, then. The blood loss finally got to me and I lost consciousness. I don't know what's gonna happen, but all I can say is this, freaking awesome. Normally, I'd like to keep my cool, but this is too unbelievable. I just hope that chick actually doesn't steal my soul. The last thing I need is to become a slave, especially to a chick I don't know. Well, even if she does steal my soul, at least she's beautiful. So, there's something. Now that I'm blackout, I think I can finally recall that name that's spoken every night in my dreams. His name is Abel. Well, here's to whatever tomorrow may bring. Oh, please at least let me keep my kingdom. My head is splitting in half. I'm exaggerating, of course, which is strange, because I swear that I was stabbed in the chest. Wait, stabbed. Oh right, last night. I was attacked by a black-winged angel set out to kill me. I think I shot some kinda black fire from my left hand too. And on a final note, Lucille Tyler, the new foreign student, shot blue lightning from her own hands and wiped the bastard out, discovering secret powers and being saved by a hot blue-haired girl. I'd say my life is about 25% complete now. Where I can find a pet saber-tooth and legal polygamy, I don't know. I open my eyes through the pain in my body and to my surprise, I'm in my room. The window is shining light from my right into my room. Judging by the brightness of the light, I'd have to guess that it's still morning. But, judging from the danger of my wound and the amount of blood loss, I estimate that I've been out cold for at least 3 days. I turn from my window and look at the edge of my bed, where there's a nightstand holding some books inside while holding a lamp and clock with the time and day on top. The time is 8:35 on a Wednesday. Correction, I've been out for 2 days. Then again, I shot fire out of my hand, so I think it's fair to say that I can heal quicker too. I step out of my bed and look at my stomach. Covered in reddened bandages, of course. I have black sweatpants on, meaning my wound must have gotten blood on me below the waist. But something seems off. I move my head up and along the way, I see silver hair. Wait, silver hair. I grab a lock of my hair and present it to my face and it's silver. What? I look to the left, to the wall that the head of my bed is on, to look at the full body mirror. And other than the bandages, my hair is now somehow silver and my eyes are green. What the hell? I stepped forward and leaned in closer to the mirror. I grab my hair and it feels and looks normal. Well, normal might not be the right word for this scenario. With extreme caution, I lightly press my left finger on my eye to make sure that it's not a contact lens. And not a contact. I step back from the mirror and sigh. Okay, so many questions, not enough answers. First step, find someone who knows what's going on. I walk out of my room and head down the hall to go down the stairs. I walk into the dining room and I see my parents. They seem sad. They sit across from each other, and while father is simply staring at his wristwatch, mother is holding her hands together like she's praying. Hey guys. They both shot up and looked at me in surprise. Mother jumps from her seat and runs over to hug me, crying in the process. Father simply smiles as he rises from his chair. I so glad you're okay. Mother sobs. I'm okay, Mom. A little dazed and confused, but okay. Mother pulled back and was smiling despite the tears. She raises her right hand and lightly grabs a small amount of my hair. I haven't seen your hair like this since the day we adopted you. Adopted? Mother simply nodded. Katsu, father interjected. We need to talk about some things. I'll say. Mother pulled my arm and led me to the living room, where we have 3 long couches making the tip of a triangle a few feet in front of the flat screen TV and enough room in the bottom left and right corners of the room for normal sitting chairs and a large potted plant in the upper left corner. Father and mother sit on the right couch while I sit on the left. The only thing separating us is a glass coffee table. Okay dear, mother starts. Let's start with you. Now, do you have any questions? I promise, we'll tell the truth. She assures me. Okay, go for broke. What did you mean earlier by adopted? Mother remained silent for a moment before answering. Remember that dream you told us you keep having ever since you could remember? Yes, there's a reason for that. I'm listening. Mother was about to speak again, but she hesitated. I can understand. It must be really hard for a mother to tell her child that they aren't blood related. Father sighed and took off his old, rectangular lens glasses. That baby in the dream is you, son. And your mother and I are the priest and nun. Whoa, I sorta saw this coming, but man, doesn't take the impact out of it. They really aren't my family. Phew, nothing can prepare you for that. I take in a breath and sigh. Okay, so my next question is, what are the details to you guys adopting me? Father clears his throat before answering. You see, son, your mother and I were a priest and nun in a church back in Cagegoten. We were close, but you know how it goes. One day, we both received a letter from an unknown person. The letter said a child needs saving. Meet me at the front of the church tonight at midnight. We followed instructions, and at midnight, Father looked at the ground for a moment before shooting back up and looking at me. Your mother came, carrying you in her arms. My birth mother. Yes, your birth mother. The hair, the odd design of your eyes, you got them from her. So, the little boy with her. He's your older brother. Mother sums up the courage and finally speaks. All right. Now, in the dream you guys spoke a lot before I was given away. What was the dialogue in between there? Your mother said that a terrible fate was to befall you. To prevent it long enough for a defense to be made, she said that as long as you stayed in your human form, you will be safe. Okay. The details are settling in. Let's keep going. Human form. Yes, she revealed to you that you're half human, from your father. Oh, good. I still have some humanity. How was I healed? While it's been years, your father and I still know several healing powers. Since you're still half human, we were still able to heal you, just not as quickly. Anything else? Nothing. Though, she did tell us your name. Abel. Correct. Father answered. We all sit here in silence for a long while, until I finally let out a sigh as the shocking truth is revealed to me. So, if I'm half human, what is the other half? At that, the doorbell rang. That must be her, Mother said. She stood up and headed for the front door. I think it'll be best if you hear this from her. I followed her movements by turning my head left and watching her as she left the room, turned left and arrived at the front door. She looked through the peephole and unlocked the door. As she opened the door, I felt a familiar presence. Welcome back, miss. Call me Lucille, everyone does. It's her. Mother opens the door all the way and she walks in. Still wearing the Kyo Academy girl's uniform, Lucille Tyler walks into my home. How is he? Lucille asks. Mother looks back toward me and Lucille follows. A smile grows on her face. Oh good, you're awake. She first took off her shoes and then walked over and around the first couch and sat down next to me on my left side. So, how are you feeling? I'm fine. She nodded her head and looked toward my father. So, have you told him? Not everything. He still doesn't know what he is. Lucille looks back at me. Your hair changed. That's to be expected from a half-breed. So many different possible attributes. Half-breed, I ask. Yes, a half-breed. Katsu, you are part of a very powerful species in this world. And what species is that? You're a devil. A devil? Yeah. You know, pitchforks, red horns, bat wings, all that fiction stuff you humans think we do. She shot a glare at my parents. I see. So, does that make you? Yes, I am a pure-blooded devil. Pure-blooded. That's a complex story for another time. So, are you sure that you're feeling better? I suppose. I'm not dying, if that's what you mean. Good. Normally, light spears like that are instant death for low-class ones like you. Speaking of which, last night you said that guy used to be an angel. Care to elaborate? Do you have enough free time? I've already missed some classes. No point in going to school today anyway. Good point. So, she looked at my parents. Do you two mind if I have this discussion with Katsu in private? They look at each other at first, but Mother smiled. Of course, we understand. Lucille then turned to me. I feel more comfortable if we discuss this in your room. My room. Yes, your room. Is there a problem? No, not necessarily. Okay, this was not predicted. An absolutely beautiful girl wants to come to my room. I never thought that idea would come to fruition. Okay, Katsu, you've seen this scenario a dozen times in H games, you know what to do. Just avoid doing anything stupid or making any moves, then no. This is a time for answers, not that. I understand. Follow me. I stood up and headed for my room, Lucille following behind me. I try to pick up speed a little so I can do a quick survey of my room so she doesn't find anything. You know what I'm talking about. I open my door and luckily, nothing seems to be out of place. I walk in first and hold the door open for her. She smiles and walks in. A gentleman, you're already impressing me. She walks in and stops walking for a moment and surveys my room by turning her head from here to there. Not bad for a human. She walks further in and sits on my bed. I close the door as she turns to face me. So, what do you want to know first? I walk over and right next to the right of my mirror is a large desk where my computer sits. I sit down on the wheeled desk chair backwards so that I could use the back as something to lean forward on. The angel not being an angel thing. Oh yes, that. First, I must tell you about the other races in this world. Go on. There are humans, devils, angels, and fallen angels. Fallen angels are angels that have fallen from the grace of God, due to having impure thoughts that divert them from the teachings of the God in the Bible. So, God from the Bible exists. Nope. Well, he did if that's what you're asking. He used to exist. Yes, as you can guess, the three factions of devils, angels, and fallen angels don't get along with each other. We warred against each other under the leadership of God, the four Satans, and the Grigori in a battle known as the Great War. Thanks to the Great War, numbers on all three sides have been reduced majorly. While the fighting is still not technically over, there are still battles between the groups. Okay, I get it. Now, you said that I'm low class. Yes, devils have a class system, starting from low class, mid class, high class, and finally ultimate class. What class you are depends on your origins, for lack of a better term. Please explain. Well, the devils mainly consists of the 72 pillars. They are the families of pure-blooded devils, known as pure devils. However, out of the 72, only 34 are still active after the Great War. Though, there are more houses than 34 that are active, but they lost their status due to having human heritage. I'm assuming this is where I come in. In a way, yes. Each faction has now developed their own way to increase their numbers again. We devils have the evil pieces system. High-class devils are given 15 pieces, like in chess, and can reincarnate humans into their ranks and create a peerage. The high-class devil would be the king, and each other piece has a special attribute and power. Is that what the soul-stealing joke was yesterday? Not exactly. We used to steal souls, but such a practice has been out of date for years. I get it. Now, do you have any other questions? Yeah. Do you know if I come from one of these 72 pillars? Hard to say. After the fight 2 days ago, your hair and eyes turn those colors, and the black fire is definitely something odd. I've asked my father to look into it. Is that everything? For now. I sigh and again and turn my chair so that I'm staring at my dresser across the room from my desk here. Hard to take in, huh? It is. Everything I thought I knew is now just changed. Change is good, because now, Lucille stepped up from my bed and headed over to stand in front of me. I can make you into my pawn, if you wish. It's just as I said, I can make you into a pawn. I'm a pure devil, so I can have peerage. So, are you interested? She asks with a grin. I get out of my chair and move it to the side. I can assume I'll have to take on certain duties. Of course. Like what? Well, basically you're a grunt and my slave. From what I know, you obey my every order. While that may not be great, it could be a quick way to move up if you wanted. I thought about it for a moment. I live by a very strict set of rules, but with this whole devil business, some of these rules are pretty much thrown out the window. But I'm not the kind of guy to just bend to someone else's will. I make things happen, and I'll prove it. Sorry, Miss Tyler, but I respectively decline. Lucille tips her head slightly and her smile suddenly loses confidence. I'm sorry, but I don't bow my head easily to others. If being a pawn means that I'm a slave, I'm not interested. At that, Lucille's face took a stern and angry turn. So, is that your final decision? I wouldn't say that. I might take you up on that offer if I can't get something without it. So, I'll stay interested. Lucille's face then looked furious. Oh, come on. She slammed her right foot down on the floor. The first person to become a candidate, and he declines. She then looked up at me with an angry glare. You are so lucky that I can't just sock you in the face right now. Whoa. At that, Lucille's eyes widened in sudden realization. She recollected herself and stood straight like a proper lady. Apologize for my rudeness, Katsu. It's just that it's odd that someone would deny the chance to become part of a peerage. Are we cool? The glare returns. For now. She turned around and opened the door to my room and walked out. What just happened? She seemed like a cheerful young woman, but then she suddenly turns into a rage balloon. Something tells me to tread carefully in this territory. I follow her out, and I can hear her mumble something as she descends down the stairs. She goes to my front door and starts putting on her shoes. Are you leaving? I ask. Yes, and you're coming with me. I need to tell you more about what exactly you're capable of. Can't we just do that in my room? She turns back to face me with a slight glare in her eyes. You really want to keep me in your room? I'll get my coat. I ran back upstairs and quickly changed into my street clothes. I first find another small band to hold my hair into my ponytail. I also find my blue slacks, a purple and white stripped long-sleeve shirt, and short-sleeve black blazer. I come back down and see Lucille speaking with my parents again. Okay, I'm ready. I call out. Lucille and my parents look up at me, and for some reason Lucille has her bright smile on. Great, let's get going. She turns toward the door and opens it, almost a skip to her step. I head down and Mother stops me. Hang on a sec, dear. She turns my head to face her and holds her hands on my head. I felt a strange tingling sensation on my face where she held my head. Within a few seconds, the sensation stops and she pulls her hands away. She takes out a small hand mirror and shows my reflection. My hair has turned back to black and my eyes are purple again. I conceal your true form from people seeing it. Please, don't do anything too rash. I hug her and assure her. Don't worry, Mom. I'll be fine. I head toward the door and stand in front of Lucille. Ready? She asks happily. Obviously, she's throwing on an act. Sure. She opens the door and steps out. I close the door behind me. The morning sun is still a little harsh to me. It must be because of my devil half, I guess. Come on, Lucille orders. Keep up. I quicken my walking steps so that I can walk beside her. So, what's with the act, Miss Tyler? Payman. It's Lucille Payman. I'm from a pure devil family, thank you very much. Well, Miss Payman, what's the next topic of discussion? Since you're still a human hybrid, you should be able to us a sacred gear. Sacred gear. Yes, the sacred gears were created by God as part of his system to enact miracles on Earth. Sacred gears are basically tools exclusive to humans and human hybrids that can grant them great powers. And I have one of these. Correct. So, how can I use it? Through enough willpower into it, then you can unleash its power. Your emotions are basically the key to ignition. You just need to find something to turn it. I can get behind that. Any idea what mine can do? No clue. All I know is, you denied being my pawn. She stopped as we were walking down a sidewalk and turned around to face me. What will it take to make you into my pawn? I thought I've already told you, I'm not budging unless I need to. Come on. It's a sweet gig. Sure, you're a grunt, but that's why there are chances to raise your status. It might take a long while, but at least you're getting somewhere. That may be so, but I've got other plans too while I'm at it. Well, you said devils can acquire status over time, right? And that there's the ultimate class, right? She arches her right eyebrow. Yes, well, would any of those kinds of positions be open, perchance? Lucille started cracking up before full-blown laughing. It took her at least a minute to calm down. Why you're serious? She says between chuckles. Of course. I have my own ambitions, Lucille. And it just so happens that if I can acquire this status by my own hand, then why not? Lucille was silent now, staring at me a little confused at first, but took a serious face. Well, there's something we have in common. My family, the Payman clan, has lost a lot of its status over the years. At best, we have only one pure devil per generation. Right now, there are only my father and myself. Like you, I have my own ambitions. I'll only recruit the strongest into my peerage. I think I'm starting to get this girl. We're actually quite similar. Maybe we can help each other out. But, I'd like to support your ambition, Lucille, but I've got my own game plan. At that, Lucille held her chin with her right hand. She seems to pondering. What do you want in exchange to be my pawn? I doubt you'll have anything I want. Well, don't be so quick to say that. You never know. Let's see. Her eyes scanned me for several seconds, moving from each corner of my body. Finally, she made eye contact and smirked. What is she up to? Okay, I have a proposition for you. Fire away. You agree to be my pawn, and I'll let you have full access to my breasts. Pardon, I think a bomb just went off. You heard me. A free feel, anytime you want. You don't seem to be the type to simply give something that precious away. Of course, you'll have limits, and I'm willing to sacrifice a small amount of my physical pride in order to get what I want. Besides, you come across as the kind of guy who can't resist a free feel. That is certainly a tempting offer and a rather accurate accusation. Either work hard for my power and status, or become a slave to a prideful girl with attitude issues who will allow me access to her breasts at all times. It appears as though I've reached an impasse. I haven't come across such a dilemma since I had to decide whether or not sneak the bra of a girl at the school into one of the members of the perverted trio's possession. The debate was not whether or not to do it. The problem was which one. I picked Hyoto in the end. There was a beating from the kendo club, Freya. Lucille extends her right hand out. So, do we have a deal? Really tempting. I couldn't be called a pervert if I have permission, can I? This might be a good deal. Even though I'm left-handed, I'll shake with my right hand. I extended it slow. Wait, that the hell am I doing? I'm just proving that I am as bad as Hyoto. I tried pulling back my arm, but the perverted thoughts have claimed it. It will take all of my willpower to force it back. In a flash, my right hand returned quickly and slapped me across the face. What was that? Lucille asked, obviously confused. Miss Lucille, as incredibly tempting that offer is, I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline. I said with my back straight. You ... what? She asked angrily. I'm afraid that if I take this deal simply because you are offering your obviously beautiful body to my service, I am unfortunately breaking one of my own life codes, which is, I must earn such a right. At that, she got angry and sucker punched my stomach, right where the fallen angel pierced me. Well, I'll let you in on one thing, you're making piss poor progress. I'm ... well aware, Miss Lucille. I recover from the blow after a moment and stand straight again. You must have no sense of sexual adventure, huh? She questioned. I would like to say, I do, and you have no idea what I would do to those melons of yours. But again, I have to maintain my appearance, so I respond differently. I prefer to use the brain in my skull. Lucille simply stares at me for a moment before smirking again. You're really something, you know that, Katsu. I'd like to think so, as well. Cut the ego. You've denied a chance to be the servant to a beautiful young woman of high class. You have some gall. She stepped forward and leaned it closely so that our faces are inches apart. I can smell her wonderfully scented perfume. I detect a hint of roses and lilac. You really are a prize. I couldn't help but smirk as well. So are you. She stepped back and placed both of her hands on her hips. Well, even though you're not part of my peerage, I would still like for you to be by my side. What? You should probably know this before you accidentally find out on your own. Okay, there are other devils at the school. Really? Yup. At least 2 clubs are actually the basis for 2 peerages. Let her rip. The student council. Yes, the peerage to Sona Citri. Citri? Oh, you mean Shitori. An alias, I can assume. And the occult research club, the peerage to Ria's Gremory. No shit. So, you're telling me this because you plan on having your own club. Of course, once I have an actual peerage. Think of it as some kind of requirement bullcrap. Does the school know about this? Duh, Gremory's father is the administrator. Well, I'll be damned. So, what kind of club are you planning on starting? I'll just slap some name like the Multicultural Appreciation Society. Sounds like something out of a bad manga. Yeah, but what are you gonna do? Fair enough. So, interested in joining. But I'm not part of your peerage. I can work out an arrangement. You sound confident. Fine, I'll join. But only because that I need to learn more about my power. Make all the excuses you want, you just want to see me more. I take one look at my wristwatch and see that we've been out here for a little while. I hate to spoil the mood, but are done here. Sure, I've already done what I could. See you tomorrow. She turns around and begins walking down the street. What a strange one. Then again, this is pretty much going to be my normal life from now on. All I can do is adapt and come out on top when I can. I turn around myself and head back home. Once there, I immediately jump into the shower for the cleanup I desperately need. After the shower, I stayed in the bathroom to make sure to see if there's anything that I may need to fix. I guess since I was half devil, Mother's healing magic could only work half as well, because I see a massive scar on my stomach. During gym, I'm going to have to be careful how I move. Other than that, I don't think there's ... Wait. If fallen angels have black wings, angels probably have white wings. Shouldn't that mean that devils have some kind of wings too? The idea makes sense to me. Can I use willpower to bring it out? I stand still in the bathroom after standing near the tub. I close my eyes and breath. Okay, I just need to imagine wings and whoa. Something springs off of my back like it was a thin layer of skin being let loose. I walk forward in the bathroom to see if I can get a better look. Unfortunately, in the process, my eyes and hair changed color again. As I step more forward though, I see it. Wait, I do a second take, and to my surprise, I only have one wing. A black, bat-like wing has sprung from the right side of my back. That's weird. Maybe since I'm a half-breed, the number of wings I have changes. Seems a little inconvenient, but maybe I can still fly even with only one wing. Hard to say at the moment. I live in a rather large neighborhood, so I don't think randomly flying in the night is a good idea. But maybe I can still practice my powers. I step out of the shower wearing a fresh pair of gray sweatpants and head for my room. After I close my door, I lock it behind me. Okay, let's see if I can still do it. I was in the middle of quite the hairy situation when I used my fire powers. Since I activated out of a moment of stress and fear, I don't think I suddenly have a mastery over it. The only logical thing to do is to try using it without needing to be in a heart-racing moment. I hold out my left hand and concentrate. Okay, let's start out small. A single spark should do for this test. I close my eye and focus, imagining a spark of fire emerging from when I snap my fingers. I crack my eyes open slightly and snap once. At that, I saw black sparks come from my fingers. Okay, let's try for a little bigger. I imagine the spark being a little bigger and snap my fingers again. Bigger sparks fly out and vanish before hitting the floor. Alright, now let's try for a full-out small fireball. I just need to focus and keep it small. I snap my fingers, but this time, I extend my fingers out and spread them. Just as I wished, a small black fireball was now floating on my left hand. Actually, the ball of flames is on my hand, I just can't feel it burn me. Perhaps I've developed immunity from my own powers. I shouldn't assume that I'm immune to all forms of fire. Okay, let's try playing with it. I lightly bounced the fireball in the air once. It landed on my hand and stayed there. Let's try switching hands. I bounced it up and pulled my left hand back while raising my right hand up. The ball landed and didn't budge. I began exchanging between hands in a rapid pattern. I snapped my fingers with my left hand and imagined the ball vanishing. And it did. Let's try for two. I extended both arms out and snapped my fingers, imagining the usual. 2 fireballs showed up on my hands. Let's see how AWOL we can go with this. I threw both balls up and snapped both sets of fingers again. As of now, I'm juggling 4 fireballs. Let's up the ante. I snap both sets again and now have 6. I can't even juggle. I think it's my willpower over these things that gives me this odd new juggling ability. Can I merge them? I threw each ball in the air and made sure each one hit the highest one. I now have a massive black fireball in my hands about the size of my head. Alright, making progress. Let's keep going. I spread my arms out and imagined the ball splitting. A large black fireball spread back into the 6 black fireballs I made, which were now floating in front of me. I imagined certain balls going to certain places, and with a few motions of my hands the balls followed and went where I imagined them to be. Now, I'm imagining the fireballs flying around me like atoms. And like before, the fireballs followed my orders and began going all around me. I quickly clapped my hands in one swift slam, and all the fireballs vanished. I walked over to my desk and saw my notepad already open with a pen next to it. I took notes of everything that happened in here. I'd like to try these things out some more, but I've got to get some rest. I still need a little time to recover. I look at my clock and see that it is now about 3 p.m. Lucille Payman ... She's an interesting character. While she may come across as an angry and proud woman, I can see some redemption in her. I've played enough H games to know her type. Then again, assuming I know the character of a girl cost me the chance of my first girlfriend back in middle school. I'll have to sleep on it, for now. At least until tomorrow. My new life begins tomorrow. I'm no longer Katsu Hyoto, simple smart Kyo Academy student. Tomorrow, I'm Abel, the half-breed devil with 1 wing. Third-person POV. All the while Katsu is attempting to rest, there are much darker events occurring in the shadows of the world. Deep in Norway, in the snowy mountains, is a large church dedicated to the biblical god. It was established here for a specific reason. An old priest, after treading a long journey through the dark snowstorm, was approaching the large wooden doors of the sanctuary. Before he enters, he takes off his gloves and rubs his hands together. He opens the door and strolls in while looking at his reddened hands. Those orphans, quite a rambunctious bunch. But his blessings will soon answer their PR. Before he could finish, he slipped on something wet on the marble floor. Oh, goodness, my shoes must still have snow on them. But as he lifted his shoe to look at it, his guess was so utterly wrong. The bottom of his shoe was completely red, and the liquid dripping off of it was far from being any colored water. He looked past his foot as he placed it back down and saw a true horror. The once beautiful and clear marble floors of this once sacred place were now stained with blood. As he looked up, his eyes saw the bodies of the other priests and nuns who were assigned here. They were all ripped to shreds, leaving what made them physically human now spread all over the floor and even in the pews. Once his eyes reached the end of the church, he saw one living person. From the back, the priest could see short silver hair, and the culprit was kneeling at the long table wearing a black cloak with dark green flowers decorating it. It looked like a kimono being worn as a large cape. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." The stranger speaks, but there is no remorse of worry in his tone. There is simple a mockingly joyful tune, like he was enjoying the carnage in the room. The young man turned his head back and the priest saw crimson red eyes. "I've sinned a lot." Before the priest could respond, the young man turned completely around and revealed the murder weapon in his right hand. It looked like a red armored spear, but while the blade was normal-sized, the staff section was only 3 feet long. The young man had a calm and lean face while smiling like a sadist, his attire simply being a short-sleeved blue shirt and black slacks pants. In a flash, the spear extended and shot forward, piercing the priest in the stomach. The spear retracted, and the priest was pulled back as well. Now, he was mere inches away from the murderer. While this was not the person he thought would attack the church, he knew full well who it was and what weapon he was using. He looked down and was horrified by the rumors. It was a sacred gear, but no ordinary one. The oblivion surge. At that, the murderer raised his right arm holding the spear and lifted the priest up. You know what I'm looking for. Care to point me to the right direction to it? The priest remained silent and had an emergency plan. He quickly reached into his right pocket and pulled out a bottle of holy water. He threw the bottle at the murderer's face. He pulled back in pain and pulled the spear out. The priest fell to the ground and barely held on to consciousness. He looked up, and to his surprise, the murderer was fine. Sorry, but that only partially works on me. The man pulled back his left hand, covering his face to see burns quickly healing as he grinned. You can't be. Something grew from the man's back and spread out. Now, he had a large, black, feathered wing coming out of the left side of his back. Cain. Ding, ding, ding. And you are correct. The man, now identified as Cain, reached over with his left hand and picked up the priest by his collar. Now, where's Mistletoe? Mistletoe, don't act stupid. You know what I'm talking about. The demon sword that Azrael is searching for. The prize of my family. The priest remained silent, but he could not help the involuntary twitch of his eyes from the pain. His eyes accidentally glanced over to the organ past the table that Cain was praying to. Cain glanced over as well and grinned. Thank you for cooperation. Now please, die. The priest was immediately set ablaze by a fury of blue flames, scorching his body and killing him instantly. Cain threw the priest onto the pile of bodies he has already made. The blue flames spread and engulfed the pile of bodies. Cain jumped over the table and approached the organ. Thoughts of how this strange object called Mistletoe is hidden were swirling through his mind. But he was growing bored with the only sound either being the harsh cold wind hitting the building echoing through inside or the sound of flesh burning to ash. So, he rambled. Do-do-da. Do-da-dee, ska-do, ba-da, shaman. Screw it. Cain began rapidly slashing his spear on the large organ instrument until it was utter dust. Beneath the organ was a large gray metal coffin with a strange symbol on the top of it. But as he approached it, a thought occurred to him. He first tried to poke the coffin with his sacred gear. But a sudden spark went off and Cain's arm was forced back. A barrier, easy peasy. The sacred gear glowed crimson red, and a red jewel grew on the bottom of the spear. Break, a voice roared. It was the sacred gear itself that spoke. Cain lunged his spear again and shattered the barrier with very little effort. I swear, Hypnos, you make things all too easy. He placed the spear on an attachment on his belt and approached the coffin. He places his fingers on the underside of the coffin's top and tried to lift. But he stopped at the sound of an odd creaking. He closed his eyes and sensed that there was someone else in here. Nice try, Azrael. He lifted the coffin's lid, turned around, and threw at the rafters above him. A red vertical slash appeared from the darkness above and slashed the lid in half. A shadowy figure falls from the darkness and lands on the other side of the burning pile of bodies. You won't know what to do with that sword, Cain. The man speaks in a deep, echoing voice. He is wearing silver armor on his arms, legs, feet, and pauldrons on his shoulders. He wears a crimson-red cloak over his shoulders which acts much like a cape, with a red hood on his head. The armor covers a majority of his body, hiding away most of his flesh. Even the bottom half of his face is covered by cloth and a piece of armor over his mouth. But if one were to look closely, they could see his burning, orange eyes with vertically slit pupils and his partially dried and damaged green skin. Mistletoe won't choose just any member of your family. Before he could continue, Cain appeared from the other side of the flames with a manic smile on his face. Surprise! He lunged forward, carrying a massive weapon in his left hand. The man known as Azrael jumped back and avoided a massive attack. Cain aimed his sacred gear at Azrael. The spear began rapidly extending and retracting, each attempted stab missing. When the spear was aimed at his legs, Azrael lifted his left foot and slammed it on the spear as it came toward him, effectively pinning it onto the ground. Azrael then jumped onto the long pole of the spear and ran on it, toward Cain. He pulled out a long black, straight sword and charged. While running toward Cain, he slashed the sword several times and red cut-like beams shot from it. It appeared as though Cain was going to be hit. But Cain blocked the beams by holding the new sword in his left hand in front of him. Azrael stopped running when he saw that Cain really could hold it. The sword is a broadsword from tip to handle, 5 feet long with a single-edged, enormous blade 1 foot wide. The base connecting the blade to the handle is pitch black. The whole blade is colored black with red veins covering it from base to tip. This is the demon sword, Mistletoe. Nice try, Cain exclaimed. He lifted the spear up, throwing Azrael into the air. Azrael was now an open target in the air, but recovered by revealing one of his secrets. 3 large wings grew from his back, 1 on each shoulder blade and the third growing straight from in between. But none of the wings were the same kind. The right wing was black feathered, the left wing was white feathered, and a black bat-like wing was the middle one. He held his place in the air, watching as Cain held both the Oblivion Surge sacred gear and the Mistletoe. What's wrong, Azrael? Cain asks. I thought you, being the legendary Knight of Cable, would put up a better fight. Azrael stayed in the air, remaining silent and refusing to respond to Cain's taunts. Oh well, I suppose I shouldn't expect any more from my father's favorite. Or was Jezebel his favorite? I can never remember. Cain stood at the ready, with his black wing out and holding the mistletoe underhanded. Want to try to take me now? Azrael, even though his face was covered, grinned. You truly believe that you are invincible simply because you have a lost Longinus and the treasure of the Berith clan. How arrogant. He began chuckling, and Cain's own smile was becoming an annoyed scowl. Azrael lifted his right hand to the ceiling. In a flash, the entire ceiling was smashed to pieces and rubble flew all around the sky, very much like a volcano or rubble. We'll just see how powerful you really are. Azrael flew into the winter storm, vanishing from sight within seconds. Cain stood there, alone in the church, holding two incredibly powerful and dangerous weapons. He looks into the sky Azrael vanished into and smiles. I don't have to beat you, Azrael. I just need to have a family reunion. Cain began walking toward the front exit of the church. I'm coming home, little brother Abel. Katsu's POV. The next morning, I awake to a much better feeling head and body. With my body healed and my mind cleared, I think I can tackle this new day with some enthusiasm. Wait, enthusiasm? I've never had that feeling about, well, any day for a long while. Must be this whole new heritage thing. I get out of bed, find my school uniform, and take a shower. I wake plenty early every day so I can clean myself off before the day starts. After my shower, I look in the mirror to see that my hair and eye color have turned back into semi-normal looking. The strangeness of my eyes, I'll just have to live with. I head downstairs and immediately catch the scent of something smelling wonderful. I think it's eggs. Hang on, eggs don't normally smell this good. I turn into the kitchen and see that neither of my parents are here, but there's a place set up already. A glass of fruit juice and some oddly gold-colored fried eggs. Good morning, Katsu. Someone greets me. I look all the way past the table and see Lucille. Jeez, why are you wearing tea that? I said, trying to keep my cool. Lucille is now wearing nothing more than an apron and a black thong. And since she has her back turned to me, I can see ... I made you breakfast, so eat up. She turns around and I can see the apron emphasize her impressive bust. She must have chosen that size on purpose. Man, I'm barely hanging on here. She walks over until she's standing right in front of me. So, impressed? She asks seductively. Issei, may I ask ... why? What? Can I be a little naughty with my special friend? I know where she's going with this. You're trying to use your B-body again. Of course, why not? The offer still stands. I just know you're going to crack at some point, Katsu. It's only a matter of time. I swallow a huge amount of my impulses and turn to sit down at the table. No thanks, I say with the best of my ability. Oh, come on. She storms out of the kitchen and heads who knows where. This is going to be a long day. Like I said before, today is going to be a long day. Normally I enjoy my walks to school, helps me think. On a lucky day, there's a nice breeze. Today, however, hell no. Today, Lucille is trying as hard as ever to try to convince me to be her pawn. This morning, she tried the making breakfast while wearing barely anything tactic. Gotta respect her a little though. Most times that scenario involves the girl being naked underneath that apron. Lucille, however, wore a thong. Give her credit for not showing the other parts. At first, I found her attempts to turn me a little amusing. But now, they're annoying. Right now, Lucille is walking right next to my left, her arms wrapped around my left arm, and lightly leaning against me. Although she's wearing a cute little smile, I can tell from here that she just hates herself right now. I'm interested, Lucille. Why exactly are you clinging to me right now? Well, I've come to the conclusion that you're a man of great pride. So, if everyone at school sees me, a beautiful and yet mysterious transfer student locking arms with you, your reputation will be improved tenfold. She answers proudly. She's not far off the mark, but, I'll admit, you are right about me being a man of pride, but you're wrong about one thing. Hey, my pride doesn't relate to how high in the popularity ranks I am. Now, please kindly remove your arm. She releases me, and continues walking by my side after letting out a sigh. Sheesh, you're a real buzzkill, you know that. I've been called many things, Miss Payman. A buzzkill is not one of them. Could have fooled me. Clever one. We continue walking to school, and Lucille glances at me occasionally. Something on your mind? I ask her. I'm trying to figure out that skull of yours. I'm guessing your pride is more aimed at your devil heritage and your power. Closer. In fact, you're millimeters from the bull's eye. That pride is what's keeping you from the honor of serving as me pawn. They say the first is often allowed. Special privileges. She shoots me a rather seductive stare. But, I've learned better. Hey, I might be a pervert, but I know where that line is. But it's my pride that drives me. Plus, you're no different. So I suppose we'll both be our own undoing. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. Better to be lowly in spirit and among the oppressed than to share plunder with the proud. Proverbs 16:18-19. Lucille tilts her head in confusion. That sounds like a quote from the Bible. It is, but how can you read one? Devils can't go near nor get involved with anything that has to do with God without some kind of pain. You see, due to realizing my heritage, I think my parents experimented with my weaknesses for me. In retrospect, I should thank them. So, you can read the Bible without it hurting you. Not exactly. I still suffer headaches, but I can assume that my human half is balancing it out and lessening it. I was able to read a few passages, but the headaches would start to win. That was until I figured out how to use a computer. I guess there are technicalities, because the pain was still there, just less irritating. So you read the Bible on the internet. Didn't know you were such a fan of the book. Who says I'm a fan? I move my head to look straight ahead. I can see that the school's front entrance is still a little ways away. I'd like to avoid this subject, so I pick up my walking speed a tiny bit without Lucille noticing. Huh, what do you mean? She asks me. The entrance is getting closer. I don't know if it's simply a natural instinct because I'm half devil, but let's just say I'm not God's biggest fan. We're about to enter the school. Do me a favor, Lucille, try not to seduce me during school. I'd like to avoid anything that may associate me with certain elements in this school. I enter the school grounds, leaving Lucille standing at the entrance. I really don't like talking about him. He's earned everything below my respect. The moment the bell rings, I zone out staring out the window. I sit in the back on the far left side of the room. As the class goes by, the boredom pretty much kills me. I look around the room for a moment and come to a realization: I can train here. As long as I'm careful, no one will suspect a thing. I can see how far I can generate the flames, see how much control I have over it, and a few things in between. Okay, let's start small. I look at the ground next to my desk and focus. I generate a very small ball of the black flame and press it against my desk. I have this single thought on my mind: do not burn the desk. I shove the thought into the fireball, and the desk doesn't burn. So, the flame does respond to my thoughts. Alright, time for movement control. I rest the fireball on the floor and begin slowly rolling it on the floor. I roll it to the right under a classmate's desk. I begin slowly bouncing it, and have it bounce over to the under of the next desk. I have it bounce between the two. Thankfully, the fireball doesn't make a sound when it bounces. I split the fireball in two and continue the bouncing pattern. I merge them together, and another thought crosses my mind: can I make the fireball bounce without looking? I rest the ball and turn to look out the window. I think of it bouncing, but still think of it not burning anything. I then think of rolling it back to me. I turn back to face it again with my eyes, but it hasn't moved at all from where I had it. Do I require direct eye contact with it? I was able to spin several fireballs at once around me like an atom last night, so what's different? Range, limits. There are too many questions about my power that can't be answered in a small classroom. So, I sit and observe the class. Eventually, the break came along. I went toward the tree that Yoshida and I usually eat at. For lunch, I answered a few questions about an assignment given to us for another student and got some bread out of it. Fair trade, I should say. As I turn the corner to see the tree, I see not only Yoshida, but Payman as well. And what's more, she looks mad while sitting on the bench next to the tree but in the shade. Lucille being mad. There's something new. Hello, Yuta. Yoshida greets me. Miss Tyler was just telling me how you two met. I gotta say, you keep surprising me, he says gleefully. I sit against the tree. The bench Lucille is sitting on being to my left. Yoshida moves over to sit against the tree as well, but on the right. I hope Lucille knows how to be subtle. What's got you so angry, Lucille? I ask. The student council won't grant me permission to start my club unless I can actually find members. Well, duh. I thought you'd know that. Oh, I do. I reason that I've got a standby member, Aka. You, who can join the club but isn't in. She looks around to see that Yoshida was kinda paying attention. Official member. Thanks to you, I can't start the club. And what's worse is that there's no one else in the school who could join. Why not? I already told you. I accept only the strongest. You're going to have to settle at one point, Lucille. I did, with you. Ouch. That's a below-the-belt attack. I didn't know your tongue was made of silver. The same could be said to you. I swear, this woman is identical to me in way too many ways. The pride, the sharp wit, and especially the ambition. Though we're not on the same level in terms of intelligence. In the distance, one other male student calls for Yoshida. Oh, sorry guys, but I gotta go. Yoshida finishes his small snack, stands up, and tilts his head to bow. Sorry for leaving. I'll see you around, Yuta. He turns around and runs toward the student who called for him. I return to eating my bread. Hey, I've got a question. Lucille asks. Shoot. How come you just call him Yoshida, and yet you call me pretty much everything else? My levels of respect changes for certain people on a regular basis depending on what kind of mood they're in and myself. For Yoshida, he's always the same and never diverges from the unpredictable. Wait, so you're saying that you change what you call people out on the moment? So, if you called me Lucy, it'd just be like you're calling me Lady Payman. No emotional attachment at all. I wouldn't say that. Man, you're complicated, she says in a huff. Hey, that's how I roll. Makes me unpredictable. And you don't like being predictable because I don't trust people. In the event of a confrontation, I know that I'm safe from being easy to read. You have trust issues, don't you? Does it have anything to do with your particular dislike of God? I wish she hadn't brought that up again. Can we drop that? No, I'm interested. If you want to start making friends, you better start opening up. Making friends? Never gave though to it, actually. I've always been a little bit of a loner, so I never really needed to open up to anyone before. My own parents don't even know about key parts of my personality. Well, if she really wants to know. My problem with God is that I refuse to believe that He truly loves humans. How so? Because if He did love us, why is He always pushing us to the point of death? If it's not too much, could you explain that to me? Let's use the Tower of Babel as an example. This sounds interesting. It really isn't. In the story, all of man was united and had one language. As one people, they decided to build a massive tower. Because since they were united, mankind was unstoppable. The ever-marching steps of progress made humans a strong race. But God seemed to look at it as man's way of defying Him and indulging in pride. So, He scattered their languages. No longer able to communicate properly, the people stopped constructing the tower. What's more, the massive confusion caused by the dividing of language led to progress stopping, arguments, and in turn led to conflict. Most people who read the book say that God was right in knocking humans down a few pegs. I, however, disagree. I see it as God was afraid of humans. He was afraid that humans were growing too powerful and wise. That's a good thing. It's called progress, evolution. You can't create new life without expecting it to one day have the chance to grow out of expected parameters. It's like raising a child. You can't force it to be born into a certain look, personality, and the like. Just let it roam. Afraid of humans having too many freedoms. That's part of living. I hate it when people try to make others into obedient sheep of a flock. The bell rang, signaling everyone to return to class. Sorry, Miss Payman, but it seems that we need to return to class. I stand up and start heading for class. I dare not turn back toward Lucille. I've never shared that side of myself with anyone, not even my own parents. I must be getting weaker these days. Classes went by quicker at the end of the day, which I can appreciate. The moment that bell rang for the school being over, I walked out of my classroom and headed for home. But along the way while I was walking along the concrete path next to a small grassy hill, I saw the last thing I ever wanted to see, the perverted trio. They were just lying on the grass and looking at the sky. The track team might need to go by soon, so I think I'll step aside ahead of time. Why is that every time I see these guys, they keep looking more rat-like? The leader of the group, Issei Hyoto, is a young man in his adolescent years with an average body build, short brown hair, and light brown eyes. He wears the Academy's boys' uniform, but leaves his dress shirt open and wears a red shirt under it. Frankly, he's the most normal-looking one of the bunch. His friends, however, look barely human. From where I stand, to the left is Matsuda, a bald and big-eared pervert who has earned the nicknames Perverted Baldy and Sexual Harassment Paparazzi. From what I know, he's a massive lolicon and uses his camera to get perverted pictures. To my right is Madohama, who has dark brown hair and wears huge glasses. He has the nicknames Perverted Glasses and 3 sizes Scouter because he has the godlike power of instantly calculating a female's body measurements. Out of the 3, he and Hyoto are the only ones I dislike the least because of Madohama's power, and I can't help but respect Hyoto's failed attempts at perversion, but never giving up. I like to stand around and listen to just how amusing these perverts are. Observing their dumb comments rarely produces any good knowledge, but it's a cheap and quick way to get a laugh. With my superior sense of hearing, I can hear them clearly despite the distance. What words of wisdom will they speak today? I want to squeeze some boobs. Hyoto states. We're off to a good start, aren't we? I approve of that. Matsuda claims. Stop saying that. You're making me feel empty. Madohama replies. Hyoto sits up and sighs. Matsuda, Madohama, why did we enter this school? I wonder that myself. Hyoto Private Academy has switched only a few years ago from being an all-girls to a co-ed school. Thus, the school has an overwhelming girls-to-boys ratio, not to mention the ample amount of beautiful foreign girls, which makes us boys valuable. That means we'll be popular without having to lift a finger. It truly is just like an eroge. Hyoto stood up like a flashy hero who had just won a battle. In other words, a harem. The other 2 stood up as well. Yes, in other words, an everyday life full of breasts is waiting for us. Matsuda claims. At this rate, my sense of hearing won't even be needed. Who can't hear these idiots babble out loud? I heard the girls start coming from the right, which is why I stayed on the other side of the concrete road so that they could pass. Although now that they turned around, they see me and immediately look mad. But their rage is soon sent another direction, as another famous school figure passes through, Hyoto Kiba, and right behind him is a whole trio of girls. Kiba is a handsome young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes. Like me and the rest of the boys of Kyo Academy, he wears the Kyo Academy boys' school uniform. I zone out whatever the girls are saying to him, because I frankly don't care. One of the only thing the trio and I share, a certain dislike for Prince Charming. After they exchange words, the prince leaves and heads off while the girls stand there in awe. The hatred of the trio now aims toward me. Now it's time to play my favorite game, poke the breast-obsessed bears. Afternoon, dipwads. I greet them. I walk down the hill and head towards them. What are you doing here, Yuta? Matsuda asks. I was thinking about going to the zoo and watch the monkeys throw shit at each other, but I think talking to you 3 will have the same experience. I can just feel the hate spewing out of them. Well, aren't you just all high and mighty? Hyoto comments. He then points his right finger at me like he's accusing me of something. You're a disgrace to perverts, you know that. Your methods are cowardly. He hollers. Oh, he should not have said that. And just is so wrong about my methods. I ask, my left eyebrow noticeably twitching. You use mirrors, cameras, and indirect contact to see girls naked. You avoid directly getting close to avoid being caught. Seeing the real deal is what makes the experience worth it. He finished by crossing his arms. That's right. Matsuda accuses by pointing at me. Highly ineffective methods. Madohama adjusts his glasses. Okay, that's it. My methods of self-preservation are efficient and last much longer than your constant peeping. You lack subtlety, the true essence of perversion. The point of being a pervert is not to get caught, it's to enjoy the sight of breasts without the fear of the fury of a woman. This is one of the reasons I hate these fools. They force me into revealing my perverted nature. But, since we're along here, I can say what I want without fear. Hyoto glares at me like he's going to punch. I'm beginning to remember why we call you Perverted Black Prince. What did you just say? Perverted Black Prince? Oh hell no. Okay, scoundrels. I'll try your methods. Matsuda. Why yes. Aren't you going to peep on the kendo club today? Yes, I am. We're all going then. Get moving, perverts. Why am I joining them on this escapade? Simple, I've got a plan. We make our way to a special peeping hole into the kendo club's locker room. Matsuda and Madohama have first dibs looking while Hyoto and I stand back. These simpletons. Murayama's boobs are so big. She's 82, 70, 81. Kade has great legs. 78, 65, 79. I miraculously found this spot during PE. Actually, I found this spot a few weeks ago while looking for said peepholes. Man, this is some serious stuff. Hyoto loses patience and tries to charge in. Hey you, let me take a peek as well. Don't hog it all to yourselves. He tries pulling Matsuda away from his spot. Damn you, time to enact my plan. CHOOO. I fake. At that, I heard a girl scream inside. Is someone outside? At that, I immediately ran like hell into the woods behind us. Matsuda and Madohama split left and right, while Hyoto fell behind. I ran far until I jumped into a tree and hid inside the leaves and watched the poor bastard from below. Within seconds, the entire kendo club is behind Hyoto with their shinai out. Farewell, dipwad. What followed was a massive beatdown by the whole club. Rest in peace, soldier. Once the club dispersed from the beatdown, I jumped down from the tree and walked over. Hyoto lies on the ground, absolutely defeated. I looked over him, his scratches easily visible. So, that went well, didn't it? He glared at me and jumped back up. You planned that, didn't you? He asked with a mutter. Of course. Do you really think I'd just join you three in a peeping session? Let's get one thing straight, Hyoto. What? I don't like to share. Well, aren't you selfish? No wonder you don't have any friends. Low blow. I don't have any friends because I don't need them. The only thing I need is the thought of watching you get your ass kicked on a regular basis. I turn around and start walking, my objective being home. I've never been on good terms with Hyoto, but I don't truly hate him. I stop walking when the thought of an incoming punch is coming. I duck, and Hyoto flies by. He turns around and looks angry. But, I do have to admit an odd form of respect for you. What? You act like a pervert without fear of what others think, chasing your lust without restraint. I'll be blunt. I respect you for being so open about your perversion. I look around and make sure no one's watching. Which is why, out of payment for the beating you took, you may deliver one poo. Before I could finish, a fist immediately slammed into my face and sent me flying down onto my ass. Everything's a daze at first, but since I'm a half-breed, the devil half is lightening up the blow. I look up and see a proud-looking Hyoto standing over me, rubbing his fist. How's that? I asked. He extends a hand out to me. Or even, he says with a smile. I couldn't help but chuckle. I grab his hand and let him pull me up. But don't think this means we're friends, Hyoto. I point out. I never thought about that. He replies. I look at my watch and realize that it's time to leave. Be seeing you, Hyoto. I walk around him and head straight, going home. Later, Katsu. The walk home was thankfully without any attackers like last time. Though honestly, I wouldn't have minded one. I need to grow stronger soon, and having a surprise enemy is just the thing I need. I eventually make it back home and headed straight for my room. As much as I need training, I need to exercise my brain as well. So, for the next hour, all I did was homework and train using my fireballs again. In my training, after doing some in my room here, I've come to several conclusions about my firepower. 1. I have no size limit, but the larger it is the more strain it puts on me. 2. I have a generation range of 10 meters. 3. I can generate it anywhere around me in that 10-meter range, as long as I've analyzed my environment and know exactly where to generate it. 4. The shape of the fire is limitless, but the size limit applies all the same. That means I could make the fire take the shape of not only a ball, but even a small lizard. 5. I move the fire anywhere in that 10-meter range, even with my eyes off of it, but I must have totally memorized the environment. 6. I can use my willpower to choose what and if the fire burns. 7. I am not affected by my fire's damage. 8. With Rule 6, I can cover something with the fire and not burn it, but the fire weapon can still burn others. Using this power requires a lot of control and mental focus, both of which I'm adept at. The problem is with so much of its power being effective only with control, room for strength can get a little low. My emotions do have an effect of how damaging it could be. After a while, I got a knock on my door. Katsu, sweetie, can you come down for a minute? It's Mother. Yeah, be there in just a sec. I clean up my room a little from the singes and change out of my uniform into some black sweatpants and a black short-sleeved shirt. I leave my room, head down the stairs, and look to my left into the family room. My parents were sitting on the left couch, and Lucille was sitting on the right couch across from them, looking rather calm actually. But there was someone else in here as well. Sitting next to Lucille was a middle-aged man with combed-back deep blue hair, sharp yellow eyes, and wearing a gray business suit with white gloves and brown dress shoes. There was a small cup of tea on the table on a small glass plate. From the similar appearance to Lucille, I'd have guessed that this is Mr. Payman, her father. Wait, devils use some kind of hierarchy, right? So it's Lord Payman. So, to what do I owe 2 Paymans in my home? I ask as I walk over, jumped over the third couch and sit down on it. The man chuckled lightly before reaching for his tea and taking a sip. Receptive and rude, to be expected from one of your heritage. He comments. He puts the tea down and holds his hands together in his lap. Heritage. Oh yeah, Lucille mentioned that her father would be looking into which clan I possibly come from. From the sound of it. So, Lucille told me that you've been taking a look into where I came from. Since you're here tonight, I can assume that you know. It took me a while, but then I remembered a certain devil I remembered a long time ago. A certain devil. Yes, let me first start by saying that I was surprised that you were the infamous Abel. So, you already know me. It's not anything you've done, it's related to your very existence. Interesting. Let me also say that you're not from some royal family. Why? Just to smash any hopes of thinking that you come from greatness of that level. Well, bad news, I don't have high hopes about that. Lord Payman looked a little disappointed. That's unfortunate. I can't believe it, I found someone ruder than Lucille. My parents looked a little shocked, while Lucille seemed to have lost her cool and looked enraged. Lord Payman, however, looked amused. And that's proof that you're his grandson. Abel, it's time you know where you come from. Payman takes another sip of tea and sighs. It was a very deadly sword. Not much is known about demon swords, other than that there's a curse on their users and are few in number. Hannibal wanted to create a powerful weapon that only Berith blood could use. I've never seen it myself, but during the Great War, it was devastating out there. How were my family members individually? Well, despite my earlier comment of being liars, your family members were quite calm and cool individuals. They never caused trouble unless antagonized. Though, the same can't be said for your grandfather, the last head of the family. Who was he? Cable Berith. There was an intimidating presence. Cable was known for not taking anything from anyone. In battle, he was especially ruthless. Hang on a second, he keeps using words like were and used to. Does that mean you keep using past tense, Lord Payman? Care to explain? He looked surprised at first and simply stared at his teacup for a moment. This is where the story gets a little depressing. Believe me, nothing can surprise me by this point. The entire Berith clan is destroyed. Okay. That was a ton of bricks. Say what? Well, not entirely. Right now, there are only 5 members total, 3 being from blood. At that, Lucille looked a little sad and concerned. Dad, what happened to them? She asks. During the final days of the Great War, the Berith suffered a casualty. Cable's father, Hannibal, was killed by an angel. Somehow, during a family gathering at the main castle in the underworld, the entire family was mysteriously killed. No survivors, except for one, your mother Genova Berith, who was in the human world at the time. So, she's been alone all this time. I wouldn't say that. Oh yeah, my dad. Not just him. 5 years before you were born, your mother attempted a chance at companionship. She had an affair with a fallen angel and your older half-brother was born. Cain was his name. Cain, like in the Bible. Yes, but your brother was far from normal. He was born with a large amount of power, so much so that at 2 years old, he killed his own father. The room fell silent at that. 2 years old and killed his own father. Why? I don't know. Some say that Cain was born insane. How did I come into the picture? A year later, your mother recovered from the loss of Cain's father and found a friend in the human magician, Atsuko Yukimura. Eventually, you were born. Hang on, a thought came across my mind. Wait, I have a question. Go ahead. I've seen Cain before, in my dreams. He has silver hair, but the eyes are normal in appearance. A little sharp and red-colored, but he's normal. I thought Berith clan members all have the silver hair and cat-like green eyes. I'd like to think of it as natural order. How so? As you know, the devils, angels, and fallen angels are in conflict. Your mother having a child with a fallen angel is like betraying your own people. And so, Cain didn't inherit the eyes. I think of it as poetic justice. Hang on. My father intervened. As of now, you've introduced 3 members of the Berith clan. Katsu, Cain, and their mother, Genova. You said earlier that there's 5. That's right, Mother said in realization. Well, I've only introduced the blood members. The other 2 were part of Cable's peerage. Go on. My father said. Cable had a large peerage, but there were only 2 members of it who survived and were in battle at the time. The most notable was Cable's queen, Jezebel. She was known as the lustful virgin. There's a paradox. Why was she known as that? I asked. Even though she was a virgin, she wasn't afraid to use her body as a weapon. The other survivor was Cable's knight, Azrael. He was a ruthless warrior and was given usage of all the family's greatest weapons. Among them was a legendary tool known as the Suit of Sin, which allowed Azrael to use the powers of angels, devils, and fallen angels at once. Over the years, the 2 of them have been on their own crusades. Jezebel lives in solitude in the Big Ben clock tower in England, while Azrael is roaming the world searching for mistletoe. Did it go missing? No, it was hidden away. From rumors I've heard, someone in the Berith clan made a deal with some humans and angels to hide the mistletoe. Is that all? I asked. That's the Berith clan. Any other questions? I took a moment of silence to breathe a sigh of relief. So, I'm a Berith. I have a half-brother. I have a lost mother. And I have a large mass of territory. Hang on a sec. I do have one. Yes. Where are the Beriths in terms of rank? Well, while you never OFFICIALY lost status how others did, I suppose you're still rather high. I mean, most of the other clans lost their positions because a majority of their heritage comes from humans who were made into members of the clans by the evil pieces system. The peerage stuff. Yes. Now, Cain loses the right to lead the Beriths because of his half-fallen angel blood. You, however, are the first human member of the clan in ages. Azrael and Jezebel aren't blood members, but they are pure devils who were made into Cable's peerage. So, since your mother practically gave up the position years ago and lives a life of solitude, you, technically, I'm the head of the clan. Words cannot express just how happy I am. WHOOO. They have no idea how hard it is to stay calm right now. WHOOO. I maintain my composure, so I'm the head. But there's a catch. By impulse, I face-palmed my face. Of course, everyone looked at me, obviously shocked. Continue, Lord Payman. For one, you are not of age yet. Plus, you are a half-breed. That instantly reduces your rank. While not as powerful and influential as you used to be, you still have some pull, however small it may be. Well, at least that means I can still work for my rank. So, how do devils work to gain rank? There are 3 methods. 1. Doing devil jobs by granting the client's wish. This is the slowest method. Devil jobs. Yes, each clan can give out contracts to humans. When the human uses this contract, a devil belonging to that clan must grant their request. Please tell me there are limits to just what they can make you do. None that I'm aware of. Great. What are the other 2 methods? 2. Obtaining great achievements in times of crisis or situations. This is the fastest method, but does not happen often. And 3. Doing well in rating games. This is by far the best method to raise one's own ranking. Rating games. Remember the evil pieces peerage system. Yeah. Oh, the chess pieces. Correct. Members of a peerage fight each other, and the result can affect your rank. I see. So, I look at Lucille. That's why you only want the strongest for rating games. Lucille looks away from me and seems to want to ignore me. As usual, these days. What about the territories the clan owned? What happened to them? Out of respect for your clan's loss, they were left untouched in their memory. So, I still own land. Well, there's something. I stretched my back and heard it pop a few times. Well, tonight's been very informative. I stand up and approach Lord Payman and extend my left hand for a handshake. It was nice meeting you, Lord Payman. Thank you for telling me about my heritage. He doesn't shake my hand and stares at me. There's one more thing I must tell you. I pull my left hand back and put it into my pocket. I know where your mother lives. Really? Yes, she lives not too far from here. How do you know? She keeps contact with several friends from her youth. I tracked her through them. Would you like to meet her? He asks. Gee, I don't know. My birth mother, who gave me up for adoption. that might be productive. She must have a good reason for leaving me with humans. I don't hate her, I just want answers. I would like to, sir. Very well then. I will contact her and let her know that you're coming over on Sunday. That's a free day for human schools, correct? Yes, thank you again, sir. Here's a warning. He stood up and turned to face me. She's not exactly normal, per se. Did you just really say that? Oh, I suppose not normal is the regular for you by this point. Understatement of the freaking century. He finally exchanges the handshake with me while chuckling. You have such a freedom in your speech. That is highly inaccurate. How? Because if did have such freedom, there'd be a lot more F and S words. I understand. He lifted his right arm and used his left hand to move his sleeve, revealing a wristwatch with the time. Well, I must return home. Your mother gets busy around this time. I'd like to contact her a little ahead of time for a meeting with her child. Thanks again, sir. Lucille, come. I stepped back so Lucille could have room to stand as well. Yes, father. They both walked around the couch I was sitting at and headed for the front door. They both turned to face us. Well then, I wish you luck on your meeting, Abel Berith. At that, a large, green, glowing circle appeared on the floor below them, encompassing them both inside of it. The symbol looked like a weird, ancient-looking symbol of two snakes facing each other, wrapped around a third one with a large green circle around them. See you tomorrow, Katsu. They both started descending into the circle and within seconds, vanished. A quarter to whoever can explain that. I say to my parents, that sun is a transportation circle. Devils use them to travel long distances instantly. Problem is, you need to be a member of the clan using it to travel. At least that's how I think it works. I'm old, I don't know much anymore. I'll take it. I take out a quarter in my pocket and flip it back to him. He catches it quickly. Yes, my father is rather cheap. Katsu, dear. I turn to face my mother, who looks a little sad. We need to talk. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd say that. I sat back down while they remained seated. Katsu, it's about your birth mother. Okay, she sighed once, holding back a sob. Your father and I have had this discussion before, so we were slightly prepared for this. But now, it's okay, Mom, take your time. Son, my dad continued. If Genova will allow it, we'd like you to move out of here and move in with her. As he finished, Mom shed a small tear. Why? I asked. Because, to this day, we feel like we denied your mother a chance to actually be a mother. Besides, you're reaching that age where soon, you'll have to move out. So, think of this as a chance to be connected to your roots. Are you guys really okay with this? I mean, I'll be gone. Don't worry, son, Mother said. We'll be fine here. Besides, I don't want to seem selfish. You and Genova deserve to finally meet. I stood up from my couch and walked over to them, giving them both a single hug. I want you guys to remember one thing. Even though we aren't related by blood, you will always be my parents. And Mom, I adjusted myself so that I could stand in front of her, holding her shoulders. You will always be my mother. I give her a single hug. After a long while talk, I returned upstairs to return to business. I also started packing a small amount of my stuff. They are stone set on letting me move out to see my birth mother. So much has happened today. My history revealed, a chance to meet my real mother. It's rare to hit me in such a sensitive way. I really am not as strong as I though. Tomorrow is Saturday, which means that Sunday is when I move and meet my birth mother. Phew, boy, I'll have to start busting my ass soon. I have to rank up, train with my powers, move, meet new people, take a look into my history. Boy, this is not going to be easy. Mistletoe, something about that name really rings a bell. I've never heard of it before, so why does the name sound so interesting? Well, hang on a sec, I don't know a thing about these contracts. Maybe Lucille can help me. She's probably going to want something in return. Man, this is going to be a long-ass week. Third-person POV. The evening sun has long set, this city falls into night. But with the existence of beings other than humans, perhaps this is when there is more active life than ever. Within this city is a church belonging to the Christian God, long since abandoned. Several holes in the roof emphasize its abandonment. Here is the base of operations for a group of fallen angels. Approaching the church is a beautiful young girl, with long black hair that falls to her hips and violet eyes. She is also wearing a school uniform, which consists of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white strip around the lower end of it. There was a bright smile on her face, a sense of accomplishment in her spirit. She opens the door to the church and is greeted by 3 comrades, each waiting in the main room, which was illuminated by a few torches burning with flame. The one to the far left is a female fallen angel by the name of Calawarner. Calawarner is a tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair that obscures her right eye and brown eyes. Her outfit consists of a violet, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top is open at her chest, giving view to her breasts and cleavage. She also wears a gold necklace around her neck. The middle one is a fallen angel by the name of Donasik. Donasik is a middle-aged-looking gentleman with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His outfit consists of a pale violet trenchcoat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, and a black fedora. And lastly, the one to the far right is another female fallen angel. Her name is Middlet. Middlet is a girl with blonde hair styled in twin short-side ponytails and blue eyes. She wears a gothic Lolita outfit, consisting of a black Lolita dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wears a large black bow on top of her hair. The moment the door closes behind her, the young girl's smile turns more into a wicked grin. Within an instant, she begins transforming from her schoolgirl appearance into something less innocent. She grows taller, and her eyes change into a darker and more evil look. Her clothing also changes dramatically, now wearing black, strap-like objects around and under her breasts, a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that run right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black boots. And what's more, she grew large black feathered wings. Yes, she was yet another fallen angel. Her name, Rainier. Were you successful, Rainier? Calawarner asked. More than, the idiot actually accepted. Rainier replied. Is he as big a threat as you said? Donasek asked. I still need to do some more analysis. Well, that's disappointing. Middlet commented. Why can't we just kill him now? Because then you'd never know if his power was even worth a damn. A fifth, sly voice said. Everyone traced the voice to one of the holes in the roof. Standing over them was a much more sinister being than any of them, his sharp red eyes piercing towards each of them. Who the hell are you? Donasek asked. He prepared to draw his weapon, the common weapon for all angels, both fallen and normal, the light spear. But before he could use it, the man descended to the floor and the air turned cold. What's more, the flames on the torches turned bright blue. Rainier immediately recognized the man through all of the signs, the blue flame, the black kimono on his back, the sharp red eyes, and the short silver hair. It was one of the most infamous members of her kind. Donasek, if you want to live, I suggest you don't try to fight him, Rainier suggested. Donasek was hesitant to stop at first, but then he remembered the signs as well. He withdrew his weapon. It was clear at once just who this man was, the half-breed, Cain. Rainier approached him as he turned around to face her. Good evening, Rainier. To what do we owe the pleasure of your presence, half-breed? She asked him. You know, Rainier, I certainly love that rude spirit of yours. While Rainier was wearing a false smile, Cain was truly grinning. Both fallen angels gave off the air of intimidation, Cain's being much darker. Rainier's fake smile finally gave out. Get to the point of why you're here, Cain. Oh, I finally decided to take the initiative in this little war. But it seems that your target and mine cross paths. How? Well, they share several factors. They're both perverts, students at the same school, and most importantly, they both possess sacred gears that come as a threat. Do you know which gear your target has? Cain narrowed his eyes into a glare with his grin still showing. He stepped closer to Rainier so that they were mere inches apart. Being a little taller than her, he leaned down and whispered into her ear. The other 3 fallen angels tried to listen, but they heard nothing but Cain's whispers. But they knew that whatever he was saying, it was truly important. They knew so because they saw Rainier's eyes grow wide with surprise. When Cain pulled back, Rainier was silent at first. But then, she sharpened her eyes back into a glare toward Cain. So, he has a lost longinus as well. How do you know that? Because he and I have the same mark. Cain raised his left hand and grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled it back. Rainier saw a strange symbol on his shoulder. It appeared to be a red gauntlet with its fingers closed into a fist. Well, not the same mark, but he is the skull one. He released his collar and his shirt was back into order. Rainier held her chin for a moment, contemplating her group's options. And why should we help you? Why don't you just attack him yourself? Because, in a flash, Cain moved like a striking serpent. His hands grabbed onto Rainier's large breasts and pulled her close to him. He lunged into contact with her and plunged his tongue into her mouth. He began furiously groping her breasts and using his tongue to assault her. While at first Rainier resisted, she soon succumbed to the random flash of pleasure befalling her. Cain's attack became less furious, and his hands moved to her waist while his kisses became more gentle. He finally pulled back, a small strand of saliva still connecting his tongue to Rainier's. While she tried going in closer to continue, Cain used his hands on her waist to hold her in place. You still owe me for liberating you from a holy oppressor's rules. And now, a secret that not even Rainier's allies knew about, Cain was the reason why Rainier fell from grace. So, care to help a friend? Cain asked. With pleasure, Rainier said in a daze. Wonderful. Cain immediately released Rainier and turned to walk away, leaving her to almost fall forward for wanting more from him. Then go ahead and send one of your friends here to attack him this coming Sunday. He turned back again when he was right below the hole in the roof he came from. Oh, and during your date with Issei, please keep him from getting past a certain base. Dear. While it sounded like he was cheerfully asking for it, Rainier was more than smart enough to know that it was an absolute order. Cain's single, large black feathered left wing appeared, and he took flight into the sky, small feathers being left behind. Rainier watched in awe as Cain disappeared into the night sky. As he left, the flames on the torches turned back to normal. And like that, more flies were caught in the large web of a sinister scheme. Rainier ... What's a lost longinus? Middlet asked. Rainier regained her composure and stood proudly with her right hand on her hip. Something that everyone needs to be afraid of. Frankly, I think I'm getting a little too comfortable with being a devil. Devils seem to more, how can I say this? Ah, I got it, more in tune with nighttime. It makes waking up in the morning for school a little bit of a pain. Plus, being a guy, in the mornings at times I have to deal with certain annoying habits. But as I shuffle in my sleep and move to the side away from the window and toward the rest of my room, I can't help but feel like there's a gentleness in the air. Good morning, young master. It's time to get up. A nice, loving, gentle voice tells me. I couldn't help but smile at the sound of such a thought. But then my common sense picks up and my smile vanishes. I crack my eyes open and see yet another odd sigh, Lucille ... I in a blue maid uniform. Honestly, I have seen weirder things in porn games. Did you sleep well, young master? She asks with the tilt of her head. Get out. I flip around and pull the cover back over my head. Are you serious? You aren't even turned on by the maid type. Oh, you have no idea, but I'm not revealing that. Besides, if I let her near me then she might see my partner in crime, whom of which wants to say hi. Well, let's try the deadly combination of the maid and the little sister. Oh no, there's no way in hell she's gonna. Come on, big brother. Please get up. If you don't, I'll be really mad. Just don't look at her. Fine, bro. Do I have to call you master? You're so mean, big brother. Her voice shifts to an adorable, cute voice. Just remain quiet, and she'll go away. So, no sister complex, eh? Well, I guess you would actually need to have a little sister to have a complex. Can it work without one? That's actually a good question. No, don't reply. Just shut up and she's leave. Okay, how about a triple threat? It's Tsundere little sister maid. Oh, she had to be joking. Out of nowhere, Lucille jumps on my bed above my feet and jumping up and down. Get up, stupid. I can't believe you're this lazy, big brother. If you don't get up, I forget to help you take a bath later. Okay, it's scaring me how good at this she actually is. Does she cosplay? Wait, don't jump on the bed. She suddenly stops and sighs in annoyance. Okay, clearly you don't plan on getting up anytime soon, and you really must not have a sex drive if you're not tempted by this. So, clearly, this plan didn't work. But seriously, you need to get up. No, I mumble. I don't want to get up now because she'll see my kingdom. I said get up. She starts trying to pull my blanket off. I hold it on my end to stop her. But while we were struggling, she kneeled over so she could get a better grip, and I couldn't help but look at her cleavage. You're so not helping the situation right now. What situation? She moves her hands to grab over mine. You asked for it. She used a small amount of her lightning to shock my hands off. It worked, unfortunately, and she pulled the blanket off quickly. At first she looks proud of her achievement, but then her proud gaze shifted towards something protruding from me. What the hell is that? She asks. It's the second gunman from the grassy knoll. What do you think it is? Why the hell is it ... up? It's the morning. What the hell did you expect? Oh, you disgusting little purr. Before she can finish, she stops for some reason. She looks down again at my kingdom and starts grinning. Okay ... if this were any other situation, that would be a completely good thing. But no. She then started laughing. Okay, now you're scaring me, woman. Katsu, don't you get it? Get what? My attacks are working. This is proof. That's one way you could look at it. I, however, see it as a regular morning occurrence. Wait, what did she just say? I sat up and couldn't help but glare with the morning sun in my eyes. Prep, she's right. Huh, I can't believe my attacks actually are working. Oh, this gives me so many new ideas. She stops herself, cheers, and takes another glance down there. Can you ... put that away? It ain't gonna go away because you ask it. So ... how does it go away? You know ... that's a question I've pondered for a while. Do you ... need a napkin? Alright, now that's a low blow. She barely lets out a small chuckle, coming out as a snort. Shut up. And if you don't like it, get out so I can get dressed. Fine. She sighs and gets out of my bed. How are you gonna get out of that? I ask her as she opens my door. Oh, this. She turns to face me and snaps her fingers. At that, a blue flash emerged from her and she was now dressed in her school uniform. A simple illusion spell. Now get your ass in gear, pervert. She walks out and closes the door behind her. I look at the time and see that I don't have enough time to shower. So, I walk over to my desk and open up an emergency hatch to the side. In it are an emergency deodorant, comb, water in a spray bottle, and some body spray. After a few minutes of quickly fixing myself, I grabbed my stuff for school and headed out of my room and down the stairs. Lucille is already waiting for me at the door, a smug smile on her face. Oh, you think you're real funny, don't you? I ask. Oh, I am funny, and I know I'm wearing you down. It's only a matter of time, she says proudly. Shut up and let's go. I walk past her and head out the door. Hey, wait, she calls out. I turn around while rubbing my eyes awake. What? When I open them, I see Lucille holding out a piece of toast with a small amount of butter on it. Don't skip out on breakfast, slick. That's odd. I take the piece of toast and start eating it during our walk. I can't help but feel this sense of dread about today, like something horrible is going to happen. Hey, who's that? I look up and see Hyoto, but he's not alone. There's someone with him. It's a cute ... girl. There's ... and oh ... freaking ... way. Lucille took the lead of our walk and lead me to Hyoto in this odd phenomenon. Why ... am I walking? I ask aloud. Come on, Lucille, if we turn back and head toward the school, then there won't be enough time for. Hey, Katsu. Oh crap. I turn back to see Hyoto walking towards us with the girl. She wears a school uniform, which consists of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white strip around the lower end of it. There's no freaking way this is happening. I'd like you meet Yuma Amano. She's my girl friend. This can't be happening. Yuma, this is my other friend Katsu Yuta. The girl politely bows. It's nice to meet you, she says in a sweet, innocent voice. This has got to be a bad dream or something. Oh, we're running a little late. Come on, Yuma. Hyoto walks past me after tapping my right shoulder while Amano bows to both Lucille and me and follows him. I stand here for a moment to let everything sink in. So, Lucille interrupts my already unstable thoughts. She stands in front of me and pulls out a large notebook. On a scale of 1 to pissed off, how mad are you? By uncontrolled instinct, I used my powers to set the bastard on fire. She drops it and lets the fire just burn it away into non-complete freaking existence. I'm gonna rate that as a majorly pissed off. Anyway, that guy was right, let's get going. She walks past me toward where the school is, and I sluggishly turn around and begin following her. This is impossible. How in the hell did Hyoto get a girlfriend before me? No, how did he get one at all? This is just completely insane. I can't help but wear a scowl throughout the entire walk. When we reach the school, Lucille turned back to me. Sheesh, I know you're angry, but at least make yourself presentable. She walks over and starts fixing my collar. Do yourself a favor and try not to kill anyone today. If you start feeling angry, write down all the kind of girls you're into. They can real or fake, I don't really care. Just try it. Knowing that you're a guy, it might help. She turns around after placing her hands on my shoulders and flattening the jacket there. Looks like classes are about to start. She turns back to face me. Promise me that you won't kill anyone. She looks genuinely concerned about me this time. In fact, I'd go as far to say that she looks cute. I'll try, but only because you asked me. If you never asked, I'd likely expose myself. Wow, you really are a pervert. She turns around and starts walking to her class. That's not what I meant. She's too far off to hear me. Damn it. Just brilliant. The most impossible thing just happens involving a cute girl and a pervert, and Lucille wants me to write about my fantasies. Yeah, cause it doesn't put logs in the fire. Classes soon start and I immediately start writing down all the kind of girls I'm into. After a long while, lunch comes around and I take a look back at the notebook full of the kinds of girls I'm into. I gotta say, I need to stop playing so many porn games. Wait, what am I saying? I'm getting a free education about ways to woo women. Why would I ever say that? In fact, I should share this with Yoshida. A kid could learn the various types there are in the world. Hang on, Lucille said this would calm me down, right? Well, I'm surprisingly calmer than before. Ain't that a new one? Anyway, I headed out toward the tree where I usually meet Yoshida and Lucille. Strangely, Yoshida isn't here today. Where's Yoshida? I ask. I don't know. I heard that he got sick or something. A shame, I was hoping to share this with him. I hold up the list, just to let her know I used the method. Are you calm down? Actually, yeah, I guess I am. Told ya. Damn it, I hate it when she's right. So, what's on the list, anyway? Oh boy. Nothing really important. I mean, a few kinds of girls but nothing too serious or odd. Oh yeah, then read it to me. You're not making this easy, you know that. I know. Now read the list. I promise, I won't get weirded out or anything. Just tell me what kind of girls you like. This could be dangerous. She could be planning on using this list against me in her quest to make me her pawn. Or perhaps blackmail. This woman is a schemer. I just know she has something in store for me if I tell her this list. Hey Weez, she asks. Damn it, the cuteness. Fine. I take the list and hold it so that its back is to her and I can read it. Kyonu girls, sadists, masochists, sadomasochists, president girls, foreign girl, girl with ahoj, upper class girls, Nico girls, older sister, little sister, classic tsundere, modern day tsundere, cat girls, idol girls, teacher, ponytail girls, twin tail girls, maids, thief, fox girls, bunny girls, dog girls, dejiko, maidir, darodir, pudir, dandir, yandir, magical girls, dark magical girls, vampire girls, succubus girls, demon girls. I stop and let her take in everything I just said. You're into that many stuff, and I alone make up at least a third of those. Man, you have damn good self-control. You have no idea. Is that all the kind of girls you're into? No, I ran out of time in the middle of class. I took my time writing them down, because if I went at normal speed I would have finished within 5 minutes. Wait, that list had sadomasochists, mikos, and cat girls. Man, I should keep you away from the occult research club. I'm afraid your head will explode. Sheesh, you are perverted. On a scale you'll never know is what I would like to say. But, seeing as I can't exactly get away with it, I'll have to settle for, I'm a guy, what do you expect? I swear, you always talk like you're a little ignorant of the ways of the world. Can't blame me. My family's policy about how to breed the rare pure-blooded members of our clan is rather strict, keeping them separated from normal society for a while. We're educated by the most trusted and wisest friend of the clan, and set off into the world in what would be our final year in high school. Again, at what time depends on what country we're in. Seems a little ineffective, considering you don't know how a guy's kingdom works. Yeah, that's something Dad made sure I knew nothing about. Does that mean you don't know how to even FC? Okay, we can stop there. She waves her arms in front of her to stop me from talking. And to answer your question, no, I don't. So, I'm still a virgin. She looks down and I can see her face redden a little. This other side of Lucille seems actually kind of cute. I mean genuinely cute. I guess there really are multiple layers to people. At this rate, I may not be able to predict her. Wait, that's a bad thing. I doubt someone to be unpredictable. I gotta get these kind of thoughts out of my head. Anyway, you nervous about meeting your mom tomorrow? Oh, thank goodness she changed the subject. Kind of. I mean, I've already met you, your father, and even learned that a slight minority of the school are devils, so I shouldn't be that surprised about meeting another one. Yeah, but it's the woman who gave birth to you. You mean to tell me that you're so out of tune with your emotions that you don't even care about that? Ouch, I wouldn't say that. I'm more inclined to say that I'm emotionally challenged. I've cut myself off from certain emotions because of repercussions of following impulses. If I were more in tune with those kinds of emotions, then I'd be a little unstable. So, if you were to listen to your emotions, what would you really be like? Well, right now I'm repressed and a hopeless romantic, so in turn I'd become a love-crazy wild man. That, I'd pay to see. Don't expect it anytime soon. We both drifted off into random chats eating our respective lunches. When the break was over, we both returned to class. I saw Hyoto walking around with that cocky smirk, and I felt my anger built up again. So during class, I decided to write down the names of all of my favorite eroge games. It was actually just as effective as the previous method. Which reminds me, I should finish Ero Demon Overlord soon. Wait, Overlord. That gives me an idea. High-class devils have the ability to make a peerage, and basically those in it have to obey their master's orders without question. Does that especially include female members of the peerage? Me thinks of a deadly plan. My thoughts were interrupted by Lucille, who came out of nowhere and slapped me on the back while I was walking home. Hey there, pretty boy. She mocks. Greetings. I mumble. Man, are you that thrown off from that guy having a girlfriend? Yes, what's the big deal? So the little pervert got a girlfriend. Whatever he does now is her problem. Amen. At that, I felt a huge shock shoot through my head. Oh, you really are off your game today. Mind if I hang around your house today? Why would you want to hang out at my house? Got nothing else to do. Fine. I couldn't help but feel a cold wind go by and send a chill down my spine. The wind seemed to come from the direction Hyoto and his new girlfriend were talking toward. Something about that girl doesn't seem right. Third-person POV. A date. All the while Katsu was going home with Lucille following him. If he were to follow Issei, Hyoto, and Yuma Amano, his very faith in existence would utterly shatter by what had just occurred. Yuma asked Issei out on a date. The two were standing on a small and short bridge just over a road as the sun was setting into night. Yeah, tomorrow, this Sunday. Are you alright with that? The black-haired, cute, innocent-appearing girl asks. Of course I am. Issei replies without hesitation. I'll make sure to be there. Thank goodness. I'll see you then. Okay, later then. Yuma turns and heads the opposite direction of where Issei's destination was. She stops and turns back toward Issei. I'm looking forward to our date. She resumes running. Issei simply waved goodbye as she left. Yeah, me too. He stops waving and jumps with happiness. A date. I got a date. He began jumping and running toward his home with utter joy at this new event in his life. Sounds damn good. He turns left at the end of the short bridge and starts heading down a flight of stairs. But as he reached the bottom, from behind him on around the corner back on the bridge emerged a short, white-haired, yellow-eyed girl wearing the Kyo Academy girl's uniform, licking a cylindrical ice pop, watching him intently. It seems there are deeper plots afoot at the time. While Yuma was running home, she eventually stopped while near a park as the sun has finally set. She looked around and noticed that she was alone. With the coast clear, she began chuckling lightly. Having fun, aren't we? Out of the shadows behind a tree in front of her was Cain. I know you like messing with humans and their emotions, but don't get too attached to the boy. He'll break his itty-bitty heart, he says sarcastically. Like I care. The sweet and innocent voice of the girl is now gone, and she sounds more sadistic and cruel. I still need to analyze him. Tomorrow, I'll have it complete and kill him. Good, Rainer. Oh, sorry, I mean Yuma Amano. As part of a ruthless plan, the fallen angel Rainer is pretending to be the girlfriend of Issei in order to get close to him and analyze a special trait and hidden power of his. Cain, however, has added another target to the plan. So, while I'm busy with our target, how do you want to take down yours? Rainer asks Cain. Well, I was hoping that you could send your Lolita in. You mean Middlet? Is she all that's necessary? For now. Anyway, about that uniform. Cain approaches Rainer, and Rainer assumed an innocent pose while holding her school bag. I never thought you'd look cute as the schoolgirl type, but then again I've been wrong about you before. He places his hands on her shoulders. Let's play the naughty schoolgirl and the power-abusive teacher, he suggests. Maybe. I'll have to think about it. Rainer responds slowly. Take your time. After what I've done in my life, I've got plenty of it. Katsu's POV. I sit in my room, surfing the web on my computer. I'm just killing time until I need to get off my break and get back to packing. Lucille isn't helping much, laying on her stomach with her legs up and reading a magazine she bought on the way to my house. She hums a little tune while I surf. You know, you could help me instead of just sitting there, I suggest. Nah, you seemed to be doing fine before, so I don't want to throw off your rhythm. What a load of crap. You just don't want to do any hard work. This is where the upper class type has its disadvantages. They're so used to being waited on that when the time comes, 3 times out of 5 they don't do anything to contribute. But they're hot, powerful, rich, and rather good in the sack, so I don't complain. Besides, at least she's not the bitchy upper class type, she's just the demonic heiress type. All in all, I don't really mind her being around me. I wonder, would she be willing to be part of a peerage? I mean, being part of a peerage to someone of a high-class family should be beneficial like she wants, right? Then again, she's a pure-blooded devil and I'm only a half-breed. So wouldn't that be a downgrade? That is, unless our kids only marry pure-blooded devils. What the hell did I just say? No, seriously, what in the hell did I just say? No. Get that thought out of your head. That's just the kingdom talking. Hey, you okay over there? I was caught off guard completely, so I fell over in my chair and landed on my right side. I look up to see Lucille standing next to where I was sitting looking at my screen. I'm fine, I say as calmly as I can. Why do you ask? Because you look so intense at the computer and you were typing really fast for some reason. She narrowed her eyes while looking at the screen. Why did you type? Gotta get stronger. Multiple times. Let's just say I've devised a way to surpass Hyoto on a scale that he could never imagine. This I gotta hear. She turns around and heads back for my bed. While down here, I actually caught a glimpse at her pink lace panties. No, stop looking. What the hell is wrong with me today? Stand the chair back up, sit in it, and it to face Lucille. Well, this is going to sound odd, but this is the best way I can surpass him. Go ahead. Sounds like gold already. Well, members of a peerage have to obey the master no matter what she says, correct? Well, technically, yeah, that's kinda true. Wait, you're not gonna. Yes, I plan on acquiring peerage and starting the center plot to almost every ero game and anime, a harem. Surprisingly, Lucille didn't get angry, disgusted, or anything. She just stared at me with those beautiful yellow eyes. You don't have a problem with that. Frankly, I don't really care what you do about your own peerage. Whoever joins it is their problem. Besides, you're a guy with an obvious complex to want to bend the rules of normal society and wanting to surround yourself with women as an alternative form of the feeling of being loved. Oh, she's good. When the hell was she so smart? And when could she narrow in on my insecurities so quickly? Man, I've gotten soft. I've become predictable. I can't believe it. But, you've got some ambition, I'll tell you that. If you want to become a harem king, that's your deal. She's supporting me. Sheesh, this girl switches from mean and green to nice and fluffy. A mere sentence from her and I start feeling odd things. What the hell is wrong with me? Wait, harem king. That just sparked another idea. That name. What? Harem king. That's too low a title for a man like me. Then what's more appropriate? Lucille, my ambition extends to not just my peerage, but also to my status. Likewise. Exactly. Which is why I'm going to use the rating game as a quick way to raise status. Well, you do realize that it's going to take pretty much forever until you actually gain peerage, right? I'll do devil jobs every single night once I know how to do them. And when I do have peerage, I'll use my superior mind for strategy in rating games and power to defeat anyone who challenges me. Once I gain enough of a high rank, I'll be beyond harem king. I'll be a harem overlord. Lucille looks at me a little oddly, but then settles into a normal smile. Why the hell are you sharing this with me? Because I owe you. You what? You saved my life, so I owe you almost everything. While I refuse to become your pawn, I will give you my honesty, my progress, and my ambition. She looks confused again. You're a really odd bird, you know that. Actually, about my ambition, I have a question to ask of you. Go on. If I ever do acquire peerage, I was wondering if you'd like to be the queen. Why would I do that? Face it, Lucille. You know it and I know it. You have the ambition, but lack the will to act. Plus, even if you do have a peerage and do rating games, is your mind really set to wartime strategy? I guess you know what you're talking about. She crossed her left leg over her right leg and held her chin with her right hand. She seems to be thinking about the offer. Her eyes narrow into a glare, meaning that she must be really thinking about this. You're awfully confident in your ability to rise in rank pretty quickly, aren't you? Of course. All right, I'll do it. But only on the condition that you actually reach the high-class position first. Once then, I will willingly become the queen to your peerage. She reaches out her right hand. Do we have a deal? She asks. I extend my own and shake her hand. Deal. Although I have to ask, you're a really proud girl. Why would you agree to a deal like this? Because I know that it will literally take you forever to complete this task, so I figured that I've got a long while until I have to complete my end, if I ever actually need to fulfill it anyway. Ouch, that's cruel once again. Well, at least I've got something, a really beautiful girl who agreed to be my queen. Wait, why I'm using the B word. I seriously need to start getting my head in order. I take a look at the clock and see that it's near time to end the break. I get out from my chair and get down to one knee to open up a small door on my desk near the bottom to pack away some more things. Hey, Lucille, pass me that box by the end of the bed. While Lucille gets the box, I can look through this special collection. In this part of my desk is my entire Euro game collection. Everything from Maid Sex Slave to Buckcake Paradise are stored here. I own at least 100 of these games, if not more. In this compartment, I've got the CDs to the games sorted into little thin files and alphabetized by first letters. The boxes themselves are actually stored in a storage facility that my parents pay for. They know about it, but they do it anyway because of how much they care about me. But looking back on it, I can now see why Mother has always been a little more ashamed of it, considering that she used to be a nun. Lucille places the box next to me and moves me aside a little to look into the cabinet. No way, Missy. I push back so that way she can't see what's inside. Hey, I know I said that I'd give her my honesty, but this is something else. Hey, what's so embarrassing in there that you can't show me? Nothing. You asked for it. She placed her right hand on my cheek and uses her electrical power to shock me away. I hit the floor near a wall. I look up and see Lucille searching through my collection. Wow, Buckcake Paradise, My Sister Wants My Junk, Rape Demon and K2, Magical Seaman Girls. She places them all back into the cabinet and turns to face me. I really hope you don't acquire peerage anytime soon. Gee, thanks for showing your faith in me. I get up and walk back over to sit in front of my collection while she moves back onto my bed. Are you seriously going to do those kinds of things to the innocent girls who join your peerage? Of course not. It's true, I do want a harem from my peerage, but not all of the girls have to be in it. They have to choose whether or not to participate in it. I begin taking the stuff from inside and placing them into the box. Hopefully, I'll be able to fit them all inside a single box. After that, I leave the bed, computer, desk, and that's it. I've already copied all the data of my computer onto a flash drive, so I can still continue my progress in my games without fear of loss of progress. Well, I better get going, Lucille says aloud. She stands up and heads for the corner of my room next to my door. I'll see you tomorrow, Lucille, I say to her without looking at her. I don't hear her transportation circle go off for a minute or two, so I look back there to see that she's still standing there, looking a little sad. Something wrong? I ask. Nothing. It's just ... You really are unpredictable sometimes. I don't know if I should consider you a friend or an accomplice in crime. She says. She does have a point. I do like to be unpredictable. In fact, that's the whole point of my behavior. But seeing her sad like that just makes me rethink about that plan. When the hell did she ever get under my skin like this? If it makes you feel any better, Lucille, I consider you a true friend. Possibly my best friend in the whole world. Her eyes widen, and she looks a little shocked. What about Yoshida? She asks. He's just an apprentice who happens to be a friend. You, however, not only saved my life, but you've also changed it for the better. I really had nothing before you saved me. So, despite my harsh words, I really do care about you. Keep that in mind, would ya? I return to working on my packing as Lucille finally calls a transportation circle. Thanks, Abel, she says before her presence vanishes. I wonder why she sounds so relieved to hear that. Sheesh, real girls are hard to understand. Katsu's POV. The next morning, I wake up and clean up quickly. Today's normal attire will be a pair of light blue pants, a plain purple shirt, and a black blazer. I make sure I'm properly groomed before stepping out of my room. My parents said that they'll find a way to move my stuff to my new home with Genova while I'm out. I run through each corner of my room and make sure that I haven't forgotten anything important. Well, I've got phone in the flash drive, so I think I'm ready. I head downstairs and see my parents. We don't exchange words at first. I just walk over and make sure to give them both hugs. Father reminds me to be polite to Genova. Mother tells me to keep up my schoolwork. All the stuff about being good, make new friends, and everything in between. The biggest shock, however, was when Mother told me to never forget where I came from and always remember my humanity. With one last hug to each of them, I step outside of my house and am greeted by both the morning sun and Lucille. Lucille's civilian wear is not what I expected. She's wearing blue jeans, a green sleeveless blouse, and is wearing her hair in a high ponytail. You know, I never would have expected you to ever look so casual. I comment. It's a Sunday, of course I'm going casual. Now get your butt in gear, twinkle toes. Your Majesty would be more preferable, but we'll get there someday. Do you know where to go? I ask her. Yeah, my dad wrote down the address on this piece of paper. She pulls out a small sticky note that had some things written on it. She really doesn't have to come with me. I wonder why she is. Hey, I just want to say thanks for coming with me on your day off. Hey, it's nothing. Besides, I'm curious about the mighty Berith clan. Dad seems to have both respect and fear out of your family. A little bit of both. I like it. Hey, while we're walking there, we've got plenty of time to kill. So, do me a huge favor. What? Can you explain to me why the hell guys play those weird games? You want a regular person's answer or my answer? I'll settle for either. Just don't gross me out. Alright, you asked for it. They range from the obvious self-care, to deny reality for a better one, to even playing just to see where the weird-ass plot lines go. I, however, use them for educational purposes, learning how a girl would respond to certain words and actions in the various positions. Even learned a few that'll come in handy for a harem. I look to check on her and she seems fine. Okay, that brings me to another question. How do you plan on managing a harem? Excuse me. Well, having a harem is good and all, but you've got to have some kind of plan. Girls are very jealous creatures, regardless of what species they are. Pay attention to one too much and the others will eat you alive, and not in the good way. I'm actually glad you asked that. Don't tell me you actually. You see, I've actually already got this planned out. This sounds like frickin' gold. Continue. During my younger years, the fantasy of having multiple girls for partners and wives alike was something I've always had. So, with the lessons I've learned in those Euro games, I've learned how to manage a harem varying from sizes, sleeping schedules, chore timetables, date nights, group activities besides the bed, family planning to even vacation plans. Okay, what the hell is the family planning part? Well, to most people's surprise, I actually want kids someday to carry on my legacy. And of course, having a harem will mean multiple kids. So, if they want kids as well, I've already got a times table. Lucille shook her head, and her face was a slight shade of red. I swear you have way too much time on your hands. She starts walking a little further ahead of me. So, you really do care about this, don't you? She asks without looking back. Of course, I may be a pervert, but I at least have some principles. Plus, I'm just making sure that no one's sad or angry. I guess I'm a people pleaser who wants to make sure everyone's happy. Lucille's pace lessens and I finally catch up to her. When I look at her face, she seems to have a smile and her face is still a shade of red. Is she embarrassed to hear this? Well, she knew what she was getting into when she asked. The rest of the walk was random chatting, and her face got less red along the way. Our walk took us to the more forest-like area of the outskirts of town. Eventually, I started recognizing the area. I remember when I was little that there's a mansion-like house around here that all the local kids said was haunted. I of course didn't believe in that kind of stuff. However, with the new information regarding my heritage, I can see now that technically it is haunted. I haven't seen it in ages, so my memory of it is a little sloppy. It should be here on the left, Lucille says. When we reach it, I'm mildly surprised by what it looks like. It's huge, a 4-story white house with a real European appearance, various windows which are lined with a yellow frame, a pointed black rooftop, and a front gate with bars that goes around the property. The front yard is several feet long, and the grass around the area the same length on each side. If one were a bird, the whole shape of the house would appear to be a horizontal rectangle for the front, a small extension of the square to the upper left leading to a square glass house, while across from it is a small vertical rectangle. Frankly, I'm surprised that she lives here by herself. I guess if your family owns a prestigious home, you may as well use it. Attached to the front gate in front of us here is a small keyboard with several numbers and what seems to be a speaker. Do you have a code for it? I ask. Yeah, it's written down here. She walks over to the keyboard and starts typing in the numbers while saying them aloud. 1251225189220-8. That's long. According to Dad, it's supposed to be code for something. Crap, I pressed the wrong button. Hang on. While Lucille retypes the number correctly, I run it through my head to see what it could be code for. If we translate the numbers into letters, it says a B, a BB, a HB0H. But some of the numbers could be combined. The first 3 letters are a B while there's also B in there. It's my name. Working it all together, the code is really 12512251892-8. Translate the numbers into letters and we've got Abel Barith. She must really miss me. Wait, does that mean? Okay, I've got it right. At that, the gate opened and we started walking through. It started closing once we were close enough to the house. I felt a slight bead of sweat roll down the side of my face as we got closer to the house. Nervous? Lucille asks. She must have caught on. A little, actually. Everything's good in theory and preparation, but the real deal keeps surprising you, hey? Yeah, that's one way to look at it. We went up a small set of 3 steps of stairs that led to a small porch, which had no other furniture on it. I approach the door first and take a big gulp. I guess I really am nervous. The door is painted dark blue almost like Lucille's hair, and there's a yellow doorknob to the right side, a small peephole near the top, and a no doorbell, only a little handle hooked around a small dragon's mouth. Okay, here I go. I grab the handle and knock 3 times. I hear the sound of someone grunting, and echoes of footsteps coming toward the door. I wonder what she looks like. I never saw that much of her face in my dreams, but she looked rather young. The echoes of the footsteps are getting closer, and my heartbeat seems to slowly be doubling the speed. Finally, the echoes stop right behind the door. I hear some mumbling behind the door and the locks on the door begin shifting. Finally, the door handle moves and the door follows. The door pulls back to reveal my birth mother, Genova Barith. She's nothing like I expected. She stands a little taller than Lucille, with waist-long silver hair, cat-like green eyes, and a toothpick in her mouth. She has huge breasts, bigger than Lucille's, wearing a small pair of loose pink shorts and a short-sleeve, thin blue shirt with the left shoulder part hanging off. She actually looks about the exact same age as Lucille, just a bigger cup size. Can I help you? She asks, sounding a little irritated. Are you Genova Barith? Yeah, who wants to know? I'm your son. Her eyes shift from sharp and angry to soft and considerate. Her jaw drops slightly and the toothpick falls out. I even see small droplets on the edges of her eyes, which might be tears. She reaches out with her right hand to touch the left side of my face. Is that you? She asks. Yes, Mom, it's me, Abel. I'm home. Her lips start quivering as she places her other hand on my right shoulder. She grows a wide smile. Then, in a sudden flash, she places both hands on the back of my head and pulls me into her bosom while squealing. My Abby's come home. She starts spinning around while still holding me. Despite her size, she's freaking strong. I was barely able to mumble a question out. Abby. She stops spinning and pulls me back so that I'm standing in front of her at the same spot I started at. That's your nickname I gave you, Abby, she says with a sweet smile. I glance over at Lucille, who has an evil smirk on her face. Abby, huh? Oh no. Hey, don't get any ideas, Lucille. Oh, I didn't say anything. She looks away and starts lightly whistling. She then turns back to face Genova, who's shooting daggers at her. Who's this? She asks in the same tone she asked earlier. I'm Lucille Payman. My father called you about Abel coming up here. I came to meet you, Lady Berith. Genova quickly reached with her right hand and flicked the back of Lucille's ear. Oh, she screams. Lucille quickly goes to rub her ear. What do you do that for? This is my house, Brett. Obey my rules. Rule 1. No one is called by their titles. First name basis, Lucy, she says in a harsh voice. And you? She points to me with the evil look in her eyes. Her face suddenly takes the warm mother form. Just call my mom. Okay. Mom. She squealed again and hugged herself. He called me Mom. I haven't been called Mom since Cain's first words. She stopped hugging herself as Lucille stopped rubbing her ear. Well, come in. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions. She turns around and heads left. I follow with Lucille behind me, who closes the door when she gets in. The house is just as amazing as the outside. There's a massive glass chandelier above us, and in front of us is a large flight of stairs that stops and then forks 90 degrees to left and right upward stairs. Next to the main stairs to the left are doors that glide open and not really light, like kitchen doors at a fancy restaurant. The whole left side of this front part of the house is a mini library with a few tables and teacups out and chairs. But strangely enough, there's a whole lot of dust covering that part of the front entrance. To the far right is a small living area. And I do mean living area. The room itself has 3 couches, 4 chairs, arranged around a massive flat-screen TV hung on the wall, which is over a fireplace. A large table stands a few feet in front of it. There are 2 lamps in the left and right corners. There is also a bookshelf to the far right wall. Its design is actually kind of similar to my house. But here's where the living part comes into play. There are pieces of paper with several character designs, settings, and things you'd see in a manga scattered throughout the room, with even a few pieces of clothing. But what's more, there are wires strewn over the room with several pieces of underwear hanging by clothespins. But what's really odd is that there are Euro games and the like all over the place. Just what kind of life does this woman live? Sorry about the mess, I didn't expect you guys to come so soon. She jumps onto a chair and points to a couch across the room. Take a load off. Well, please remove your shoes. Lucille and I proceed to remove our shoes and walk in our socks. We both sit down on the couch that Genova pointed to. She sat down right next to my right. Genova glared her eyes at Lucille, whom of which proceeded to scoot a slight inch away from me. Then, Genova's smile returns. She stares at me for a moment before giggling. What's so funny? I ask. Oh, nothing. It's just that you look so much like your father. My father? Yup. You do know who your dad is, right? I only know his name, Atsuko Yukamura. That's it. I can still remember the first time I ever met your father. You do? What's he like? Well, when I first met him, he is an unconscious drifter who fell unconscious at the gate of my house. I felt sorry for the pitiful human, so I went outside, picked him up, brought him in, cleaned him, and made sure he was healthy and comfortable. When he finally summed up the courage to talk, he said that he had no memory of who he was or his life before him. Over the next week, he stayed here. I made sure he was okay, and he'd just smile gently and be a pure gentleman. I felt like the time I had met Cain's father, and the fluffy feeling came back into my stomach. Nausea. Genova looked at me like I was an utter idiot. No, you idiot. I mean, love. I was in love again. And in my imagining of what he might do with his life, I came across a really sad thought. What if he left to go find his memories? I couldn't have that, especially when I had finally found someone I cared for. Even Cain was respectful toward him. So, I did the only thing I had to. Which was? I asked. Genova smirked and held her right fist in the air. We went at it all night long. I rode him like the black stallion he was. I can still remember the time when he stuck a finger up my. Stop. Lucille and I scream in unison. We don't need a mental picture. Genova waves her hand like it was nothing. Just so you get the idea. But, why would you just sleep with him after only knowing him a week? I asked. Because. Lucille started speaking. Because she wanted to give him a reason to stay. Oh, that makes sense. So, we started shacking up every now and again. He was starting to slowly remember things, but he would never really tell about what he was remembering. One day, during the later part of my pregnancy with you, Abby, he came up to me and kissed me on the forehead. He said our son bears a terrible fate. Please, give him to a human family, Jenny. It's the only way to stall until the days comes when he meets his destiny. I have to go find a way to stop it. Then, he just vanished. Genova looked genuinely sad after finishing that story. I'm sorry for your loss, Lucille said aloud. Hey, it's no biggie. I understand that he had his reasons, which is why it wasn't exactly easy to give Abby up. But when I saw that serious fire in his eye, I had no choice but to believe him. She then pointed to my left. There's a picture of him on that table right next to you. I look left and see a picture framed from the side. I go to pick it up and turn it so Lucille and I could see it. It's a tall and lean man with short, spiked-up black hair and sharp purple eyes. He's wearing a white lab coat, a plain blue shirt, a yellow tie, and black jeans. Thank you for sharing this with me, Mother. Genova starts laughing again. We haven't even started, my dear Abby. Now, for a special announcement. She stood up and pointed her right hand at me while she placed her other hand on her hip. Get ready for a hell of a time, kiddo. I've got a bad feeling about this. A wise man once said, expect the unexpected. Well, clearly that person didn't live the life of a normal human, discover that he's a noble devil, meet a beautiful devil girl, and suddenly meet your devil birth mother all within a few days who is nuttier than a squirrel turd. Lucille Payman and I are sitting in the living room area in the front entrance of the house on one of the couches across from my birth mother, Genova Berith, who seems to have something insane planned for me. Gee, there's a change in pace. What are you talking about? I ask her. Simple, you're gonna get your ass handed to today. How's that? You and I are gonna fight, my dear son. Pardon, I ask. Yeah, I gotta go with Katsu on this. What are you talking about? Lucille asks. Well, as I'm sure as you know, Lucy, Abby here is still a wee little baby in terms of his devil lifespan. She says the last bit in an annoying cute voice. So, to speed things up, we're gonna train today. I have a special room in the lower levels that I haven't used in years, so that might come in handy. So, you're gonna help me get stronger. She seems to know my interests. Yup. You see, Lucy's dad told me that you're ambitious, Abby. So, to help speed things along, I'm gonna train you personally today. Maybe even tell you of a secret way to obtain high-class status. That is, if you've got the guts for it. She finishes with a smirk. She really does know my weak points already. All right, I'm in. Genova claps both hands together once and holds them there as she grows a normal smile and closes her eyes. Wonderful. But first, I need a beer. She walks left and leaves the living area, goes near the mini library, then turns right and pushes the large metal doors. Well, hurry up, you two, she orders. Lucille and I immediately jump up from our sitting positions and head over to that door. I push it open, letting Lucille in first, and follow after her. The kitchen is just as worse, if not more than the living room. The kitchen is cluttered with dirty dishes, broken glasses, odd stains, almost tipped over equipment, and even more underwear hanging around on wires being held by clothespins. To my left are several stoves which line up on the whole wall with 2 cleaning stations at the very end, while to the right are several different forms of cooking stations. At the very end of the right side is a normal refrigerator, which Genova is sticking her head into. She pulls out of it and closes it while holding a yellow-colored can of what I can guess is beer. She pulls the tab and immediately starts chugging. Phew, I hear Lucille comment. Odd sight, ain't it? I ask. No, not Genova. This. I look left to Lucille, who is looking disgustingly at a piece of paper on the ground. I bend over to pick it up and immediately recognize it. It's a doujinshi. It looks like a rough sketch, 2 partners engaged in various positions with small notes here and there about details and position explanations. Wait, the 2 characters here look familiar. Lucille, got a pen? I ask. Sure, she says with suspicion. She pulls out a small hand pen and hands it to me. I walk over to one of the stoves, move away some of the dishes and clothes, and start filling in the blanks. Add the maid uniform, the distinct scar on his face, her 3rd nipple, some other details, and we've got. Oh dear God. A massive shock rings through my skull, the same pain as before. Oh, I comment. What is it? Lucille asks. I present here with the doujinshi page. This is an excerpt from 3 Times the Love Charm, a popular doujinshi created by the artist. Ah crap, I really need to start paying attention. Jenny. Oh, Lucille analyzes the picture at first, and then her face turns to shock and disgust. My own face instinctively taking the same shape. You mean your mother, writes, doujinshi. I finish. We both turn to face her as she finishes her beer and throw it on the ground. Yup, that's me, she declares. She then points her hand at us like a gun, her pointer being the barrel. And now that I think about it, you two are my biggest fans, Victorious Yuta and Lucy Peeman. Okay, now I'm in even more shock. I turn to face Lucille, who is utter shock and embarrassment, her face turning as red as lava. But only one of you actually make request. Genova points out. Her eyes shift toward Lucille, who looks down at the ground to avoid looking at me. If I remember correctly, you especially buy my Yuri and Futanari issues, right? Lucille starts shaking oddly and falls to her knees. Damn it, she sobs. Genova walks over and places her right hand on Lucille's head. Don't sweat the small stuff. I always love meeting fans. This is so wrong in so many ways. My own birth mother writes doujinshi that I and Lucille purchase. Oh, you have got to be kidding. This has to be some kind of sick joke. Genova, why do you make doujinshi? I just had to ask something to pull the attention away from Lucille. Genova removes her hand from Lucille's head and wags the pointer finger on it at me. I thought I told you to call me Mom. And to answer your question, I write doujinshi so that I may show the world all the various forms of love, regardless of race, gender, nationality, religion, politics, family relations, and species. She says proudly while placing her left hand on her left hip and pointing her right one to the sky. I raise my hand, because she does something really weird at the end. What do you mean by family relations and species? Genova brings her hand down and lets it hang by her side. Well, whether the family bond is emotional or actually blood, there is still love there. My personal favorite is always big sister and little brother. It's always so adorable how the big sister literally owns her younger brother. Twinsists between sisters and the popular sister-brother are good too. Parent and child ones are only interesting in the mother-son aspect, but that's only on rare occasions. Father and daughter just creeps me out, she states proudly. As for species, I was more referring to angels, devils, fallen angels, humans, and yakai. Yakai? Oh, I mean animal like demons. Like cat girls. In fact, I think there's a yakai in your school. Wow, that's a surprise. For a Berith, the clan Lord Payman described as unfriendly, Genova seems really open-minded. I see. You really are open-minded? Huh. Of course. In fact, it's my dream that all the species of these worlds finally put aside their differences and love one another. It's just too bad that angels can't fall in love. That's such a dumb rule. I can understand that. Personally, I've never been a fan of God himself. Hey, you're a devil. You ain't the only one. That's true, I suppose. But my reasons are far more different. I look down to see Lucille still down there. Hang on, Mom. I need to help Lucille here. I kneel down onto one knee and place my left hand on Lucille's right shoulder. Lucille, you okay? I ask. She doesn't respond. Lucille, it's fine. I don't care that you like doujinshi. In fact, I'm rather surprised in the good way. I didn't know you actually knew how to have intercourse. While her body doesn't move, her blank staring yellow eyes move to stare at me. Truth be told, a girl being into both Yuri and Futanari is actually rather attractive. Her eyebrow perks up a little. So come on, stand up and start being your proud self again, hey. She smiles weakly before closing her eyes. Thanks. Then her eyes shoot open into a glare and her smile turns into a scowl. Now help me up off of this nasty-ass floor. And there she is again, folks. I help her stand back up onto her feet. We both turn to look at Genova, who is grinning so hard that I think her face is about to tear. What are you smiling at? Lucille asks with hostility. Oh, nothing. Genova replies. I'm just finally realizing the reason my little Abby wants to be a high class in such a hurry. Well, no point in denying it. It's true. I do want status for Lucille's sake. Lucille looks at me with surprise, and I see another hint of red shading on her face. You need the status boost too, right? Then her face turns to utter disappointment, and she lets go of me to stand on her own. Hey, I know she hates me right now, but I can't just come out and tell her the real reason. Wait, what am I talking about? Snap out of it, Abel. Focus. Anyway, I think now is the time to get to training, right? I ask. Genova looks at a nearby clock that had fallen off the wall and landed near our feet. Oh yeah, well, we better get moving then. She snaps her fingers, and a small purple ring surrounds her on the floor. Another strange symbol appears under her as well. This must be another transportation circle. She starts descending. But as she goes, she points down the room. To the left is an elevator. Use it to go to level at W. Then, she's gone. Lucille and I look at each other and nod our heads to confirm what Genova said. We both walk through the kitchen, trying to avoid stepping on anything that could possibly make this place look worse, and make a right to the refrigerator. To the left of it is an elevator door. I press the button that points down, and Lucille and I both hear an elevator being moved around on the other side. After a few seconds, the doors open. The elevator itself is actually rather neat and tidy. Lucille and I step in, both of us turning around as the door closed. I saw the rows of buttons and was intrigued. There were the simple 1 Fahrenheit, 2 Fahrenheit, 3 Fahrenheit, and 4 Fahrenheit, but here were 3 more below 1 Fahrenheit. The first was springs, while the one below that one said treatment. I wonder what they are, but I'll have to find out later, because right below treatment was level at W. How come that one has a stricter name than the others? Guess I'll get my answer when I get down there. I press the button, and the elevator immediately starts moving downward. I really want to try the spring area while we're here. Lucille comments. Well, it'll have to wait. I've got training to do. And why should I stick around for that? She asks. Simple, she doesn't seem to like you. Already noted. So do you really think that she's gonna let you just use her floors without permission? I ask. Okay, fine. I'll watch you train. She says with a pout. I swear this girl is so cute sometimes that it's frustrating. What did I just say again? Damn it. Get your head in the game. Hey, angry face, the door's open. It takes me a few seconds to regain my composure and realize that the door is open. You've been spacing out a lot lately, Katsu. Is something wrong? Lucille asks. No, I'm fine. I answer quickly. Hell, let's just get this done and over with soon. We both walk out, and I am surprised once again. The room we occupy now is almost twice the size of the house. It's a wasteland-like area, with now grass and only a rocky terrain being the idea here. I look up to see a small sphere in the sky. I think that's meant to be a light source. Though, I have one pressing question. How are the Earth's inner layers not burning us to death? I ask. I think I know the answer, Lucille says, almost sounding not sure of herself. I've heard of a magic spell that could make things bigger on the inside. Like say you walk into police box and there's a whole world inside. Only really powerful magic users can something like this. The design of the house must have the lower floors the same way. That is correctamundo. We both hear Genova scream from somewhere. We both run out into the wasteland and see Genova wearing the same clothes as before while standing on top of a large boulder. Now is when things get serious, she states aloud. She points at Lucille. Get off the road, Lucy. It's about to get ugly. Lucille patted me on the right shoulder before sighing. Been nice knowing you. Same. She runs away and sits upon a smooth boulder, careful with her balance. I turn my attention to Genova, who is cracking her neck. Now, I'm a little rusty, seeing as how I haven't fought since the Great War, but I'm feeling lucky today. Hit me with the first strike, Abby. She winks at me. Okay, time to get serious. She's high class, so I'm sure I won't be able to do too much damage. In turn, I should go all out in the first strike to get the evaluation of just what level she's on. I can't let everything burst out in the first go though, I need to pace myself. I gather as much energy as I can muster into my hands, which I'm now aiming at Genova as she cracks her knuckles. I imagine a massive black fireball gathering in my hand. It one appears just as planned. Okay, here goes something. I shoot the fireball out, and it goes speeding toward Genova at lightning speed. She doesn't even attempt to dodge it. The fireball lands a direct hit, and a massive explosion results from the impact. Smoke covers the whole spot, so I can't see if there was any damage. A few seconds pass before the smoke clears and reveals Genova, unscathed. Not a single scratch on her. How is that possible? I expected like a small chip of her skin, but no damage. Let the lesson begin, she says in a serious voice. She raises her right foot and stomps on the rock she stands on. Out of nowhere, a small portion of the ground in front of me extends and smacks directly in the face, sending me upward in a backflip motion. I flip a few times before realizing that I could slow down momentum with my wing. I grow it out and focus on flying. Well, I only have one wing, but I think it can still do something to stable me. Surprisingly, my wing not only stops my flipping, but I am now flying high in the sky of this room. Well, that's good. At least I can fly. Yeah, but too bad you're going to be grounded. I hear Genova from above. I look up, and she's already above me with both of her devil wings out. Genova comes speeding down, and I'm too late to respond. She slams her foot on my head, and I start barreling toward the ground. Strangely, the physical attack didn't do as much damage as I had expected. I angled my wings so that I could try to land on the ground. But I'm going too fast, so I only lessened the blow of the crash. I hit back first onto the earth. The wind was literally knocked out of me. From my blurry eyesight, I can see Genova coming down and lands to stand over me. You're a smart boy, Abby, so I'm sure you've noticed something already. Physical attacks are not my specialty. I use magic for battle. She then raises her right hand, and I see sparks of electricity emerge from it. Keep up. As she swings her arm down to shoot it, I roll backwards as she misses and shoots the ground. Smoke rises from the impact between us. Neither of us can see anything, I can assume. I hold both of my hands out and fire a massive wave of the black flame past the smoke. I then get up and start running to the distance. Once I find a large rock to hide behind, I take a moment to catch my breath. I take out my cell phone, but I don't turn it on. I look at my reflection on the screen and see that my cat-like green eyes and silver hair have taken form once again. I put my phone away and sigh. Okay, my fire attacks don't see the scratcher. How else can I fight? I don't know any other magic skills. I'm pretty sure regular weapons wouldn't affect her, and she has experienced actual battle before. Damn it, I can't think of any way I can counterattack. Wait, didn't Lucille mention something about humans having exclusive weapons? Crap, what were they called? I think she called them sacred gears. I'm half human, so I should have one too, right? But how can I bring it out? Is it some kind of willpower-based weapon? Better start paying attention, Abby. I hear Genova's oddly cheery voice approach me left ear. I duck and avoided a light high kick from Genova. She retracted her leg and stomped it on the ground. Out of the ground came large spikes of ice coming toward me. I used my high agility to jump and avoid each strike, but I got grazed lightly on my left shoulder and right knee. I land on the ground and avoid several small fireballs from Genova by stepping to the left and right and then left again. But I got singed on my right elbow. Genova yawns while raising her shirt with her right hand and scratching her tummy. Come on, Abby. I'm trying to help you here, but you've got to do something at least a little damaging, she says with a pouting tone. I gather a lot of strength into a single large fireball and shoot it towards her. This again, she says as though she's annoyed. She raises and holds her right hand out, possibly to block it. At the last second of impact, I break the fireball apart into a dozen smaller ones and send them to fly past Genova. The fireballs stop their advance and gather back into the large ball and go backwards. Genova turns around in an attempt to block the attack, but she's too late. The fire lands and causes a large explosion, smoke to follow in the crater. After a few seconds, I can hear coughing. The smoke clears up, and I can see real damage. Genova now has several scraps of her clothing burned away, but the only noticeable marks being her left short's leg being burnt away to reveal a little more of her thigh, the left shoulder part of her top gone, the middle of her top gone to reveal her belly button, and a slight burn mark on her left temple. Ouch, she comments. So, that's how I can get you. You figured it out already. Of course, since you're my mother from the Berith clan, you would know several secrets of the Black Flame that I don't. Even though I'm only a beginner, I learned a lot about the Black Flame. One of them is the reliance of the user's mind. The Black Flame uses your own perception of how to create it, vanish, and overall use. This entire time, you've been using your own powers of the Black Flame to make sure it didn't affect you in any way. But since that last attack came from behind, your mind wasn't able to keep up. There is a way I can beat her with the same power. I guess that's the major flaw of the Black Flame. Using it against family members isn't exactly a wise decision. That's especially true when it's a younger member of the family challenging an older one. But I can't get too cocky. Genova probably has something up her sleeve right now. No, she doesn't come across as the cunning type. She's not a king. If anything, according to the evil pieces system to me, she's a bishop who focuses her magic on offense. If she were a defensive type, she easily could have blocked my Black Flame. Now, surprise attacks only work once, so I have to devise a way to attack her blind spots quickly enough that her mind can't keep up. She said she's rusty, so there's an advantage point. Now, how to approach her from here. I'll admit something, Abby. She states out of nowhere. I am incredibly impressed with your analytical abilities. In fact, if you were powerful enough, you can actually defeat anyone you come across. I can already see the problem with that statement. Again, if you were powerful enough. But, I suppose having a backup plan won't hurt either. Backup plan. Genova suddenly vanished, and I can't see her anywhere. That was Lucille. I began running toward the direction of the scream. After a few runs and turns, I find Lucille on the ground with Genova's right foot on her chest, pressed between Lucille's breasts. And here we are, Abby. Genova, what the hell are you doing? I clench my fists together. Normally, I'm able to keep my cool regardless of the situation. But, seeing Lucille in harm's way like this, I think this is the emotion called anger. I don't like how it's messing with my head, but I can't get rid of it. Well, I figured since you're so analytical, that you've already figured out my feelings toward your little friend here. You don't like her, plain and simple. Ah, but do you know why I don't like her? This is the same scenario as I love my wife and my mother. The main protagonist introduces his new wife to his mother, and the mother absolutely despises her. 4 routes in the game. 1. Don't care about what your mother says, and love your wife. 2. Work your ass off through 30 hours of sucking up while porking your wife on the sidelines in public areas of your childhood hometown. 3. Nail your mom until she likes your wife. And finally, 4. Leave your wife and become one with your mom on a regular basis. Right now, Genova is forcing me to choose between 1 and 4. But she's not doing it out of hate for Lucille. She's doing it for me. Genova ... Mom, please don't hurt Lucille. I know why you're doing this. You think Lucille is going to steal your boy after he had just returned home. I can assure you that I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. So please, just let Lucille go. And let's finish this. Genova smiles proudly and starts clapping her hands, keeping her foot on Lucille. Well done, Abby. You found me out. Your mind is really sharp. But, her smile disappears, and she glares at me. I'm sorry, but you need to be able to use your power to save Lucy, not your mind. You're not going to encounter enemies with common sense and deducible goals. There are people out there who do things simply to do them. They can't be bought, bullied, or convinced of another way of thinking. They will kill you, and Lucy here. And in turn, you need power to beat them. Without power, you won't be able to prevent stuff like this from happening. Without power, you and Lucy will die. I will prove it to you right now. Genova raises her right hand and aims it at me. A large, dark green ball of energy appeared out of nowhere and shot out light like a beam cannon. It came out like a lightning bolt and engulfed me in quick time. I felt a burning and brutal pain cover every inch of my body, scorching me in agony. The blast passes just as quickly as it came, but the feeling of its power is still here. My clothes have been majorly singed, but my body itself is more damaged. That was something else. I can't feel anything. I'm numb. Without the feeling of my legs, I fall back and land on my back. My line of sight is forced to look straight into the sphere of light in the ceiling. The light is burning my eyes, but I can't close them. If I do, I might lose consciousness. But my eyelids aren't as cooperative as my thoughts. My lids get closer and closer and closer until finally, blackness. I can't see anything. I'm slipping into unconsciousness, maybe even death. Genova was not playing around when she started this. I guess sink or swim is the way of the Berith clan. I'm not surprised, honestly, but I am surprised by the fact that she beat me so easily. Damn it, I should have just figured out a way to save her. Maybe falsify my feelings to get Genova off of her for only a few seconds. I could have created a fireball from behind. Damn it, why am I slipping now? I would have been able to figure out plans like those in mere seconds back there, not stand there like an idiot. Why did my anger get the better of mine when I saw Lucille under Genova's foot? Why ... am I? Damn it, I can't back down. I have to get stronger. Power ... that's the key. Power ... if only I had power. Power to achieve my status. Power to destroy my obstacles. Power to protect my friends. I need power. You want power, boy? I hear a deep, echoing, snarling voice speak to me in this darkness. Out of nowhere, I feel as though I have my body again, but I'm floating in this darkness. Nothing but shadows for miles. I turn left, and my body moves along like it's in zero gravity. I look down and see that I still have my limbs and clothes. I look back up into the darkness. Who's there? I asked the darkness. I said, do you want power, you stupid brat? How did you know that I want power? I asked the voice. Haha, let's just say I know what you really want, boy. And just how do you plan on helping me out here? I've always been here, waiting for the day when I saw that special spark. Spark. Yeah, ... that hunger for power. I haven't seen anything like that since Nobunaga. Woo, that was a fun ride. Nobunaga, one of the 3 legendary men of the Sengoku era. Enough about that, kid. So, I'll ask one more time, you punk. Do you want power? I thought for a few moments. I don't know who or what this thing is, but I do know this: he seems like the honest type if it suits him. And I do want power. I'll do it, but as long as I don't have to take orders. It's your power, boy. You decide what to do with it. Will you become a power-hungry tyrant, unstoppable warrior, or even a slave to your desires? Oh, how rare it is for you humans to amuse me. Correction, I'm only half human. And to make something clear, I won't be your show pony. I'll use the power you're giving me to fulfill my desires and conquer my enemies. If I have to take you down too, then so be it. At that, I saw an ominous pale green light emerge from the darkness. It stretched out, beginning to outline something in the darkness. I'm not alone here. The light moves in several directions until finally, the whole dimension was engulfed in pale green flames. The fires didn't burn but I saw something outlined by the green lights approach me, its body covered in darkness. Dark green eyes stared at me from the head. From the looks of it, I think it's a dragon. Its jaw opens slightly, and something in my gut tells me that it's grinning. Ha. He laughs. Oh, you really are something else, kid. I think I made the right choice picking you. Now, get your ass in gear, you disgusting piece of shit. At that, the dragon opened its jaws, and I was blinded by a bright pale green light. I have one last thing to ask him. Hey, dragon, what's your name? My name is third-person POV. Genova and Lucille watch as Katsu lies on the ground, motionless. There was no sign of him getting up. Katsu, Lucille calls out. Katsu doesn't respond. Lucille tries to sit up, but Genova's foot had a surprising amount of pressure on it. Please don't move, Lucy. I need to sell this as hard as I can. Lucille's eyebrow tilts a slight amount in confusion. Sell it? Yeah. I'd like to thank you for playing along so far, Lucy. Playing along? You mean you never even intended to hurt me? Of course not. I'm just using you to help Abby get stronger. How? Sacred gears respond to their wielder's emotions. Abel has been the repressed type for a long time, right? Yeah. Well, as much as Itsuko warned me, I can't deny my son the chance to achieve his dreams. Warned? Do you already know what sacred gear Katsu has? Yes. And in order to use it, Katsu needed something to pull his emotions out. At that very moment, the light source created by Genova above them began flickering rapidly. It's time, Genova comments. Katsu begins standing up slowly, taking oddly careful steps. Once he stood up, he looked directly at Genova. Both Lucille and Genova suddenly felt massive shivers run down their spines. Katsu's eyes were oddly glowing and sharp with a scary amount of rage. Katsu held out his hand to the side, and the light source above them all shut off. The room was now engulfed in complete darkness. But, since everyone in the room is a devil, the darkness does little to interfere with their eyesight. But, the darkness lasts for only a few moments. The newest light source comes from a circle of pale green fire on the ground under Katsu's hand. He's awake, Genova comments. Who is? Lucille asks as Genova removes her foot. Lucille stands up and watches as something starts coming from the circle of fire. Thanatos is awake. Genova speaks again. The light source comes back on, and it's clear what is coming out of the flame. The top of the object coming out has a pale green jewel covered by grayish-white metal armor. Katsu grabs the edge of the object under the jewel and pulls it out completely. Now, the true identity of the object is revealed. It is in reality a large scythe with the most sinister of designs. The bottom contains the jewel mentioned before, while the whole shaft is grayish-white metal armor with several small pale green lines on it. The other end contains a second jewel, but much larger and thinner. The blade itself is pure white, but the edges are lined black and the middle section keeping the thicker and the thinner slicing end together is lined black as well. But, the blade is briefly covered in the same demonic pale green fire from the ground for a moment. A loud, primal, murderous growl is uttered throughout the grounds. The flame disappears, and Katsu switches the weapon to his left hand. Holding it upright in the process, he examines the blade and moves to hold it over his shoulder. Genova approaches her son with a stern look on her face. Itsuko was very right, after all, she says, barely hiding the shock in her tone. Mom, mind explaining to me just what the hell it is that I'm holding right now? Katsu asks point blank. Well, I don't know much, but let's retire for a moment. I need to change my clothes. Katsu's POV. A few minutes later, Lucille and I are back in the same living room area as before. But, while she's sitting down, I'm busy swinging my scythe around. I'll admit, I've had some training with staffs, so using a scythe shouldn't be that bad. Frankly, I'm a little suspicious of this thing. It came from an unknown source. Actually, not completely unknown, I should say. It came from a very dark source within me that I think holds some kind of spirit. At a certain angle, I finally saw my reflection in the blade. My hair and eyes have returned to their normal color. I can assume that they don't change if I'm using a weapon meant for humans. After a while, I finally notice that Lucille has been staring at me intently the entire time. Is something wrong? I ask her while taking another slice at the air. It's nothing, she says depressingly. Okay, this can't work. I place the scythe down and sit down next to her. All right, what's wrong? Spill it. Lucille glances at me for a moment before looking away. I was really worried about you, you know. Huh, you were taking quite the beating. I mean, I know Genova would never kill her own son, but still. As she hesitates to speak, I can't help but notice her hands shaking. Seeing you get hurt like that made me sad, and yet, angry too. She finally turns to face me, and I can see tears in the corners of her eyes. Don't you ever do something like that again, got it? She orders, her voice barely sobbing out her words. Is she genuinely concerned about me? Oh crap, I never thought this would happen. Hey, knock it off before I fry you both where you sit. I don't want my son's seat all over the couch. Lucille and I look behind us to see Genova wearing the exact same clothes as earlier, just different colored. She walks over and sits down on a chair left diagonally from us, holding another beer in her hand. Okay, Abby, we've got a lot to cover. I'll say, where do you want to start? She asks. Well, for one, is that a sacred gear? I pointed with my left thumb toward the scythe. Oh yes, but not just any scythe. Not just any. Nope. You see, son, there are actually ranks to the different kinds of sacred gears there are in existence. The most powerful are called the Longinus. There are 13 of them, and they are the top tier of sacred gear. Unlike normal sacred gears, Longinus possesses multiple powers, and once mastered, can slay even gods. I couldn't help but smirk at that last explanation. Color me intrigued. So, is my sacred gear a Longinus? Oh hell no. I couldn't help but suddenly feel like I just hit by a large truck. But, a light of hope. While you don't possess a Longinus exactly, you possess something of equal value. Equal value. Yes, you, my dear Abby, possess one of 4 lost Longinus. Lost Longinus. Yup. What are those? I ask. I've heard of them. Lucille speaks up. I heard of them as bedtime stories from my mama. The lost Longinus were possessed by 4 horsemen who were created by a god. These horsemen would use these Longinus to bring peace to all the races of the world by any means. Each horseman represents a form of apocalypse, conquest, war, madness, and death. Correct you are, Lucy. Genova supports. The lost Longinus are passed on to 4 humans every generation. The gears are Broken Soul, owned by madness, Heaven's Nightmare, possessed by conquest, and the Oblivion Surge possessed by war. Abby here happens to possess the strongest one, the Final Judgment, sacred gear to the Horsemen of Death. But again, that's only in legends. Whether or not the horsemen ever existed is still debated by all factions even today. The same could be said for their sacred gears, considering that it's rare that a human can actually unlock the powers of that type of gear. But, seeing one now, kind of supports both theories. True enough, I comment. But wait, there's something I don't get. Lucille speaks again. Earlier, you said Thanatos is awake. Who's Thanatos? Well, Lucy, I first need to explain another little detail about the sacred gears to Abby. Genova turns to face me. On certain occasions, sacred gears will have some type of mystical creature sealed inside of it, and grants the user even more abilities. Out of the 4 lost Longinus, 2 of them hold very special creatures inside, the Hell Dragons. Hell Dragons? I ask. Yup. Dragons exist, Abby. What's more, they have their own classes and types. The Final Judgment and Oblivion Surge, the most powerful of the lost Longinus, are also dragon types. They both contain the infamous Hell Dragons, counterparts of the 2 heavenly dragons. The Hell Dragons are twin brothers, named Thanatos and Hypnos. Thanatos, the older twin, is sealed inside of the Final Judgment. Hypnos, however, is sealed inside Oblivion Surge. Both of them were sealed inside the gears around the same time that the 2 heavenly dragons were sealed away. Hang on, something don't smell right. Wait, I thought that Thanatos and Hypnos were the Greek gods of death and sleep respectively. Well, that's what you humans know. A little bit of advice, Abby dear, most of the information humans know about mythology is either incorrect or lost in translation. Okay, knowing how stupid humans are in general, I'm willing to believe that. Well, Hell Dragons, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Thanatos, what the hell is next? I think that's about it. All that's left to do is learn your sacred gear's power, get your status. I release a sigh of relief. I stand up and go to pick up my scythe. No, the Final Judgment. I wonder, can you hear me, Thanatos? I say aloud. There is no response. I assume he's the quiet type. No, he's an asshole. Genova replies. Duly noted. I reply. This sacred gear ... it might get in the way of my daily activities if I don't find a way to hide it. Strangely enough, at that thought, the scythe immediately vanished into thin air. What was that? I asked. Looks like one of the Finale Judgment's abilities, instant spatial storage. Really useful. No kidding. Well, since we've got introductions out of the way, time for me to move in. Now, can you give me a tour of the house, Mom? Seeing as I'm moving here, I'd like to get to know my new home. Genova jumps from her chair, runs over to me, and hugs me tightly. Of course, Abby. Where should we start? So, what followed next was a massive tour of the whole building. The first floor contains the living area, the kitchen, the dining area in the back, and a huge library next to it on the right side of the house. The second floor has 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, Genova's workshop for her doujinshi, and an art room. The second floor also has 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a trophy room, and it has a large theater room. The last floor has Genova's room, a conference room, and a records room holding lots of information regarding the Berith clan. The rooftop has a garden area. The 3 lower floors are what the buttons they said they were, a spa treatment center, and indoor hot springs, and level a W stands for ass whoopin'. The backyard, which is connected to the dining room, is huge and is rectangular shaped. A hot tub is beside it. Now, to the far left side of the yard is a greenhouse, home to various plants that's not in the garden on the rooftop. Now, for some reason, Genova is being rather odd around the stable. Eventually, we make our way to it. It's not very large, and it looks rather abandoned. Wait, it looks more like it's dying and everything else around it is doing the same. Really weird. Is there something in there we should know about? I asked Genova. Well, you could say she was something your father found while researching a few things while he was with me. What is it? I ask. At that, I hear an eerie and loud neigh from something that sounds like it's dying. A horse? I ask. Well, something like that. Genova leads Lucille and I to the stable and opens the main door to it. Inside is something that is both horrifying and yet odd. It's a horse that looks skinny, dried up, and is colored a light pale green-white. Its eyes are a very bright green. It turns out that this horse belonged to the Berith clan a long time ago. Specifically, it belonged to Harrible Berith, your great-grandfather. It looks sick. No, it's immortal. Thing can't die no matter what. She doesn't ask for much, so she just sits here. Yeah, her name's Cecily. The horse looks up and acknowledges our presence at the sound of her name. Strangely, I feel obligated to approach it. I walked toward it, and I felt a massive chill in the air. Careful, Cecily has a little curse. You see what she does to the place, right? Her power must be some kind of decay. I get closer and feel colder and colder. The horse is a little taller than me, and I can't help but feel sorry for the poor girl for being alone in here. I reach out with my left hand and pat her head. It rubs its head against my hand and neighs lightly. I think she likes me, I said with a little bit of surprise. I take a look out of one of the cracks and see that dusk will be approaching in the next hour or 2. Well, I guess I better get my stuff here somehow. Oh, Genova screams in surprise. I almost forgot something. I turn back to face her, and Lucille looks confused while Genova is knocking her head with her hand. What's wrong? Lucille asks. I completely forgot about the 4th way to achieve high-class status. Say what? I ask. She can't be serious. It's an ancient and nearly forbidden way, but it's still legal enough to be legitimate. Okay, you must seriously be joking now. No, I'm totally serious. But it's really a test of character, and you will really be pushed mentally with this. But if you pass, there's a chance you might get away with it. I run from Cecily and run over to hold Mom's hands. How? The infamous 7-sin challenge. The 7-sin challenge? I ask. Genova had brought up a new and mysterious 4th way to achieve high-class status. I don't know anything about it, and judging from Lucille's confused face that she doesn't know either. What's that? I ask. Well, it's an ancient and really old method that's been rather forgotten over the past few decades. Frankly, I'm not surprised that it's been rather forgotten in part to its conditions. How exactly can I use this method? Well, first of all, can you name all 7 deadly sins? Easily. Lust, greed, pride, envy, wrath, sloth, and gluttony. I say rather quickly, though I think I just named them in the order that I'm guilty of. Good, now, here is where things get a little dark. Okay, I move over to lean against the small gate holding Cecily and her pin. This method is basically pulling off the most despicable actions that represent each sin. And I do mean it when I say despicable actions. You'll have to do some things that would make the first Lucifer blush. So, to start, name what evokes each sin for you. And don't just name something random and stupid. Like with wrath, don't just say you get angry when the toast isn't the way you like it. I mean something that truly gets you so angry that when you act, nothing follows but total carnage. We're talking about nothing but bloodbaths with these sins. Such powerful flow of emotions that you basically become slaves to them. She really is hammering in how dangerous this route is. Has anyone ever succeeded in this method? Yes, only 7 people. Whoa. Only 7. Why though? Sounds like for people wanting power this sounds like a field day. You'd think so, but everyone else that has tried has lost the conviction due to how their minds couldn't take what was being dealt to them. I see. Then give me a second. I had to think really hard about this. Something that evokes the sins to the point that I'm slave to them. This isn't easy. I normally keep myself under the lid, so being a slave to my emotions is something I don't do. But then again, if I ever did feel some kind of emotional stress or simply wanted to do something sinful, I'd turn to my Euro games. I'd mostly play ones with an evil protagonist, who does everything evil to get what he wants. I do get a little absorbed by the actions in the game, and get reckless with my decisions. I think I finally have my answer. I nod to let Genova know that I'm ready to answer. Abel Berith, son of Atsuko and Genova, state your purpose. She says rather seriously, almost throwing me off guard. To seek power in the high class of devils. What evokes your gluttony? She asks. I hunger for physical possessions. Where I don't fulfill my gluttony through my stomach, I fill it through my possessions. I want to own as much as I can to prove my status and to show the world where I belong. What evokes your sloth? I have the chances to do some good things, to help others. But I don't see the point in it. It's far too much work for one person to do just to make a difference in something. So if you can't do it by yourself, don't even bother doing it in the first place. What evokes your wrath? I feel pure and utter rage when I witness the wicked receive praise for their actions. I unleash my wrath through not my fists, but through my words and my manipulation of others. I push them into trauma and pain with my words and force into releasing what they don't deserve to me, so that they will know anger. What evokes your envy? I am guilty of envy when I see how others who are happy with their lives, and I crave their happiness. I want what brings others joy, and take it away from them because I deserve them more. What evokes your pride? I am guilty of pride through my refusal to acknowledge anything outside of my own ideology. Where others claim to be equal, the truth remains that I stand above them all. I reign over them in their small minds and refuse to offer them a hand if they should need it. If they have legs, they pick their own selves up. Why should I stain my hands with the filth of the weak? What evokes your greed? I want it all. I want fame, money, power, women, everything. It all belongs to me. I will smash through heaven and hell itself to get what I want regardless of whatever moral authority I have to abide by. I will have whatever I want whenever I want and whoever I want. And finally, what evokes your lust? I crave the warmth of a woman's flesh above all else. I want to seek pleasures only known in legend and the eternal bliss of owning the body of another. I want slaves to satisfy my physical desires and obey my command. But not only of the body, but I lust for power as well. The power to force others to obey my will and carrying it out not only willingly, but joyfully. There was a silence, Genova's eyes seeming to be scanning me. Very well then, now to test your conviction. You must now carry out a duty that embodies you following each sin that goes against your morale code. Are you prepared for that? I am. Then, she drops the serious act and turns back into her old self. Oh goody. Now wait here for a moment while I go make some preparation. Be right back. She ran out of the stable and headed for the house. I turn my attention to Lucille, who is staring at me with a little bit of surprise. What? I ask. Wow. You really are something evil. I was only being honest. Everybody sins, Lucille. I just happen to have a case of doing it a lot. I'll say. So, is what you said about less true? Mostly, I was more or less referring to my Euro games. But I thought you didn't play them for the physical entertainment. I don't. It's a mental satisfaction. So you're pleased about getting away with rape, sexual slavery, and group sex. If they give me the ending I like. She raises her hand like she's about to punch me, but instead puts it back down with a sigh. I seriously hope, for my virginity's sake, that you never become a king. I thought I told you. I would never force something like that on you. I need to earn it. That's the only way. But wait, isn't this just a quick scheme to get ahead in your rank? It's a legal and normal rule that is part of natural law. Who am I to question how it works? I told you I would work for it. I'll just cut the corners and go the quicker way if they are acceptable means. You're just lying your ass off to get ahead of everyone else, aren't you? You said it, not me. You're a real piece of work, you know that, Katsu. That name. I've always been called Katsu Yuta since I was born. But ever since I've discovered my devil heritage, I have earned the name Abel Berith. The other name feels right to me. Hey, Lucille, mind doing me a favor? I won't be doing a striptease. Say what? What? That wasn't your question. No. But save that thought for a later date. Perv. Anyway, what I want to ask is when we're alone, do you mind just calling me Abel? Abel, your birth name. It feels better being called by that name. Katsu Yuta is just how others will know me. Abel Berith, however, is like a secret part of me being hidden from the world. I'm more than accepting of this new world, so I'd like to be called by that name by only those who are a part of both. I see where you're going with this. Fine, Abel, I'll call you by that name when we're alone, alright. Thanks. At that, Genova returned, looking the exact same as before and not carrying anything new. Okay, Abby, tell me what in your life right now evokes your sins. Well, lust is actually a rather obvious subject since I'm part of a minority in an all-female school. Pride is when others who can obviously help themselves come to me for help anyway. Envy is when I see someone with something they don't deserve, like a guy who has a girlfriend who so obviously doesn't deserve it to me. Wrath is the same emotion, but more or less done to provoke me. Greed is my want for everything and anything. Gluttony comes from my hunger for power and status. And lastly, sloth is when I just don't give a crap about others and leave them for dead. Genova stares at me for a moment before sighing. I'll be honest, Abby, I see how we can knock most of these out of the park without much effort. Are you serious? Yes, but it'll cost you. A lot. I understand. What do I have to do? I'm going to tell you a few things now, Abby. Okay, first, I have been tracking a quartet of fallen angels in this town for a while, watching them do as they please. Second, I went inside to use a special spell that would allow me to see certain things. In the process, I found out your little rival. Rival? I have no rival. Oh, wait, that hasn't happened yet, huh? Anyway, your friend Issei is dating one. Hyoto, dating a potentially dangerous and yet cute girl. Damn it. Well, not exactly. Genova held her hand out and a weird hole opened up in the air in front of her hand. The image inside appeared to be a small park with a fountain in the middle. Your friend is currently on a date with the girl. Not my friend. Whatever, he's going to arrive at this fountain with the fallen angel, where the climax of this date will occur. He'll get laid in the park. Gee, there's a pretty image. Dear multiple gods, my eyes. No, he's going to be killed. Huh, the fallen angel will kill because of what his own sacred gear might be. Well, aren't we gonna? Then everything clicked where most of my sins come from can be handled right here. She wants me to just let him die. This is the test, isn't it? Yes. Now, are you truly committed to your goal, Abel? Because if you are, you will not raise a hand to save your friend. Sloth will stop you from taking action. Your envy and your pride will be proven through your refusal to help the weak. That's 3 sins out of the way. The other 4 I can easily handle practically before the day is out. But can I do it? Can I really just let an innocent human die in affairs involved with just us devils? I'll admit it, Hyoto isn't my favorite person in the world, but he doesn't deserve to die for it. But I want my power. I want it with every fiber of my being. I guess sins aren't what you do, it's what you don't do. Eventually, I see Hyoto and the girl appear in the image. Make your decision, Abel. Just say you want to help him and I'll kill the fallen angel on the spot. I can't hear what Hyoto and the girl are saying, but I can assume that they both enjoyed the date. He seems so happy and she's about to kill him. Amano skips forward and turns her back to the image so that I can't see Hyoto anymore. She approaches him and bows her head lightly. Hyoto looks confused until the girl comes up to him and whispers. I see a devilish smile on her face as she speaks. Hyoto looks horrified as the girl steps back toward the fountain. In an instant, from the back view here, I see that she transforms. Her uniform is torn and discarded, and the visual angle of the image changes to the side so that we may see both the girl and Hyoto. This is it. Last chance, Abel. I can still save him. This is my only chance to knock out a few of the sins at once. I can't back down, not now. No matter how much it hurts to watch him die, I have to let Hyoto suffer. The fallen angel generates a large spear of purple light energy and aims it at him. A tight knot formed in my stomach, and the will to scream stop. Wanted to come out so incredibly badly. But I can't. This is how it has to go. The girl begins to throw it. Everything just slows down. Not just the image, but everything around me. I can see Hyoto's face twist in surprise and horror as the weapon approaches him. I can see the demented smile on the fallen angel's face as her attack gets closer. I slightly glance my eyes to Lucille, who watches me instead of the image, almost judging me with narrow eyes. I look to Genova, who stares blankly. I return my gaze to the image and watch as the spear impales Hyoto through the chest. He falls back and hits the ground hard. Blood begins pouring out of him as he falls. When he finally hits the ground, the spear vanishes and the blood continues to flow out of Hyoto and covers the ground. It is done. Genova waves her hand and the image vanishes. It's over now. Issei Hyoto has died, and did so that I may acquire power and status. Congratulations, Abel Berith. You have proven your envy, your pride, your sloth, and your greed through the death of your friend Issei Hyoto. Greed. Your greed was one of your more prime motivations for watching this innocent young man die, correct? She asks sternly. Yes, is the only answer I can give. Very well then. Perhaps soon, you'll be able to deliver your other deeds soon. You now have 7 days to complete the tasks of invoking your deadly sins in reality. Know that these must be performed in the presence of at least 1 high-class devil or 3 low-class devils. Understood. Yes, ma'am, I reply. At that, Genova released a sigh of relief. Good, now that we got that over with. Time for healing. Genova suddenly sprung forward and hugged me, suffocating me between her breasts. Oh, I am so sorry, Abby. I didn't want to, but it's the rules. Can you ever forgive your poor, loving mommy? I finally break free and catch my breath. It's okay. I forgive you. I look at her and see her holding her hands like she's praying and looking at me with big, wide, tear-filled eyes. You're all right, Mom. I understand why you did this, though I will admit that wasn't an expected or preferred method. Either way, I'm glad that I did this. With the majority of the sins out of the way, all that I have left to is wrath, gluttony, and lust. Judging from the amount of time left in the day, I can guess that I can't fulfill all 3 like I have the first 4. I guess it's time to retire for the day. Genova, it was an honor that you helped me today. And I was wondering if I may move in, seeing as it's the best way to further my goals. Genova clapped her hands in excitement. Yup, of course you can stay, Abby. Welcome home. She spun around once on her heel and stopped to glare with a wicked grin at Lucille. Is something wrong? Lucille asks her. Oh, nothing much, my dear Lucille. It's just now to fulfill your father's end of the bargain. Wait, my father's end? Yup, you stay here now. What? Well, your father owed me quite the favor. Call it a gambling debt. So, to pay it off, he offered you as a personal assistant to my work. You're what? How the hell can I help you with a dodge? And she Oh, I can think of something. Anyway, point is that you're going to be living here from now on. Genova then snapped her fingers and a purple flash emerged from one of the windows from where we stood. Both your stuff and Abby's are now available to pick up. So, now that that's settled, let's go have dinner. Genova turned around and started skipping merrily out of the stable and toward the house. Lucille appeared to be absolutely devastated and torn apart by this tragic turn of events. You all right there? I'm gonna break free of this life of slavery when I beat her down. Yeah, I'd like to see you try. I had Deus Ex Machina on my side. What the hell do you have? A loyal king who protects his queen. Oh, so you're implying that you already are part of my peerage. Her face turns a slight shade of red as she tries to avert her eyes. I never said that. I was just meaning to say that since I saved your life, you will have to save mine. Man, she is just so cute when she acts like this. Wait, cute. Sweet hellfire, what is wrong with me? Well, let's go in. I doubt this woman even knows how to cook, let alone take care of 2 high school students. Yeah, let's go. I turn to wave at Cecily before I lead the way for us to leave. Lucille catches up and walks by me. When we walk like this, I can easily see the small height difference between us with her being barely taller than me. She still seems a little saddened by something. I guess I can say a small truth to make her a little more happy. I'd fight with you, you know. She looks at me with those shy yellow eyes. What? You mentioned you have a loyal king who protects his queen. I would do that, if you ask. You saved my life, Lucille. It's only natural that I protect yours in return. Her eyes widen in surprise. Do you mean that? Of course I mean it. I will protect you, by any means. As we were walking, I noticed that Lucille wasn't paying attention to where she was going. If she keeps walking like this, she'll fall into the pool. She makes the first step and her right foot almost goes in. I move and grab her right shoulder with my right arm while I placed my left hand on her stomach and pushed back a little. Whoa there, watch your step. Lucille steps back and shakes her head back and forth. Thanks, she says quickly before pretty much walking back into the house. She's something else, I'll say. So it's the feeling that the main characters in Euro games talk about. It's certainly a nice feeling. It's kinda like a light flame from a warm fire being close to your heart. It's soothing. I guess making a harem is going to be a little more difficult than I thought. I eventually made it back inside, and since the dining room was connected to the glass doors that led to the backyard, I didn't have to go. The dining room looks probably the most clean out of every other room I've seen so far. From the back door here, to the right wall is a large fireplace with a rather curved base design. Next to both sides of the fireplace were 2 pillars about the same height as the fireplace, and in the corner of the room to the left side of the fireplace was a large tree-like plant. Above the fireplace was something rectangular covered by a white sheet. Over to the other side were 2 small tables in each corner appearing to be like corner booths, while the center of the wall was covered by the door to the library. In the middle of the room was a white clothed-over rectangular table. Lucille was sitting on the side facing me, so I went over to sit across from her. It's only now when I sit down that I see a chessboard between us, the black pieces on my side. To Lucille's left and my right would be the head of the table, where I'm assuming Genova will be sitting. I hear several sounds of something crashing on the floor in the kitchen, so I can assume that Genova is making dinner. So, what kind of hellspawn do you think Genova's making in there? I ask. Well, after seeing you, I can imagine that it's going to look ugly and is going to try to grope me. I don't know about the ugly part. At that, a loud crash followed by Genova laughing like a mad scientist occurred in that room. So, Abel, Lucille calls my attention to her. Let's go over a few things about your peerage, harem. Really? You actually want to discuss this? Don't take this the wrong way, but after seeing you sacrifice someone else's life for your own gain kinda proved something to me. Which is, you really are dedicated to this dream of yours. At first I thought you were just some kind of pervert who wanted polygamy to legal. Still a little side dream at this point. Anyway, I can see that you're actually serious about this, and if you keep going this route then you might make high class soon enough. Wait, she's taking this seriously too. Okay, this is both new and unexpected. Note to self, don't say anything stupid for the next 5 minutes. Right, so, what exactly do you want to talk about? I ask. You remember the rating games, correct? Yes. Well, I'm going to tell you the specifics about the game tonight. The game takes the form of a strategic battle between the king and her pieces. It is fought on a map of their choosing, and can be a perfect replica of anywhere they want. Only mature devils are allowed to participate in official rating games. The servants of the devils are named after the pieces of chess: rook, knight, queen, bishop, and pawn. Only devils with peerages can become the king piece. The maximum number of players in a rating game is 16, and like the game of chess, the players lose when their king loses. Got it. Now, each piece has their own special skill. Let's start with the pawn. Lucille grabs one of her white pawns. The traits of pawns is the ability to promote into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory or with the permission of their king. She places the pawn back on her side of the board and picks up the left bishop. Bishops gain enhanced magical abilities which they can use to conjure up a multitude of spells, offensive, healing, etc. However, more powerful spells consume most of their magical power, which takes a long time to regain, forcing them to use their power carefully or risk becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. She places the bishop down and picks up the knight from the right. Knights gain increased speed and mobility, enabling them to perform high-speed attacks and maneuvers. However, their main weakness is their low defense, making them vulnerable to powerful attacks if they are not careful. Another weakness among knights are their legs. If their legs are injured, their mobility is greatly reduced. She puts it down and picks up the rook right next to it. Rooks gain superhuman strength, leading to high offense and defense. However, they are not very quick and can get beaten easily by a high-speed opponent. She puts it down, then picks up her queen. Queens possess all the characteristics of rooks, knights, and bishops, making them the most balanced piece as well as the most powerful. She puts the queen down, then crosses her arms and keeps eye contact with me. Now, my question to you is, how do you fight? A combination of quick and overwhelming advance of my forces while keeping several forms of sneak attacks and traps in place. Could you explain better? Okay, have you ever seen the anime Code Geass? Oh yeah, now I know what you're talking about. Basically plan out your attacks far out in advance, focusing on offense and having a few contingency plans to cover your defense. Exactly. Okay, so based on that strategy, which pieces would you like in your peerage? It'd be fine to have a full peerage, but since I'm still starting out, I think for small numbers I'd like ... 2 bishops, focused on offense and support, 1 knight, a queen obviously, a rook, and 1 or 3 pawns. Okay, that sounds rather balanced. Now, the next question is, just how do you intend to pick for your peerages? Well, while there are some folks who are naturally inclined to be a certain piece, there are cases where you'll have to train them from the ground up to be the piece you want them to be. Okay, so, who exactly do you want in your peerage? Want me to be honest here? It's something perverted, isn't it? Yup. Lucille releases a sigh. Okay, go ahead. Well, you remember my list of girls I'm into, right? Yeah. Well, out of the, let's say 6 positions I have named here, I'd like them to be filled by Miko, sadomasochist, cat girl, tsundere, stoic type, and possibly Kyonyu. Well, you've got one of those covered. I'm the Kyonyu type. In fact, I'm not the only girl in the school. Are you serious? Madohama has never told me that. Then again, I hated him, so there's that. Want to know the measurements of some of the girls in the school. Plus, some of the types you're looking for are in our school right now. I'm beginning to think you're the sadist here. Oh, shut up. I'm doing this as part of your selection process. Okay then, if you know, then I would like to know as well. Okay, let's start with the Miko sadomasochist. That combination exists. Yeah, but she only takes the Miko form when she needs to use more powerful magic. Who is it? The 102W60H36, Akino Himejima. Largest bust in the school, actually. I couldn't help but spring from my seat and slam my hands on the table. Is she serious? She has got to be kidding me. Are you serious? Yup. But, one problem. Lesbian. No, she's Ria's Gremory's queen. Though honestly, I think she'd be willing to swing that way. But hey, that's my opinion. Everything then suddenly went white, and all I could hear was a high-pitched screech. Hey, you alright? I hear Lucille's voice call out. Everything returns to normal, and Lucille is staring at me like I did something wrong with that sharp glare. Did I do something wrong? Yeah, you burned the damn table. I looked down to see that I had indeed burnt holes into the table where my hands were. I reached up with my left hand and readjusted the collar on my shirt. I see. Well, I suppose there's always another chance. So, who else do you think might work in my peerage? The 67W57H73, Kaneko Tojo. Ah yes, the lowly mascot type. I've seen her before, she's a first year. Though I've never heard her talk, per se. Plus, she's a yakai. Wait, what? Yeah, I guess you could say that she fills the cat girl position you were looking for. There's something attached to that, isn't there? Ria's Gremory's rook. I felt a burning, rotting sensation building in my stomach, almost wanting to vomit out. One moment please. I ran back to the back door, opened it up, and shot the black flame straight from my mouth and into the evening sky. Where did it go? I don't care. Okay, let's go lightning round here. I ran over and sat down on the chair across from Lucille. Okay, time for the lightning round. Since you came along, she's been knocked down to 5th place, but how about Tsubaki Shinra? Sona Citri's queen. Damn, Momo Hanakai, Sona's bishop. Uruko Nomura, Sona's pawn. Tusaka, Meguri, Yura, Sona's bishop, knight, and rook respectively. Freaking Becky. Who's Becky? Damn it. Kiyomabe, the president of the tennis club. Human, but she's a beast tamer. Beast tamer. What? You don't think we have our own wild creatures? What do you think familiars are? Fair enough, is she free? Yeah. Yes, but she's absolutely afraid of dealing with devils because she thinks we'll take her soul. Crap, are you kidding me? I know, right? I mean, yeah, stealing souls was how we did things, but that was a long time ago. I flipped back and landed on my back while still sitting in my chair. Can't you give me something? Anything. Everyone hottest girl in the school is either taken or in Abe's case, afraid of us. I can't help but sob at my own misfortune. Oh cruel fate, you wily bitch. How can you do this to me? I've never done anything wrong. Oh, wait, I let Issei Hyoto get impaled by a fallen angel. Oops. Well, regardless, I know that I have made mistakes in the past, but can't you please give me something to work with here? My sobs continues. Normally, I'm a rather calm man, But, learning that all of the choices that I was going to pick for not only my peerage, but my options when polygamy becomes legal were all taken. I hear Lucille sigh and move out of her chair. The sound of her footsteps echo through the room as she approaches me. She steps over me and stands right above me. The one time she's willingly above me and she isn't wearing a skirt, perfect. Fine, I'll give you something. She then lowers herself and straddles me on the ground. Wait, what the hell is happening? She releases another sigh and stares directly at me. B99W58H90 huh. Measurements, whose are they? Her face turns slightly red as she averts her gaze and looks toward the fireplace. They're mine, eh? They're my measurements. But, I'm not exactly proud of them. Why in the hell are you not proud of those? Because they're the same as hers. Hers? Who is she referring to? Wait, who hasn't she mentioned so far? Oh, you mean Gremory? Yeah, you know, I've heard you make a few comments about her. Want to talk about it? Let's just say I've earned the infamous nickname Copycat Lucy. I see an inferiority complex. They are similar in a few ways, but I think the nickname itself comes from before she came here. From the looks of things, I can guess that she's been compared to Gremory on more than one occasion. It's easy to put the pieces where they go from here. Now I know why she's so desperate to acquire status and power. Plus, the only accepting the strongest policy of hers is a bit of a dead giveaway. Lucille wants to surpass her. Well, she gave me something, so I have to give her something in return. I reach up with my left hand and gently touch a lock of her deep blue hair in that high ponytail. I ran my hand through her hand and eventually reach the top of her head and leave my hand there. Lucille's face takes a turn for the red again. What are you doing? She asks calmly. To be honest, I like blue over red. I see it as the dominant color and purple, my favorite. Plus, I really like ponytails. I remove my hand as Lucille lets out a small smile. For a pervert, you sure have a way with words. I have considered a place in politics, but that was before this. A few seconds pass as we just stare at each other with small smiles on our faces. Everything else in my eyesight that wasn't Lucille just sort of blurred out. That was until I saw a head of silver hair. Lucille? Yeah, she replies like she's not even paying attention. I think Genova is spying on us. At that, her smile vanished, her face turns deeper red, and she slowly turns her head to her left until she's looking over her shoulder. And sure enough, Genova is standing there with a wide grin on her face wearing an orange apron. Heh. She starts chuckling like the bad guy in those children live-action shows. She then reaches into her left pocket and pulls out a pocket-sized box of condoms. I don't have enough money to pay for the pitter-patter of little feet, so would you mind sheathing your trouser snake into this before little Lucy here? She asks in a suggestive tone. Lucille looks back down at me and her eyes sharpen into murderous daggers. You. She raises hands and both of them become engulfed in her special lightning power. She then begins to quickly slam them down on my chest. Pervert. Still Katsu's POV. Next thing I know, I'm sitting at the table with my head face down on it with the smell of sushi and fried eggs. I look up to see that I'm still in my chair, and Lucille is across from me eating her food. I look right and see that Genova is eating the fried eggs with joy and a squeal at each bite. I sit up and rub the back of my head, which is aching like hell right now. What happened? I asked with a groan. Lucy here gave you the best damn defibrillator in history and I had to fix a few things. Genova answers calmly. I turn back to see a massive scorch mark in the shape of my body and chair on the carpet floor behind me. How the hell am I alive? While I was an offensive magic user, I did learn some healing techniques. Plus, you're a blood relative so it was rather quick. She replies just as fast. I look at my side of the table and see that food has been laid out for me. Better eat up soon, Abby, it's about to get cold. Genova warned. I gave one last look at Lucille, who was eating angrily with her eyes closed, and ate my own meal. Throughout the rest of the dinner, Genova was the only one who talked the whole time. She went on about the doujinshi work world and how hard it is for her to write and draw them seeing as she's a woman who writes doujinshi about yuri, futanari, and incest. Not that she finds them difficult, it's the peanut gallery known as the other writers and artists. She claimed that she was the best and that everyone else was just jealous that they couldn't get her to be in their circles. Eventually, everyone finished their meals. Being the guest around here, I volunteered to do the dishes. While I did them, Lucille and Genova talked about something that was too quiet to hear. Though I did catch about how Genova was too lazy to cook and that the noises were her trying to find a special pen of hers for her doujinshi. Lucille, however, made the fried eggs. I wonder if that's all she knows how to cook. After I was done with the dishes, I walked out of the kitchen to find Genova still sitting at the dinner table reading the newspaper. You read newspapers? Yeah, but there's never anything good in them. Though I like reading the obituaries to see who died. Might find someone I know. Her eyes narrow as she reaches the section she mentioned. Otezo Kurugi died. I walked over and saw the photograph of the man she mentioned. Although there was one thing that set off my detector. He was such a good man, he used to make jokes about the Sengoku era. Genova, you knew that guy right? Yup, back when we were both younger. It says he was 92 years old. At that, Genova turned to look at me with daggers. What are you saying, kid? She asks in an angry voice. You calling me old? She asks angrily. No, I was just curious. Oh, okay then. For a minute I thought we had a problem. She says with a laugh. Not to self, avoid age issues. Anyway, Genova, where's my room? I ask. Second floor, the main bedroom there. The really big one. Yup, your stuff should already be in there. Okay then. Hey, thanks again for letting me stay here. Hey, it's no problem. They'll be aware that we'll be doing some training tomorrow. As a king, you'll need to learn a few magic abilities. I understand. Okay then, bye-bye. Good night. She waves to me. I waved back and headed out of the dining hall, through the kitchen, into the entrance room, and went up the stairs in that room to the second floor. I eventually made it to the door of the room she mentioned. I released another sigh and opened it. Honestly, it's not bad a room. A little too big for my case, but that's just me. From where I stand, a large flat-screen TV occupies the closer left corner, standing on a small dresser. To the corner opposite is a massive dresser, enough for 2 people to stuff all of their clothes. On that wall, the dresser is against our large doors to a closet, which from the size of the doors I can guess is walk-in. In front of that door is all of my stuff neatly packed away like I had done and stacked against it. To the far back in the room are very decorative doors that lead to a balcony that hanged out in the backyard. I can safely assume that the balcony hangs over enough that one could jump off the edge and into the pool. To the top right corner, along the same side as the bed, is another door, but it's colored pure white and has a rectangular glass window going vertically up and down it. Right next to the bed on the side opposite me is a small dresser with a lamp on it, being the only light source in here. Now the placement of the bed and the bed itself is where I have my main issue. It's a simple double mattress bed with a wooden headboard, a thick white sheet, a thick blue blanket, and a half-naked Lucille on the top. Wait, what was that? I do a double take with my eyes to make sure. Yup, Lucille is laying on my bed wearing nothing but a button-up shirt, and I can assume that she's careful to be wearing her panties. She's laying on her stomach watching the television, holding her arm with her hands, using her elbows to stay up. Well, clearly fate really is a bitch. I guess Genova scammed us into this one, hey? I asked with the utmost seriousness. Lucille simply sighs and returns to watching the TV. I don't care that you saw me. Just go find another room. Will do. I turn around and close the door behind me and went looking in the other rooms. Next room I find, filled to the door with boxes labeled reference. And so the next hour of my life I've spent trying to find a room to sleep in. Every other bedroom is either filled with crap or is way too cluttered to even be a bedroom. As I roamed the halls, I passed by Genova's room, whom of which was standing out her door and grinning. What's with the smile? I ask her. Oh, nothing. Ah, bull, you plan on Lucille and I sharing the same room, aren't you? Of course. Well, bad news for you. If she had her way I wouldn't be in the same building, let alone the same bed. But you don't have a room then, don't you? I'm sure Cecily could use some company in the stable. I turn around to walk away, but Genova chuckles. What's so funny now? I turn around to see a surprisingly gentle smile on her face. Not one of mischief, but one of kindness. Abel, you need to stop being such a scaredy cat. Do what? She sighed and walked over to stand in front of me. She reaches with her right hand and flicks my forehead. Oh, I say without any meaning to it. Abel, you'll never have a harem if you keep tippy-toeing around what you want. Huh, use that perverted brain of yours for something useful for once. Use it. What the hell does she mean? All that's happening right now is Lucille is staying in my room. She's only here because you're forcing her. Then again, she is here to help me build my harem and understand. Oh, now it's coming together. I thought one of my biggest fans would know a flag point when he sees one. I guess I'm out of practice. Good night. I began running back to my room. So far, I've been a relative idiot. How did I not catch on sooner? Man, I need to start playing my games again. I eventually made it back to my room and found Lucille in the same position as before. What now? She asks. Okay, time to see if this works. I'm going to propose something. A little off, Lucille. She moves around so that she is sitting upright on the edge of the bed. Go ahead. Well, you said that you're willing to help me with my harem, correct? Yeah. Well, as you can guess, hero games don't simulate real life. So, if you're willing, I'd like to experiment with something. Go on. If you're willing, I'd very much like to learn the sleeping habits of the female gender. You're kidding, right? Why would you want to know that? Well, remember the sharing part of the harem we briefly touched upon? Yeah, of course the girls in my harem will be sleeping with me, if not sexual activity then simply sharing the bed. I've worked out a schedule based on the different sizes of the harem, so I need to learn as soon as I can. I bow my head lightly to show my sincerity. I know most would think that I'm just trying to cup a feel, but I'm just trying to get a nice bed to sleep in. Lucille stares at me, obviously analyzing me. After a while, she sighed and picked up the remote to the TV and shut it off. You're not fooling anyone, hotshot. Shit, but, hope, seeing as you're really serious about this ... fine. But I have a condition. I'll do it. I just want a place to sleep. Lucille moves on the bed and gets under the blanket on the right side. I sleep under the blankets, you sleep on top. Done. But first, I'm heading to the bathroom. I need to change into some PJs myself. I walked over and found my clothes box, one of the top ones. I grabbed a gray sleeveless shirt and black sweatpants. I walked into the bathroom, changed rather quickly, untied my ponytail, and I need to do a quick count. Let's see ... Okay, good. I don't think the odds of me having a special dream are any likely. I walked out of the room to see that Lucille had turned off the lamp and the light source of the room being the moonlight. I walked over and saw that Lucille was facing the window side with her back to where I would be sleeping. I lied down on the bed with my back against Lucille's. Tomorrow gonna be a whole new life. Lucille commented. Yeah, you're right about that. Any regrets about today? I'll visit Issei's place of death and leave flowers. Lucille sort of half-gasped. What? I'd ask. You called him by his first name. Just go to sleep. Surprisingly, Lucille actually dropped the subject and we both eventually drifted off to sleep. Still Katsu's POV. The next morning, Lucille was already awake and ready before me. I had to rush my shower and change of clothes, forcing me to forget my ponytail. Lucille had already made fried eggs again for breakfast, but Genova had prepared small bento boxes for the two of us. The walk to Kyo Academy is a little quicker since the hill overlooks the academy. During the walk to school, I couldn't help but think of different ways to possibly pass the other 3 tests. Lust shouldn't be too hard since I'm at a school full of girls. Wrath will be a little hard since there isn't much to get me angry. Now, gluttony, however, is most likely the most difficult. Unless I can suddenly lose massive amounts of weight, I don't see the point in it. But I need to think of something before. Oh, sweet merciful hellfire, Lucille said out of nowhere. I looked up to my right where she stood and saw that her eyes were wide and she looked utterly surprised by something. What's wrong? I never thought there was such thing as zombies, but now I think the benefit of the doubt is necessary here. Why? Look straight, dipshit. I look straight ahead and see that we're very close to the school gates, and it's being flooded by students coming in. But someone stands out among them. No freaking way one of them stand out to me right now. Issei. How the hell is this possible? Issei Hyoto is now walking into the school, when just yesterday I saw and allowed him to die. But how is that possible? I turn to Lucille, who looks less stunned than me. Something tells me you've got a clue as to how he's alive. Yeah. Do you want a proper answer or on full of BS? Proper, preferably. If I had to guess, I'd say someone reincarnated him as a devil. In other words, yup, he's been made into the member of a peerage. No way. Someone saved him and made him a devil. Why would they do that? Is he special somehow? What significance is it to not only kill a random human, but also someone else revives him? Don't interfere. Lucille orders me. Why? I'm indirectly responsible for what happened to him. Shouldn't I at least do something to help him adapt to his new world? Lucille doesn't answer. Why won't she answer? Perhaps she has a personal reason that I'm not allowed to interfere. What is it that personally gets to Lucille? Wait, her inferiority complex. He was revived by Ria's Gremory, wasn't he? Lucille adopts a frown. Bullseye. So I'm not allowed to associate with other devils. But I am to be of high class. Shouldn't I communicate with others of my class to bring a better name to the Berith clan? You're just trying to kiss ass, aren't you? Like a college freshman. I step forward to pursue Hyoto, but Lucille quickly moves in front of me. Sorry, but there's something I have to tell you. Go on. Well, first off, the Gremory clan is well known among the devils for their extraordinary affection, especially to their servants. And remember that the Berith clan was known for the opposite. Okay, let's see if you can put the pieces together. Extraordinary affection towards one's underlings leads to protection. But why does Gremory need to protect Hyoto from me? Well, odds are that Akino gathered some info on him, and likely in the process found out that you two aren't on the best of terms. Well, yeah, but I'm not the type to harm someone just because I don't like them. That's for when I become overlord. It's not just your own feelings toward Hyoto. It's I'm really sorry. About what? My dad is a huge blabbermouth. Not only that, but he doesn't have the best impression of you. What the hell did he say? There's no way in hell. My dad has spread news of your existence, and that you're a power-hungry pervert who will remove anyone he doesn't like or sees as a threat to get what he wants. Why the hell would he do that? I almost lost my cool. I don't know. When I asked him, he said something about paying your grandfather cable back for his shoulder. Plus, the overall reputation of the Berith clan is one of a lot more negatives than positives if you recall. You've got to be kidding me. I have been trying to establish myself as a neutral force who wishes to restore power to his family's name, and now this old geezer has ruined my reputation before I could even make one. Son of a bitch. What is this old man's problem? No offense, but your old man is an ass. As much as I love my dad, I have to agree with you. The guy is always trying to bring other people down just because we lost our rank. Not to mention that he pretty much used you to pay a debt to my mom. At that, Lucille tilted an eyebrow and seemed confused. Hey, remember, your dad had some kind of gambling debt to Genova and used you as payment. Lucille then straightened her face and adopted an angry one. Correction, an angry one. Why yeah, that bastard. At that, I checked my wristwatch and saw that classes would be starting soon. I'll leave Hyoto alone. In the meantime, try to help me figure out how I can complete the last sin challenges. Fine, I'll see you during the break. At that, Lucille turned around to go toward the front gate, but turned around and pointed at me. I'm telling you, stay away from Gremory until we can clear your reputation. Will do. She glares at me suspiciously, then sighs and turns around. Don't blame me if she reduces you to ash. She then makes her way onto school ground. Gremory doesn't come off as that kind of person to me. Then again, protecting her new boy toy, for lack of a better term, might even mean keeping guys like me away. I can understand that, so I'll back off from Hyoto. At least he's being taken care of, so I can thank her for both that and saving him in the first place. I went on my way to class as if nothing had happened. I know it sounds childish of me to take responsibility for something I didn't do, but this isn't about me having guilt issues. It's about facing the fact that I allowed him to die for my own sake when I could have saved him by telling Genova to do it. In the exchange, I got 4 out of 7 of my challenges completed, while Issei was killed. But I suppose I can let go of a small amount of my guilt since he's alive. Speaking of which, did Genova know that he was going to be saved by Gremory? She doesn't come off as the type to simply let a human die for the sake of someone else, even as that someone else is her own son. I have a feeling that Genova is still hiding things from me. Once the bell for break went off, I went off to sit under the tree I always do. To my surprise, Lucille and Yoshida are already there sitting at the stone bench. Great to see you two here already. I walked over and sat down against the tree. I already started eating my lunch as Lucille and Ayumu talked. I zoned out due to me not needing to be involved. Wow, that's really interesting, Miss Payman. I didn't know that Yuta has already made such progress. Okay, my involvement is needed. I practically jumped from my position and turned to face those two. How the hell did you know her real last name? I asked. How did Yoshida know? He seemed rather like a neutral force by this point, so how does he know? Yoshida gasped, stood up, and bowed his head quite low. Oh, I'm so sorry, Yuta. I should have caught on to your true self earlier. That's not the point. How do you know Lucille's real last name? Yoshida stood right up. Because I've worked with devils before. He answers with a smile. Say what? Oh yeah, I've asked devils to do some jobs before. You serious? Oh, sorry. It's just that my family has been working with devils for a long time. I was told to never tell anyone about devils to keep things discreet. When I sensed the change in your body, I thought that you had died and been reincarnated. But Miss Payman here was telling me that you're a half-breed from the Barith clan. He bows again. It is such an honor to meet a member of such a high-class family. Not to mention its head. He straightens up again. Which is why ... if it's not too much. What? Do you want a favor? I placed my left hand on Yoshida's right shoulder. Yoshida, listen, you are my ward. I am willing to do you a small favor. Actually ... it's not really a small one. What is it then? When you become high class through the 7 Sin Challenge, can I become your pawn? He bowed his head again, almost like he's begging. Is Yoshida kidding? Hey, wants to become a devil. Why? What can you gain from becoming a devil under my command? He stood straight up again. It's because ... you're an inspiration to me. How? Remember my first day here. When I started going to this school a short while ago. How can I forget? You were almost dragged into the same reputation as the perverted trio. You were caught peeping in the Kendo Club's locker room by sneaking into a locker. Too bad that poor girl came in late today and wasn't actually sick. Yeah, I was taken outside and beaten to a pulp by the club. I was pretty much dead. He chuckles while scratching the back of his head. But then, I wake up in the infirmary with you scolding me. You said I had potential, I just needed to improve my methods. Ever since that day, I've wanted to succeed you as the best pervert in the school. Best pervert. Whoa, I'm actually humbled to have such a title. So, you want to succeed me? Yes. You saved me from falling to the low ranks of the perverted trio. When you told me your dream of having a harem, I wanted to have the same dream. And by following you, both as your ward and your servant, I will accomplish that dream too. He states boldly. He's dead serious. I see the passion in his eyes. He's dedicated to this dream no matter what. He's starting to look like a more restrained version of Hyoto, one willing to admit his faults. I couldn't help but chuckle lightly at Yoshida's efforts. Alright Yoshida, once I reach high class and make Lucille my queen, then you'll become my pawn. Alright. At that, Yoshida's face gleamed with joy. He immediately went to hold my hand with both of his for a handshake. Oh thank you, thank you, thank you. You won't regret this, master. I quickly reached over and slapped the side of his head with my free right hand. Oh, he declared. Don't call me master. I'm saving that one for the harem. Yoshida released my hand and saluted me. Understood. He widened his eyes and for some reason, smacked his head with his right hand. Oh, I almost forgot. I devised ways for you to complete your last challenges. I am so tempted to waste my first kiss with this pitiful son of a bitch. How? I lost control of myself again. It's simple, really. Gluttony is basically you taking something in and not really doing anything with it. Like buying excessive amounts of something. I thought gluttony only referred to eating. True, but the sins are how you perceive them. How much money do you have on your credit card? That's private information. Okay, and what's the one thing you're no longer able to do ever since you've started focusing on your devil life? Played my hero games, which may explain why I've gotten rusty in my perverted ways. Exactly. So, what if you bought a rather excessive amount of those games and not even play them? Oh my word. Yoshida, you're a freaking genius. I couldn't help myself, but I gave Yoshida a hug. I can't help it. The kid's not even my pawn yet and he's already surpassing my expectations. I'm glad I can help, Yuta. I stepped back and couldn't help but act a little like Hyoto. Damn it, I really am losing my edge. Hang on, the Euro games. The games double count as lust, don't they? I lust after the women in the games. Yes, now you get it. I high-fived with Yoshida and one last thought occurred to me. Wait, then how do we handle wrath? I asked him. Actually, I don't know. There's nothing out there that I can think of that can make you angry. It's understandable. Anyway, I dug into my back pocket and pulled out my wallet. I handed it to him. This is my credit card and my hand cash on me. Go to you nowhere and buy as many games with as much sex in them as possible. No consideration into story. Yoshida took my wallet, placed it into his own back pocket, and gave me another salute. Gotcha. He then glanced over to Lucille. Excuse me for a sec, Yuta. I need to talk to Miss Payman for a moment. Permission granted. Yoshida nodded, and he led Lucille to a short distance away from me. I wonder what he's talking about. Knowing him, it must be something devil-related that I can't know. Though, the expression on Lucille's face turned from calm to flustered, then to angry. She flat-out bitch-slapped Yoshida across the right side of his face, sending him flying left and sliding on the grass toward me. He stopped a few feet in front of me. Couldn't hurt to ask. He mumbled as his face ate dirt. Ask what? I ask. I looked back up at Lucille, who had stomped over and is stomping on Yoshida's back. This little pervert asked me if you and I had see. She stopped her sentence immediately and looked up at me. Her face turned a burning red. Anyway, I gotta go to class. Later. She began running her left and into the building. I looked down at Yoshida. You've got the peeping down, now you just need to learn when to shut your damn mouth. I scolded. Yoshida simply raised a thumb from the ground. Classes are going to start soon. Recover quickly and head back to class. I gather my stuff and head back to my own classroom. Yoshida will be fine on his own. I returned to class like nothing happened. The thought of Hyoto being lost in this new realm kept crossing my mind. To get my mind off of it, I set the teacher's shoe on fire. Hey, I needed a distraction. He's fine, only a small singe. After classes were over, I met up with Lucille at the front gate and headed home. You sure Genova will take Aimu buying those as technicalities? Well, it's my money, so the principle's the same. You just cut corners wherever you can, don't you? You could say that. I'm not necessarily in the mood to talk at the moment. Once I become high class, I need to think of a way to clear my name. For one, I need to shut Lord Payman's mouth before more poison spreads. Then, I need to somehow make contact with the Occult Research Club. Having friends in high places may come in handy. Now, I also need to make contact with the Student Council. Sona Citri and Ria's Gremory ... Both of them practically run the school as far as I know. No wonder they're the idols of the school. Now, the real question is how to establish friendly relations. Even though I've been here for a while, I still don't know anything at all. I don't know anything about Gremory and Citri specifically, other than a few short rumors. Out of those two, the friendliest appears to be Gremory. Citri comes across as someone who takes everything seriously. While I respect that, I also see it as an obstacle. Now, the other members of the Occult Research Club are Yuto Kiba, Kaneko Tojo, and Akino Hanjima. Altogether, I need to analyze them based on what I have seen before. Hey, Abel. Lucille interrupts my thoughts. I'm not upset, just surprised. Yeah, I have something else to ask you. Go ahead, I'm all ears. I just want to ask ... Do you really care about me? Hey, so far, all we've done is simply talk about your ambition to rise in rank and everything that's in the way. We've never really had a talk or anything like that. I don't know your interests, your life before all of this. I don't really know anything about you. Where did this come from? I thought you were just happy using me to get what you want. The face turns a slight shade of red. I still have my pride. I'm just curious. I mean, I'm going to be your queen and that means we'll be stuck together a lot. So, I just wanted to know if we could know each other before that happens. She seems genuinely concerned about this. Why would she? As much as I care about her, I can't do anything unless she actually says that she wants to be part of my harem. By this point, she's gone beyond predictable to me. And for the first time in a while, I think I can actually let down my guard around her. So this is trust? Huh. Never thought I'd see the day. I guess I really am in ... Sheesh. You select that word so many times in a row game that when it actually comes time to admit it, even in your own head, you can't get the guts for it. I suppose I'm a coward after all. I'll tell you what, once we're done with the sins today, then you and me just hang out around the house and ... talk. That sound alright? Lucille looks oddly stunned at my response. You're taking this seriously? Of course I am. You're going to be my queen soon, so I need to know as much as I can about you. If you were in pervert mode, you'd probably say I already know your measurements. What's left to know, wouldn't you? Fair point. But that was before you became something special. Lucille's face became a slightly brighter shade of red. Someone special. Yeah. Silence falls. I actually don't mind these breaks of pure silence. They help me organize my thoughts. Now, where was I? Oh yes, the Gremory team. Now, gather all the evidence I know and put them together. Yuto Kiba, Prince Charming, apparent nice guy, and acts like a saint. Reality, most likely an attack type of evil piece, possibly a knight. I have noticed that he's quite quick on his feet. Plus, his physical appearance is more of a knight than a prince. I can already guess that the smile he wears is a fake. There's something beneath that smile, and I think he doesn't want anyone else to know what it is. Kaneko Tojo, the silent type. Lucille mentioned her being a yakai cat girl, so a little bit of emergency info there. She rarely talks to others, is not very sociable, and is mostly seen eating sweets. Sweets? There's one way to go. Next, Akino Hanjima. Now, being that she's the queen, she is definitely not to be underestimated or taken lightly. I've seen her around, and she always has that smile on her face. I can something twisted in there, and the real scary thing is that I kinda like it. Wait, Lucille mentioned earlier a few days ago. Wait, that list had sadomasochists, Mikos, and cat girls. Man, I should keep you away from the occult research club. I'm afraid your head will explode. Sheesh, you are perverted. Tauniko is obviously the cat girl, so that leaves. Akino is the sadomasochist Miko. Oh dear, I don't know if I should be turned on or scared the living hell out of. But, out of the whole group, she and Kiba seem to be the friendliest. Make contact with them, and see if I can clear the air around my clan's reputation. Every bad thing about my clan seems to come from my grandfather Cable Berith. People treat his legend as if the guy is still alive. But Lord Payman said that all members of the Berith clan were killed. Speaking of which, what did kill my clan? What could they possibly gain from killing all of them? Was it based on a grudge? A personal vendetta? Damn it, there are too many questions surrounding it all. Okay, calm down, tackle everything one at a time. I finally look up and see that we're at the front gates to our home. Wait, our home. I should let her know I thought that later. But, something seems wrong. Everything is too quiet. I don't sense anything. I don't sense a damn thing anywhere. This is bad. Lucille, do you feel it too? I ask her. Yeah, something's very wrong here. Do you think Genova's okay? Lucille asks. I'm sure she's fine, but just in case. I haven't done this since I first summoned him. I held out my left hand and thought of the final judgment appearing in my hand. At first, nothing had happened. But then, a circle of pale green fire began burning a circle around the palm of the shadow of my left hand. Out of the circle came a long, white and black metal pole. I grab it, and the pole quickly clanks and transforms back into a scythe. It's the same size as ever. Do you even know how to use that thing? Lucille asks as she turns her head left and right to keep an eye out. I took some weapon staff training when I was younger, but when I saw that the lethality of it wasn't quick enough, I dropped it. Same basic principle, I'm just forced to be more wary of the heavier end. I took a battle stance with my scythe and walked forward. Follow me. Got it. I held the scythe so that its bottom was being held by my right hand and my left hand holds the midpoint, but I hold the scythe so that the blade is at my feet and pointed ahead of me. I walked ahead and saw that the door was several millimeters more open than we left. Genova said that she would spend the whole day inside cleaning up some of the rooms so Lucille would have somewhere to sleep by herself. So the odds of her leaving the house are low. Lucille, stay behind me. Got it. I moved the tip of the scythe to lightly tap the door, and the wind carried it to push open. The house looks normal, albeit a little darker than usual. I slowly take my steps into the household. Keep an eye out. I order. Time to see if I've got what it takes to fight. First, battle plan. Unknown target, unknown motive, unknown circumstances, Genova absent, and house breached, all poor conditions for us to fight. Now, while I can't counter something I don't even know, I may as well see how they're going to attack. The amount of corners in this house can give the enemy countless places to use sneak attacks, and the amount of rooms is perfect for hiding places. I stop walking and simply look around the room. I don't see anything that stands out, but I do see Genova's underwear still hanging by the clothes wires above the living room. They are being blown lightly, like something just went past them. But there's no hiding place in here on the ground to use, so that leaves. Lucille, do you still have your special lightning? At that, I heard sparks of electrical energy building up. Always will. Where do you want me to shoot? Above. I turn around and aim my sight to the ceiling above where Lucille is standing. She looks up as well and without hesitation, shoots a huge bolt of her power at the ceiling. An explosion erupts, and pieces of the roof fall down. I run over and grab Lucille by the arm and pull her away from the debris. I now stand in front of her, ready to attack. Keep yourself charged. We're not done yet. We're far from it. Out from the smoke of the attack came down a person. They were wearing a long gray robes and a gray hood. Wherever the cloth didn't hide, gray bandages took their place. Face, arms, legs, and even feet are all wrapped. They're obviously someone who doesn't want to be recognized. How did you know that he was up there? Lucille asked. I picked the most likely place of attack and countered. Now stay ready. I charged forward with my scythe in hand and went in for the kill. I moved it around and swung it from right to left, and the intruder ducked. I let the weight of the blade carry me and force me to spin from the momentum. But I held the scythe so that the butt of the scythe would from around as the figure got back up. They raised their gray bandaged arm up and blocked the butt from hitting them. I then turned the other direction and swung with the blade from left to right. The intruder ducked again and went for a low right kick. I jumped up and came down on the leg. I then moved the scythe so that the blade was behind me and the butt was in front. I thrust the butt of the scythe into the face of the intruder, seeing as the butt is a pale green jewel covered in white armor that should hurt. They backflipped, forcing me to do the same. Shoot, I ordered Lucille. Lucille shot another huge bolt of her lightning at the intruder again. The attack hits, causing another large ball of smoke from the blast. Not done yet. Whoever this person is, they're holding back. I charged in and feinted and slash. The intruder swung their right arm out so as to stop my blade. But like I said, I faked it. I stopped the blade slash halfway through, and I saw an opening. I swung the blade counterclockwise, and the back of the blade smacked their arm away. Then, I spun around and held the scythe near the blade. I went in and slammed the top of the scythe, where the pole extends only 2 inches more than where the blade is attached, into their chest. Then I forced the scythe up and slammed the pole into their face, the top of the now upside-down scythe onto their foot. Then I lifted the scythe up and slammed said top up their chin, simulating an uppercut. But the backside of the blade also cut across their chest. Shoot! I ducked and Lucille shot another bolt. This blast sent them out the doors and onto the front lawn. I stood up and spun the scythe around a few times to keep my adrenaline up. How is that even possible? Lucille asked in surprise. I hit him with fatal amounts of damage. How is he standing? Is the lightning special? It's a family-inherited power, supposedly one of the more dangerous forms of magic. So it should have reduced this guy to ash. Maybe he's such a high-power magic user, the attack is pretty much useless. I've noticed something, Lucille is holding back. The amount of power she's sending out is only a pinch more than she usually uses on me when I'm perverted. The figure stood up and laughed. The intruder stepped up, and Lucille and I can clearly see that the attack from my scythe is still on there. Even thought this is sacred gear filled with large amounts of power. I'll have to settle with it just being a melee weapon until I can get a better chance to use it. But the wound quickly vanishes as the bandages on their chest move and cover it. They crack their neck, and I hear muffled chuckling coming from their bandaged-covered face. I don't know who you are or what you want, but you've got another thing coming if you think you can invade my home. Wait a moment. What happened to the woman who was in here before us? They don't answer. Answer me, or I swear that I'll decapitate you on the spot. I'm starting to lose my cool. So help me, if you hurt my mother I will hold up to that threat. Instead of physically answering, the intruder held up his left hand and the bandages on it began leaving his arm and twirled in the air above it like a tornado. But there is no arm under the bandages. Then, the twirling bandages merge together into a tight fit, then expand. They then disperse and return to being an arm, something having fallen out from the separation. It's a busty woman with waist-long silver hair, pale skin, wearing simple black shorts and green blouse and covered in scars. The body drops on the ground like dead weight. The man then kicked the body toward Lucille and me. It stops moving as it rolls and stops so that I may see their face. I see open, soulless green eyes. It's Genova. I kneel down and press my left hand on her wrist while holding the scythe with my right hand. I don't feel a pulse. I then place my hand on the spot on her neck and I still don't feel anything. No way this bastard he killed Genova. I clench my right hand into a fist, trying to control my anger. If I lose my cool, my planning and fighting style will be sloppy. I can't afford to let him piss me off. Lucille, I don't know why you're holding back, knock it off. I say, barely holding back my anger. I want you to shoot the damn thing at full blast. But, do it. You don't ever hurt the people I care about. But before Lucille can comply, the bandage man held out both of his arms, and the bandages expanded out and untied. Now they seem like tentacles. Then, they quickly shot out toward us. I've seen enough porn to know where they're going. I step in front of Lucille and twirl my scythe in a fast circle and cut the bandages before they could reach her. But I know these things. They're going to go around my scythe and head toward Lucille. I use my black flame and burn it around my weapon, causing a small fire tornado of black flame. The bandages were burning left and right, but they kept coming at a massive rate. As I stand here and keep protecting Lucille while watching the intruder through the scythe spins, I see my shadow is suddenly being cast in front of me by a blue light. You charging up? I ask. Yeah, just a few more seconds. I see my shadow grow longer on the ground, and I feel a huge amount of power building behind me. Lucille must be powering herself rather high. Lucille, fire. I stop everything and jump out of the way. Take this. I roll on the ground to stand up and watch as Lucille shoots a MASSIVE blue lightning bolt. The bolt travels the semi-long distance to the intruder and hits. The explosion causes a mushroom cloud of her energy to erupt on the spot of contact, and I feel pushed back by the force of the explosion and almost lose my footing. I turn to face Lucille, who is standing proudly with her chin up and cocky smile on her face. Huh, take that. She then starts laughing. That was too simple. I may sound paranoid, but you can never be sure that you've won unless you personally deal the finishing blow. I sense the presence of the intruder is still around us. I look around everywhere and don't see him anywhere. I then look over at Lucille, who is still standing proudly with both hands on her waist. Then, out of the ground like a root, bandages appeared and wrapped around her wrists, ankles, and neck. Then, more bandages appeared behind her and formed the man's body. I can't make a move without hurting Lucille, and I can't just let her be captured. I imagine a black flame fireball appearing behind the man, but then the bandages around his face begin shifting. They take the form of a sick and sadistic grin, teeth appearing there where they weren't before. Then, his body expanded and the bandages completely encased Lucille. I hear her scream as she is captured inside of him. Lucille. I take one step toward him, but then the worst scenario occurs. Several of the man's bandages that were cut off while holding Lucille turn sharp, and then they begin stabbing the man. With each stab, I hear Lucille scream in the most agonizing way imaginable. Each bandage that pulls out is covered in red, most likely her blood. This is ... This is third-person POV. Katsu Yuta simply watched as his only ally, Lucille Payman, was being mercilessly slashed to pieces inside this unknown assailant's body. Katsu has already sorted through the methods of attack and can't do anything. If he uses his flame, he can't predict whether or not the attack will actually burn away the bandaged man or turn him into a furnace. He goes into attack with his scythe. The counters the man could make her either flat out finish Lucille off, hurt Lucille with his scythe, or the worst option, expanding and revealing a chopped mess of flesh, organs, and pool of splashing blood cover him. By the time Katsu had thought of all of these ways, Lucille's screeching screams had stopped, and there was only the sound of flesh being ripped, torn, and cut as the bandages continued their work. Katsu already knew why this thing continued its work. It wanted Katsu to watch. It was impersonating a chef who allows his customers watch him prepare their meal so he could watch the look of anticipation and expectation on their faces. In this case, a monster was wanting to watch Katsu's reaction to the treatment of Lucille Payman's body even after all signs of life had long since passed. Katsu's eyes became soulless, and he looked down at the ground. He still stood his ground, holding his scythe in his left hand. The creature soon stopped and decided that it was time. It was going to show Katsu its work. It moved one of its spear-like bandages inside and began digging through the mess of torn flesh and blood. Once it found its item, he pulled it out. A small lock of Lucille's deep blue hair was now covered in her own crimson-red blood. It held the hair and dangled it like a set of keys. At that, the air around the area suddenly began growing cold. A gray cloud began building up above and only above the household. Then the creature noticed something really odd. The grass around them, it all began dying. All plant life around them began dying, even the trees around the household. It turned around and looked at the house itself, which also began to look as though it is decaying and rotting. It turned back to face Katsu when a green flash appeared behind him. When he got all the way around, he saw that Katsu was engulfed in fire. But not the black flame. No, he was covered in a pale and sickly green fire. Katsu then began growling. It sounded like several vicious animals were growling in unison as Katsu lifted his scythe with his left hand. The creature took a steady stance to reveal its contents inside in case Katsu would attack. But then, a massive pale green fireball attacked him from behind. The fire began engulfing it. While it wasn't affected, it noticed that the fires were digging beneath his bandages. The fires began burning his insides, removing the evidence of Lucille's presences. While it was hoping to surprise him, it knew that it had to do something to stop Katsu. It began moving the bandages on its body to reveal its contents, but a scorching wave of the same pale green flame came from Katsu's body and engulfed him. The fires instantly burned away Lucille's remains. Now that those are out of the way, Katsu spoke in a deep voice, the sounds of several predators growling going along with his voice. "I'm gonna kill you." The flames around Katsu then moved to engulf the scythe. He charged forward at lightning speed. The creature could run, but it had done its job. It simply stood and waited as Katsu came barreling toward it like a bloodthirsty animal. Katsu raised the scythe up and then jumped into the air. He came down and slashed at the creature. Its bandaged body was instantly burned to ashes. But Katsu's didn't stop. He began screaming in pure, emotional, and uncontrolled rage. This creature would feel his wrath. He continued slashing the ground where the creature stood and began digging into it. His fingers began bleeding from how tight he gripped the scythe as he continued his attacks. With nothing but his anger at the wheel, Katsu began losing control of his own power. His pale green flames began burning himself, the flames scorching and peeling away at his clothes and flesh. The combination of the rage and pain only made him more of a monster, and he continued his attacks at the ground. Finally, he just stopped attack all of a sudden. Green smoke engulfed the large crater Katsu had created. It had become more than 10 feet deep and 20 feet wide. Katsu's body was not visible from the smoke, but footsteps began echoing in the quiet. Out of the smoke emerged the shell of what used to be Katsu Yuta. The top of his uniform had destroyed, but that was the least of the damage. All of his flesh had been burned away and was now a sickly and pasty gray. Small strands of hair remained on the top of his hair. His left cheek was missing its flesh, revealing black teeth and a black charred tongue. He looked up into the sky and roared out of anger. Then, everything around him was engulfed into a white light. Katsu's POV. Everything returns to color, and I'm sleeping on my bed with all of my clothes on. The panic still rushing through my head, I breathed rapidly to recover the breath I thought I had lost. I felt around and saw that everything was still there. Flesh, hair, body, was all in their proper place. I looked left and saw that Lucille was sitting in a wooden chair by my bedside and Genova was leaning against the wall behind her. For some reason, there's a third, vertical, green eye on her forehead. The TV had been moved to a different place, but the bed remained where it sat. I felt my heartbeat settle, and I quickly figure everything out on the spot. It was ... an illusion. I asked in between breaths, "I'm sorry, Abby, but it was the only way to get your emotions fired up. Excuse me ... me ... Congratulations, you passed the sin of wrath. How? You lost all reasoning and gave into your hatred and anger. That was all an illusion created by the eye." Genova points to her third eye. "What the ... hell is that thing?" I ask. "This eye is a special power that very few are even capable to learn. Even the 4 Satans don't have the ability to learn this power. The eye is a very powerful magic, able to conjure several forms of it. Its most practical usage is foresight into the future and past. But the power I cast on you was the mind illusion. So, it was something you conjured up. No, you conjured it. Genova points to me as the eye closes. Yes. The eye creates an illusion on its targets based on the inner workings of their mind. It taps into the deeper parts of your subconscious and creates something based on it. From the looks of it, it based itself around your paranoia, the constant worry you have that will all leave you. There's a silence between everyone in the room. I turn my head to look out the window and see that the sun is down and now into the night. Along the way I looked, I saw all of the new additions to the room. In front of the bed is a long futon, a foreign one I've read about. This one is a cross between a couch and a bed, able to fold from one end to the other. A few feet in front of the futon is the TV sitting on the same stand as before, but now the stand is covered in DVDs, games, game systems, and a few game accessories. Above the TV is a poster from one of my favorite anime, High School of the Damned. To the right of the stand holding the TV is a large speaker, the same kind on the opposite side. In the corner of the room is the dresser and next to it is a full-body mirror. Out on the overhang patio that I mentioned the last time I was in here was a small table and 4 chairs around it with one long layback chair, possibly for 10, was near the edge. To the right of my bedside was a small dresser with 3 drawers in it and a lamp on top of it. I turned to look back at Genova and Lucille. I had finally calmed down and let out a sigh. I understand why you did that. Let me guess, y'all should have had the idea. I can tell because Lucille and Genova haven't had contact since last night before bed. So y'all should have told Lucille, who in turn told Genova. Clever plan, if I do say so myself. Oh, I should have caught on when Lucille was holding back and willingly obeyed my order. It took how I perceived her powers and the damage it's only done to me, and used that as the level of her power. When I urged Illusion Lucille to use max power, it did so but still retained the form of a simple bolt. Time to drop the seriousness, Genova said aloud. I turned to face Genova again only to be squeezed into a tight hug and almost suffocated by her breasts again. She finally pulled back with a smile. And you also passed gluttony. Your games are in your walk-in closet, she said happily. Hang on. Wait, only gluttony. What about lust? Did Yashida not pick the right ones? I ask. Actually, while the other sins have different interpretations and meanings, lust remains the same. You can't just fool lust. Lust is the deepest impulse. It's about looking at the gate in front of the prize and ripping it away and grabbing it for yourself. Sorry, Abby, but it looks like you still have one left to go. Yeah, and it's one that I can't do without breaking my moral codes. Then again, I've already done the same for what else I've done, let Hyoto die, waste all of my money on things I'll never use, and lose my anger on a scale that could very well have cost lives. Overall, I think I'm making out to be a good devil. Well, I'm sure you need your rest. Sleep tight. Genova jumped off the bed and headed out the bedroom door. Abel, she starts, but hesitates. I'm really sorry that we deceived you like that. But when Genova said that you wouldn't really be hurting anyone, I thought that it might work out for the best. But I underestimated what it would take to invoke your wrath. For that She stands up and bows her head lightly, something I never thought this girl of pride would ever do. I'm really, really sorry. She almost screams. Lucille ... She truly is something else. She must truly have let go of her chance of being queen if she was willing to hurt me in order to help me have peerage. She's ... too kind to me. I couldn't help what I did next. I just moved in the bed and went in to hug her, the height of the bed placing my head on her shoulder and right next to the right side of her head. I get lost in a long field of blue and the smell of cinnamon fills my nostrils. Lucille immediately returns the hug, and we stay like that for several minutes. As much as I enjoyed my place here with her, I knew that we had to break apart at some point. Lucille and I let go, and I can guess that we both sensed each other's reluctance. We both smile at each other and she lets out a small giggle. Hey, I just remembered. Do you still want to hang around? I asked. Remember earlier how you said that we should hang out tonight? Well, since we're both devils and more inclined tonight, how about we just do it right now? Not like anything's gonna stop us. Lucille adopts a serious face, then smiles. Okay, I'll go get out of my uniform. She turns around and almost skips out the door, turning right. But she suddenly came back in and pointed to her left. My room is right next door, by the way. She then goes back to her skip. I hear her door open and close and a few footsteps on the other side of the wall across from the front of my bed. Curiosity, you clever shrew. I got out of bed and saw that I was also still in uniform. I almost ran over to my dresser and opened it. I picked out some random clothes for the night, a long sleeve, thin, pale green shirt and black sweatpants. Before I start changing, I tried to lean my head against the wall and listened in. I can hear a voice on the other side. Let's see ... What should I wear? It's Lucille. Perfect. I quickly withdraw and almost tore my uniform top off and put my shirt on. It's backwards, but screw it. I put my head gently on the wall again. Should I wear this or that? Well, do I want to look attractive or hey, let's be friends? Is she debating between sexy and casual? You see, this is one of the many advantages to being a pervert, a wild imagination. Well, this one's a little tight. Then again, maybe he'd like that. Right now all I can imagine is Lucille looking in her own walk-in closet and standing between two costumes individually. The attractive one is a pink-colored bunny outfit with the ears hanging onto it and high heels. And the hey, let's be friends one being a much more casual form of a schoolgirl uniform with a shorter skirt. A guy's such a pervert, he'd probably say something stupid like, why don't you pick that maid uniform again with no underwear? Wait, I thought that was some kind of magic transformation. Does she actually own a maid outfit? Wait, isn't that a good thing? I mean, he is. There's a silence, and then a thud. Damn it, why didn't Mom tell me about this in a better way? I don't know what to do. What is she complaining about? What did her mom not tell her? I hear some ruffling around. I'll just pick this then. Silence again. Can I go without any underwear? And my kingdom is now in attention, and there's a sliver of blood down my nose. He's a pervert, so I can't let down my guard. Then again, he's not on the same level as Hyoto, plus he did go berserk just to protect me. Maybe I can trust him. Who knows, maybe even. Without him just in case. And I have now slowly fallen to the floor, my nose is a-flooding with blood, and my kingdom has risen to the sun. Is this freaking happening? Is she really going through this? Holy shit, I'm living large. Wait, I can't cross that line. As much as I would love to, unfortunately, I still can't. 1, she's not part of my peerage. And 2, my mind isn't in the best of states after that illusion. Hang on, this could be an opportunity. No, I can't do that to her. I mean, I know I have one last sin, but this is ... It looks like I have no choice in the matter. Oh, I'm so going to regret this. I moved from where I stood and made my way to the futon in front of the bed. I sat down and used my eyes to sort through the various DVDs that Genova had put in. Surprisingly, most of them are mine. I guess Genova unpacked all of my stuff in a single day. The others range from horror flicks, sci-fi, and strangely enough romantic comedies. They all seem to range from different countries. Well, she has been on this earth for several decades. It shouldn't surprise me that she would know a few foreign films. I hear 2 knocks at my door. Hey, you decent? I think of myself as an 8.5, but I suppose decent is all I'm going to get out of you. Yeah, you're clear to enter. I hear the door open and close, so I turn my head to see what Lucille is possibly wearing. To my surprise, she found a nice compromise. It wasn't anything like lingerie, but it was actually rather normal looking. She was wearing a casual set of pajamas that anybody would normally wear, all purple though with black buttons. Though to compromise, she did leave several of the top buttons open, revealing the top part of her cleavage and the upper sides of her breasts. Hey, if that's not compromise, I don't want to know what the hell is. What followed was something I've never done before. I had normal conversations. I'll be honest, I never really had friends due to circumstances, so I never got to hang out with anyone. I mean, yeah, there's Yoshida and the 2 others I spoke about the day I met Lucille, but those 2 were just my equivalent to the perverted trio, while Yoshida is still more of an apprentice. Either way, I'm a little inexperienced in this. I'm surprised how much you can learn about a person by simple conversation. Nothing really amounted to this in Issei games, because any talk with the other characters just leads to character development and progress on their route. It's really the smaller details that give a character her charm. I learned more about Lucille tonight than any other girl in those games. Lucille's hobbies include reading, studying, and she's actually a bit of a computer nut. Her favorite and least favorite food are cinnamon-flavored stuff and blackberries respectively. The only family she has are her father, her mother, her cousins, and their respective peerages. Her family owns a small plot of land, but it's enough to show their status. While she doesn't own any pets, she would like a familiar someday coming soon. Her overall dream after school is to earn her fame in rating games, but of course shifted that dream to making me famous at them. I, of course, gave my input on my personal facts. My hobbies also include reading, but also Issei and gambling. My favorite and least favorite food are spaghetti and sugar-free foods respectively. She already knows my family and friends, and the only other pet I've had was a goldfish named Ralph who died in a frying accident. My dream after school, before this devil business, was to work in something Issei like, possibly a dojin like Genova, or more likely something in Issei games. I can draw rather decently, but I'm more of a writer. All we did other than talk was make cracks at each other or the random sci-fi movie that I popped in. Surprisingly, Genova was nowhere to be seen, thankfully. Eventually though, I have no choice but to go through with my plan. My head's gonna be sore in the morning. Third-person POV. While Katsu and Lucille enjoyed their time together, Genova was in the living room on the first floor, discussing a business matter with her friend and editor, Toji Ikari. My new series. Toji asks, "Yup, I've gotten some real inspiration from my son recently, and I can't wait to put this into my work." "You're not gonna sketch his personal business, are you?" Toji asks worriedly. While these two have been in business and friends for years, Toji can never always understand Genova's mind. "Don't worry, it's nothing like that. I'll just use random positions that will get readers in." "Okay, well, let's hear the story." "Well, it's about an ordinary human boy who meets a demon heiress and they fall in love. But the boy learns that polygamy is legal in the demon world, so he strives through obtaining many beautiful girls to join his harem, all the while fighting his mortal enemy, a perverted red dragon." Toji is silent on the other side of the line. "Listen, Jenny, I know you're a devil and all, but are you sure that you should be writing about your kind in this way?" "Hey, what the hell do I care? I've drawn scenarios of a young boy sticking molten lava beads up his mother's ass, so this shouldn't be anything new." I still don't know where you came up with that. Katsu's father wanted a little boy, Genova said happily. There's the sound of someone stopping himself from puking on the other line, then a throat clearing. Well, how about the 6? Will there be any? Of course. The young boy will be living with every girl in the same household that his demon guardian is providing for him, and each night one of them gets the honor of training him in the various ways of sex. Everything you can think of will come into play. This story is about your son, isn't it? You're damn right. Genova started laughing to herself at her genius. All right, just to double check, how many girls? 5, right? Nope, it's 8 now. 8? How? The future and constantly changing. The eye is only 75% accurate. Sheesh. All right, so when does he have sex with the first girl, the heiress? Right now. I mean, second night in. At that, Genova heard a loud scream, sounding very much like Lucille. What the hell was that? Toji asks on the other line. Maybe I underestimate Katsu's knowledge. I'll call you right back. Genova hung up the phone and walked her way to Katsu's room. As she got closer, she could hear the sounds of several thumps and muffled yelling. Her nose dripped a small sliver of blood from her nose at the perverted idea of what's going on. Eventually, the thumping stopped. Genova widened her eyes in surprise. She checked a nearby clock on the wall and saw that only 3 minutes and 55 seconds have passed. Man, even for a first-timer that was too fast. Oh, my poor baby is probably ashamed of himself right now. At that, she arrived at Katsu's room just as the door opened. And let that be a lesson to you, you perverted jackass, she screams. Lucille turned to face Genova, and Genova saw that Lucille's face was completely red and angry. Did something happen? Genova asks. You're damn right something did. Katsu and I were just watching TV and next thing I know, the little bastard pinched my ass. Lucille stormed out of the bedroom and went into hers, slamming the door shut and locking it. Genova was stunned at first, then turned to look in the rook. There were several dents in the walls and floors, implying that Katsu was being thrown around the room. Then the biggest piece of evidence was Katsu himself, who had been thrown at his dresser and several drawers have opened up, hitting him in the head as they came out. Genova sighed and took out a small notebook from the back pocket of her shorts. She opened it and saw the list of the 7 deadly sins. Each was checked off, except for lust. Then, she checked it off. While technically this isn't as severe as other cases, I'll count this considering it was such a big jump for you, Abby. To break your moral code for it. Katsu's only response was a moan in utter pain. I'll go make a few house calls, then I'll let you know the big news tomorrow morning. Katsu's response was once again a moan in pain. Genova closed the door to his room and almost began skipping her steps as she walked down the hall. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Abby is going in hot. Though, he seems to be a bit of a masochist. But I'm sure that'll help him in the long run. Genova began laughing happily as the thought of her son's success went through her mind. It had finally happened. Several days of emotional trauma has finally led to this. Abel Berith is now a high-class devil. Now, to learn the ways of the high class. Last night was certainly eventful. For the first time since grade school, I got a full-fledged ass-kicking. What happened with Genova was training. What Lucille did to me was outright devastating. Though, I should have expected no less in response to my actions. Frankly, if I were to completely give in, we'd both still be in my room, a taser involved, and she'd be walking sideways for the rest of her life. Hey, what can I say? I'm a masochist who is a slave to his desires. The only reason I'm not in prison is because I play my fantasy out in my games. Strange, someone has set my alarm to 4 a.m. I'm awake now, so I may as well stay up. Anyway, after a shower to recuperate, I headed downstairs to the dining room for breakfast. I'm starting to get used to the mornings these days. The moment I step into the dining room, a very happy Genova jumped out of nowhere and hugged me again. I think by this point in time, her hugs have proven ineffective. Morning, my little successor, she hollered happily. Successor. I stepped back after she released me. Didn't you hear me last night? Hello. Me, knocked the hell out. Oh yeah. Anyway, great news, Abby. Through technicality, you are now a high-class devil. Hey, she's joking, right? I mean, there's no way they're going to accept that. Are you kidding me? All I did was pinch a beautiful woman's ass. Are you seriously telling me that they're going to accept that bullshit? I couldn't contain my excitement. Yahoo! I jumped into the air and sprung my one wing. Hot damn, baby. I came back down and realized that I had actually broken a small amount of my cover. I quickly straightened myself out before addressing Genova in a serious manner. Thank you, Genova. I'm glad that I've finally gotten through to this end. So, what is the next step in my education? How the hell should I know? Pardon. Well, I know about how to live high class, I just don't know a damn thing about being a king. You said you wanted peerage, right? I was never part of a peerage, never had one, and never planned on it. So, you're going to have to get your lessons from someone else. In the meantime, Genova presented something from the table to me. It's a small, thin, rectangular white box with red strings around it like a cross. With my better sense of smell, I could smell that it was an oddly flavored sweet of some kind. What's this? I ask. Think of it as a peace offering. Peace offering. For who? Oh, you just might need it later. Genova said cheerfully. I seriously have no idea what she's ooh-oh. Now I get it. Seeing as Genova was never a king, I can't get any useful info out of her. But I do know 2 kings in the school, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri. This is where my plan yesterday comes into play. I just need to arrange a meeting with Gremory's most trusted servant, most likely the queen, Akino Heimjima. Though, I have no way to approach her without the possibility of immediate hostility. So, how to approach her? I can't ask Lucille because ... well, you know why. And I can't go near Hyoto without the same reaction. I suppose I could apologize to Lucille about that. But I've never apologized for anything. I'm serious here. Apologies are something I've never done before because I've never done anything that needed them. My adoptive parents were a former priest and nun for crying out loud, so of course I don't have a bad streak in me. Morning. I heard a new voice call from behind. I turn around to see that Lucille was now wide awake and in her school clothes. Morning. I meant to say it, but the questioning tone was more referring to our situation from last night. Lucille walks over and places her right hand on my cheek. Then, she just lightly taps me. A little stingy, but nothing fatal like last night. I know you only did it because of the lust challenge. I'm still a tiny bit mad, but I'll get over it. And next time, maybe a little warning. Isn't a spontaneous surprise the best surprise? I ask as a joke. Lucille almost turns angry, but then she just sighed. Well, I suppose it's time to give in. Just don't try something like that again, okay? Sure thing. At that, Genova clapped her hands and seemed a little too happy. What's up with you? I ask. Time to see your evil pieces. Genova pointed to a chessboard on the dinner table, and I was frankly surprised. On the chessboard was a whole team of chess pieces, all glass-like and glowing crimson red. I walked over and asked the obvious. So these are how I get my peerage? I ask. Yup. Go ahead and touch them. Genova ordered. I reached and touched the king piece. Wow, these pieces look really cool. Yeah, they do, don't they? Wait, that voice. Is that you, Thanatos? Looks like you're making better progress than I thought. Although, you're not fighting as much as I had hoped. The next time you fight, it had better be a bloodbath. Get out of my head, Thanatos. I know we're stuck in the same body, but that doesn't mean you can mess with my life. Sorry, kid, but this is part of the deal. You're stuck with the scythe of the horseman of death, so these pieces come with the job. The crimson pieces began flashing. The crimson light was fading around them. Then, they just stopped glowing entirely ... at least for a few moments. Then all 16 pieces were engulfed by a similar light, but different color. They were now colored the same sickly pale green that my flames in the illusion were. In fact, they're the same color as the flames that appeared in the darkness the first time I met Thanatos. He must be pulling some real strings here. Anyway, all 16 pieces are on the board in glowing pale green. I reached down and grabbed the queen piece, and I couldn't help but admire the design and color. Though I have to say, Genova spoke up again. Normally evil pieces are supposed to be crimson red, but so far yours are turning out pale green. Any reason why? Genova asked. Well, Thanatos popped into my head while I was making these. He said that the color comes with the job. Maybe it's a side effect of having the final judgment in you. Lucille asked. I suppose. Genova replied. Anyway, let's start your peerage, Abby. Genova then grabbed me and forced me to face Lucille while I still held the queen piece in my hand. Now, she grabbed a piece of paper from her right pocket and held it out in front of me. I could read it very clearly, and there were 3 lines written down. The top one is when you're reviving a recently deceased human, devil, angel, or fallen angel into your peerage. The second is when you're making a live human, devil, angel, fallen angel into your peerage. And the third is when you're giving them up. Giving them up. If you feel like they are not worthy of your time or you feel like trading, that line is when you give up ownership and someone new can take them. Now get to work. I raised the queen piece up with my left hand and held the paper with my right. I analyzed the paper thoroughly and looked back to Lucille. You can still back out. I won't stop you. Lucille stared at the piece for a moment before finally releasing a sigh. Then, she smiled gently as she looked into my eyes. Go ahead, put it in me. Say what? You sure? Because Genova's right here and that'd be pretty rude. At that, Genova slapped the back of my head. Okay, Abby, I love you, but even I found that to be in poor taste. Fair enough. I stood back up from the blow and looked back at Lucille. I took one last glance at the paper before approaching Lucille and holding the queen piece right in front of her breasts where the heart is. I order, in my name Abel Barith. You, Lucille Payman. I claim you from this world as my servant. You, my queen, with a new life, rejoice. The queen piece glowed brightly and then began going into Lucille's body like a ghost. Lucille shivered for a few moments before her body began glowing the same pale green color. The glowing stopped, and Lucille hugged herself for a moment. That was so weird, she said while shaking little. It felt like a weird lotion being spread throughout my body's insides. Lotion. Throughout her body. At that thought, Genova hit me again. Oh, I replied. What? That actually hurt. What was that for? Rule 1 when making a harem, don't think pervy thoughts about your candidate until you're alone. Well, she had a point. Wait, candidate. Who's the candidate? Lucille and I ask at the same time. Genova then points to Lucille. It's her, right. Wasn't that your plan? At that, Lucille made a horrified face, as if she had just seen the devil himself. Okay, bad comparison, but the point remains solid. I sighed and then turned to face Genova. Genova, that's not how it is. Yes, I'll most likely accept cute girls into my peerage, but only those who actually want to be part of my harem will receive the treatment you keep alluding to. Until then, Lucille being my queen is merely a dual beneficiary act. I looked to Lucille, who looked rather disappointed by something. What? I thought we both agreed to this plan. Genova walks back over and places her right hand on my shoulder. Abby, just go to the library and we'll get a few basics over with, okay? She says in a concerned tone. I look back to Lucille, who still looks a little sad. I sigh and turn to walk toward the library. Yeah, I'll see you in a sec. I go into the library, which is full of great and vast knowledge, and decided to grab a book while I waited. Just what are they talking about now? Third-person POV. After Katsu had left the dining room, Genova turned her attention to Lucille, who was rather put down by Katsu's earlier statement. His words still ring through her mind. Until then, Lucille being my queen is merely a dual beneficiary act. While that was how it all started out, Lucille did feel something different about the scenario. And now, it seems like that different feeling was for nothing. Genova walked to Lucille and patted her on her head. It's okay, Lucy. It's okay to act a little selfish for something you want, Genova says proudly. Lucille, still retaining her pride, immediately switched to defense about Genova's statement. Issei, who said anything about being selfish? And just what the hell are you talking about? Genova sighed once again, obviously getting annoyed by these child games she has seen countless times. To emphasize her coming point, Genova revealed the eye again to Lucille. Genova pointed at it with her right hand. I don't need this damn thing to tell just what the hell is going on between you two. Lucille was stuttering to shout a reply back, but Genova simply wagged her finger at Lucille while continuing to scold her. I see it between you guys. The connection, the clicking, the similarities. You two are able to, but neither of you are too stupid to do it. Sheesh, you see it all the time in those stupid harem anime. It's always either the guy or the girl, hell even both, but every time the two have a chance to be happy, it turns out they're like, too scared or not good enough. Well, let me tell you something, sweetheart. Nothing's perfect. If you want it that badly, just go in there and ride that boy till you start spitting your own little abbies out. At that, Genova realized the harshness of her words, but nothing to apologize for it. That was something the Berith clan was fairly infamous for, no apologies. They were known for always following their hearts, beliefs, and even their own selfishness to no end and never apologizing. While Beriths were known for never being honest through their words, they were honest through their actions. Lucille simply sighed before looking at Genova with saddened eyes. But the harem thing. Hey, like I said, no relationship is perfect. You just gotta roll with it. Besides, Genova moved to stand next to Lucille and place her left arm around her like a buddy. Abby's obviously has the harem planned out, so just roll with it, Genova said with a chuckle. Lucille looked at the ground. Before long she was chuckling as well. She then looked back up and turned to look at Genova. Okay, I'll give it a chance. But the moment I see something in his plan screw up, I'm kidnapping him and moving to Italy, she said with a proud smirk. Genova recognized that Lucille was simply pushing her buttons and winning at it, too. Do you really think you can outrun me? Genova asked while increasing the pressure of her grip on Lucille's left shoulder. Oh, Lucille grunted out, but tried to wave it off as nothing. I think I can manage. Lucille raised her right hand and placed it on Genova's left hand on her shoulder, and released a small stream of her deadly electrical power into Genova. The third strongest family-based power in the 72 pillars, the Hell Rain Lightning. Right behind our Black Flame. Then that's behind the Bale clan's power of destruction. Second rate. At that, both understood where they stood on this battleground. Though they were friendly in front of Katsu, in reality there was a desperate battle for his attention between his mother and his queen. I won't lose after just finding my Abby. Genova released Lucille and stood proudly with her hand pointed at Lucille. Lucille adopted a proud pose as well by placing both of her hands on her hips. I won't lose either, after only now learning to accept his faults. Both stared at each other with fire in their eyes. Then, the tense air suddenly dropped as they both turned away from each other. Genova towards the library and Lucille toward the kitchen. See you around, Genova. Later, Lucy. Katsu's POV. Genova finally entered the library and began a small lesson in magic usage. Genova taught me about how to use transportation circles and a little bit of healing magic. The transportation circles work via parchment or drawn on the floor. The library had a circle, so it could go anywhere we were allowed to. Though, since this is Gremory territory, we have to be scarce in out usage of it. She explained to me that the healing magic we devils learn can only heal those within our own clan, and that includes each member's peerage. And since we Beriths are known for our selfishness, our healing magic is especially effective with each other. Although why she brought up healing while naked is quicker and more effective, I don't know. Anyway, after that, we decided to have a little large breakfast since there was still time until school started. Strangely, Genova cooked breakfast this time. She said she didn't know anything about Japanese food, and asked if I wouldn't mind some recipes she already knew. I don't really care about that, just as long as there's nothing with fake or artificial sugar. Oddly enough, Genova actually knew how to cook. She had made pancakes and fried eggs, the latter Lucille didn't bother to even smell. As rude as that was, I couldn't help but laugh. Anyway, after breakfast Lucille went into the kitchen and forced me into the living room, telling me to stay out. I wonder what got into her. After a while, it was about time that we usually would head out to school. Lucille came out of the kitchen carrying a rather large bento. Is that for our lunch? Hey, I'm not complaining. I made sure to carry both of our school bags and the peace offering Genova had made. As Lucille and I made our way to school, I couldn't help but notice that she was walking rather close to me with a smile and a few giggles every now and again. Just what did they talk about while I was in the library? I tried to listen, but the damn room is practically soundproof, even with them devil ears. Eventually, as we got closer to school, I told Lucille about my plan. Okay Lucille, it's time to establish a friendly tie with the Gremory clan. It needs a lot from you on your part. Can you handle that? I asked her. I can. Just ask away, and I'll do what I can. I need you to speak to Akino Hanjima before classes start. Tell her that Abel Berith wishes to put out any hostility between us and establish a beneficially neutral bond. I'll be waiting to speak with her during the break period. Wait, why don't I just talk to Riaz then? Because, don't take this the wrong way, but your inferiority complex to Riaz will just get in the way. You'll be hostile and send off the wrong signal. Akino appears to be a rather kind person, so going through her to get to Gremory is the best option. What about you? What do you have up your sleeve? A silver tongue, a load of BS, and a gambling habit. Lucille sighed. I became your queen because I trust in your decision-making. I look to Lucille as she looks to me, and she catches me off guard with a gentle smile on her face. So don't do anything stupid, okay? She asks sweetly. I look ahead and see that we're coming close to the school gate. Lucille sighs as I look back to her. Looks like it's showtime. Wish me luck. Lucille then did something I never saw coming. She leaned in close and gave me a slight peck on the cheek with her lips. She giggled before increasing her walking speed and going into the school. Me, I'm frozen in place by what the hell just happened. She kissed me on the cheek. Well, that was certainly surprising. But it came with a backfire. She did it. As several male and female students were walking into the school. Now, they froze as well. Oh shit, no way. A male screams. Why did Lucille do that? A girl screams. And now I have a headache. Congrats Kyo Academy. Then my ears caught something awful. First Hyoto, now this evil jerk. One male screams. By vicious instinct, I ran over to where that student was and got inches from his face. What the hell are you talking about? I asked, barely holding back my rage. This morning, Hyoto came walking into the school with Riaz Gremory. At that, the fiery rage in my stomach almost ran out of control. I practically ran into the school and went straight for the bathroom. Why? Because toilet water isn't flammable. Pray to whatever god these people worship that whoever goes in there doesn't cause splash damage. Otherwise, cooked anus on the way. I'm really considering going to political war by this point. If one of the terms for peace between us is me being nice to Hyoto, I'm burning the fucking school to the ground. Calm down. Calm down. Can't afford to let my anger get the better of me. I have to maintain a cool and friendly attitude to Akino when she shows up. Before she shows up, I'll have to make Yoshida into my pawn. I promised him, and I'm a man of my word. Eventually, I was able to calm down and the break bell rang. I headed to find Lucille, who told me that we would meet behind the old school building. We found Yoshida along the way and brought him with us. When we made it, I explained to Yoshida about how I achieved high class last night and had already made Lucille my queen. And now, you're gonna make me your pawn. He asks in disbelief. Of course, you're my apprentice, dear Yoshida. I plan on keeping you under my one wing even in this new life of mine. I said proudly. Another reason I'm keeping Yoshida around keeps my ego up. The poor guy couldn't contain his excitement any longer. He jumped up in victory and almost hollered his opportunity. Sweet, he says in a tone-done scream. I'll finally become a devil. My parents would always talk about them, but now that I'm about to become one, I can't hold back my tears. Yoshida begins crying. Wait, time for a little experiment. I walked over and reached with my left hand behind Yoshida's right ear, then flicked it. Y-E-O-W. He screams. He reaches and holds his ear. Well, I guess that does work. Calm down, Yoshida. You have to maintain self-control in the presence of Gremory, understood? Yoshida stood back up and gave me a salute. Yes, sir. I'm ready to become a devil. Before we left the house, I had packed all of my pieces into a small chest case which holds all pieces and even a board. I took it out and pulled out one of my pawns. Alright Yoshida, this'll feel weird at first, but just stay calm and this'll be over quickly. Yoshida gulped at the sound of that. I approached him with the pawn in my left hand. I presented it to his heart. I order, in my name Abel Berith. You, Ayumu Yoshida. I claim you from this world as my servant. You, my pawn, with a new life, rejoice. The pawn glowed, and slowly went inside Ayumu the same way it did like Lucille. But, something was different. The case holding my other pieces began shaking rapidly on the ground. Lucille, what's going on? I asked her. I don't know. At that, the case shot open to shreds and the pieces all fell out. But the pawns all shot from the ground and into Yoshida's chest. He flew back and slammed against a tree. Yoshida. I ran over and checked on him. Lucille ran over and kneeled down next to me. Yoshida, you okay? I ask. Yoshida cracks his eyes open and smiles at me. Hey, Yuta, you okay? I ask again. I think so. He mumbles. He tries to sit up, but he winces in pain and lies back down. So, I really am a devil now, huh? I look to Lucille. Just what happened? I asked her calmly. Lucille is silent for a few moments. I could be wrong, but I think Ayumu is worth all 8 pawns. Say what? Well, we just saw all 8 jump out of the case and rush toward him. Though, I've never seen them do that. Normally I'd guess one would be rejected, so you'd have to place all 8 in the target at once. I look back to Yoshida, who's breathing unusually slowly. Lucille, I think he's having a bad reaction to being out on the day like this. I should have waited until after school. It's natural that he'd be a little sensitive. This is unusual sensitivity. Something tells me he shouldn't be losing consciousness like this. I prop Yoshida to sit up a little more. I open both of his eyelids and see that his eyes appear to be normal. I check his pulse. It's steady, but I don't want to risk anything. Let's carry Yoshida to the infirmary. I'll call Mom and tell her what happened. We'll use a transportation circle and get him out of here. Are you sure? Lucille asks. Definitely. I don't care what he has to say. We're taking to our home and getting him fixed up. Well, this is unexpected. That voice ... isn't any of ours, but I have a good guess as to who it belongs to. I first look at Lucille, who's looking behind me with wide eyes and slight bit of anger. In the reflection of her eyes, I see crimson hair. I couldn't help but gulp down a bit of my saliva. I moved to slowly pick Yoshida up, carrying half of him with my left shoulder and Lucille moving to carry him by her right. We both turned to face ... her. Physically, she's almost identical to Lucille. Seeing as they have the same measurements, I'm not surprised. But the most distinct features are her blue-green eyes and the long, crimson hair. It's her, Ria's Gremory, and behind her is her queen, Akino Hanjima. I can see why she ranks above Lucille. Violet eyes, long black hair and a ponytail held by an orange ribbon, and definitely noticeable bust would make a bigger statement than what Lucille. I turn to look to Lucille. Lucille, carry Yoshida a little bit away and call Genova. See if she can show up to help you out. Are you sure? She asks worryingly. She looks to Gremory and glares a little. I'll be fine, I assure her. Just make sure Yoshida is okay. I don't want him to sleep through his first day as a devil. I added a smile at the end of my sentence. As much as it turns my stomach, I have to play off of this. Showing concern for my subordinates should show a commonality between Gremory and I make sure Lucille has a good hold on Yoshida before letting go. Lucille walks off carrying Yoshida behind me while grabbing her phone. As she walks further off and dialing Genova's number, I stood straight before the house of Gremory. I cleared my throat, adjusted the collar to my blazer, and ignited a small black flame by my hand. By using my devil abilities, my hair and eye color changed to that of my clans. My hair turns silver and my eyes turn green. As I dissolve the flame, I give a rather low bow to the women in front of me. Good afternoon, Miss Gremory. I speak up. I raise myself back up. My name is Katsu, better known as Abel Berith. As I'm sure you're aware from Lord Payman's loose tongue, I'm ... the last heir to the Berith clan. There is a silence between us for a moment. I can tell that she's calculating how to handle me. I'm doing the same. Time to see how far my silver tongue can take me. Now, as the last heir to my clan, I hope to bring it back to its former glory as a powerful force. However, I would like to make one thing clear. This is where I play part of my hand. I do not praise Cable Berith's practices. If anything, I find them appalling. And as the first step to showing the new resolve of my clan, I wish to establish friendly relations with all fellow clans. And, seeing as this is the territory of your family, Miss Gremory, I would like to humbly offer a truce of some sort, for I bear no ill will toward you nor your clan. End scene. Okay, I think I played that off rather well. I couldn't help but notice a slight smile on Gremory's face. Did I do something funny? Well, I'll admit, I played the part a little dramatically, but I don't see a reason why she should laugh. It appears that your plight is genuine. She states, you've already proven to me that you won't continue your grandfather's ways. How so? Your servant, Yoshida. If you were the kind of Berith I have heard of, not only would you have ignored his pain, but you never would have made someone like him a servant. You truly do promise change. As I thought, showing concern for my servant proved effective. Though, I will admit that I feel a little guilty. Oh wait, the peace offering. I reach into Lucille's school bag and pull out the box Genova had provided me. I know it may not appear as much, but my mother, Genova Berith, wishes to extend her own desires for no ill with this small cake she made. It's only about the size of a long and slim jewelry box, but it should do as a small snack. I presented it for them both to see. Gremory stepped forward and grabbed the box from my left hand. I feel a little intimidated in her presence. It smells wonderful. Your mother must be a rather good cook. At least she's good for something. Oh shit, I said that out loud. Oops. Well, cat's out of the bag now. Strangely though, she didn't react. Although, Akino behind her did giggle a little. If it's not too much Gremory, I require your assistance in a small matter. What is it? I have recently risen to high class, and I have my own peerage, but I have little knowledge in the ways of high class, and I wish to educate Yoshida how to be a low class. Seeing as I didn't exactly rise up the normal way, I was wondering if my small clan may perhaps sit in on your clan's meetings. Just for a short while until we get the hang of things. As she hands the small box to Akino, Gremory starts pondering my offer. With a sly smile, she gives her answer. Very well then, you may sit in on our meetings. But, only under one condition. Name it. My queen, Akino, has informed me of your relationship with my newest servant, Issei. Though, my only condition is that you refrain from insulting my cute servant and do not harm him. Understood. This is the hardest decision of my life. I'm seriously considering just saying everything about devils to Yoshida. I just don't think I can handle being nice to Hyoto. But, if I want to prove the new Barith spirit, very well then, I won't insult Hyoto from now on. You have my word. So, is that acceptable? Good. I look forward to seeing where you plan on taking your clan. She turns around and starts walking away. Meet with us later this evening after school in this building. She must be referring to the old school building right next to us. I gave another bow as Akino followed her king. Thank you, once again. As soon as they walk around the corner, I immediately slap myself in the face. Well, you're in for it now. I say to myself. I seriously don't think I can handle not insulting Hyoto for more than 5 seconds, let alone a few days. It's like a drug to me, I gotta have my fix. Calm down, forget about it. You can tolerate it as long as you get the information you need. That went well. I hear Lucille's voice. I turn around and see that Lucille is standing there, arms crossed and looking very disappointed. Yeah, depends on how you look at it. I reply. At that, Lucille looks at the ground and starts shaking little. You cold? I ask. And no, it's nothing like that. It's just, I've been thinking about something. Yeah, you said, I'm a special person once, right? I do recall that. What exactly did you mean by that? And be honest, no holding back. Ah crap, I was hoping we could avoid this conversation. Well, I suppose it was going to have to come out sooner or later. Listen, Lucille. Pull it together, man. Ever since I first saw you, I have to admit, I was a little taken away by your beauty. Lucille's face adopted a slight shade of red as I spoke. But I figured a guy like me, who's been alone, really, for his whole life, could never find someone in my life as beautiful as you. I take a slight breath in. But then, I was attacked by that fallen angel. Personally, I had always hoped something like that would happen. I always thought that I belonged somewhere else and deserved more out of life. But when I got it, turned out I was quite weak. Then you came along, you saved my life, showed me where I came from, and most importantly, you've put up with my flaws in a way I thought no one ever could. Lucille's face then adopted a small smile as her face got a little redder. In fact, I hope that you intend on staying by my side for a long time. I don't care what your feelings are toward me, I just want you to be by my side. I didn't need to say those 3 magic words. What I've said now is enough to get the point across. Lucille fiddles with her fingers for a moment before looking me dead in the eye. And you feel this way after only knowing me a few days, barely a week. It's one of my firm beliefs that it doesn't matter how much time you spend with a person, it's what you do in that time that matters. Genova and my father proved that, didn't they? I suppose. If that's how you really feel, then you can't blame me for what I'm about to say. I can feel the sweat beads on the back of my neck trailing down as she's about to speak. You're a perverted, arrogant, selfish, prideful, manipulative, cold-hearted, egotistical, hypocritical bastard who only cares about sex, power, women, and his personal life. And the arrow has shot through my school. But, despite all of that, you work hard to still be a good person who wants to better not only himself, but others as well. And, even with your dream, I want to say this. Issei, Abel Barith, I wish to become the first member of your. Her lips stay closed, as if her body is telling her that what she's saying isn't right. Come on lips, lose the battle already. Harim, she practically screams to the heavens. Well, that was rather unexpected. But I'll only do it for a few conditions. Should have seen that coming. Your conditions. You won't use your authority as my king to make me do anything lewd unless willing to do it. Of course, you're not allowed to say or do anything lewd to me until we're past a certain base. Done. You will not pressure me about said bases and when we shall take them. Done. Unless I willingly say so, we sleep in separate beds. Got it. Done. And I suppose the break it, you buy it rule applies here as well. And lastly, here comes something stupid. I'm well aware of your plan to balance everything between you girls and your harem, and I appreciate that. But, until someone else comes along. She suddenly walks forward, and places both of her hands on my shoulders, and leans in close so that our faces are mere inches apart. You're all mine, she says in a deep, sensual voice that immediately gets my kingdom's attention. Then, in another unexpected move, she kissed me on the lips. This is a WESOME. My first kiss on the lips. She pulls back, and I see a sharp smile on her face. So do we have a deal? She asks in that same voice. Yes, ma'am, I reply without thinking. By instinct, I slightly lean in more to get another taste. Oh good. Lucille then lets me go, turns around, and walks away a few feet. My body is still a little slow after the initial attack, so my body still leans without my permission. How far did I lean forward? I slammed into the grassy ground between us as she continued speaking. I'm glad we're finally in a relationship. Though, since this is a harem, am I still technically your girlfriend? My immediate answer was to stand up and raise my left pointing finger and speak. By all accounts, each girl in the harem is my girlfriend, but determining several things like emotional attachment and time of joining the harem show where you are in the harem stripper pole. Don't you mean totem pole? Hell no. So, she turns back around with sly smile on her face. She walks toward me with her arms under her breasts, which she's obviously trying to show off. Where would I be on that pole? That lustful voice again. You'd be, in lack of a better term, head wife. I almost squeak the answer as her breasts get closer. She ceases her advance and turns around again quickly, her hair softly hitting me in the fair. All right then, let's get back to class, she says cheerfully. I think for the first time in my life, not counting special dreams, I think I have blue balls. Thankfully, the uneasy feeling in my backup dancers stopped after a while during classes. Though, I couldn't help but imagine the countless scenarios Lucille might pull off just to get me riled up when she knows I can't do anything without her approval. After classes, Lucille and I went to roof to greet Yoshida, who had recovered thanks to Genova's help. We took a long route to get to the old school building, primarily because we were trying to find ways to avoid the sunlight for Yoshida's sake. After a few minutes, I caught sight of Kiba leading Hyoto somewhere. We followed, but when they got to too sunny a place, Lucille knew an alternate route. Along the way, a lot of the female fans of Kiba were crying to him to not be around Hyoto. Some even debated which one was the catcher and who received. Sometimes I forget why I love this school so much. Eventually, we found ourselves in the old school building. The place isn't called old for nothing. It's made of wood, with not broken glass windows, surrounded by trees, but it still has a rather modest appearance. As we entered the building, I noticed Yoshida was shivering. I lessened my walking pace so that I was behind him, and placed my left hand on his shoulder. He seemed to have calmed down after that. Lucille knows where the room is, so she just whispers which ways to turn and the like. We made our way to the second floor and walked into a corridor. I guess Kiba and Hyoto already went inside, seeing as I don't see them anymore. Surprisingly, this place is kept rather clean. You'd think the old school building would have a cobweb or two. But nope, nice and clean. The sign on an incoming door read Occult Research Club. Alright, here goes nothing. I knock on the door lightly. It's Berith. I state my name. Oh good, come in. I heard Yoshida taking a breath as I placed my hand on the door handle. I push it open, and a whole new world is open up to me. The room itself is a little too devil-like. There's a few sofas and chairs around here, a desk at the head of the room with a small window with the curtain drawn. The floor has a transportation circle on it. It looks like an oddly shaped rose. I suppose it's the symbol for the Gremory clan. I look around and notice everyone in the room. On one sofa are Yuto Kiba and Kaneko Tojo, the latter of which has eaten the small cake I gave Gremory earlier. Well, at least it's being used for something. On another couch was Gremory with Akino standing next to her holding a tray that had 4 teacups on it. And finally, Hyoto sits alone at one couch. They all turn to face me, Kiba, Akino, and Ria's having smiles, Kaneko looking neutral, and Hyoto glaring with daggers of death. Oh, this is gonna be fun ride. I'm glad you made it, Katsu Yuta. Gremory addressed me. I gave a slight bow, Lucille and Yoshida following. It's an honor that you allowed us to come, Gremory. At that, Hyoto stood up from his seat and pointed at me. What the hell are you doing here? He asks angrily. Nice to see you too, Hyoto. I say dispirited. He walked over and approached me. Answer my question. I'm a devil as well. I'm simply here to observe and educate my latest servant. At that, Hyoto looked like he saw a ghost. Huh, he asks. Please, sit down, Issei. Gremory tells him calmly. Personally, I would have smacked him upside the head, but that's just how I roll. Speaking of unruly behavior, I felt an odd aura coming off of Yoshida. I turn back to face him as Hyoto goes to sit back down angrily, and I see a wide smile on Yoshida's face. You all right there, Yoshida? I ask. I'm fine, he says, barely letting out a squeak. I sighed, because I realize what he wants to do. Okay, you can geek out. At that, Yoshida lost his cool. This is so cool. It's a whole clan of devils. Not only that, but they have the hottest babes in the school. That conduct I will not tolerate. I wonder. I step back and reach to the back of Yoshida's ear and flick it. YEOW. He stops talking. Huh, why do you know? Lucille, take a note. Back of ear equals reset button. Lucille looks to the ceiling, mumbles what I just said, then nods her head. Got it. Anyway, I stepped forward and introduced my clan. Hello everyone, my name is Katsu Yuta, better known as through Lord Payman's rumor mill as Abel Berith, last head of the Berith clan. Hyoto looks to Gremory while pointing his right pointing finger at me. Hey senpai, why the heck is he here? Katsu is here to simply observe how other clans work. He's only recently achieved his high status, so he needs a proper education. Just pretend like he's not here. Hyoto withdrew his finger and sat there quietly. Fine, he grunts. At that, Akino approached him with the small tray. Here's your tea. She offers him. Oh, thank you. He takes it and drinks it as Akino then approaches us. I take a cup, and so did Lucille and Yoshida. Lucille found a chair in the corner of the room, Yoshida another chair, but I simply leaned against the wall next to them and enjoyed my tea. Hyoto finishes his quickly. It tastes good. He comments. I don't want to rude, so. I agree. Hyoto looks at me with daggers in his eyes again, almost as if he's saying kiss ass. And I accept that title gracefully. Oh my, thank you very much, she says with a small laugh. I'll admit, she's quite cute. I wouldn't mind having her in my harem, but sadly, already taken by Gremory. At least I have Lucille. Aquino, you sit over here as well. Aquino places the tray down on a nearby table, then moves to sit next to Gremory. I will tell you directly, we are all devils. Gremory speaks to Hyoto. Hyoto looks rather unconvinced. Your expression says that you don't believe what I am saying. Well, that can't be helped. You saw the guy with black wings last night. Last night. Was Hyoto attacked again? Sheesh, talk about bad luck. That's a fallen angel. They were former angels who served God, but they fell down to hell because they had evil intentions. They are also the enemy of us devils. We, the devils, have been in a war with the fallen angels since ancient times. We have been fighting over the possession of the underworld, also known as hell in the human world. The underworld is split into two areas of the devil and fallen angel. The devils form pacts with humans and receive their sacrifice and increase their strength. The fallen angels, on the other hand, control humans to eliminate devils. And here, the angels come to destroy the two races on God's order. So the war is split into three groups: devils, fallen angels, and angels. This has been going on since ancient times. Hyoto raises his hand a little. Senpai, that kind of story is hard to take in by a normal male student like myself. Is this what members of a cult research club do? The cult research club is just a camouflage. It's my hobby. We are all devils. Everyone is silent for a moment so Hyoto can take in the info. Yuma Mano. Gremory speaks again. That day, you were on a date with Yuma Mano, right? If you are joking, then can you please stop now? I don't want to talk about it in this atmosphere. Hyoto sounded a little angry. I can't blame the guy. First girlfriend takes him on a date and kills him at the end. This kid can't get a break. She existed. For certain. Gremory says that clearly, though it looks like she tried to erase all of the evidence around you. Gremory swirled her finger and Aquino took out a photo from her pocket. This is her, right? She's right. I recognize the girl's face clearly. The person in the photo was her, but the photo had a clear picture of her, and there were black wings growing from her back. This girl is ... No, this is a fallen angel. It's the same kind as the one that attacked you last night. Gremory continues. This fallen angel came in contact with you to accomplish her motive. After she accomplished it, she got rid of any record and evidence regarding herself. Motive? Yes, to kill you. What did she have to kill me for? Calm down, Issei. It couldn't be helped. No, you were just unlucky. There are possessors who aren't killed. What do you mean, unlucky? That day, you were on a date with her and then went to the park, where you were killed by the Spear of Light. But I'm still alive. Why did I have to be hunted for? That's actually a good question. Why bother hunting him? The reason why your life was aimed for by her is so she could check if there is a dangerous thing inside you. Since the response was weak, she had to take her time checking you. Then she confirmed it, that you were a human who possessed a sacred gear. Sacred gear is an irregular power that is bestowed to certain humans. For example, most of the people whose names are recorded in history are said to be possessors of sacred gears. They use the power of their sacred gear to record their name in history. Kiba speaks. Presently, there are people who have a sacred gear within their body. You know those people who play an important role worldwide. Most of those people possess a sacred gear within their body. Aquino continues from where Kiba stopped at. Gremory then continues the discussion. Most of the sacred gears have functions that are only usable in the human society. But there are exceptional sacred gears that are a threat to the devils and fallen angels. Issei, raise your hand high. Hyoto looks hesitant. Do it quickly. Hyoto finally raised his left hand. Close your eyes and imagine the thing that you think is the strongest. Strongest being, Son Goku from Dragon Ball. I fought back the urge to facepalm myself, but Yashida let out a small chuckle. I reach over with my right hand and flick the back of his left ear. YEOW. I look back up and motion them to proceed. Then imagine that person. Now imagine him in a particular pose where he looks the strongest. Lower your arms slowly and stand up. Hyoto got up from the sofa. Now mimic the pose of that person. You have to copy it properly, and you cannot hold back. Hyoto again looks hesitant. I can't blame him. I'm a fan of the show too, but every fan has their limits. Hurry and do it. Hyoto placed both of his open hands together and pushed it in front of his chest. Then he finished the pose by yelling out, Kamema. Now, open your eyes. Since this place is filled with magic powers, the sacred gear will appear more easily. Just like Gremory said, Hyoto opened his eyes. Flash. His arm starts to glow. The light started to form a shape and covered his left arm. When the light stopped glowing, his left arm is covered in a red gauntlet. It is equipped with a flashy-looking object. It looked like a very fine and realistic cosplay item. The part that covers the back of my hand, there is a gem-like object engraved into it. Actually, it looks more like a jewel instead of just a gem. What the hell is this? It's a sacred gear, but that was too easy. You serious? You mean to tell me that I needed an ass kicking from my mom in order to bring mine out? But this bastard only needs to imagine a freaking anime character doing something. What the hell? That's a sacred gear, and it is yours. Once it appears, you could use it anywhere and anytime as you will. You were killed by the fallen angel because of the big threat this sacred gear poses. You called me when you were on the verge of death. I was summoned by this poster. Gremory pulled out a single leaflet. It was an odd piece of paper. At the bottom it read, "We will grant your wish." If I look carefully, the magic circle on the leaflet is the same as the big magic circle on the floor. This is one of the leaflets we give out. This magic circle is used to summon us devils. Lately, not many people draw this circle to summon us, so we give these leaflets to people who look like they would summon devils. This magic circle is safe and easy to use. That day, one of our familiars that was disguised as a human was handing this out at the business district. "You got it at that time, Issei. After you were attacked by the fallen angel, you called me while you were on the verge of death. You wished so hard that it summoned me. Usually, Akino and the others from my household are the ones who are summoned." Genova stopped showing the scene just as the fallen angel killed him, so I had no idea that she revived him. "When I was summoned and saw you, I knew right away that you were attacked by a fallen angel and that you were the possessor of the sacred gear. But there was a problem, and that was that you were on a brink of death. Not just devils, but humans also would be killed instantly if impaled by fallen angel's spear of light. You were also in a state like that, and I decided to save your life. Just as I thought before, although as a devil. Issei, you were reborn as a devil of mine, Ria's Gremory household, as my underling devil." At that moment wings grew out of the back of everyone of the Gremory group. My clan kept our wings in, but Yoshida was a little caught off guard. "Let's introduce everyone anew. Hyoto." Kiba smiled at Hyoto after Gremory called his name. "My name is Hyoto Kiba. Like you already know, I'm a second year like you, Issei Hyoto. I'm a devil too, nice to meet you. First year, Kaneko Tojo. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm a devil." Kaneko bowed her head slightly. "My name is Akino Hanjima, and I'm in third year. I'm also the vice president of this research club. Nice to meet you. Even though I'm like this, I'm also a devil." "Oh my." Akino bowed her head very politely. Lastly, it was Gremory's turn. She waved her crimson hair and said it very directly. "And I'm their master, Devil Ria's Gremory of the House of Gremory. My house holds the rank of a duke. Let's get along from now on, Issei. Things really are taking a different turn. If you are with me, your lifestyle and future will become very bright," Gremory said with a wink to Hyoto. I sighed and placed my teacup on a little table next to Yoshida's chair. "I suppose we should introduce ourselves then." At that, Lucille, Yoshida, and I all let our wings out as well. "I've already introduced myself." I bow my head lightly, more of a nod. "My name is Lucille Payman. I'm glad to meet you all," she says with feigned interest and a bow. "I'm a third year as well. Then my name's Ayumu Yoshida." Yoshida bows and recoils so fast that I'm afraid his back will snap. "I'm a first year too, so I hope to get along with everyone." Hyoto points at me, more toward my right. "How come you only have one wing?" "I'm a half-breed, half-human and half-devil. I suppose it's genetics." The little idiot sat back down and looked at the ground. This must be hitting him hard. "To tell you the truth, there are ranks between devils. Something called peerage. I also have one. The place where you were born and the family you were born from plays a big role in it, but there are devils who rise up. Everyone starts off as a novice first." "Can you please stop talking like it's a recruiting commercial?" "But are you serious? I still can't believe it." Gremory walks over and whispers something into his ear, although it's still audible for us to hear. "By the way, you may be able to start a life where you can become popular with girls." Aw shit, she shouldn't have said that. "How?" The idiot hollers. "Majority of the pure devils were killed in the war a long time ago. Because of that, we, the devils, started to make lots of servants. Well, we lost a lot of power, so we can't make a huge army compared to the past. Even so, we need to keep on increasing the number of the devils. Just like humans, the devils split in genders of male and female and are able to give birth. But even with normal birth, it will take a lot of time to get back to the same population as before. Devils also have a very low birth rate, so we won't be able to stand up against the fallen angels. So we find humans who have good quality and make them into devils. As our servant, that is. So, I'm a servant after all. Oh, don't make a face like that. Now, I will get to the point. Since this only increases the number of servants, it doesn't increase the number of powerful devils. So the devils added a new rule. Chances or opportunities were given to powerful reincarnated devils. In other words, devils that were reincarnated from humans. Reincarnated ones are given peerage as well if they are powerful. Because of that, there are lots of devils in human society. There are also devils like myself who came to human society as well. Issei, you may not have noticed, but you probably passed devils a couple of times while walking. Devils were always nearby then. Yes, though there are people who can distinguish which ones are devils and those who can't. People with a strong greed or people who want to get help from devils usually can distinguish us strongly. We are usually summoned by the one who can distinguish between them by the leaflet with magic circle that we give out. There are people like you, Issei, who can distinguish devils but don't believe in our existence. The majority of them usually believe it if they see magic powers. So that means with the right method I would also be able to get a peerage. Yes, it's not impossible. Of course, it would take a lot of time and effort to achieve, though. Hell yeah. The idiot was shouting in the classroom. Are you serious? I'm able to make my own harem. I could have sex with them as well, right? Yes, I think it's fine if it's with your servants. Oh hell. Ooh yeah. Being a devil rocks. Hell yeah. I can't calm myself anymore. I can probably throw away my porn. No, not the porno magazine. Not that. I can't throw that away. That's my treasure. I could still use it until my mum finds it. This and that is a different issue. Yes, it's a different issue. Gremory starts laughing. This boy is really funny. Oh my, it's just like you said earlier, he makes me feel like I have a very stupid brother. Akino said, very stupid indeed. Anyway, Issei, you are alright with being my servant, right? If you have potential, you will stand out. And then, you will be able to receive a peerage. Yes, Ria-senpai. No, that's not it. You will have to call me President. President, can I call you Big Sister? I couldn't help myself. My hand reached up and practically smacked myself in the face. The girls call the top two idols, Gremory and Akino, Big Sisters. And even the boys do it when they're not around. But now this idiot. Luckily, no one paid attention to my self-inflicted pain. Lucille comforted me by patting me on my shoulder. HMMMMM. That sounds wonderful, but since I operate mainly in the school, being called President sounds more fitting. Okay, then, Prez, teach me how to be a devil. Good reply. Good boy, Issei. Okay, I will change you into a man. And the moron continued. I'm gonna be a harem king. Are you kidding me? Now he has that dream. Oh hell no. After that, I placed Yoshida to sit next to Hyoto as Gremory explained the job of a devil. The job goes like this. First we are summoned, and then we make a contract with them. After that, we fulfill their wishes. As a price, we receive an award fitting for the particular wish they made. It can be money, an object, and even their life. Well, lately, there aren't any contractors who would use their life to make a wish. Even if there was a person like that, if the price they gave doesn't match up to the wish they wish for, then the wish won't be granted. And it turns out, Yoshida was given leaflets by Genova just before she transported him back. Eventually, the first meeting of the new Gremory Berith groups concluded. My group headed home due to the lateness of the night. Gremory gave Yoshida a small device that's crucial to his job as a devil. Apparently, the device allows the user to find greedy humans. It's basically a GPS. As a test, Gremory turned it on and showed Hyoto the general area. Almost everyone except Kaneko was at awe at a massive greed dot for a human the size of the entire school. It took the damn machine a mere few seconds to narrow down that it was me. As a cruel joke, Hyoto gave me a leaflet. I accepted it, only because Gremory was watching. If she wasn't there, I would have torn the damn thing up. Introductions were over soon enough, and the meeting was concluded. Hyoto acted like an overly excited child, but the guy's got spirit, so I'll give him that. He, and Yoshida for that matter. Speaking of which, why the hell is he worth more than one pawn? I asked Lucille this as we walked home, Yoshida ahead of us. Yoshida said he called his parents while at my house, saying Genova offered him to stay as well, so he's coming with us. Well, the most obvious reasons is that Yoshida is possibly a really powerful human. Sometimes, when someone being made part of a peerage through the evil pieces is really powerful, sometimes they require more than one piece to equal their worth. Knight, rook, queen, and bishop are all worth a certain amount of pawns. Let's see. Let's use Kuroka as an example. Who? A stray devil who killed her master and became a wanted criminal, ranking SS. Is it weird that I'm turned on by that? I asked with a sudden slip of my tongue. Lucille glared at me angrily before answering the new question, then back to the first. I swear, you are such a masochist that I'm willing to bet that you'd let Hanjima hit you with her lightning magic just to get your kingdom up. She's not wrong on that one. Well, back to the subject. When Kuroka was a bishop, she was worth 6 pawns. Now, a bishop and a knight are worth 3 pawns, a rook worth 5, and a queen worth 9. So, instead of making her into a pawn, her master made her into both bishops, leaving him with 1. I see. In this case, Yoshida was made into a pawn worth 8. So he must hold a lot of promise. Any idea why? Maybe he has a really powerful sacred gear. At that, we both heard Yoshida roar out of some strange frustration and run back to stand in front of us. I've figured it out, he declares. Figured out what? Lucille and I ask at the same time. I've figured out how to unlock my sacred gear. Lucille and I are confounded at the same time. Check this out. Yoshida did something rather odd. He took an odd fighting stance, one eye. I think I recognize it. Wait. He's posed like Vegeta in the desert the first time he fought Goku in Dragon Ball Z. So he thinks Vegeta is stronger than Goku. Well, I suppose everyone has their taste. I like Vegeta more as a character, but that's it. Anyway, after Ayumu took the pose for a few seconds, he started glowing red. But he wasn't red for long. He then turned Organe strangely enough. The aura then started gathering into his right forearm. In a flash, the aura vanished and something monstrous took its place. It was a whole gauntlet, but it looked like something from Halloween. It was a piece of brown metal, appearing like it's rusting. There's an odd rectangular glaze on his upper side of his forearm, filled with strange orange liquid. The glass had 5 tubes on it that lead to vials that are along his fingers, all filled with the orange liquid. The tips of the tubes have long needles sticking out of them. It looks nightmarish from here. Yoshida, however, went nuts. Why, yes. I got my own sacred gear. I wonder what it does. Yoshida held the gauntlet up and extended his arm outward. I'm a little nervous because the needles are pointed at me. Does it cut stuff? Can it manipulate the elements? What if it can cause the end of the world? Wait, does it shoot stuff? At that, the gauntlet shot the middle finger needle and came at me with lightning speed, too fast to dodge or intercept. It hit me in the shoulder. My first thought was to scream in pain. but surprisingly, it did hurt at all. I just grabbed the needle and threw it to the ground. Well, that was an effect. For some reason or another, I suddenly lost consciousness and hit the ground on my back. Then, I heard something that sounded like thunder. Oh crap, things have definitely taken a dark turn. Yoshida unlocked the power of his sacred gear, which looked like a rusted medical gauntlet. It shot a needle into my shoulder, and I thought I was fine. I was dead wrong. Right now, I'm standing on what feels like rocks, the top of a cliff I'd guess. So far, the temperature is warm, there's nothing but darkness, and I can only hear the sound of thunder echoing in here. This isn't Thanatos pulling me in for a chat again. Anyone here? I ask. Oh, there's something here all right. That wasn't in my head, that was right out here, somewhere in here. The darkness dispersed as the ceiling above here turned into dark gray clouds moving rapidly with small gaps between them looking to a dirty brown fogged sky. The ground is an endless range of rocks and desert. This is not safe territory. I have to get out of here. Thanatos, you in here. I need some help getting out of this mental prison. Thanatos can't come and save you this time, big brother. Big brother? Who's big brother? The voice talking to me sounds cheerful, yet maniacal. It's like a madman, really. That makes him very dangerous. And no one wants a madman in their own head. Though not by blood in these times, we are related spiritual, but blood was a thing of the past. Thing of the past. Who the hell are you? I asked the voice. At that, the ground beneath my feet came in, and I fell. Below me, I saw the brown fogged sky again, but it was all going into a black whirlpool. But before I could fall into the fog, something grabbed me by my left foot. Then, it threw me up and I landed in someone's palm. I looked behind me to see its fingers. It's the left hand. Their fingers look just the fingers on Yoshida's gauntlet. I turned to face forward to meet the voice. It was a tall, skinny man with rotting bright brown skin, several dozen stitches going throughout his body, a brown clock wrapped on his shoulders, and made into a hood on his head. His face is hidden behind something of a burlap sack over his head, the mouth hole being held together by loosened stitches, and bright orange eyes like lights. He looks like something out of Halloween. I look left, and see that his right arm is the same as Yoshida's. This entire time, the man had been laughing manically. Allow me to introduce myself, Big Brother. He declares, I am one of 4 seals meant to bring forth judgment upon all. I am the creeping derangement all creatures are mere inches from succumbing to. I am the dark abyss in the back of your mind that you pretend to ignore. Turn your head as much as you want, but I'll still be there to drag you into the darkness. He raises his right hand, and plunges its needles into the ground where it's still solid. Out of the ground came ghosts, ghouls, monsters, nightmares of all kinds that would terrify a normal person. Me, I'm not affected. None of these things scare me. But I am worried about this guy. He isn't human by any means. One of 4 seals of judgment. I know what he's talking about. That makes him, I, and the horseman of madness. He laughs maniacally again, clearly enjoying it. That's it then. Yoshida holds one of the 4 lost Longinus. He holds the broken soul, sacred gear to the horseman of madness. But I thought only the final judgment and oblivion surge had creatures inside of them. What the hell does that make you? I ask. Oh, where are my manners? Time to explain things to the simple-minded bat. Bat? He must mean me. I guess he's referring to the wings devils have. Very powerful sacred gear, such as Longinus and Lost Longinus, have multiple users throughout history. At times, a user can communicate with past wielders for training purposes. Then what the hell are you? That's the fun part that no one knows since we're so hard to release. The 4 horsemen were humans who first possessed these after they were made. Humans? That means that the 4 horsemen were never any kind of special beings. I need to know more. Tell me more, you sick freak. Oh, I'm so sorry there, little bat. The horseman raised his right hand and wagged his needle middle finger at me in a taunting manner, then came down with the needles to stab me. I moved so that the fingers would miss me so I could get under his incoming palm, and he missed. He doesn't seem to be bothered by stabbing himself. He lifts his right hand out and holds all the needle fingers above me. He tries to get me with one at a time, making me dance in his hand. I've never had a human who could release me for more than several of your human lifetimes, so as you can guess, I haven't had anyone to torture for a long time. He explains overdramatically. But now that your friend has unleashed my power and used it already, I want to have as much fun with you as possible, Big Brother. I'm tired of hearing this psychopath talk. I dodge his pointer, aim my left hand at his face, and let loose my black flame. But nothing happened. I can't use my power. I can't summon Thanatos, and I can't spread my wing. Let's see what you're afraid of, brother. He turns his left hand over, and I start falling into the fog below and into the black whirlpool. I fall only a short time, until I finally hit solid ground. I stand up, and see that I'm in a traditional Japanese home. It appears to be part of a shrine of some sort. I turn around and see a statue of Buddha, but it's been melted strangely. Was it on fire? I hear something that sounds like crying, and I walk toward the source. I open a sliding door, and see that it leads to a hallway. I walk left toward the crying, and it sounds like it's getting closer. I turn left again, where the crying is just behind another sliding door. I open it, and see something quite disturbing. It's a living room, but it's utterly destroyed. There are scorch marks all across the room, the television and furniture all destroyed. The walls are marks with scorch marks, all already black. A bookshelf has fallen over and it's still on fire. Wait, the fire is black flame. I hear the sobs of a child and I look right. There's a coffee table sat in front of a couch which is burnt to a crisp. Oddly enough, I see burnt clothes on it. They look like a girl's school uniform. I hear the crying getting a little more subtle, coming from behind the couch. I walk slowly to it, as the sobs every now and again lose control and are slight yelps of sorrow. I finally reach the left side of the couch, and see who was crying sitting behind it in the feeble position. It's a young boy, possibly only a few years younger than me, and he looks familiar. His hair is shoulder length, in the multiple patterns of black and silver. He has no shirt on, and his body is covered in burn marks. The boy looks up to the ceiling, completely unaware of my presence. Then, I saw the deal breaker. The boy's eyes were the same as mine, but oddly colored. They were cat-like, with the left eye being my green and the right being violet. This boy ... this room ... this is getting too familiar. I'm sorry, the boy says to no one. I'm so sorry. He looks back down and cries into his knees. I didn't mean to. I didn't ... know that was going to happen. No ... this kid ... he's me, but this room is ... and oh. Don't say it. Don't you dare say it, kid, you can't be. I'm sorry, Alice. I don't ... want to be. For the love of God, don't do it. I don't want to be alone. He screams. Oh. This ... this can't be it. I thought that was only a nightmare. But it's ... this isn't a nightmare ... it's a memory. This place was ... this room is where oh my God, no. No. This can't be happening. I buried this 4 years ago. I say aloud on impulse. You did ... and I brought it back from the dead. The horseman of madness's voice. I looked to the younger me, who began decaying into a pile of flesh. Then, the whole room shattered, and I stared falling again. The wreckage of the house was flying all around me until we all crashed around what looked like a graveyard. I stood up, and saw the horseman standing above me in human size, his bottom half visible to me. He's wearing brown, torn-up pants that have a string for a belt. I don't want to be anywhere near this freak. I scoot back on my butt until I hit a tombstone. Why you stay away from me, you twisted-ass son of a bitch. Stay out of my head. And now you see, big brother, my power. I bring people's fears to life and make them suffer. Madness is like gravity. All you need ... is a little push, and my power is that push. This is all an illusion. Illusion. It's not real, he can't harm me here. Then ... your attacks are useless. This is psychological warfare. You're trying to break my mind. It won't work. I'm more than smart enough to outsmart you. Katsu, I hear a girl's voice. No ... I know it can't be her. This isn't real. Turn around, big brother. See what your fears have brought from the grave. But don't worry, she's not what you're really afraid of. Just as Genova has pierced your mind with representation of your paranoia, she's your guilt. I'm not turning around, you sick creep. At that, I felt what seemed like a dead, wasting hand touch my shoulder. Katsu, the voice is right next to my ear. Get the hell away from me. I turn around, and she's not there. This ... this sick F. Move it, shithead. I hear a familiar voice call out. It's Thanatos. Stay out of this, Thanatos. I turn around to see the horseman of madness looking up to the sky. I'm having too much fun with this bat. Go back to the darkness, Faust. At that, pale green fire rained down like a meteor storm and started burning everything. The horseman of madness didn't react. He seemed more annoyed than anything else. I felt something tug on my collar. What it is, I don't know. I just wanted to get me out of here. As I'm being pulled away, everything starts to go white. The horseman looked at me as I went away, and his stitched mouth smiled. So long, little bat. Remember, you never forget your first time. Everything fades to white. Third-person POV. For several days, the Berith household has been kept under massive activity. Katsu had collapsed on the street to the house, and Lucille Payman and Ayumu Yoshida had brought him back. Genova looked at him, and didn't know what was wrong. Katsu was placed in his bed in his room, keeping only his uniform pants on, and looked after by Genova every day as she researched what had made him collapsed. She had realized what it was on the first day, and upon Lucille and Ayumu's return, she declared that she would not tell them until Katsu had reawakened. Lucille never left Katsu's side any time before and after school. She would make sure he was taken care of. Ayumu, however, kept his distance from everyone and stayed in his room. Though he did remember Katsu's orders, and asked Genova to give him Berith clan leaflets so he could pass them around town. Genova agreed, but only because she wanted Ayumu out of the house until Katsu was awake. On the final day in the morning, Katsu's sacred gear appeared by his bedside, and Genova explained that Thanatos had lost patience, and intervened. All that was left to do was wait a few more minutes until it finally happened. As Genova specified, Katsu awoke with a loud gasp and breathed for air, his sacred gear vanishing in the process. Genova, Lucille called from her seat. Genova, Katsu's awake. At that, rapid footsteps could be heard from downstairs rushing up. Genova emerged into the room and rushed over to stand next to Lucille. He helped Katsu sit up and patted his back. Katsu coughed several times and looked around to analyze where he was. Lucille knew something was wrong right off the bat. Katsu had never acted this erratic before, telling Lucille that something had happened to him. Lucille placed her right hand on Katsu's cheek, gaining his attention. Katsu looked at Lucille with eyes full of fear and fright, something Lucille never knew Katsu was capable of. Katsu ... What happened? Lucille asks in as gentle of a voice as she could. Katsu was hesitant to speak, but just as he was about to, Genova spoke for him. He was hit by the basic power of the broken soul, sacred gear to the horsemen of madness. With this new revelation, Lucille wasn't sure how to react to this news. So instead of more questions, she moved to sit on the bed by Katsu's side, wrapping her arms around Katsu's neck into a hug. Both she and Katsu looked at Genova as she stood by the side of the bed and explained, "I found a book depicting the legends of the horsemen and their powers. It was written by an angel in ancient times to be used as a guide in case they ever came back." "Came back?" Lucille asked, Katsu appearing to settling down. "Turns out what we know about the horsemen was a little false. But enough about that, to what happened to Abby." Genova placed her right hand on her hip and side before explaining. The horsemen of madness's powers revolved around psychological warfare, basing all attacks and powers around the mind. The most basic of powers and first to learn is the touch of fear. Basically, any contact with those needles on Ayumu's gauntlet will put someone into a coma where they will experience their worst fears, and won't wake up unless someone goes in to save them. They fight the fear, or their will overpowers the fear. You can guess which ones happen more often. From the looks of things, Thanatos came in and saved you, Abby. Genova looked to the small dresser by Katsu's bed where the lamp stood. It was also where Genova had some tea ready for Lucille, and an extra cup next to it for Katsu. Genova poured tea into the second cup, and presented it and its small plate to Katsu. "Here you go, Abby." It took a few moments for Katsu to realize that Genova was offering him tea. He nodded his head, and reached for the tea with Lucille still hugging his head. Both Lucille and noticed Katsu's hands and arms shaking wildly as he reached for the tea. Katsu's right hand grabbed the plate while his left grabbed the cup, and both immediately were smack against each other in rapid succession. Katsu pulled them back and took a tip from the cup, his shaking arm forcing a small amount to splash on his face. He took the whole cup down in one gulp, and gave the tea back to Genova. "Thank you," he says in a quiet voice. At that, Lucille knew that Katsu should not be alone at the moment. She looked to Genova. "Genova, I'm skipping school today. I can't leave Katsu alone like this. Please, go ahead. He needs it." Genova answers without hesitation. "Just don't make him too excited," she warns. Genova presents the before-mentioned book about the four horsemen and placed it on the dresser as she took away the tea tray. "Get well, Abel," Genova pleaded Katsu. Katsu simply nodded, and Genova left the room. Lucille was even more worried that Katsu hadn't realized that the left side of his head was pressed against her breasts. She pulled him tighter into the hug, but Katsu still didn't respond. All Katsu did was stare at his lap. Lucille got increasingly worried. She decided to try using Katsu's perverseness to knock him back into his regular self. Lucille moved to sit on Katsu's lap, straddling him as she moved to rest his head on the headboard, but tilting it so he could look at her. Lucille quickly disposed of the top of her school uniform, wearing only her lace blue bra. "Katsu," she said his name in the lustful voice she knew got Katsu's attention. But Katsu still didn't respond. Lucille got even more worried. She moved to grab Katsu's left hand, and placed it quickly on her right breast. While the contact was odd at first, Lucille felt comfortable since it was Katsu's hand. Katsu's eyes moved to look at his hand, now touching Lucille's breast. He still didn't respond as much as she had hoped. She then moved Katsu's hand to under her bra, hoping the nipple-to-hand contact would finally get him. Katsu simply looked back down to his lap. Lucille removed Katsu's hand, and rearranged herself so that her bra was on straight. "You really are out of it," Lucille commented sadly. Katsu ... What's wrong? What did you see? She asked gently. Katsu looked up into her eyes, but he didn't say anything. "Please ... let me help you." Katsu still didn't respond. Katsu looked down a mere inch more, and his black hair moved and covered his face. He spoke. Lucille was surprised, but didn't do anything to startle him. "I don't." Katsu's hesitation was evident. Finally, he said it. "I'm afraid ... of being alone," he said in the saddest tone of voice Lucille had ever heard. She was shocked, and placed her right hand over her mouth to cover a gasp. Katsu had just revealed his fear. It was being alone. Then, Lucille placed all of the pieces together. Katsu had always acted cold towards others, due to some unknown reasons Lucille still didn't know. But these unknown reasons have made Katsu cold, yet afraid to be alone completely. But it wasn't loneliness itself. It was getting close to others and them leaving him because of his coldness. Lucille then figured out why Katsu took an apprentice out of Ayumu. It was because Ayumu was a worshipper and would never leave Katsu alone. Lucille, out of pity and duty, grabbed Katsu's head and pulled him into her cleavage, catching Katsu off guard. "Abel," she said his birth name as sweetly and kindly as she possibly could. "You're not alone. You have me. I'll stay with you ... and no matter what you do, what decisions you make, even if you start going down a dark path, I won't leave you. Even if you drag us into darkness, I'll never leave your side. I'll stay here." Katsu looked up from Lucille's cleavage, and was even further surprised by her sweet, gentle smile. "As long as you need him." Katsu then caved in, and fell onto his back while covering his eyes with his left arm. Lucille could tell that he was trying his damnedest to not cry. Lucille simply laughed to herself and got off the bed for a moment. She removed the bottoms to her uniform, leaving her in only her lace blue bra and panties, and got back into the bed under the covers with Katsu. It's still morning. You can sleep all day until tomorrow, Lucille said. Katsu only nodded in response. Katsu turned to his left as Lucille turned to her right, and Lucille pulled Katsu into a hug. This time, their heads rested on each other's shoulders, Lucille on Katsu's right shoulder on top of his head. While there, she could tell that Katsu went straight to sleep the moment he rested his head on her shoulder. Lucille noticed where she was, and curiosity took over. She leaned her head to his Katsu's hair and smelled it. Since Katsu hadn't bathed for days, he only had his natural smell, and it was a smell Lucille found surprisingly well. With one last sniff, she soon followed Katsu to sleep. Katsu's POV. The next morning, I was surprised that I was still resting in Lucille's arms. I had thought that she would throw me against the wall just in case. Lucille woke up the same time as me and had a content smile on her face. I remembered everything, so she didn't need to explain. Lucille helped me out of bed, find a clean uniform, and followed me as far as the shower. She left my room to take a shower as well. Once I was done, I changed into my new uniform and went to my drawer. I remember Mom putting that book about the horsemen there on yesterday, so I grabbed it and put it in my school bag. I went downstairs for breakfast, and Lucille had made me a largely egg-based breakfast. I only ate her fried eggs, not having much of an appetite. Lucille surprisingly wasn't mad. She seems more patient with me lately. It must be because of last night. Thankfully, she didn't ask me about what I saw. I'm actually glad for that, since this was something I've suppressed. I hurt someone pretty badly almost 4 years ago when I was 14. My powers went out of control at a young age, and someone was hurt by it. I'd rather not talk about. As I finished up breakfast, I realized that Yoshida was nowhere in sight. I asked Genova, and she said that Yoshida left already. I left the house, and Lucille followed close behind. Out of nowhere pretty early on in the walk, Lucille walked over and wrapped her arm around mine, making us look like a couple. Not false, but a little confusing. She seems awfully clingy. She must really be concerned for me. Eventually, we reached school and we turned more than a few heads in the place with Lucille holding on to me. I spotted Yoshida around the middle of the grounds, and he saw me as well. Lucille let go of me so I could run after him. He ran behind the old school building where the Occult Research Club meets. I slowed down and walked, reached the back of it in the mist of trees. The other side was surprising. Kaneko was on the other side, Yoshida on the ground next to her with her right hand holding his collar. Something tells me that Yoshida ran into something he was not supposed to. I apologize, Kaneko. Yoshida and I just need to chat. Fine, she responds. She lets go of his collar and steps back a little. Seeing as Gremory still probably doesn't trust me, she's here just to observe. Fair enough. I approach Yoshida, who is now sitting on his knees. Stand up, I command. Yoshida does what I ordered and is shaking the whole time. Then out of nowhere, he broke. I'm so sorry, Yuta. I didn't mean to. I was really excited when I saw my sacred gear. I was too stupid to realize that I might hurt someone. I'm so sorry. He bows his head several times. I sighed and walked over to stand by his side, still looking the other direction than him. I placed my right hand on his right shoulder. Listen to me, you idiot. I spoke to him. I don't care what the hell your power is. Frankly, I'm more than happy that you have this power. So I'm letting you know something right now. I look to him as he looks to me. No matter what your power is, or how strong you become, I'll be there to stop you before you go nuts. If I think you've gotten too big for your ego, then I'll flick the back of your ear until it flies off. Alright then. Yoshida looks like he's about to freaking cry. Oh, thank you for your forgiveness. He tries to jump and hug me, but I step out of the way and he lands on the ground. I stomp my right foot on his back 2 times. I have a strict no hugging guys policy, Yoshida. Besides, you've still got a bit until you regain my trust. I remove my foot, and Yoshida stands up with a salute. Yes, sir. Yoshida acts like an idiot, but the dumbass means well. The least I can do is give him a bone. I reach into my bag and take out the book Genova lent me and I hand it to Yoshida. This book apparently has details about how to use your powers. Read it during classes, but do not test them. Got it? Yes, sir. Yoshida bows and takes the book. At that, the bell rings for classes to start, and the 2 of us hauled ass to class. During our talk, I noticed that Kaneko seemed to be listening rather intently. I guess something was on her mind, hard to tell with that girl. Lucille's POV. After what felt like forever since classes started, the bell finally rang for break. I stretched my arms in my seat, and I grabbed the bento I made this morning for Abel. I'm really glad that Abel seems to be feeling better, but I'm a little worried about him. He seems less him than usual. It must have something to do with whatever his worst fear is. I can't really imagine having to face your worst nightmare for a few days. He told me yesterday that it's being left alone, but what did he see that made him that way? I'd ask him, but I don't want him to open old wounds if he doesn't want to. Maybe it's that loneliness that justifies his harem in his mind, because he'd never be alone. So that's why they have to willingly join, why he has a plan for it, makes sure everyone's happy. He never wants to be left alone. If that's how it is, then it's my duty as his queen to do something. I'm still a little nervous about the whole sharing thing with other girls, but if it means that Abel's happy, then I'll be fine with it. Now ... who do I know that Abel gets a stiffy for? I'm sure Riaz is out of the question, so who else in this school? I'd ask Sona, but she's not that open-minded to me and she won't want anything to do with people who aren't smarter than her. Hell, that's why she broke her engagement. Tsubaki, hell no. Well ... the other girls I can think of are all in Sona's peerage, and no other girl here seems to reach Abel's standards. Though, since I'm in his peerage, it's understandable that his standards would be so high. So ... who else can I try? Wait, he is a masochist after all. Maybe I could ask no. I can't ask Akino directly, that'd be suicide. Maybe ... the power of suggestion is powerful ... if I can just steer her away then maybe Abel will be happy. No ... and no, Abel wouldn't like that. He wants them to join willingly, not being persuaded into it. But, I suppose ... the power of suggestion. I'll just drop a few hints and do nothing else. I'll leave what she does next to herself, I will have nothing to do with her choices. Riaz always has been a little clingy to her stuff ... Wait, there's an argument I could use. I went to find Abel first and give him his lunch, and a quick reassuring kiss on the cheek to let him know I'm still here for him. The look on Ayamu's face was disgusting. The kid looked like he was watching a porno from just one kiss on the cheek. But, Abel flicked him in the ear again. I swear if that boy doesn't control himself that ear is coming right off. I went looking for Akino, hopefully she'll be running an errand and be away from Riaz. After a few minutes, I couldn't find her at all. I don't think she's around at the moment. Damn, I was hoping to avoid going to find her directly. I went to the rooftop to find some air. From the building I stood on top of, I could see Abel and Ayamu reading that book Genova mentioned. Hard to believe that just yesterday Abel couldn't so much as talk without me having to break a few of my rules. I'm glad he's feeling better. Lucille. I turned around to see who called me and was a little surprised. As the old human saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Akino was up here with me, that constant smile of hers still on her face. I couldn't help but notice that even today her breasts are still bigger than mine. It's only 3 centimeters but still. Do you need something, Akino? I ask. Oh my, yes, I was hoping you could. Madam President was just wondering why Katsu had not appeared at the meetings recently. Could you tell me, please? I'm sure Abel doesn't want me spilling the beans about Ayamu's broken soul, so I'll have to BS a tiny bit of this. Ayamu unlocked his sacred gear on the way home, and it unfortunately went a little haywire. Katsu was put into a trance that lasted a while until Genova woke him up. He's fine now. Oh good, Madam President was just worried that Katsu may have been up to something. She says with a smile. The Gremory and the Berith clans ... both dukes, but one clan is full of redheads, the other full of assholes. Wait, this might be my chance. Hey Akino, listen, I know Riaz is having a difficult time trusting Katsu, a Berith, but you have my word, he's a nice guy. He just has a little difficulty understanding authority. That's one way to put it. Okay, just gotta sugarcoat him a little more. I mean, yeah, he's a little ambitious, but who isn't these days, right? Just please, tell Riaz that Katsu's a good person, please. I just said please to someone other than Abel. I'm going to have to brush my teeth later. Akino looked like she was debating the request a little, before she finally laughed a little. Oh my, you seem to really care for Katsu, she says with a kind smile. Okay, this is it. Yeah, I really do. I mean, yeah, he's pretty much the ultimate masochist, but what are you gonna do? At that, from the look of Akino's face, I got her attention. Pardon, she asks. You didn't know. Katsu is pretty much a glutton for freaking punishment. The guy's constantly trying to get himself hurt and he loves it. I mean, the little pervert groped me during a hug just so I could hit him with my hell rain lightning. The bastard's got issues. I think that's enough. I can see a slight interest in Akino's eyes, though I can tell she's trying to hide it. Alright, time to put up stop signs. Speaking of perverts, how's Hyoto? I ask. I snap her out of her interest for a brief moment. Oh, he seems to be doing fine. He's finally done passing out leaflets. Since he started the same time as Yoshida, that means they're both done now, right? That's right. Good. So, seeing as he's special, how's Riaz treating him? Come on, take the bait. Oh my, Madam President is spoiling him, as expected. She laughs. There, take it. Hey listen, I know you've known Riaz for a while, so I think you'll know the answer to this. Is she possessive at all? Possessive? Yeah, I mean, we've both known her for a few years, and I'm sure you two are best of friends, but every time I've seen her I've always wondered, does she not like her stuff being touched? I learned that one the hard way. I rubbed my left cheek, remembering a little argument we had when we were younger. It was over something stupid in retrospect, but I do remember being the one who lost. Akino stops smiling and looks more surprised and curious. She looks up to the sky and places her right pointing finger on her chin. I suppose she is. She looks back down with her smile back on. Why do you ask? Time to put those acting skills on. I sigh as though I know something tragic, and I looked at her with sad eyes. Listen, I know I've been a bit of a bitch in the past to Riaz, but seeing as Katsu is trying to be friendly with you guys, I want to be as nice as I can. So, seeing as you and Riaz are really good friends, I just want to warn you. I lower my eyelids a little to look sadder. Try not to spoil the little newbie of yours too much, okay? I mean, yeah, a little teasing wouldn't hurt, but I'd beware the wrath of an angry Rias. I certainly learned that. Despite the smile, I can see that Aquino is contemplating what I just suggested. I know I'm such a horrible person, but this isn't for me, it's for Abel. Oh, I have to ask Genova to punish me later. Aquino laughs again and nods her head. I'll try to remember that, Lucille. Thank you. She turns around and is about to leave, but then she turns to face me again. People call you the Ice Queen, but I see that you have a really warm heart. She comments, and then leaves. I'm a little stunned, honestly. I hadn't seen that coming at all. A warm heart. I guess that's what happens when the Ice Queen is so close to Black Flame. The bell rings, ending the break. Oh no, I didn't eat lunch with Abel. Ah, damn it all. Katsu's POV. Lucille didn't show up again after leaving me with lunch, which left me a little lonely. Although, I did learn some useful things from that book. For one, everything is written in vague non-rhyming riddles that only describe what our lost Longinus can do. So, to compensate, I took the book and decided to spend the second half of school translating the riddles into possible meanings. Genova could read it fine, but I'm assuming the book isn't going to spell out something to the two of us since we're horsemen. After school was out, Lucille was quick to find me and give me a hug, sounding like she was sick of something. I asked her, and she replied myself. I'm not sure what she did, but she was there for me and I'm here for her. We went on our merry way to the Occult Research Club, where we'll be participating in observing how a devil job actually gets done. Knowing Hyoto, this'll be comedy gold. We arrived when the other members besides Hyoto were there, which didn't surprise me. We took our place in the corner, Yoshida occupied with learning how to handle his sacred gear in the book. This room could use some lightening up, honestly. The curtains are drawn to cover the late daylight and the only lighting are the candles. I know we're all devils and we can see in the dark, but still, never hurts to have a little light atmosphere to a room. Hyoto eventually arrived. I'm entering, he said at the other side of the door. Now's the time to keep my mouth shut and observe. He walks in, acting casually. He's here, Gremory announces to Aquino. Yes, Madam President. Issei, please stand here in the middle of the magic circle. Hyoto moved to the center of the room. So what now? He asks. Issei, your work of giving out leaflets is finished now. Well done, Gremory says with a smile. Now you can start your job as a devil professionally. Oh, now I can make contracts. Hyoto asks wildly. Yes, that's right. Though, since it's your first time, it's going to be a contract with someone with a small wish. Kaneko received 2 contracts beforehand. Since it's hard to do both, I will leave one to you. Please help me. Kaneko bows her head. This should be interesting to see how he screws it up. Aquino is inside the circle casting something. Then, the magic circle starts emitting blue and white lights. Hyoto seems nervous. Please tell me the circle is going to blow him to pieces. Keep quiet, Issei. Aquino is inserting your carved seal into the magic circle. Gremory tells him. She must be referring to her clan's symbol, the oddly shaped crimson rose. Looking back, the Berith clan symbol looks very much like a demon in a way, though more of a crest than an actually demon. Issei, put your palms towards here. Hyoto placed his left hand towards Gremory, just like she said. Gremory started to write something on his palm with her fingers. Is she writing a charm? It looks like she is drawing something like a circle. Instantly Hyoto's palm started to glow. I don't recall doing this to Lucille of Yoshida. Genova must have done it to us again while we slept, and Lucille to Yoshida a few days ago when Yoshida was hurt. This magic seal is used for transportation, and it can transport you to the client's place instantly. And when the contract is finished, it lets you return to this room. Gremory looks to Aquino. Aquino, are you ready? Yes, Madam President. Aquino steps out of the magic circle. Now stand in the middle of it. Gremory orders. Hyoto moves to the center. I signal Yoshida to pull out a pre-unwrapped chocolate granola bar I had brought to watch this show. Popcorn would have been too messy and rude. The magic circle is responding with the client. Now you are going to be transported to that location. You already have the manual for what to do after getting transported, right? Yes, good response. Now get going. The circle glows quite brightly and then, nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm surprised, though disappointed. No explosion, no evaporation, though turning into a pile of mesh. This is just like the climax to a B-rated movie. Hyoto opened his eyes and looked around to be surprised. I looked to see Aquino and Gremory's reactions. Gremory was putting her hand on her forehead. Oh my, Aquino said with a disappointed face. Heba simply sighed. I'm holding back a chuckle. Issei, Gremory calls his name. Yes, unfortunately, you can't use the magic circle to get transported to the client's location. What does that mean? Hyoto asked with a confused face. Magic circle requires an amount of magic powers. It doesn't require that much magic power. No, it's a feat that could be done by any devil, even children. Transportation by the magic circle is the first and the easiest step of being a devil. No way ... Are you serious? In other words, Issei, your magic powers are below that of children. No, it's so low that the magic circle can't respond with it. Issei, your magic is incredibly low. Unsightly. Kaneko says dryly. I knew it. I'm barely holding back my laughs. I'm gripping the chair as tightly as I can. I look to Yoshida, who is against the wall calmly out cold, blue sparks of electricity coming off of him. Preemptive strike, Lucille. I can't hold much longer. Lucille raises her hand. Riaz, can Katsu laugh into my shoulder? He's starting to turn purple. Gremory sighs. Go ahead. Lucille kneels down in front of me and opens her arms into a hug. I dive in and hug her, laughing my ass off into her shoulder. Thankfully, the noise is being suppressed a little. I can't believe all muffled, though I could feel Hyoto's anger. Doesn't matter, that was funny. I eventually settle down, adjust the collar to my blazer, and sit back into my chair as Lucille moved to stand by me. Thank you, Ms. Payman, I said formally. Oh my, we are in trouble. What should we do, Madam President? Aquino asked with a troubled face. Gremory appears to be pondering something. Since there is a client, we can't let him wait. Issei, yes, it's never happened before, but you will have to go there on your own feet. By myself. Oh, this is just too good for television. Yes, just like how you handed out the leaflet, you will have to go to his residence. It can't be helped since you don't have any magic powers. You will have to make up for that part with your own body. On a bicycle. I will have to go to the client's place on a bicycle. Are there even devils like that? Kaneko immediately pointed to Hyoto. Oh, that was too funny. Hurry and get going. It's a devil's job to make a contract. You can't make humans wait. Gremory says urgently. Hyoto starts crying. I will do my best, he says as he leaves the room quickly. Oh, that was too much fun, it should be illegal. After that, it was Kaneko's turn, who left easily. Now that I've seen how it's done, I turn to Yoshida. Yoshida, you see how it all works now. I think I got it. Good. I turn to Lucille. Lucille, would you mind taking Yoshida home so Genova can give him his job? Sure thing. Lucille starts walking. Come on, Ayumu. Don't want to keep the clients waiting. Yoshida follows her out the room, where I'm sure she'll use a transportation circle to get home. I take out my book and start reading. Katsu, you can leave now, Kiba commented. I closed my book for a moment to give my response. I know, I'm just here to get to know the Gremory team a little better. That okay? I turn to Gremory as I ask the question. She looks at me seriously for a moment. I suppose, though, you did laugh at my cute servant. Oh crap. So, to keep our truce, I want something in return. Very well then. What do you want? An answer for an answer. Bariths are known for being liars when not answering questions. So, how does that sound? She's not wrong at that one. Deal. You start. What really happened to you for the past few days? She asks without hesitation. Aquino says Lucille said that your pawn Ayamu's sacred gear acted up. That's only half the truth, isn't it? No normal sacred gear can put a high-class half-breed for several days. Quick to the meat, aren't we? I couldn't help but notice that we both adopted devilish smiles. I think this turned into a little competition. Yoshida's sacred gear is a very powerful illusion type. I was put into an illusion-induced coma until I was saved by someone. He required several of my pawns to bring him to my side. Is that so? My turn. I readjust myself to sit in my seat. You claim that Hyoto is special. I'm guessing that took several pawns to bring him back to life. My question is, how many was he worth? Issei was worth 8 pawns. He really shows potential. Yeah. I looked to the center of the magic circle, where Hyoto failed to transport. I noticed his potential. Gremory's eyes looked sharply at me, her smile almost gone. But I'm surprised. I was afraid that he would be so out of control that he'd explode. Instead, turns out he's too weak to even use it. Gremory's eyes were less sharp, but the smile still was. My turn. What is your sacred gear? And she caught me off guard. Damn, I didn't think she would ask that. Tisk, she's got me by the balls. I guess I have no choice. How'd you guess? It wasn't hard to put together. Considering the book you're holding is a book about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, it was easy. Well, take my scythe and wipe my ass. She's really good. I'm starting to get rusty. Very well, if she wants to know. I possess the final judgment, sacred gear to the horsemen of death and one of the 4 lost Longinus. I'm still learning how to use it, and my skill is only in its physical usage so far. I answer plainly. My turn. Go ahead. As fun as it would be to ask a personally odd question, I have better uses for these questions. Let's try this. Who rules the underworld? I'm assuming since devils have a class system, there's someone at the top. Who's up there? Gremory stares at me for a moment, her smile gone and looking more serious than anything. The highest-ranking members of Devil Society are the 4 Satans, titles given to the 4 strongest and high-class devils. Originally, the 4 Satans were descendants of the original 4 Satans Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. I see. Your turn now. What is your true aim for the Barith clan? She asks seriously. I only want to bring my clan to high status without having to use Cable Barith's methods or reputation. If anything, I hope to fix any ill will between my clan and others if possible. Then you had better start working on apologizing to vampires. Among all the races that Cable has wronged, vampires have received the worst of it. He constantly killed and sacrificed vampires during the Great War because he saw them as copycats to us devils. I couldn't help but grip my fists together tighter, almost to the bleeding point. I let out a sigh through my nostrils. I understand. If I happen to ever see one, I'll be sure to start working on those apologies. I take one last breath before my last question. Has Cable ever wronged your clan? I ask. Gremory is silent for a moment before finally answering. For a time, Cable was almost considered to become the first fifth Satan because of his power, rivaling that of an ultimate class devil. My older brother, who is the current Lucifer, didn't exactly like the idea. All Cable did was threaten, but it was enough to cause some bad ties between your clan and my own. I could just feel my anger burning in me. It was enough that the flames on all of the candles turned black, and my hair and eyes turned against my will again. The room was barely lit now. I stood up from my chair, walked toward Gremory, and got down to my knees and bowed my head to the floor. On behalf of the Berith clan, I, Abel Berith, apologize for my predecessor, Cable Berith's, threats toward your brother. I humbly beg for your forgiveness. I stayed down there for a while, so long that Kaneko returned. I'm done, she said blankly. After a while, Gremory sighed. Stand up, Katsu, she said with a sound of relief. I stand up, and she's smiling kindly. You're full of surprises every time I see your face, Katsu. You truly mean what you say. Beriths don't lie to questions, and I thank you for your kind words. I bow my head slightly. I raise myself up and move to gather my stuff. Thanks for the productive meeting, Gremory. I look forward to tomorrow. The next day ... is glorious. Lucille and I are back in the club room, and there is a plethora of good news. First, Yoshida completed his first devil job with flying colors. It was a man asking a question of devils, wondering what the meaning to life is. Aimu answered boobs and harems. Apparently the guy was ecstatic over the answer and enjoyed Yoshida's company. He got positive feedback for his help, saying he might call on Yoshida again. As for Hyoto, well, Gremory was mad when we got back. Even Kiba laughed a little at what had occurred. Issei, the tone of her voice was deep and serious and she sounded mad. Yes, Hyoto replied with nervousness. You talked with the client about manga and what happened after that. What about the contract? She came straight to the point. I couldn't make a contract. We role-played a certain manga till morning. Roleplay? Yes. We played a certain character from that manga and acted as if we were fighting. By the flames of hell, this cannot get any better. Yoshida handed me another chocolate granola bar. I know that as a high school boy, no, as a professional devil, I should be embarrassed. I'm regretting it. I'm very sorry. He bows his head after apologizing. Holy crap, he means it. Well then, after the contract, we asked the client to fill in the questionnaire. We asked the client about their feedback about the contract they just made. The questionnaire is written in the leaflet and their feedback shows up in this paper here. Gremory took out a paper with feedback for the questionnaire. I could read it from where I was. It was fun. It was my first time having a good time like this. I would like to meet with Issei again. I would like to make a good contract with him next time. This is the reply from the client. Oh come on. This is the first time I received a feedback like this. I wasn't sure what to do first, that's why I was quiet and had a weird expression. She's not mad. Damn it. To devils, what's important is that we make a proper contract with humans who summoned us. Then, we get our reward. That's how devils have lived since a long time ago. This is the first time I encountered an incident like this. As a devil, you failed, but the client was happy with you. Gremory looked puzzled, but her expression changed to a smile. No, don't praise his failure. Kick his ass to the curb. Go freeze on his ass. But it's interesting. You might become the #1 for unexpected things. But remember to do the basics. You make a contract with them and grant their wish. Then you receive the reward. Okay, yes, I'll do my best. Son of a bitch. Soon enough, Hyoto left for another job. For jobs, these are rather slow compared to what I expected. I thought it might be something like store checkout stations during sales, hellish and full of broken noses. Lucille and I were left in the corner of the room as the other members of the Gremory conversed amongst themselves. I start working on my book again, Lucille watching me intently. She's been sleeping in her own bed lately, saying that she won't hesitate to run back in and sleep in the same bed if I start having nightmares. That brought me comfort, to know that she'd still come on and help me. As perverted as I wanted to be, I couldn't find it in my heart to take advantage of such kindness. Eventually, I heard Gremory sigh. Katsu, she calls for me. Yo, care to play our game again? Answer for an answer. Sorry, not today. I'm a little busy turning some madman's riddles into sentences. Just one for today. I put down the book and my pen and turned to face Gremory. Very well then. Go ahead. I heard you were raised by a former nun and priest by your mother. Correct. Is your overall opinion of God anything more positive than ours? Hell no. I'm overall against God, seeing as he's put down his own creation from time to time. Plus, if God is so pure and good and created everything in the universe, then how come there's evil? How come there's devils and fallen angels? Personally, if I were an angel with this same personality, I'd take the first ship out of heaven and party with the fallen angels. You don't despise fallen angels. She broke our rules. Though, I'll forgive her since everyone, even Lucille, are surprised. Well, I'm an honest answerer. No, in fact, I have a certain respect for fallen angels. I see them as the epitome of independence, freely obeying their desires and impulses with no consequence. I have a respect for people who are honest with themselves. In fact, that's why I don't hate Hyoto. If I may be so bold, I'd say if we weren't at war with fallen angels, I feel as though I could be good friends with them. I raise my pointer right finger up. Now it's my turn for questions. I don't really have any in particular, so I'll just throw one to the wind. What's the weather supposed to be like tomorrow? Sunny. Okay. And secondly, I'm half human, but I can still use that leaflet Hyoto gave me, right? I suppose you could. I've never seen a human-devil hybrid use it before. Thank you. It'd make for an interesting experiment. I sit back in my chair and the night resumes on as usual. I get occasional glances from everyone every now and again, nothing really happening of them. I can understand what they're feeling. Later on, with no sign of Hyoto, Lucille and I left to go home. By the time we got back, Yoshida had already finished his job and got positive feedback on it. Good, things seemed to progressing nicely. Later that evening, I ordered Yoshida to follow me to the underground training area underneath the house at the very bottom. He bitched about being up so late, but I simply brought out final judgment and bonked him on the head with the bottom of it. Oh, what was that for? He asks. Today is training day, Yoshida. We're taking what I've translated to work, got it. Yoshida immediately turned from annoyed and sleepy to awake and fired up. He stood up and brought out his broken soul gauntlet. Damn thing gives me the creeps. Okay, what are we doing first? He asks happily. Well, first, you're going to see what I can do. I walk over to a large patch of grass growing on the ground a few feet away. Observe. I held the scythe over the grass and imagine one of Final Judgment's most basic powers. I open my eyes, and the grass is beginning to decay into grayness. I lift the scythe back so I could look at the jewel in the top connecting point of the blade and pull, and see a very small amount of very light green light build up. I look to Yoshida, who is utterly amazed. How'd you do that? He asks excitingly. That is one of my powers, Yoshida. When Final Judgment is active, I can drain the life force out of any living being, more targeted toward beings like me, you, and others, and adds them to my own. Whoa, you mean you can take people's lives? Wow, you're like a Shinigami. Not exactly. Beings more powerful than me are immune unless I can stick the scythe into them. How do you know all of this? That book translates out as our powers and how to learn and use them. So, I learned how to do this. Cool. What's my power? Then, Yoshida looked incredibly depressed. Oh yeah, fear. That's a basic power. But, in terms of actual fighting, just sticking it to your opponents isn't enough to be an effective fighter. So, what do you want me to do? You're going to learn Fear Aura. Fear Aura, a non-physical ranged attack. Now, something I've learned is that magic is based on your imagination. You have to imagine something to make it into something. The sky's the limit. But, one thing, you have to grow in power on it. Which is why I position myself to attack position. We're going to fight now. Yoshida looks hesitant and steps back. I don't want to hurt you with my sacred gear again, Yuta. Too much of a coward. I charged forward with my scythe and swung at him, but Yoshida ducked down and avoided it. In the turnaround, I moved to have the bottom of the scythe and smashed into Yoshida's face. He fell and rolled back several feet until he hit his back on a rock. I walked forward and swung down the scythe, hitting the blade right next to Yoshida's head. In battle, you can't hesitate just because you might hurt someone. You have to hold nothing back and attack with no mercy. Until you realize that, he will never deserve the honor of being my pawn. Yoshida looks horrified, then I saw determination in his eyes. He lifts his right arm up, needles aimed at me. I jumped back and avoid them extending out and they hit the ceiling. Yoshida goes up for a bit then detaches himself from the ceiling, coming down. The needles strangely shift into claws. I block the claws and walk back twirling the scythe a few times until I'm a few feet away and in my battle stance. Yoshida moves to stick his gauntlet in the ground, and out from it come his needles again. I grow my wing out and fly above him. The claws missed, then retract back in the ground as Yoshida takes his gauntlet out. I look into his eyes, and I see nothing but a fighting spirit. Alright, things are getting interesting. Since I'm using my wing, my hair and eyes turn again. You want to keep going, Yoshida? I ask. Bring it on. Yoshida screams as he sprouts his wings. He jumps up, and he's flying slowly. But while he's slow, he extends out his claws again, each needle coming from different directions. Let's see how this goes. After a while, Yoshida is forced onto the ground and beaten down. He's breathing heavily, covered in a few burn marks and scorched pieces of his clothes. I, however, only have a few scratches, all from hitting things other than those claws and needles. Frankly, I'm surprised at how quickly he's adapted to using that thing for combative purposes. Near the end of our fight, when Yoshida wanted that ranged attack more than anything, he imagined it and it finally happened. The Fear Aura is the magical energy of the sacred gear taking the form of something similar to smoke, and once inhaled it takes the same effects of being stabbed by his needles. I wouldn't know if it actually did anything like that, but I do know that it from what I've translated. Yoshida looks worn out, but I know what he's trying, possum. I walk over and tap his side with my foot. Get up, you ain't dead yet. At that, Yoshida jumped up to his feet and pulled his right hand back for a punch, gauntlet still on. He roars as the punch comes in. Oh you fool, time to imagine this other power of mine. In a flash, I vanish from where I stood and appear behind Yoshida. This is one of my powers, false image. Right before the moment of attack, I can teleport myself away at the last instant and replace my body with an afterimage that vanishes after a few seconds. I read that the perfect form of this power is an afterimage moving and talking for you until physical contact is needed. It'll be a while until I reach that level. For now, I'll just keep using this and whacking Yoshida on the back of the head every time he misses. Good day today, thankfully. Though I did learn one thing, I can't fight barehanded. It's a bit of a handicap of mine. I can perfectly without a weapon, but if I should find myself in a situation without a weapon, I'll be defenseless. And considering that no one in my peerage has close quarters combat experience, I may as well learn some as compensation. The next day after school, we went to observe yet another meeting among the Gremory team with Yoshida staying behind to do some jobs. I know we've learned all we needed from the Gremory team, but I want to keep my eye on Hyoto. I'm going to see what Gremory sees that's so special. And we went at a good time. Apparently, a stray devil has been spotted nearby. The Gremory team was picked by someone called the Archduke to handle this, but I asked Gremory if we could come alone with them so Yoshida could see real battle. She said yes, just not to stand in the firing range. I explained to Yoshida that stray devils were once servants like him but went basically AWOL and some even eat humans. He seemed more excited than scared to be fighting a real demon than anything else. Lucille used our magic circle at home to meet at the same location, an unused building at the edge of town. I had warned Yoshida that he was not to attack, only observe. If I'm not careful, he may turn out to be a battle maniac. The Gremory team were already there and walked ahead of us. Eventually, we reached it, and I heard Kaneko smell the air. Smell of blood, she said. I felt a small spark of anticipation in my spine. This is definitely going to be fun to watch. Gremory stepped ahead of the groups and had her hands on her hips. She's confident. Issei, it's a good opportunity to experience what it's like to fight. She talks to Issei. Wait, are you serious? I'm positive that I won't be of much use. He has no idea how accurate he is. Yes, it's still impossible now. Good, now she's being honest with him. But you can watch what a devil's battle is like. Today, just concentrate and look at how we fight. Oh, yes, I will also explain the traits the servants have. Explain. The traits servants have. I tap Yoshida's shoulder. Pay attention. Devils who become a master give traits to those who will become their servants. Yes, it's probably about time I explain about it and the history of devils. There is a three-sided war between the devils, the fallen angels, and God with its angels' followers. All three sides had a large army and they fought for almost eternity. As a result, all three sides lost most of their troops and the war finished several hundred years ago with no side winning. The devils were no exception. Big devils with peerage who commanded about 20 or 30 troops lost most of their underlings because of the war. They lost so many that they couldn't even form new armies. Kiba explained after Gremory. I heard that most of the pure devils passed away in that war. But even after the war, there are still problems between the devils, the fallen angels, and God. Even when the fallen angels and God's side also lost most of their troops, we are still in a position where we can't let our guard down, or else we will be in trouble. Akino continued. Then, the devils decided to use a system to form a small group of soldiers. And that is the evil peace. Gremory finished. Evil peace. Hyoto asks. Devils with peerage decide to use the traits of the humans game chess to their servant devils. It was a sarcasm, because most of the servants are devils that were reincarnated from humans. Since then, chess became a popular game in the world of the devils. We'll leave it aside. Devils who are masters are a king. In our case, that is me. From there, they created 5 special traits that consist of queen, rook, bishop, and knight. Since they couldn't make an army, they decided to have a small number of devils and give them enormous powers. This system was made in the past few hundred years, and this unexpectedly became popular amongst devils with peerage. Popular? You mean the chess rule. They started to compete against each other. For example, like, my knight is stronger. Or no, my rook is stronger. As a result, high-class devils started to play a game like that of chess against each other using their servant devils. We call it the rating game. Anyway, this game became very popular amongst the devils. Now, there are even tournaments for it. The strength of their pieces and also how strong they are at the game affects the devils' social position and their peerage. There is a thing called Piece Collect where they gather humans with talents and make them into their pieces. It is very popular recently. Talented servants become their status. I'm not a mature devil yet, so I can't participate in a formal tournament. Even if I could, there are things that I need to go through, or else I can't play. In short, Issei and my servants here won't be participating in a game for a while. So does that mean that Kiba and the others haven't played in that game yet? Yeah, Kiba answered my question. Prez, what is my role and traits? And what piece am I? Issei, you are. Gremory stopped there, and I think she has good reason to. I felt a slight chill on my spine. I think that Stray is going to show up now. I can smell something disgusting. But I can also smell something delicious. Is it sweet? Or is it sour? A low voice that sounds like it's coming from below the ground. I turned to see Yoshida was smiling, but still looked nervous as all hell. Exiled Devil Visor. We are here to eliminate you. Quack 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 quack. A crazy laugh. Oh, this should be fun. From the shadows, a thing showed up. It was a topless woman up top, but its bottom was that of a monster with 4 fat legs and sharp claws and a tail. It was holding something that looks like a spear in both of its hands. Leaving your master's side and rampaging as you please definitely deserves death. In the name of Duke Gremory, I will gladly eliminate you, Gremory declared. You are cunning for a little girl. I will rip your body and color it in red just like your hair. Visor speaks in a stylish manner. Hyoto, yes. Kiba, who was near Hyoto, sprinted ahead as soon as Gremory ordered. His speed is tremendous. Issei, I will continue from the lecture before, Gremory said to Hyoto. Hyoto's position is knight. Its trait is speed. Those who become a knight have their speed increased. Just as she said, Kiba was moving like soundless lightning. The monster was using its spear to attack, but it didn't seem like it would hit. And Hyoto's ultimate weapon is swords. Kiba stopped his movements and suddenly he was holding a European sword. He took it out of the scabbard and the naked sword was reflecting the light of the moon. Kiba suddenly disappeared again. The next moment, I heard the scream of the monster. When I looked, both of its arms were separated from the torso along with the spear. Blood gushed out of its wound. This is Hyoto's power, speed that you can't follow with your eyes, and sword skills of that of a professional. By combining these two, he became the fastest knight. Kaneko, who was quiet enough to go unnoticed, was below the monster known as Visor. Next is Kaneko. She is a rook. The trait of a rook is its. Visor raised one of its feet and stomped on Kaneko. But the monster's foot didn't hit the ground. It couldn't be. The girl with a tiny body is lifting up the monster's foot. The trait of a rook is simple, absolute strength and also very high defense. It's impossible for a devil with that caliber to stamp on Kaneko. It can't crush her. Kaneko then completely lifted up the monster. Fly. Kaneko jumped high and punched into the monster's stomach very sharply. The enormous body of the monster was thrown backwards. Holy shit, I'm not one for brute force, but that was awesome. Lastly, Akino. Akino is laughing and walking towards the monster who went flying by a hit from Kaneko. Akino is a queen. It's the person who is the strongest after me. She is the unbeatable queen who has all the traits of pawn, knight, bishop, and rook. The monster was staring at Akino. Akino had a fearless laugh after seeing the monster's gaze. Oh my, seems like you still have some energy left in you. Then how about this? Akino-san puts her hands towards the sky. Suddenly the sky sparkled, and a lightning bolt strikes down the monster. Gaga. It screams in pain. Something tells me I'm going to like what happens next. Oh my, seems like you are still energetic. Looks like you can take more. Flash. Another lightning bolt hit the monster. Akino's face while striking down the lightning bolt had a scary and cold expression even though she was smiling. She's enjoying this. I'd go so far as to say that she's loving this. Akino excels at using attacks made from magical powers. She could use natural elements like lightning, ice, and fire and such. And most of all, she is the ultimate sadist. I knew it. The ultimate sadist. Damn it, why is forbidden fruit always the sweetest? Fate, you cruel bitch. Usually, she's very kind. But once the battle starts, she won't stop until she calms down. I'm scared of Akino-san. Hyoto commented. I am too, Hyoto. Although, I'm strangely getting turned on at the same time. You don't have to be afraid, Issei. Akino is very kind to comrades, so it's not a problem. Fufu. How much of my lightning can you take, Visor? You still can't die yet. The one who finishes you off will be my master. She laughs more as she keeps attacking. For a few minutes, Akino's lightning attacks continued. After Akino calmed down, Gremory confirmed it and nodded her head. Gremory approached Visor that after she had lost her will to fight. Gremory put her hand towards the monster. Any last words? Kill me. That's the only thing the monster said. Is that so? Then disappear. No, this is too easy. Wait, Gremory. Gremory turned to face me. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to have Yoshida play with this monster a little more, just to have her suffer for betraying her master. I hope that argument works. Gremory ponders my reason, then answers. Very well then. But seeing as we were assigned to handle this thing, he can't kill it. I don't expect Yoshida to. Yoshida. I turn my head to Yoshida, who is saluting me. Move out. Yoshida raises his right hand and brings out his gauntlet. Okay, let's do this. He charged forward, and I tripped him. Oh, he says on the ground. I'm being cruel to be kind. Don't just charge in. Yoshida stands up and approaches the beast slowly. Okay, let's see. Yoshida looks like he's analyzing the thing before finally he raised his gauntlet. Try this. He stabbed it onto Visor's shoulder and jumped back. Check this out, Yuta. I can make her see whatever fear I want. Yoshida extends the gauntlet, and the strange orange liquid begins bubbling in those tubes. Then Visor screamed, "No, get them off me, get them off me." Yoshida is laughing a little. She thinks she's being eaten by giant spiders. Oh, check this out. No, keep away from me. I promise I'll never run away again. She just saw her old master. This is getting cruel now. Yoshida, knock it off. I think she's had enough. Yoshida sighs before turning around. Okay, fine. And he starts walking back. You can kill it now, Miss Gremory. Apparently I'm not allowed to. Yoshida pouts like a child. I'm beginning to think that he's getting too attached to that sacred gear of his. I'll have to avoid getting him combat training for a bit. As he walks, I see Visor is calming down. But then, out of nowhere, she lunges forward toward Yoshida from behind. I immediately jump in with my false image and stand behind Yoshida back to back, and I take Visor chomping down on my right shoulder. I hold in the pain, expressing it through a loud grunt. Lucille gasps, while everyone else except Kaneko simply looks surprised. I hear Yoshida turn around. Oh no, Yuta. I hear Yoshida's steps go back. I grab the sides of Visor's head and burn both sides with my black flame, getting her to release while screaming in pain. My shoulder squirts blood several times, and I hold it with my left hand for a moment. I pull my hand back to look at it, and see that it's stained crimson red. This freak just tried to attack my pawn. No way in hell am I gonna let that pass. Sorry Gremory ... It looks like I won't be able to stay out of this one. I held out my left hand and summoned the final judgment, and charged in. You're gonna pay for hurting my apprentice, you disgusting monster. I jump up to be eye contact level with Visor, then swing my scythe and decapitate her easily. The body begins dissolving to ash, pale green dust being left behind. I land on the ground, and sent final judgment to its resting place while I grabbed my shoulder. I turned around, eyes closed and trying to ignore the annoying pain. I walk back, Yoshida rushing over to my side and supporting me. I open my eyes and see that he's about to cry. I use my free right hand and slap the back of his head. Why you crying? I did my job. Yoshida was about to speak, but did nothing. As we passed Gremory, I offered her a bow of my head. Sorry about that. I lost my temper. Yoshida helped me out of the building with Lucille using a magic circle to send us back home. I don't blame Yoshida for what happened to me. I only wish he was a little less cocky out there. Although, as Lucille and Genova were healing me, I got this sick feeling like something was going down without my awareness. I'll say this much, Hyoto had better stay out of trouble. The last thing I need is someone exercising his ass. You know, in retrospect, I should get hurt more often. Why? Well, I learned this is Euro games and thought it was only a less than like scenario. But since I'm experiencing it myself, I have to change my opinion from less than likely to a hell yeah. What scenario, you may ask? To getting injured doing a good deed and then get spoiled by a beautiful girl scenario. Lucille and I are alone in the living room, watching TV. She is sitting up and giving me the famous lap pillow for my head down here. She's been healing my right shoulder with her magic this whole time, having it wrapped like an actual injured arm. I've never felt a girl's thighs before, especially not with my head, so this is quite the amazing experience. Wait, there was ... No, I shouldn't bring that up again. I should just enjoy the moment right now. Honestly, I'm not even watching the TV. I'm just looking you pat Lucille, her face barely visible past her chest mountains. Lucille finally noticed where I'm looking and smiles as she sighs. What are you doing, you idiot? She asks me. Just enjoying the view of a goddess, so ... Not much. Lucille giggled a little and placed her left hand on my head. She started to pet me. This ... is ... glorious. If spoiling you when you're injured gets me cheap one-liners, maybe you should throw yourself into near-death situations more often. She said with that same smile. Maybe, if you make it worth my while. Lucille laughed cutely before simply staring at me. You know, just when I've got you pegged, you keep doing 180s. Is there an actual real you? Stick around, you might meet him. She laughed again. Man, I'm on fire. Then, for some reason, Lucille's face turned sad. Oh no, what did I do wrong? No, please don't be sad. Something wrong. I asked calmly despite my stress. I did something. Today. You might not like it. Is that all? Shoot, I don't care what she does, as long as she's still here with me. I reach up with my good left hand and place it on her right cheek. Just tell me. I won't think any less of you if you did something bad. Lucille's smile returned for a brief moment before she looked sad again. I may have suggested something to Akino during the break today. Suggested. Yeah ... Like, maybe I said things about you. Said things. Lucille, just spit it out, please. Lucille finally caved. I may have told Akino to back off Hyoto and ... take an interest in you. She said in a very sad tone. She ... did that. Well, I'm ... not angry, I suppose, but I'm not happy either. I honestly want girls to like me natural and feel like they have to in order to be with me. But at the same time, I have to appreciate the effort Lucille is putting into making me happy as part of my harem to go and find possible members whom I actually am attracted to. Akino is not only incredibly beautiful, but she's also very kind and gentle. Then, there's the sadomasochism that I can't ignore for obvious reasons. I actually wouldn't mind her being in my harem, but it has to be a natural attraction. I'll thank Lucille this time, but I hope something like this doesn't happen again. Hey, I'm not angry or anything. While I don't exactly approve of what you did, I appreciate that you'd go to such lengths to make me happy. I move my left hand to brush some of her hairs from her face. I'll have to make sure I do something as equally dangerous to return the favor. Lucille's face turns a really bright shade of red, and her petting stopped. Then, the petting turned into a hard slap. Oh, I reacted to the pain. What was that for? I ask angrily. I see that Lucille is now smiling, her face still red. You idiot, she says calmly. She then takes a breath of relief and her face turns back to its shade of white. So, if that's the case, what'll you do now with Akino? I've already prepared for this type of scenario, actually. I'll ignore that it ever happened. If I pursue her now, then she'll know we're both pushing her toward me and create distrust. Plus, I pretty much have to since Gremory is still her king. If I hit on the queen to a Gremory, then I might as well take a gun and shoot the bullet straight through my skull. That's true, but there's one thing you can try. One thing. Yeah, you've seen how Rias and Hyoto are together, right? Yeah, I pretty much have to. Okay, and you've played more than several dozen of those Euro games, correct? I'm a master at them. So tell me, with your expertise, do you see those two in the future being together? Together in a harem too? I answer without hesitation. I know, quite a shock for me too. Lucille's eyes widen and she seems utterly surprised. But, I thought. Listen, Lucille, I'll explain. I take a breath as Lucille resumes petting me, albeit a little quicker. She must really be interested in this topic. Where do I begin? It's the classic harem ending that most demon-involved eros go. A young, perverted idiot with a heart of gold is thrown into a new life of wonder by the will of a beautiful girl who is now his master. Realizing what kind of life he now lives, he strives to get stronger to protect his friends. And it's through that will to protect those close to him that it will gain the attention of the females around him, resulting in all feeling love for him and competing for him as he remains mostly oblivious to it all. But, in the end, something happens in the laws of demons that grants him the right to be with them all, and they accept that with only a sense of competition among them as sister as they live happily ever after with the idiot demon king. Lucille seems to be really invested, her hand having lift off my head and petting the air. You sure about that? I'm positive, mostly because I'll help him make it. Lucille gasps, moving her petting hand to cover her mouth in shock. But why? I knew this talk would have to come eventually. Remember, I could have saved him back at the park and spared him loads of pain. He could have lived a normal life. But don't you think he's happier in this life than his old one? That may be, but the fact remains that I allowed him to die when I had the full capability to save him. For that, I have to repent. Lucille chuckled oddly as I said that. Sorry, it's just that the idea of a devil repenting is a little funny. I guess it is. Anyway, now that Issei has a second chance at life, it's now my chance to help him in his harem dream. Lucille titled her head, most likely in confusion. You just called him Issei, not Hyoto. What can I say? The little bugger's grown on me. Like a cancer. Lucille comments dryly. Hey, be nice. Anyway, I'll help him in his journey to have a harem. Even if there are girls you would like, you'll help him. With a sigh, I gave my answer. Yes. At that, I was caught off guard once again. Lucille stood up and flipped me like the flipping the table joke you see in anime, and I fell hard on the floor on my good shoulder, thankfully. I rolled to lie down on my back and looked up at Lucille, who is now standing proudly with both hands on her hips and wearing normal plain blue panties. No way in hell am I gonna let you do that. Hey, you know, for a guy who says that he's willing to crush anyone to get what he wants, he's oddly willing to crush everything he has so that everyone else can get what they want. She criticized. You know, I hate characters in anime who blame things on themselves when it's not even their fault. And I especially hate those protagonists who say they want something, but always sacrifice everything about them so that others can be happy while he suffers. Yeah, I get it. It's a whole thing about being the nice guy and others come before you, but you know what? There is nothing wrong with a selfish protagonist. Give the people a villain protagonist. Let the audience follow the path of a villain as he claims everything he wants, regardless of the consequences. If you won't be the villain protagonist, Abel, then at least don't be afraid to be at least a little freaking selfish. Lucille declared in her speech. She is now breathing heavily, recovering after her fiery opinion. I see your point. But if I end up down that path, I'll end up as that protagonist in an Euro game who rapes girls tied up in bondage while sitting in large urinals. But, I guess I could. Okay, fine. I sigh. I'll try for Aquino. But I ain't rushing it, you have my promise of that. Fine, at least you'll try. Lucille turned around and headed for the stairs. Just before she started to walk up, a question came to my mind. Hey, is it weird that I got a boner when Aquino was indulging in her sadism? Knowing you, it'd be weird if you didn't. See you tomorrow, Abel. And she ascended out of my view. I sighed and stood up. I decided to head to bed as well. Well, at least I got a lap pillow for a long while. Tomorrow is another day. Third-person POV. The Berith household is known for many things, Katsu has realized over his time here. There is one thing of many, however, he does not know: Genova is a spy. Genova, even though she has the eye, decides to peek in on conversations between Lucille and Katsu to see how she can put a slight hinder to their relationship for fun. But today, she got no information related to that. She did, however, learn about something interesting. One name came up during Lucille and Katsu's conversation: Aquino. Genova, who was hiding in the kitchen the whole time, emerged from it holding her chin and thinking. She walked around to where Lucille was sitting and sat there, still holding her chin and thinking. One word was going through her mind: Aquino. That name boggled her mind. She had heard the name before, but where? She can't use the eye on her own life, so she was forced to rely on her own past experience. She thought, and then remembered one word said at the end of the conversation: sadism. Then it clicked. Genova remembered a good friend who died several years ago. A good friend who wasn't afraid to share details about her personal life. A bolt of lightning went through her head, which reminded her that her friend's husband still owed her $50 for a bet involving ... Pain. The friend, however, is long gone. Genova removes her hand from her chin and walks over to a small drawer on a small stand by her favorite chair. She pulled out a large bottle of wine, opened before but left for celebration purposes. Genova took the bottle out, bit the cork, pulled it out, and spat it out to the floor. She raised the bottle up above her head as she looked to the ceiling. To you, jury, and to your lucky daughter. Genova then began chugging the toast and within moments, finished the bottle and retired for the night. Katsu's POV. The next day, Hyoto wasn't anywhere near school. No one had seen him. What happened? I know the guy's an idiot, but I doubt that he'd skip school just like that. During the break, I explained several more of Yoshida's powers to him from the book, several of my own as well. I figured tonight might be a night for me to just go instead to the Occult Research Club. Things seem rather slow lately. Yoshida and Lucille walked back to the house, Lucille giving me a kiss on the cheek before she left to make sure Yoshida didn't get hit by a bus. As I approached the building, I saw 3 of the members walk out, Hyoto, Kiba, and Kaneko. I wonder where they're going. Yo, I greeted. Hyoto looked like a combination of angry and surprised. Katsu, what are you doing here? I'm here to attend the meeting. Is it over already? I asked. Hyoto looked like he had something on his mind. I then noticed that Kiba was holding his sword. I think they're up to something. Mind telling me why you guys look like you're going to war? I asked. At that, Hyoto explained everything. Apparently, over the past few days, Hyoto has become friends with a nun named Asia Argento and she possesses a sacred gear capable of healing anyone. She sounded like a real sweet girl, but one problem, she was kidnapped by the fallen angel who killed Hyoto and was planning a strange ritual. And what's more, there were odds of being exiled exorcists being there with powers that could permanently kill devils. A nun? Huh. A group of devils going to save a nun. Sounds like my kind of fun. If you don't mind, I'm joining in. I crack my neck as Hyoto looks surprised. Huh, why are you going? He asks. 2 reasons. 1, I want as much battle experience as I can. And reason 2, I want to make a statement of where the Berith clan stands. If I do this, I'll be showing something critical of the Berith clan for the future. We help anyone who needs help. I'll admit, I'm not a fan of God or his special followers. But I refuse to allow someone innocent be dragged into a war that doesn't belong to them. So let's go. Hyoto smiled proudly and offered his hand for a handshake. I return it, and Hyoto guided us to the church he took Argento to. When we arrived, it was already night and the street lights were on. I removed my arm from the little cloth cast and stretched it out. As we got closer, I got a chill in my spine. It must be a natural devil reaction to enemy territory. I didn't call Lucille or Yoshida over because of the possible threat of exorcists. Plus, I like to think of that chill in my spine as anticipation for a fight. I really want to fight right now. Hey Kiba, you getting anything? Hyoto asks Kiba. From this presence, it's certain that there is a fallen angel inside. Here, look at this map. Kiba spread out the map of the building on the road. How did you? Hyoto asks. Well, it's basic when you are going into the enemy's territory. He's cleverer than I thought. Besides the sanctuary, there is also a dormitory. The sanctuary looks suspicious. Kiba pointed at the sanctuary. So we can ignore the dormitory. I caught on to the plan easily. A basic strategy, but useful. Most likely, most exiled exorcist groups usually make some alteration to the sanctuary. They usually perform suspicious rituals under the sanctuary. Why? Hyoto asks. It's the place they used to respect as a holy place, and by doing something that rejects God there, it makes them satisfied because it's an insult to God. Because they love God, because they were rejected. That's why they purposely cast evil spells under the sanctuary as a representation for their hatred. I strangely see logic in what they do. The sanctuary is just behind the gates. I think we can go straight in. The problem is to find the door to the basement once we get in the sanctuary and also if we can defeat the assassins waiting for us. It shouldn't be a problem. I commented, being the first to walk toward the church. With your skills, Kaneko's strength, and Hyoto's incompetence, we can knock this out easily. Oh shut up, Katsu. And we're back to the regular routine. I sound rather laid back, don't I? I suppose I am. I'm trying my best to contain my excitement of my first real fight. We passed through the entrance and ran straight for the sanctuary. The fallen angels had noticed that we had come in by this point. In other words, the enemy had noticed that we had entered the territory. There's no going back. Looks like we're in the shitter now. We opened the door and stepped inside the sanctuary. There was an altar and long chairs. It looked like an ordinary sanctuary. The candle lights and the interior lamps lit the sanctuary. The strangest sight was the statue of Jesus on the cross having his head smashed in. I'm actually a little creeped out, but nothing to scare me. Clap, 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 a clap echoed through the sanctuary. Someone who looked like a priest showed up from behind the pillar. Meeting. It's a reunion. So emotional. And we just met the Kaka for Coco Chunks guy. Well, I never met a devil twice before. See, because I'm super strong, I cut devils into pieces when I first meet them. Once I see them, I cut them up on the spot. I then kiss the corpse and say goodbye. That's how I used to live. But since you guys ruined my style, I'm so lost. That's no good. It's not good to interfere with my lifestyle. That's why. You guys piss me off. I hope you guys will die. Actually die. You trashy devils. I pulled out my scythe and aimed it at him. Who wants first dibs on the nutcase? I ask. Out of his coat, the man drew the hilt of a sword, and a blue blade of light emerged from it. Based on my past experience of being stabbed with a light spear, I'd have to guess that I shouldn't touch that sword at all. You guys came to rescue Asia, right? Haha, devils are big-hearted for coming to rescue a bitch like that who would even heal devils. Well, just being entranced to a devil should make that sister die. Oh, he shouldn't have said that to Hyoto. Hey, where's Asia? Hyoto asks angrily. Well, there are hidden stairs under that altar. From there you can go to the place where they are doing the ritual. This guy is awfully cocky for pointing us to the right direction. Sacred gear, Hyoto shouted. As part of his command, a red gauntlet appeared on his left arm. Kiba took his sword out from the sheath and Kaneko lifted a pew. I'm honestly surprised by that. It's always the lowlies with super strength, ain't it? Get smashed, she said blankly. Wow, oh yeah. The priest did a small dance and cut the chairs in half with his light sword. The chairs that were cut in half hit the ground. There, I thought Kiba went ahead, but he already had disappeared. His speed is impressive. Kiba clashed blades with the exiled priest. There were sparks between Kiba's sword and the priest's light sword. Is the light sword solid? Such a bother. Why are you guys so noisy? I'm sorry for talking in a death language. Forgive me after you die. The priest seriously needs to take his meds. Next thing I know, the guy pulled out a gun and fired it. Kiba dodged the soundless bullets with his proud legs, but he didn't stop his attacks. That's where I come in. I charged with my scythe and swung once. He blocked it, but I used the momentum to swing the bottom at his head. He ducks, swings his sword back and blocks an attack from Kiba while he aims his gun at me. He shoots a few bullets, but I block each of them with a swing of my scythe and the bullets hitting the staff part. I swing again as Kiba jumps back to forward, coming from above. The priest rolls out of the way, forcing us both to miss. But Kiba, being faster, went in and attacked the priest. Kiba and the priest started to battle head-on. Both of them glared at each other. Impressive. You are strong, Kiba commented. You too. A knight? Not even a single blind spot. Now this is great. Yes, this is it. I haven't had a battle like this lately. I was about to cry because of it. I'm going to kill you. Then I will fight seriously for a bit then. This sounds interesting. Eat this, low-pitched voice. At that, Kiba's sword turned black and began growing more of the black stuff out of his sword. The whole sword was now darkness. Darkness. If I were to describe it, that would be the only thing. The darkness covered the sword. No, it was more like the darkness was shaping into Kiba's sword. The darkness sword that was clashing against the priest's light sword was starting to expand and was engulfing the light sword. What the hell is this? The priest seemed confused. It's the Holy Eraser, a darkness sword that engulfs light. You are also a sacred gear possessor. I should have guessed. The priest's light sword was so completely engulfed by Kiba's sword that its light had disappeared and it had lost its shape. Hyoto charged in. Activate sacred gear. Boost. The gear cried out. That's why I'm saying it's annoying. He pointed his gun that was loaded with light bullets at Hyoto. The bullets were shot without making any sound of gunshots. Promotion, Rook. Say what? Promotion. A pawn. The priest sounded surprised. So this is the true power of a pawn. Lucille mentioned this to me a long while ago. The pawn can promote itself to another piece while in enemy territory dictated by the king. For the first time ever, I see one of Hyoto's brighter moments. The traits of Rook. Impossible defense and Hyoto landed the punch, but the combination of the boost from his sacred gear and the Rook's power sent the priest flying. Ridiculous attack strength. Hyoto laughed out loud. I'll admit, I smiled. It's good to see his bright moments. That's for hitting Asia that time. I feel relieved that I hit you once. The priest was getting up slowly and he spat his blood onto the ground. His right cheek was swollen. Not only I got punched by a trashy devil, but he's saying something that I don't get to me. Don't mess with me. The priest made a howl. Don't mess with me. You shit. You low-life devil, don't mess around with me. I'll kill you. Definitely. I'll definitely kill you. I'm going to cut you into pieces, you shit. The priest took out his second sword which only had the sheath. The four of us quickly surrounded him, using our numbers to our advantage. The man smirked at us. Well, is this what you call a crisis? Well, for me, getting killed by a devil is a no-no, so I feel like retreating. It's a shame that I can't exorcise you guys, but I also don't want to die. The priest took out something round and smashed it onto the floor. Instantly, our eyes were blinded with a shining light. A smoke screen. Who the hell is those? The priest vanished in the smoke, but his voice was clear as day. Hey, the grunt devil over there. I think your name was Issei. To tell you the truth, I have fallen in love with you. So I will definitely kill you. Definitely? Okay. I won't forgive a shitty devil who punched me and gave me a lecture. Okay. Then, bye-bye. As he faded from my sense, I couldn't help but make a joke. Well, looks like there are people psychotic enough to date you, Hyoto. Congrats on your new love life. Shut up. I chuckled at his reaction. The four of us walked down the staircase under the altar. The light lamp was active under the basement as well. With Kiba in front of us, we walked ahead. After the stairs, there was only one passage that led deeper in. Possibly at the end of this passage. Because this smell is that person's. Kaneko updated us while pointing at the end of the passage. Is that it? Hyoto asks. Possibly. I'm sure there are groups of exorcists and fallen angels inside. Are you ready? Kiba asks. The three of us nodded. Okay, then we'll open the door. Strangely, the door began opening on its own. Welcome, devils. A fallen angel spoke from the end of the room. The room was full of priests. They all had a sword handle that makes the light sword in their hands. Hyoto looked at the girl who was attached to the cross and shouted, Issei. I looked up and saw a rather cute girl dressed as a nun tied up to a cross similar to a crucifixion. I am trying so hard not to sing always look on the bright side of life. The girl noticed Hyoto's voice and looked up. Issei, yeah, I've come to save you. Hyoto's just a regular hero, ain't he? He smiled at her, and I noticed a tear fall from her eye. Quite touching, really. It's a touching reunion, but it's too late. The ritual is about to finish now. The fallen angel spoke. Wait, I recognize her. She's the one who killed Hyoto. The ritual is finished. What does she mean? Suddenly Asia's body started to glow. Nuwo. The nun screamed very painfully. Asia. Hyoto tried to reach her, but the priests surrounded me. I won't let you interfere. I will destroy you, devil. Move, you bunch of shits. I don't have time to bother with you all. Hyoto. Kaneko jumped in the way and punched one of the priests away. Please don't touch me. Kiba also drew his darkness sword. Looks like I will have to go full throttle from the beginning. I hate priests. If there are this many, then I won't hold back to devour your light. Kiba's eyes became sharp and I could feel he was getting heartless. The darkness was showing a very black killing intent. This would be an all-out war. Nuo, the nun said with fading strength. At the same time, a large light came out of Asia's body. The fallen angel caught it with her hand. This is it. This is the power that I craved for a long time. Sacred gear. With this, I will be loved. With an expression of ecstasy, the fallen angel hugged the light. Then the bright light wrapped up the ritual room. When the light stopped, there was a fallen angel with green-colored light pouring out from her body. Fufafu. I finally have it. The supreme power. With this I can become a supreme fallen angel. With this I can pay back all those who were looking down on me. The fallen angel gave a big laugh. I didn't pay attention to her and went straight to Asia. This is taking too long. Guys, get down. I placed my side down as everyone ducked. I stretched my arms out and imagined a big inferno. At that, black flame emerged from my hands and shot out toward the army of priests. All began screaming in pain and crying out for relief, something I won't let them have. Hyoto, with me. Kiba, Kaneko, guard the exit for any stragglers. They followed my orders, me running in with my scythe, Hyoto following me, and the last two moving to the door. As I ran, I noticed a few priests still trying to attack despite the fire. I know they're useless, but Thanatos is feeling hungry. I slashed my scythe at their necks, effectively killing them in one strike. Eventually, Hyoto reached the stairs to the altar and looked back to me. You going to be okay, Katsu? He asks. I turned back to face him, and while I moved I noticed my reflection in my blood-stained blade that I had changed once again. Uncontent here, Hyoto. Just get your ass in gear. He nods with a confident smile and ran up the stairs. I charged forward and killed several more priests. I fought hard and avoided their light swords, slaying each one without hesitation. I'll admit, I never thought I'd be using this on humans. But now, I have no problem with it. I may admire fallen angels, I hate these priests. So, I'll kill them with no issue. Odd enough thought is that every priest I kill, my body feels lighter. Why I feel something grow in me, like a hidden form of energy. Once I was finished, I looked around to see who was left. Hyoto had vanished with the girl, and only I, Kiba, Kaneko, and the fallen angel were left down here. I was hoping the other two would leave, but it seems like they don't plan on leaving. I walked to the center of the room and take another battle stance. Mind telling me your name, fallen angel? As I look up to the fallen angel, I notice that she has a very seductive body, wearing what appears to be a dominatrix outfit with black feathered wings. I have no reason to tell a filthy devil my name, she said proudly. She generated a light spear and threw it at me. I swung my scythe at it, and the light was destroyed. That's odd, a sacred gear easily shattered a light spear. This could require some more thought. But, not now. I take my stance again. I know you don't know me, but I do know something about you, fallen angel. You killed Hyoto, right? So, I'm gonna return the favor for him. Oh, and how do you know that? She asks. I can't say it in front of Kaneko and Kiba, so I'll lie. A lucky guess. Oh, you sure you don't mean Genova giving you that vision of when I killed him? Oh no. And oh no. One of my allies visited your home during your first day. She says Genova offered you the 7-Sin Challenge, a special way to obtain high class without the usual methods. There was a spy. Damn it all. And to complete 4 of the challenges, Genova offered you the chance to save Issei. Instead, you chose to let him die in order to obtain your status. How noble of devils to betray their own for power. She began laughing proudly, thinking she's won. I dare not look back toward Kiba or Kaneko. The fallen angel thinks she's breaking my spirit. Oh, she's not breaking my spirit. She's pissing me off. I gathered up large amounts of black flame on the blade of my scythe and swung it. The flame went out as a slash attack and chopped off the fallen angel's left wing. She screamed in pain and fell to her knees. HHH. You bastard. She raises her arms to her missing wing and the green light glows, but nothing happens. Why won't it heal? Heal, damn it. So there's a weakness to that nun's sacred gear, it can't regenerate limbs. I charge up the stairs and throw my scythe ahead of me. She turns and sees it. She brings out a light spear and swings it upward to knock away my scythe. I'm just a few steps from the top where she stands, and she brings down the spear. I jumped back and spread my wing, giving me flight. I hold both of my hands out and was about to fire away the black flame. But before I could shoot it, 4 small tornadoes of black feathers began appearing along the steps. Out of one came another light spear toward me. I dodge it, and see 4 more fallen angels come out of the tornadoes as they vanish. But these ones are different. They're all wearing black suits of armor and move, rather like zombies. The fallen angel I was going to attack spread her wing and flew, the others coming in front of her. One flew over and grabbed me, pulling me back down to the ground and smashing me into it. Everything is a little blurry at first, but my vision recovers as the fallen angel on top of me brings out a small light spear and is about to stab my face. I open up my mouth and shoot out black flame onto his face. He doesn't respond. He just sits there lifeless at first, but then starts moving to stab me. It takes Kiba to stab a sword through his head to make him stop. I lift my legs and kick him off. I look around and see that the other suited fallen angels are down as well, but the leader one gone. I look to Kiba, who's staring at me blankly. I guess that fallen angel's word set it in. I hold my left hand out, and final judgment flies from the ceiling where it was stuck and lands in my hand. I just want you two to know. I look to Kaneko, who is standing among the other bodies of the fallen angels. It wasn't anything personal. I turn around and go to run back upstairs to chase the fallen angel. Well, it seems like I'll be booted out of the Gremory-Berith Alliance. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Too bad. Yoshida was starting to get used to having 3 new cute girls around him. At least I won't have to see Prince Charming anymore. I guess. I really won't be seeing them again. Look at me. I turned a simple matter of business into something personal. For a high-class devil, I'm really bad at my job. I guess the title really isn't worth much if the people I'm working with find out how I got it. But I suppose it's my burden now. I have to accept my mistakes and whatever follows. Hey, look on the bright side. Maybe Lucille will give me another lap pillow out of pity. Worth a shot. I ran as fast as I could up the stairs, and I eventually get back to the ground level. Though, what I'm looking at now isn't something I should interfere with. From where I'm standing, Hyoto has 2 holes in his upper legs, blood pouring from them, his bracer changed into a full red gauntlet, looking almost like a dragon claw, and held the fallen angel by her right arm with it. His right hand was glowing red, and he threw a punch. It landed on her face and sent her flying. She smashed through the walls of the church and landed somewhere hard. Hyoto looked exhausted. I placed my scythe against the wall and ran over as Hyoto was about to fall. I came from behind and caught him, holding him up by his shoulders. Easy there, soldier, I say to him. He looks behind him and smiles sarcastically. Thanks for showing up, perverted Black Prince. As much as I hate that nickname, I'll let it slide. So, feel any better now that you punched your ex in the face? I know I would. Hyoto looked out to where the fallen angel was punched through, and his smile vanished. Not really, he says sadly. Sheesh, this kid needs to lighten up. I pat him on the shoulder once. Don't worry, you'll feel better another time. For now, just shut up. Well done, Issei. I hear a familiar voice call out from behind us. I turn around, moving Hyoto with me, and we both see Gremory emerge from the basement where we were just at. Prez, where did you come from? Hyoto asks. From the basement. I finished my business, so I used the magic circle to transport me here. I was nervous because it was my first time transporting to a church. Gremory made a sigh while talking to Hyoto. As everyone came from the basement, Kaneko walked past us and went through the hole the fallen angels had made on her way out. Ducats fetch. As I held Hyoto, I lowered him down so he could sit normally. Gremory came around and got down to one knee. She could be at eye level with Hyoto. I stayed where I was so the idiot wouldn't fall back. So you won, Gremory says to him. Prez. Ahaha, somehow I won. Gremory laughed a little. Excellent. Just what I expected from my servant. Gremory taps his nose. Oh my, the church is in a mess. Is it all right, Madam President? Aquino came from the basement as well with a troubled face. Is something wrong? Hyoto asks Gremory. Churches belong to God or religions related to him, but there are cases like this where it is used by fallen angels. Then, if we devils damage the church, there will be times when we get targeted by assassins. For revenge and hatred. Well, that's useful information. I guess it's time to move to France. But it won't happen this time. Oh thank God. At that, a massive shock went through my head. Oh, hey, some habits are hard to kick. Why is that? Hyoto asks. This church was originally an abandoned one. So a certain group of fallen angels had come here to use it for their own greed. We just happened to have a fight in a place like that. So we didn't step foot on the enemy's actual territory to have war. So it's just a small fight between a devil and a fallen angel. That happens anywhere, every year. I guess she does know how to twist a few things. Note to self, do not underestimate her. Madam President, I've brought it. Kaneko appeared with the sound of her dragging something. She appeared from the broken wall, and what she was dragging was a black wing belonging to that fallen angel. Silent girls always say the neatest things. Thank you, Kaneko. Let's wake her up. Akino, Gremory ordered. Yes. Akino lifted her hand up. Then water appeared up in the air. Akino then dropped the water created on the fallen angel. The fallen angel coughed after getting splashed by water. The fallen angel wakes up and opened her eyes. Gremory stood up and looked down at her. How are you doing, fallen angel, Rainier? Gremory asks. You are the daughter of the Gremory household. The fallen angel, now named Rainier, asks. Hello, my name is Rias Gremory. I'm the next heir of the Gremory household. It will be for a short while, but nice to have your acquaintance. Gremory greeted her with a smile, but Rainier glared at her. Then she sneered. You think you've got me, but too bad. This plan was kept secret from the higher-ups, but there are other fallen angels with me. If I get in danger, they will. They won't come to help. Gremory said it clearly to reject Rainier's words. That's because I already eliminated all 3 of the fallen angels, Calawarner, Donaseek, and Midalt. Liar. Rainier rejected what Gremory said while sitting up straight. Gremory got 3 black feathers out from her pocket. These are the feathers of those 3. You can tell them apart since you are the same kind as them, right? Rainier lost hope after she saw the feathers. I think I'm starting to like this side of Gremory. I knew that there were a few fallen angels plotting something in this town, after meeting the fallen angel that assaulted Issei, Donasiege. But I ignored it because I thought that it was a plan that involved a whole group of fallen angels. Even I'm not foolish enough to take on all of the fallen angels. Then I heard that the fallen angels were moving around secretively, so I went to talk to them, taking Akino with me. When I met them in person, they blurted that it was their own plan. By helping you, they said, they would get promoted to a higher status. Lowlifes who move around secretively usually brag about their plot. Gremory smirked. Rainier was biting her teeth with frustration. They looked down on us because it was just 2 girls who approached them. So I asked them as a parting gift. Gremory chuckles a little. They talked without realizing who was the one to die. Such foolish fallen angels. Since they were willing to help in your pathetic plot, they themselves were low beings. Getting hit by a single shot won't even leave a trace. The princess of the Duke who has the power of destruction. Madam President is a powerful devil who is called a genius among the group of young devils. Tiba made a comment to brag about his master. One of her nicknames is Crimson Hair Ruined Princess, you know. That's whom you were up against. Akino said it while smiling. Crimson Hair Ruined Princess. Okay, even I'm feeling a little scared at the moment. I guess the crimson hair isn't just for show. Gremory looked at Hyoto's left arm. I think she was looking at his gauntlet. Red Dragon. Until recently there wasn't a mark like this, so that's what it is. She seems a little shocked I found out the main reason why Issei was able to beat a fallen angel. But you said it quietly. She turns back to face Rainier. Fallen angel Rainier. This boy Issei Hyoto's sacred gear isn't a regular sacred gear. That's why you lost. Rainier had a puzzled face after hearing Butchu. Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, the boosted gear. It's a sacred gear that is said to be the rarest of the rare. The red dragon mark on the gauntlet is the evidence. Even you have heard of that name before, right? After listening to Gremory, Rainier had a very shocked expression. Wait, rarest of the rare. No way in hell. The boosted gear. One of the Longinus. The ability to attain the power that surpasses Satan and God for a certain time. That cursed sacred gear is possessed by a child like this. Rainier asks in anger and surprise. According to the legends, in humans' time, it doubles the possessor's power every 10 seconds. That's the ability of boosted gear even if his power starts from 1. It doubles his power every 10 seconds, and it can reach the leader-class fallen angels and high-class devils. By mastering it, he could even kill God. Oh shit, are you kidding me? This kid has something like that. Can my lost Longinus do that? I mean, it's the side to the freaking horseman of death for God's sake. But even if it is a powerful sacred gear, it still has a big risk of needing time. There aren't that many enemies that would wait for the user to get stronger. Since the opponent was taking it lightly, this was the outcome. Thank you, mighty whatever the hell is up there. Gremory approached Hyoto. I helped him to stand back up. Despite the damage, he seems to move fine. Must be the rook powers. Gremory raised her hand toward Hyoto and started patting his head. But it's interesting. Just to be expected from my servant. Issei is an interesting boy, just like I thought. She chuckles again. I'm going to spoil you even more. Gremory smiled at him. Prez, Hyoto asks. What is it? Hyoto lowered his head, like he was ashamed of something. I'm sorry. When I said I was going to save Asia and said rude stuff to you because you wouldn't help. But you were working ... and I see. So that's why he's doing this. I step back and see that he can still stand on his own for the moment. Unsurprisingly, Gremory was still patting his head. Hyoto was crying. Oh no. I looked around and saw the girl named Asia Argento. She was lying down on a pew ... dead. Oh, it was too late. Well, I suppose God will get another angel then. May she rest in peace. Prez, I couldn't protect Asia. Hyoto cried as he talked. You don't have to cry. No one would blame you after seeing you now. But, Gremory wiped Hyoto's tears with her fingers. It's okay. You weren't experienced as a devil yet. That's it. Become strong. I'm going to make you work hard from now on, so be prepared, my pawn, Issei. Yes, then let's finish this business. Gremory's eyes became sharp and looked ruthless. Gremory turned around and got close to Rainier. The fallen angel became scared. Frankly, I am too. I will have you disappear, fallen angel. It was a cold tone filled with killing intent. Of course, I will retrieve that sacred gear back as well. You can't be serious. This healing power is for Master Azazel and Master Shemhazai, she said desperately. To live your life for love is beautiful, but you are too tainted with dirt. You have no elegance, and I don't allow that. Gremory aimed her hand towards Rainier. Looks like she will kill her in one blow. Me? Here. Then, a shadow appeared from behind the broken wall. The priest. He's back. Oh good, I could use a comedian. Wow, my superior is in serious danger. So what's going to happen now? Rainier shouted at the appearance of the priest. Save me. If you save me, I will give you a reward or something. The priest made a sadistic smile. I received a beautiful order from an angel. So I can have sex with you. To me, having sex with an angel is like the best honor. It would become a good social status for me. Don't fool around and save me. The fallen angel's face changed with anger. It also seemed like she was in a rush. No, she was in a rush. She probably thought that a mere human wouldn't betray her or something like that. Oh my, you know that I'm actually serious. I mean, something minor like that should be alright, isn't it, angel? So it's a no. Is that so? Then I will take my leave now. No matter how you look at it, I'm at a disadvantage, so I will just take off. The priest said it in a funny tone while curling his body. You are a priest, aren't you? You are supposed to save me. I'm an almighty fallen angel. I don't need a superior who loses to scum, devils. You are pretty, but you lack plans and you are hard-headed. The only thing you are useful for is for masturbation. So just die away already. Well, a fallen angel who is abandoned by the god won't go to either heaven or hell but goes back to nothing. Maybe the experience of turning into nothing will be helpful. Oh, that's impossible, because there will be nothing left. It's impossible? So Namusan. Wait, that's Buddhism. Oh yeah, I'm a former Christian. I'm such a naughty boy. After saying it, he moved his sight elsewhere, as if he had lost interest in Rainier. With that, Rainier made an expression of despair. She looked miserable. Is this the same fallen angel who was gathering power and making a rampage? Freed made a big smile at Hyoto. Issei, you have such a wonderful ability. I'm getting more interested in you. You are so worthy to kill. You are definitely in my top 5 devils killing list, so be prepared, okay? The next time we meet, let's have a romantic fight to the death, okay? Oh, how I love these random romances. See you then. Bye-bye. Remember to brush your teeth. The priest disappeared immediately from the scene after waving his hands at us. He was quick. He just left like that. Now, the fallen angel Rainier, who was abandoned by her own servant. Miserable. Gremory didn't have the slightest sympathy in her tone. Rainier started to shiver. Rainier then looked at Hyoto. She then made sorrowful eyes at me. Issei, please save me. Her voice suddenly changed to that of a young girl. That must be the voice she had during her time with Hyoto. This devil is trying to kill me. I love you. I love you so much. That's why, let's defeat this devil together. That bitch. Personally, I'm beginning to get really angry and want to kill her myself. But, I have to hold off. I looked to Hyoto, who was looking at the ground. The shadow from his hair blocked me from seeing his eyes. Goodbye, my love. Prez, I'm at my limit. Will you please? After hearing that, the fallen angel froze. Don't try to flirt with my cute servant. Disappear. Just before anything else could happen, something smashed through the walls and came toward Rainier. It looked like the tip of a spear. It looped around a few times before stabbing her in the left shoulder. She screamed in pain at first, but then out of fear as it dragged her towards the hole in the wall. She stopped near the beginning of the smoke in the hole. She looked angrily behind her into the smoke. And then she smiled. She smiled like she had just seen her savior. See Cain, my love, she called. What the hell did she just say? The smoke quickly vanished, and I was stunned by the new guest to this dance. The hole in the wall knocked out the upper half of the wall, leaving room for someone to stand there. It was a young man, possibly in his 20s. He had shoulder-length silver hair, sharp red eyes, a slithery grin, and wore a black kimono on his back that had several green flower decoration patterns, while also wearing a plain short-sleeved blue shirt and long brown pants. Oddly, he didn't wear shoes. In his right hand, he held the spear that came through the wall. He pulled the spear toward him, Rainier coming with him. Rainier was now up against the man, still looking like a star-struck fangirl. Who's that? Kiba asked first. I stepped forward. Everyone else called my scythe to me, took a battle stance, and realized who it was. Everyone, meet the bad seed of the Barith clan, Cain Barith. At that, I could feel a sense of shock come from everyone. So this is what my half-brother looks like. He still looks similar to his younger self from my dream, though somehow he looks crazier. He looked at us, and then to Rainier. Dear Rainier, what on earth happened? He asked in a similar manner as that priest spoke. The difference was he sounded more in control. Rainier pointed to Gremory. Cain, these devils are trying to ruin our plans. Please, you have to save me. You'll have to show them why you're the horseman of war. At that, a chill went through the air. I looked around and saw that everyone was surprised, even Gremory. Cain looked at us again and still grinned. He looked back to Rainier. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Mistletoe needed a proper test drive anyway. These random skirmishes with Azrael are getting annoying. But first, at that, Cain immediately began tongue-kissing Rainier. Rainier was the only one moaning in the kiss and seemed lost in it completely. Rainier moved to wrap her left arm around Cain's neck as her other hand went to grope her own breast. It was truly a disgusting sight, but it was over soon as they separated, Rainier breathing heavily, her face red, and a small strand of saliva connecting her to Cain. Then, Cain laughed a little. "I need to kill you," he said plainly. Rainier looked more than utterly surprised. She seemed like she wanted to playfully call out his bluff, but she saw that he was dead serious. Then, she looked horrified, more scared than when Gremory threatened her. But you promised. I promise a lot of things, love, but right now you're a little bit of a dead weight. So, if you mind. At that, Cain extended his spear, hanging Rainier out. Rainier hung there, still surprised and trying to struggle. Then, the spear began being covered in red electricity. At that, Rainier's body was covered in the red lighting and she began screaming in utter pain. Then, the green light from earlier glowed on her, but then began running up the spear toward Cain. Then, the green light emerged from the spear, and Cain held it in his free left hand. Later, at that, Cain lifted the spear and sent Rainier through the ceiling, her body flying off the spear as it retracted to the size of a short sword. Cain looked at the light, then looked to Hyoto. He smiles. "I think your friend needs this." He threw the green light, and Hyoto caught it. The light vanished, and all I saw in Hyoto's hands were a pair of silver rings with green jewels on them. I looked back to Cain, who's cracking his neck. "It's good to see you, little brother." Then, he spun the short spear in his hand. "You know, I've always wanted to see how strong you've gotten over the years. Personally, I had my doubts since you were raised by an ex-priest and ex-nun. Then again, we Beriths always have had problems with authority. I don't recognize you as a member in the House of Berith. I declare loudly. Personally, I love fallen angels, but you've earned my contempt and that of our mothers. So, I aimed my scythe at him. "I'll kill you," I said as cold as I could. Cain simply smiled. He doesn't seem bothered by the fact that his own little brother wants to kill him. I shouldn't be surprised. If this guy is as dangerous as Lord Payman stated, then I'll have to watch my guard. Wait, did Rainier say horseman of war? That means he has the Oblivion Surge. But how? Only human and human hybrids can obtain sacred gears. Wait, that Rainier woman removed Asia Argento's sacred gear, so maybe Cain did the same. He must have had large amounts top power in the first place to remove the sacred gear from a horseman. Now, what is his game? Revenge, mental torture. Whatever the reason, I can't let the Gremory team get involved with this. I took one step forward, and Cain's spear lunged at me. I moved my head to the left and dodged the spear's tip. It retracted back, and when it reached him, his black feather fallen angel wing sprung out from his left shoulder. In response, my right devil wing sprung from my back, mirroring Cain. Cain continued to smile and held his spear out. The spear began glowing red and he turned it so that the point was aimed at the ground. "Time for you to see why war is such a messy thing, dear brother," Cain said with a laugh. He let go of the spear, and it plunged into the ground. The red electricity showed up again, but this time it stretched out on the ground to several directions, surrounding us in several spots. Then, small black feather tornadoes emerged again. Then the tornadoes vanished and more fallen angels appeared in black suits of armor, 15 in total. As powerful as everyone is, I'm pretty sure 15 beings with powers that can kill us easily isn't exactly fair odds. They all look the same as the other ones from earlier. So, as part of the Horseman of War's powers, he can summon soldiers, eh? Makes sense. I'll tell you what, little brother. I'll bring my soldiers back if you and I spar. How does that sound? Agreed, I said without hesitation. At that, the red electricity covered the fallen angel troops and they vanished. I turned to Cain, who had moved like lightning and kicked me straight in the face, sending me back and through one of the walls of the church. I flew back and flipped a few times until I crashed on the ground outside. The pain was excruciating, but I had not time to acknowledge it. I stood back up and saw Cain coming down with his spear again. I can't use Black Flame, since any Berith can negate it, so I'll use the scythe. He swung down with his spear and I jumped back as the blade went into the ground. I swung with my scythe at him, but he moved his spear while it was still in the ground and blocked it. I reverse spun to attack from the other side, but he removed the spear, spun it a few times, and moved to stab me when my cut missed. I moved my body to the left and dodged it, but then the spear turned and aimed for my head. I looked up, the blade barely scratching my chin. We both back off for a moment. Cain retracted his spear back to its short sword form and went into attack with it. I block with my scythe, then move to cut him. He blocks with the spear, but the tip bends anyway and goes to stab my head. I jump back and avoid it. He retracts the spear, then looks at me with a grin. This is becoming more entertaining than I thought, he declares happily, but I'm not yet satisfied. Maybe I should use another one of my powers. He spins his spear a few times before it began glowing red again. He raises it up and points to the sky. Normally I reserve this for large amounts of enemies, but I'll make this a special case. Cain looked up to where he pointed the spear. Now, genocide reign. At his command, the spear began shooting sparks of red electrical bolts to the sky in a rapid succession, like a machine gun. I looked up as they disappeared to the sky. Then soon after, the bolts came down as various versions from various culture versions of Cain's spear, all coming down from the sky and coming toward me. I jump back and avoid a few, but they keep coming. I jump left and right, but they still come. I looked to where Cain was standing, and he had gone somewhere else. Damn it, he's probably gone back to mess with the Gremory team. Wait, I've got a plan. I stop my running and raise my scythe up and start spinning it in rapid succession like a helicopter blade. The spears hit the scythe, but were shattered like glass as they hit my scythe. Eventually, they stopped after what seemed like minutes, and I turned to run back to the church. When I arrived, I was I in awe. Cain is nothing like anything I've ever faced. Kiba is on the ground, holding his side. Kaneko is against one of the walls, struggling to stand. Gremory and Aquino stood in front of Hyoto, the latter whom of which was standing and struggling to do so. Cain was in front of them and looked cocky. Gremory and Aquino held their hands out, and two forms of attack came. From Aquino came her lightning again, while from Gremory came a black, red aura at energy that shot at him. Cain simply chuckled as he wrapped himself in his kimono like a cocoon. To everyone's surprise and horror, neither forms of attacks affected him. They simply acted as electricity hitting rubber. Then, Cain stood up, flapping his kimono like a cape. The two forms of attacks went toward their origins. Aquino was hit by her lightning and flew back into the wall, while Gremory ducked to avoid her own attack. Cain then laughed haughtily. And the house of Gremory has proved itself once more. He laughs. Now then, time to slay a dragon. Cain held his spear out, the bottom toward the ground. The bottom of the spear has a large red jewel covered in armor like my scythe. Cain slammed the bottom on the ground, and next thing I know the gravity around us was amplified several times over. Everyone was forced to stay onto the ground while Cain stood fine. I was forced onto my knees, Kiba and Kaneko onto the ground face first, Aquino forced to sit where she was, and Gremory and Hyoto to their knees. A voice roared from Hyoto's sacred gear. Cain left the spear standing where it was, and held out his left hand. Let's see if this thing really works. A purple light shone from the ground, and the black flame surrounded the light. Out of the ground, something black came from it. It was a massive sword. The sword is a broadsword from tip to handle, 5 feet long with a single-edged, enormous blade 1 foot wide. The base connecting the blade to the handle is pitch black. The whole blade is colored black with red veins covering it from base to tip. He grabs the handle and lifts the sword high with his left hand, and it didn't seem heavy at all. He lightly threw it to his right hand after he removed it from the spear. Do you know what this is, little brother? Cain asks as he turns around to face me. This is a demonic sword, Mistletoe. It is a family relic of ours, born to be a weapon only a Berith can use. And now, I'll demonstrate its power. Cain aimed the tip of the blade toward Gremory and Hyoto, and he thrust it forward. Surprisingly, Hyoto somehow jumped in front of Gremory while still on his knees and spread his arms out like a shield. Nothing happened. Cain thrusts again, nothing happens. What the hell? Cain says confused. One moment, please, guys. Cain nonchalantly swung the sword around and stabbed it into the ground. What is wrong with you? He asks the sword as if it were an underclassman screwing up an assignment. You're supposed to use that ancient power of yours when a Berith holds you, but so far you've done nothing but be a pain to keep in a pocket dimension. You keep this up and I'll have to hawk you to a stranger in Scandinavia. Cain knocks on the sword with his right hand like it was a door, then moved to lightly kick a few times with his left foot. He shook the handle like it was a person's neck, then finally headbutted it. He was in a daze and stepped back a little from the impact. Cain sighed one time before picking it up with his right hand and turning to Hyoto and Gremory. All right, fine. I'll just use you to chop then. Oh well, maybe you'll work later. He started to walk toward the pair, lifting his sword into the air as he approached. No way. I can't let this happen. Wait, I've got a plan. This is gonna hurt like hell, but I have to do it. I placed my left hand on the ground and a green, string-like beam of energy came from it and slithered toward Issei. It jumped up and wrapped itself around his neck. I snapped my right finger and false image was used again. But this time ... oh, this is gonna hurt. Third-person POV. Cain approached the master and servant pair, lifting his sword high. I've never killed a dragon before, so this should be a whole new experience. Cain swung the sword, and time seemed to pass slower to everyone's perception. Issei Hyoto was prepared to defend Ria's Gremory with his life, but as the blade came down he realized that he may very well die. But then, something pale green wrapped around his neck, and he vanished. He reappeared on the ground a few feet behind Cain, and someone else was where he was, Katsu Yuta. Cain's sword came down, and as it did Cain's face turned from that of a psychopath to that of someone who has seen fear itself. The blade went into Katsu's chest diagonally, sinking in a few inches. Everyone was still after witnessing Katsu's act of selflessness. He protected Issei, sacrificing himself. Rias and Aquino, who were still in front of Cain with Aquino a few feet to his left against a wall, noticed a sudden change. The gravity around them returned to normal, and Cain's face was filled with sorrow. Cain looked like he had witnessed something horrifying. But then, his face seemed to be attempting to gather courage as he placed his right foot on Katsu's left shoulder. Cain's face forcibly twisted itself back into his psychotic grin, and he kicked Katsu off. Blood flowed from Katsu's wound in his mouth as his back hit the ground. Cain stepped back and swung his sword in one direction to remove the blood. Well, I think I've done all I can for one evening, Cain says as the sword returns into the purple light it emerged from the ground. I'll have to see you all again someday. Cain brought out his left fallen angel wing and held his right hand out. His spear flung from the ground where it stood and flew to his right hand, shortening as he grasped it. He looked to the ceiling and threw his spear at it. It blew a hole, the moonlight streaming down and basking him in it. He turned to look to Issei Hyoto. "Be seeing you, Issei." Cain then flew up through the hole as his spear came down and he caught it. Everyone looked to Katsu, who was still conscious on the ground, but his body is numbed from the damage by the sword. Issei was the first to move and ran over to kneel by Katsu's side. "What the hell are you thinking, Katsu?" he asks angrily. "What did it look like?" "Dipstag." Katsu's words were interrupted by a cough of blood, and so action was taken to prevent Katsu from dying where he was laid out. Ria's Grimoire revived Asia Argento, all the while returning her sacred gear Twilight Healing. She was revived as Ria's bishop, her healing magical skills coming in handy. Their first priority was healing Issei's wounds, having been exposed to Rainer's light spear poison for so long. Then, she went to heal Katsu's wound. And soon enough, once he was healed, the Grimoire team retired, Issei and Hyoto moving to carry Katsu to his home. But while the Grimoire team was happy with saving both Katsu and Asia, there was one person who did not share their happiness, Rainer. She was very much still alive and in pain. But she was more than physically hurt, she was emotionally torn. She was betrayed by Cain, who threw her aside despite what they've been through together. She was thrown through the roof of the church and has fallen into the forests of the town in someone's backyard. She crawled several feet, the blood from her wounds flowing out slowly. She looked up from the grass of the yard and saw a large house, almost like a mansion. But she's something else as well, a woman. It was a woman about her height wearing shorts, a loose t-shirt, waist-long silver hair, and cat-like green eyes. She now remembers this description from Cain. It's Genova, the mother of Cain. Cain only mentioned her a few times, calling her an honest pervert. Genova approached the injured Rainer, a can of beer in her left hand as she walked. She took one big sip, then looked down at Rainer. "So, you're my son Cain's girlfriend?" Genova asked curiously. Rainer at one time would have found the term flattering, but now, "I despise that man," she says with venom in her voice. "I want nothing more than to kill him." "Well, you can't kill him." "Why not?" "Because I'd kill you before that would ever happen." Genova took another sip of her beer and finished it. "But," she crushed the can and threw it on her lawn, "I can let you meet him again." Genova kneeled down to her knees and reached in between her breasts into her cleavage. "Never thought I'd get to use this." She pulls out a crimson queen chess piece. "Don't even think. I can't heal or save you if you're not part of my clan. With this, I can." So, Genova offered the queen piece to Rainer. "What do you say?" Two things were going through Rainer's mind as she stared at the queen piece. 1. The hatred she felt towards devils. 2. The hatred she felt toward Cain. She placed the two against each other, and her hatred for Cain outweighed the other. But what mattered more than her hatred for Cain was, "Why, fine. Oh, I seriously need to stop taking hits for folks, it's really starting to get annoying." I wake up my left side, feeling like utter shit. Even worse, I'm naked and my kingdom is up and ready to greet the morning sun. Am I seriously that much of a masochist that I get a hard-on after getting chopped near half by a sword? I need psychological counseling real bad. Although, now that I'm awake, I'm beginning to see the signs why I have the morning wood. I'm not alone in this bed. For one, the biggest giveaway was the lock of blue hair I see under my eye. The second giveaway are the bare arms wrapped around me, both under my arms with her left going diagonally across my chest where I was hit with the sword and the other arm going vertically up. The bottom of her wrist touching my right shoulder. Her left thigh is on top of mine, and her head is right against my neck, her right cheek against the left side of my head. Then, there are the biggest giveaways, her breasts, bare and pressed against my back. I can actually feel nipple back there. Wait, why is she doing this? Hang on. Genova mentioned something about healing magic being effective if ... Okay, now I know she must have been lying if Lucille is back there. She's got me in a tight vice grip, making escape almost impossible. I try to struggle a little, and that's enough to make Lucille wake up with a groan. I turn my head a little and see that her eyes are half closed still. "Abel," she mumbles my name. "Yo," I greet. Her eyes then shoot wide open, and I see her face turn to that of all. She quickly moves as fast as lightning to be on top of me and holding onto my shoulders. "You idiot," she screams. "Don't you ever do something that's stupid again, you hear me?" She orders. She actually sobs too, and I even feel a small tear hit my chest. I look down and see that Lucille is resting her head on a large scar on my chest, right where that sword called Mistletoe hit me. "Cain, I need info about him and that sword." "Lucille, could you move for a moment? I need to get up." Lucille simply shakes her head rapidly while still against my chest, irritating my scar a little. I guess that's a no. She lifts her head up to look at me with puppy dog eyes. "I'm sorry." I apologize to her. It was the heat of the moment. I saw Hyoto was in mortal danger, and my first reaction was to save him. "I'm sorry if I scared you. Lucille then smiled gently. "It's all right." She then snuggled onto my chest more, closing her eyes and turning her head to the side. From here, her long blue hair is spread over us like a blanket, and from the smell of her I can guess that we've been here a while. Even her natural smell is wonderful. But seriously, Lucille, I need to get up. I've already missed enough school. "Nope," Lucille says like a tease. "You're staying right here until I know you're better, got it. I guess I have no choice but to surrender here." I'm quite comfortable here. Wait, there is one thing I need to keep in mind before things get a little too serious here. That memory ... It's been only 4 years, and I've suppressed the memory from ever surfacing for all this time, never dealing with what happened. If I could only speak with her, I can get over it. But, for now, Lucille, please find something to wear before something gets rammed in. Lucille looked back to me, that gentle smile on her face again. Okay, I'll find us some underwear. Don't peek, she warns. Wait, she'll let me feel but not look. I guess it counts if she's worried about me. Do I have to become a cripple for her to let me see? This just keeps getting more and more complicated. I nod my head in response and close my eyes. I feel Lucille get off of me in the bed and walk a few feet. What's a tiny peek? I crack open my left eye and only see Lucille's perfectly smooth and white skin behind, and quickly shut it. Today was a good day. I hear her rummaging around until she gives the all clear. Okay, you can look now. I open my eyes and see that she's wearing a blue lace bra and panties and threw a pair of gray boxers my way. I grab them, go under the sheets, put them on, and pop back out. Once I was out, Lucille got back under the covers and lunged at me with a tight hug. You were serious about the staying here part, weren't you? I ask. Of course. We still don't know if there was any permanent damage besides the scar, so you're staying here while I heal you. I release a sigh. Fine. Just don't take advantage of me. No promises, she says playfully. Lucille curled up and moved to be under my left arm and against my chest. At that, there was a knock at the door. On coming in, a strangely familiar voice sounds. The door opens ... and I see something that is both horrifying and hilarious. The fallen angel from who knows how long ago, Rainier, is standing at my doorway. That's the scary part. The hilarious part is that she's wearing a maid outfit and carrying a tray full of breakfast food while wearing a scowl. She walks in, and behind her are Genova and Hyoto. Rainier walks over to my bedside and stares at me angrily, before finally laying the tray down. Here's your food, devil, she says angrily. Bad girl, Genova says as she snaps her fingers. Rainier then began grunting in pain and holding her head, falling to her knees in the process. I mean, master. Genova snapped her fingers again, and Rainier begins breathing heavily. How humiliating, she curses. She stands up and walks over to the wall beside my door and leans against it, crossing her arms angrily. Welcome back, Abby. Genova greets me happily. Hey there, Mom. I look to Hyoto, who looks rather proud of something. What's with you? I ask him. Oh, I'm just glad to see that you're doing great so far, Hyoto, he says with a smile. I then turn back to Genova. Mom, we need to talk. Her face turns toward her serious side as she walks over and moves the tray to be in my lap. Once again, Genova makes pancakes, which seems to be the only food she seems to know how to make alongside with Lucille's friend eggs and a small piece of toast. Genova steps back and crosses her arms. Okay, Abby, just ask away. How long have I been out? You've been in your room for just a few days. Record recovery time for someone who's been hit with mistletoe. What is mistletoe? I ask. Genova sighs. Mistletoe is a demonic sword, a weapon created by devils filled with magical power. Mistletoe was made by one of your ancestors, with the purpose of providing the Berith clan with a weapon they could call their own. It can only be wielded by a Berith, and its true power is only available to few. That reminds me, Cain tried to use its powers, but so far it only served as a normal weapon. Why couldn't he use his powers? Words of power. They say actions speak louder than words, but sometimes the right words determine the result. Can you explain? Your ancestor made the sword with a special form of magic, verbal control. The sword can be used only by a Berith, but even then the users were slim. When a new family head is chosen, the sword obeys their will above anyone else's. The clan head must give verbal approval for another Berith to use the sword. Remember what you said in the church. What I said. What did I say? I don't recognize you as a member of the House of Berith. Yeah, I reply. The sword hasn't worked for Cain because it had yet to hear the family head's approval to use it. What's more, he said that he was not a member of the House of Berith, so the sword didn't work for him. But, I'm not the head. Shouldn't Cain be the head since he's the older brother? The head of the clan is usually determined that way, but seeing as I was the only Berith for a long while, I had no choice but to assume the position of head. But, Genova leaned over and poked my chest where my heart was. The symbol of the Berith clan began glowing on my chest. Then, it vanished as Lucille moved her hand over it. During your first night here, after I found one of Rainier's spies around here and used the eye on her, I learned that Cain was coming. So, to prevent the possibility that he might kill you, while you and Lucille slept, I performed a small ritual to acknowledge you as the head of the clan. Though it won't be official until your 18th birthday in June, you still have at least some authority. That all makes sense. But wait, how come the sword was still able to hurt me like it did? Mistletoe obeys words, and you didn't specify it to not hurt you. A small loophole, but one that most heads have taken caution to. I took a sigh, and moved myself in my arms to eat breakfast freely. But Lucille didn't let me go that easily. She leaned up with me and wrapped her arms around my neck, resting her head on my shoulder and sighing contently. I moved to eat my breakfast normally. As I ate, the next question came to mind. Why is Rainier in the maid outfit? I asked, pointing my knife in my left hand at Rainier. As if by fate, Cain threw Rainier far enough to land on our yard. I offered her the chance to become my queen, and in exchange we get information on Cain's plans. So you're using your authority as her king to force her to do humiliating things. Yup, good. Maybe she can learn some manners. While Lucille giggled at that insult, I heard Rainier growling. Has she said anything of particular importance? I ask. No, I haven't had the chance to ask her. I've been. Genova turned to face Rainier, who suddenly looked very afraid. Busy with her. She grins. Is she the latest victim of your dodging sketches? I ask. Genova turns back to me and waves her hand from side to side. Of course not, Abby. She laughs. Though she is the subject of one of my side projects, Angel Maid. How does that sound? She asks. Not a bad idea. Let me guess the story. A bad-tempered and rule-breaking angel is sent by God to be the servant of a female demon in order to learn how to be a proper angel, but it backfires when the angel and devil become hypersexual lovers. Genova points her hand at me. Exactly. Then, her smile vanished. Was the plot that predictable? She sobs. I put down my fork and knife and wave moth hands in denial. No, it's a great idea. I mean, it's been done before with different twists, but it's how the story is told and drawn that makes the difference. At that, Genova's smile returned quickly. Oh, Abby, you're the greatest son ever. She jumped over and hugs me tightly, catching the Lucille in it as well. She pulls back and skips happily to the door. I'll be taking a nap if you need me, later. She leaves and Rainier follows with a mournful sigh. Yoshida walked over and bowed his head. It's good to see you back, Yuta, he says before he turns to leave. Lucille removes herself from me and moves over to the nightstand by her side of the bed and brings out my book about the horsemen. I think this can come in handy, she says before I take it. Once I have it, she moves to lean against me again with a contented yawn. I open the book and begin translating the riddles from where I last left off. I found my bookmark and was about to throw it to the side when I remembered what it was, a leaflet of the Gremory clan. I remember Hyoto giving me one because that greed.gps thing said I was the greediest human in the area. I think I'll cash it in tonight. It's time Hyoto learned the truth. Eventually, late night comes and I ask Genova to show me how to use a leaflet. I had changed into a pair of long black pants, bare feet still, and a button-up long-sleeve white shirt. Genova and I are in the living room, where Lucille had made some tea before going to the library to help Yoshida use the magic circle to do a job. Rainier was ordered to stay in Genova's room until Hyoto leaves. Once he's gone, she can come out. I don't want anything else besides what I'm about to reveal to Hyoto to piss him off. Kiba and Kaneko already know, and knowing the loyal knight I'm sure he's told Gremory. That means only she, Akino, and Hyoto are left to call on through these. I'll just say I want something, and hopefully any of those three will come. I stood in the middle of the entrance room, between the mini-study and the living room, right in front of the stairs, waiting for them. Genova had left and gone into the library as well to continue decoding the riddles in that book. I've almost cracked Death's chapter, and I've gotten a lot through Madness. Now I need to get started on wars. Eventually, the Gremory clan magic circle appeared on my floor, and two figures emerged from it. One I was planning to meet, the other was unexpected. Hyoto had certainly come, but the other person was not in the plan. It was the blonde, long-haired, green-eyed nun that we had attempted to rescue from Rainier a few days ago. Only now she was wearing the Kyo Academy girls' uniform, though instead of the small cape they wore she was wearing a black vest. From the looks of things, I did see her dead on the pews earlier, so that means Gremory reincarnated her as a devil. Which piece though? All of her pawns are gone, and she doesn't seem like the physical type, so that leads me to believe that she's a bishop. She's quite cute, but not my taste. Hyoto immediately recognizes me. Katsu, he asks dumbfounded. Yo, I greet. I turn to the girl known as Asia Argento and bow lightly to her. Evening, Argento. At that, she seemed incredibly nervous. I can see why Hyoto wanted to save her. She quickly bows in return. Good evening, sir. As she rises back up, she turns to Hyoto. Issei, do you know him? She asks. Yeah. Hyoto replies with a suspicious stare. He helped me save you, Asia. He replies. Argento turns back to face me. Oh, thank you for helping Issei. She bows again. She's just nervous, so I can't blame her. So, what's your wish, Katsu? Hyoto asks annoyingly. I thought of the best excuse I could that a smart human could think of. I have requested upon the ancient knowledge known only to the devil kind in order to acquire it for my own. With such knowledge I hope to expand my mind and encompass the entire universe within my understanding. And, end scene. Hyoto looks absolutely baffled by my wish. He asks predictably. I just want to talk, alright. I spell it out for him. He narrows his eyes into a suspicious glare now. Talk about what? He asks. I take in a breath and stare back at him. The day Rainier killed you. At that, the room suddenly got colder. Hyoto's eyes widen with surprise, and the Argento girl seems confused. I walk over to the chair in the mini-study and sit down, finding a dust-covered cane leaned against the bookshelf. I grab it, and use my black flame to lightly burn the cane to get the dust off. I have more control over my power, so my hair and eyes stay the same human disguise. What about it? Hyoto asks. Well, here it goes. I want to tell you how I'm responsible for what I've done. At that, I noticed Hyoto's fist clench. Go on, he says surprisingly calmly. As you've probably already figured out, I, who has only been a devil for a short while before meeting you in your new life, couldn't possibly have become high class so quickly. Well, I did through the hidden fourth method, the 7 Sin Challenge. I take a breath and continued. The 7 Sin Challenge is a method used by only a few because it involves one delving themselves into the darkest parts of their hearts and committing the 7 deadly sin in the most brutal of ways. And how was my killing involved? Hyoto asks. Sloth, envy, greed, and pride were presented to me, and the only way to complete the majority of the sins was to let you die by Rainier's hand. At that, Argento gasped lightly and Hyoto's eyes widen. There's a silence in the room, and so quiet that I can hear Genova telling Lucille to shhh. A few moments pass before Hyoto once again caught me off guard. He laughed a little. You know, it's funny. He starts. Kiba and Kaneko told me the same thing that night in the church. Ah crap. Even Prez was a little angry too. I was really pissed off at you because you just let me die. I closed my eyes and braced for impact. But then, I cracked open my left eye to see Hyoto smiling. I thought about it. Becoming a devil, however painful it was honestly the best thing that could have happened to me. I asked in my surprise now. Because Prez made me a devil, I finally had something going for my life. I even got to meet awesome friends. And I even met Asia here because of that. Then, he bowed his head lightly at me. Thanks, Katsu, he says with honest. I'm surprised. Wait, this is familiar. This is just like when I said thank you to Lucille after she saved me. I was even thankful to that fallen angel who attacked me, who helped me discover my powers. Only difference is that Hyoto actually is thanking someone responsible for his death. I hold the cane I found with my left hand and place the bottom on the floor. Does Gremory know about this? I ask. I told Prez not to be angry with you. In fact, pretty much no one is after you saved my life. Crap, he remembers that. I really don't want to be made out to be the good guy here. I clear my throat and look away, honestly embarrassed a little. Why, you're welcome, I say, but I turn back to face him, seeing him crack his right knuckles. I still want to kick the shit out of you, he declares with a growl. I sigh, the inevitable finally arriving, and stood up with the cane as support. It actually helps, since walking around with this scar still hurts a little. Proceed, I say as I close my eyes. I stand there for a few moments. Before long, something kicked the cane from under me and I fell to my left side, feeling the sharp pain run through my body. I look up, see Hyoto dusting his hands off. Okay, that should do it, he says with a cocky laugh. He is definitely a better man than me. He helped me stand back up, the cane being my support. Well, now that that's settled with, allow me to sign your first contract and leave a positive feedback. That, Hyoto scratched his cheek. Actually, about that. He steps aside so that I could see Argento. This is Asia's contract. She's the one you summoned. I'm just here to make sure the wish isn't anything perverted, he says confidently. I'm not sure if I should admire his valor or suspect him of having the perverted wishes. Too bad, I guess Hyoto will have to wait until next time. I thought of a wish before finally coming up with something for the ex-nun. I merely have a simple question for you, Miss Argento. Why yes, what's the weather supposed to be like tomorrow? Hey, that's something someone would ask a devil. Hell, I'm pretty sure my old dad would ask something just as stupid. There's an awkward silence for a moment before Argento finally answered. Sonny, she says with a smile. At that, I grabbed the leaflet I used to summon them, wrote my signature, and quickly answered the questionnaire on the back. And then, I presented it to them. There you go. Have a good evening. At that, I turned left to head toward the kitchen. I turn back for a moment and see them both stunned. Well, go on then, just go back to Gremory. I'll see you tomorrow at school. I opened the door to the kitchen and left them alone. Halfway through I turned around and saw crimson light shine through the bottom of the door I came in and see it go away too. I couldn't help but grin to myself. I turn back around and go back to the living room, seeing no sign of the pair anywhere. I feel a little tired, so I'm going to have to go to bed soon. I head upstairs and straight to my bedroom. Just before I could sleep, Lucille busted in and jumped onto me with a painful hug, almost crushing my chest. We slept in the same bed, only in underwear, again. I told her I wanted to go back to school, and she protested at first before giving in. We both fell asleep soon after. The next morning, I felt rather fine. In fact, I felt better than usually. Even the morning sun isn't exactly enough to bother me. We all had breakfast after showers, and every now and again Genova would glance at my new cane. I took a look at it as well, and noticed that it's a lot more detailed than I thought. It was European, no doubt, but the biggest detail was the top, which was a pale green jewel similar to my pale green fire. Inside the jewel was a small, winged and clawed dragon-like figure. But the biggest detail was there were words engraved in gold on the jewel. The words read as, Vi veri veneversum vivis vici. That's Latin, and since I'm a devil I can read it easily. I spoke the words aloud, and got their translation from my own voice. Through the power of truth I, while living, have conquered the universe. That's the basic translation. What's it about? Yoshida asks. It's the words written in gold on this jewel. I raised the cane up so everyone could see. The meaning behind the translation is basically about besting the devil. Little ironic, I suppose. I put the cane down and looked to Genova. Why do you have this thing, anyway? I ask her as I eat my food. It was your father's. At that, everyone froze at Genova's words. Your father handmade that cane. He said it was going to be a gift for you when you were older. Or, at least it was until he left. At that, Genova began sadly eating her food again. I looked back to the cane and analyzed it for a few moments. It's weird, really. I finally have a memento from my father, everything else being mere books in the library. It was ... nice. Soon after breakfast, Lucille, Yoshida and I all went our way to school. Funny enough, Rainier was forced to hand us our lunches as we left the house. I think I'm going to enjoy having a maid around. We eventually reached school and parted ways. Along my way, I noticed that Hyoto and Argento were walking to school together from the same direction. I'd complain, but I've already got that going for me. Though, Hyoto looks especially tired. During the eventual break, I decided to find him and ask what's wrong. I'll admit, I got a few stares because of the cane, but I don't blame them. I eventually found Hyoto on a roof, staring at the old school building where we meet. I call out to him, "Yo, Hyoto, something wrong?" I ask. He turns back and screams out of shock at me. "Don't creep up on me like that, Katsu." He orders me. Can it? Say, "What's wrong with you?" I ask, "Huh? You look like you've been tired all morning." I know the morning isn't exactly friendly to us, but I figured you of all people would persevere. "So, what's wrong?" I asked. Hyoto looked sad for a moment before looking away. I'm ... not exactly allowed to tell. This is getting on my last nerves. Fine, you give me another leaflet, and I'll sign your first contract. All you'll have to do is answer a stupid question. In the meantime, just tell me for crap's sake. Maybe I can help. Hyoto doesn't answer for a short while, until out of nowhere he started growling at himself and used both hands to scratch his head. Damn it all. I almost had sex with Prez, okay. He declares loud enough for only us to hear thankfully. Ria's Gremory ... and Issei Hyoto. Almost hit home base before me. The concept alone is what the foo. Material on its own, but I have to remain calm. Why? I ask. Honestly, I have no freaking clue. I was in my room and out of nowhere, Prez comes in and says make love to me. How far did you get? I ask, holding in my anger. I saw her boobs, that's for sure, he says in confusing anger. And just before we took the plunge, some woman named Grafia came in, said no we can't, and both her and Prez just left me there. Only a single thought came to my mind. Worst case of blue balls ever ... of all time. Well, Hyoto looked off to the side and scratched his left cheek. I wouldn't say that, he said embarrassingly. Are you kidding me? Hyoto, I'm already fighting the image of you thrusting. I so do not need the image of you playing the one-finger trap trombone. I turn around and head out to leave the roof. No wonder the little bastard never got any sleep. I hear Hyoto coming to run at me from behind. Don't tell anyone, please. Prez'll kill me, he begs. I turn around and whap him in the face with my cane, halting his charge. I won't tell anyone. Hell knows you shouldn't have even told me. I remove my cane and continue my walk off the roof and through the school, making my way back to Lucille and Yoshida to have lunch. I didn't mention anything about what Gremory and Hyoto almost did. Hell, I don't even want the thought of those two doing the dirty deed in my mind. I just want to get this day over with and make fun of Rainier. But first, I may as well head over to the Occult Research Club's meeting to lighten things up hopefully. Lucille said that she would meet me with Yoshida a little late because of some personal business, so I went ahead of them. I met with Hyoto, Kiba, and Argento along the way, and just followed behind them. Hyoto asked if Gremory has any personal problems. Madam President's problems. Maybe it has something to do with the Gremory household. Kiba answered. Aquino would know, right? Hyoto asked. Kiba nodded. Aquino is Madam President's most trusted servant, so she obviously would know. When we arrived in front of the door, Kiba noticed something. For me to realize this presence, only when I came here. Kiba made a serious face by having sharp eyes. Hyoto opened the door without any concerns. Inside the room were Gremory, Aquino, Kaneko, and a stranger. The stranger was a woman, an attractive woman appearing to be in her 20s, with silver hair and matching eyes. Her hair, which flows all the way down to her back, features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids, and wearing a blue and white French maid outfit with long sleeves and a white maid headband over her head, with red lipstick as a cosmetic accessory. This must be the Grafia woman Hyoto mentioned. Gremory had a very disturbed face. Aquino was smiling like usual, but you could tell that she was serious. Kaneko was sitting in a chair in the corner quietly. She seemed like she didn't want to get involved with the others. The room was dead silent, no one spoke a single word. Kiba quietly said, "This is bad." The four of us went inside the room, but it wasn't the type of atmosphere where we could talk to them. That's how tense this room was. Asia also felt uneasy, so she held on to Hyoto's shirt with a worried face. Hyoto patted her head to comfort her. Gremory spoke after looking at everyone. "Looks like everyone is here. Before we start the club, there's something I need to tell all of you. Milady, do you want me to explain the situation?" Gremory rejected Grafia's offer with her hand. The truth is, at the exact same moment Gremory spoke, the magic circle on the floor glowed. Transportation. But all of the people from Gremory's are here. So is it a devil who serves the Gremory just like Grafia? My guess was way off when I saw that the circle was that of another clan. It was a phoenix encased in a circular shape. Fenix, Kiba spoke. There were flames coming from the magic circle that ignited throughout the whole room. The fire doesn't bother me much, considering I have fire abilities. Strangely enough, the fire that was a foot around me circular-wise turned black. Does my power affect the flames of other magics too? There was the silhouette of a man behind the flames. When he spread his arm across to the side, the flames disappeared. Though, there were still a few spots of black flame on my body. I haven't come to the human world for a while. The guy that appeared was a man in a red suit. He wore his suit casually, so he didn't have a tie, and his shirt was open till his chest. He looked like he was in his early 20s. He was handsome, but he seemed more of the bad boy type. He had his hands inside his pockets. He looked like a gigolo. Or was he a gigolo devil? The guy looked around the room and then smirked after finding Gremory. My lovely Rias, I came to take you. My lovely Rias, looks like we have an asshole here, folks. Gremory didn't seem like she was welcoming this guy, but the guy didn't seem to care and approached her. Then Rias, let's go and take a look at the ceremony hall. The date of the ceremony is decided, so we need to check it before then. This guy just screams douchebag to me now. What clan is he from? Kiba mentioned Fenix, so that might be the name of his house. The guy grabbed Gremory's arm rudely. Let go of me, Riser. Gremory shook the guy's hand off and said it with a deep and serious voice. Wow, she sounds really scary. She's really pissed off. The guy called Riser was smirking and didn't seem to care about the fact that Gremory shook his hand off. I looked to see that Hyoto was getting really angry. Oi, you are being rude to press. Do you think that's acceptable? He asks angrily. The man known as Riser looked to Hyoto like he was a pest. Huh, who are you? He said it with a displeased voice. I'm feeling loads of hatred on both ends of the candle here. I am the servant devil of Rias Gremory. I'm the pawn, Issei Hyoto. I facepalmed myself by reflex to his words. Ah, okay. He doesn't even seem to care. Honestly, I wouldn't either. I mean, who the heck are you? Hyoto asks a better question. The guy seemed a bit surprised by my question. Rias, you haven't mentioned me to your servants. I mean, or they're guys who don't know me. A reincarnated devil. Even so, I didn't tell them because there was no need. Gremory replied, harsh like always. Ahaha. The guy started laughing. Then the woman named Graphia stepped forward. Issei Hyoto. Yes. Hyoto replied, this person is Riser Fenix. He's a pure-blood high-class devil and the third son of the Fenix household, as I suspected, and he is the husband of the next heir of the House of Gremory. That however ... set off a whole new set of questions. Hyoto is now official mind-freaked. He is engaged to Lady Rias. 3 ... 2 ... 1 ... boom. Ah, the douchey fiancé scenario. Knowing how devils work, I should have seen this coming. Once the introductions were made, everyone but me sat down. I however stood against the wall, and I can't help but notice that Lucille and Yoshida still aren't here. That's more likely a good thing. Argento, Kiba, Kaneko, and Hyoto sat on one sofa while Akino went to make some tea. Gremory and Riser were sitting down on a sofa across from them and sitting next to each other while Graphia stood next to them by the sofa. Eventually, Akino was done and offered Riser tea, which he quickly finished in little time. The tea made by Rias's queen is superb. He comments, thank you very much, Akino said with a smile still, though I was scared that she didn't laugh or say oh my like she usually does. I guess even she has her dark moments. As the unhappy couple sat next to each other, Riser kept trying to hold her shoulder. Gremory kept on shaking his hands off, but the guy kept on touching her hair, hands, and shoulders. I looked over and saw that Hyoto was furious still, but then I noticed some gears were turning in his head and he grinned. Knowing him and what happened to him last night, I'm guessing he's looking at the scoreboard in terms of whose hands have touched what. Fair enough, he gets a higher score. Issei, did something good happen? Argento asked as she sat next to him. Indecent thinking is prohibited. Kaneko commented, does that count for me? Issei, in any case, you should wipe your drool. Kiba commented with a smile and handing him a handkerchief. It's none of your business. Hyoto replied. The idiot tried to wipe his drool with his uniform, but Asia wiped it for him with her handkerchief. It's almost time to eat snacks, so you drooled thinking about it, correct? Argento asked with a smile. Oh, you poor, innocent, none. You have no idea what thoughts are going through that monster's head. I don't count because I have self-control. Thank you, Asia. Hyoto replies. Stop it already. Gremory's angered voice echoed through the room. When I looked, Gremory got up from the sofa glaring sharply at Riser. Riser on the other hand was smirking like usual. Riser, I told you before, I will not marry you. Yeah, I heard that before. But Rias, that won't do, you know. I think your house is in a rush to evade the crisis. That's none of your concern. If I'm the next heir for the House of Gremory, then I will choose who will become my husband. Also, it was a promise that I will be free until I graduate from university. That's right, you will be free. You can go to university and you can do whatever you like with your servants. But your father and Sirzech are worried. They are afraid that your house will become extinct. We lost a great number of pure-blood devils in the last war. Even if the war has finished, our rivalry with the fallen angels and God isn't finished yet. It's not rare for a pure-blood devil to get killed, which leads to the household becoming extinct because of the worthless battle against them. So for pure-blood devils that are also high-class devils, getting together would be the best solution to fix this situation. A pure-blood high-class devil. Even you know that these children will be important from now on, right? The newly produced devils, the ones like your servants, the reincarnated devils, are expanding in terms of strength, but that would make us, the pure blood devils, lose place. There are old nobles who get close to the powerful reincarnated devils, but that's all right. The newly produced devils are important for the future as well, but we can't allow the pure blood devils to go extinct, right? We were chosen in order to prevent the pure bloods from going extinct. I have my older brothers in my house, so my house is safe. Then there would only be you, Rias, who can inherit the house of Gremory. If you don't take a husband, the house of Gremory will go extinct with your generation. Are you trying to crush the house that has been in history since ancient times? Because of the past war, there is not even half the number of devils who are referred as 72 pillars. This marriage has the future of the devils on the line. Devils and humans are more similar than I thought. I simply kept quiet and listened in. The 72 pillars. Genova mentioned them before. The 72 pillars refer to the 72 devil families, most of which were wiped out in the war. I'm not going to crush my house. I will take a husband, Gremory replied. Riser made a big smile after hearing her. Ah, that's it, Rias. Then let's. But I won't marry you, Riser. I will only marry the one I want to be with. Even the devils who obey the old rules have the right to choose. Oh shit, it's about to go down. You know, Rias, I'm also a devil who holds the name of Fenix behind me. I can't let that name get scratched. I didn't even want to come to a small old building like this in the human world. Actually, I don't like the human world. The fire and wind in this world is filthy. For a devil like me who symbolizes fire and wind, I can't stand it. Riser began summoning normal-looking fire around him in the room. I will take you back to the underworld, even if I have to burn all of your servants. It's starting to get a little hot. I finally sigh loud enough to catch everyone's attention. Time to test a little theory I developed through his entrance. His fire around me turned into black flame before, so let's try turning it all under my control. As I imagined it, the fires all around the room immediately turned black, catching everyone off guard. I then imagined them all to vanish. Just to let them know who did it, I let my control over my form shift to reveal my eyes and color. All eyes then looked to me. To mock them a little, I looked left, then right, then pointed at myself. What'd I do? I asked. At that, I noticed Riser's grin return. So, the last son of the Berith clan is here among us as well. He asks haughtily. I bow my head a little. Hello there, Fenix. Name's Katsu, and I don't like you. I flat out answer. I saw his left eyebrow twitch at my comment. At that, the door to the room opened and my own servants walked in, Yoshida blabbing like an idiot. Yuta, dude, I found this awesome peeping spot. The moment the door was open and both Yoshida and Lucille were in, Lucille stopped moving and froze. Yoshida, however, adopted a hostile atmosphere while asking, what smells like fried chicken? I couldn't help but chuckle at Yoshida's accidental insult. Yoshida, down boy. I order him. Riser turns to face me again. I'm surprised your mother hasn't told you about how your clan and my own are in quite the conflict. Conflict? I know Cable screwed a lot of people over, but I didn't think we earned war. Well, what the old codger do to you? I ask while looking at my Cain, obviously not interested in his sob story. Your grandfather stole some valuable items to my family. And do you see the amounts of craps I give? I certainly don't. Riser chuckles lightly. You're as rude and tasteless as Cable. Not true. I'd like to think I can add a quick one-liner every now and again. In the meantime, just go on with your business. I for one wouldn't see the worth in giving a precious daughter to an asshole like you. I fake gasp and cover my mouth. Oops, I let it slip. Riser simply continues to grin. Are you perhaps trying to challenge me? He asks. Nope, I'm here simply as an observer. Though I'm sure if it came right down to it I could probably kick your ass. Just before anything else escalated any further, that woman Grafia intervened. Milady, Lord Riser, Berith, please calm down. If you all were to continue, then I won't be quiet about it. Gremory and Riser both made a serious face after hearing Grafia's intense voice. It seemed like they were scared of her. Riser made a sigh while shaking his head. To be told that by the ultimate queen, even I would be scared. I definitely wouldn't want to fight the people from Lord Surzech's group, which is said to be made up of monsters. Surzech? Who the hell is that? The name sounds familiar. I must not have cared at the time. I also didn't know that Grafia was that strong. I don't even feel any intent to kill from her. Gremory stopped her magic aura and disbanded her battle position. Apparently we were saved from the worst-case scenario. Grafia spoke after confirming that Gremory, I, and Razor had no intention to fight anymore. Everyone such as the Master, Lord Surzech, and the people from the House of Fenix knew it would become like this. To tell you the truth, this was to be the last discussion meeting. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be solved, so they decided to make a last resort. Last resort? What do you mean, Grafia? Gremory asked. Milady, if you wish to push your opinion forward, then how about you decide it by doing the rating game with Lord Riser? Gremory lightly gasped at the question. Rating game? Well, things certainly are becoming interesting. It's a game that is played by the devils with peerage, and they compete by making their servants battle. Kiba explained it to Hyoto because he had a confused look. Just like Milady knows, rating game can only be played by mature age devils. But if it's an unofficial match, then even pure blood devils who haven't reached mature age can participate. But in this case, it usually involves the family and household problem, right? Gremory finished while making a sigh. In other words, Father and the others chose to make us do the game as a last resort when I was to decline, right? What nerve do they have to keep on controlling my life? Gremory was really pissed now. Then milady, you are saying you would also decline to participate in the game? No, this is a chance. Alright then, let's decide this by the game, Riser. Riser smirked after Gremory challenged him. Hell, you're accepting it. I don't mind. But I'm already a mature devil and I have already participated in the official game. Right now I have won most of the games. Even so, you still want to play, Rias? Razor replied back with a challenging tone. Gremory made a smirk. I will make you disappear, Razor. Fine. If you win, do whatever you like. But if I win, you will marry me immediately. Understood. I, Graphia, confirm both sides' opinion. I will be in charge of the game between the two sides. Is that okay? Graphia asked. Yes, Gremory replied. Yeah, Fenix replied. Okay, I will inform the two households then. Graphia bowed her head after confirming. This game just keeps getting interesting. I noticed Fenix was smirking at Hyoto. Hey, Rias, would the ones here be your servants? So what? Gremory answered. Fenix started laughing after Gremory answered him, as if he found it amusing. Then this match will be a laugh. Only your queen, the lightning priestess, can fight on par with my servants. When Razor said that, he clicked his fingers. The magic circle on the floor glowed. Shadows appeared from the magic circle. I count, 0.15, and these are my cute servants. There were 15 people that seemed to be Razor's servants around him. There was a person that looked like a knight who was wearing armor. There was someone that seemed to be a magician who was wearing a hood. He had the maximum number of servants. They were all girls. The knight and magician I mentioned before were girls. There was also a girl wearing a Chinese dress. There were 2 girls who had beast ears. There were 2 girls who seemed to be twins. Also a lowly girl. There were 2 older girls with nice curves as well. There was also a girl wearing a kimono who looked like a Yamato Nechico. There was also a girl wearing a dress who looked like a European princess. A woman who held a sword on her back. There was also a girl wearing a dancer's outfit. There was one wearing a mask that hid half of her face. Oh, by the pits of hell, this jackass actually has a harem. Now he's really pissed me off. Hey Rias, that servant over here is crying a lot while looking at me. Riser spoke. I looked to see that Hyoto was acting as stupid as ever, obviously now looking up to this guy as a god. Gremory looked at him and made a worried face while touching her forehead. This boy's dream is to have a harem. I think he was moved after looking at your servants. Once again, I facepalmed myself. Gross. Master Riser, this person is freaking me out. The 2 green-haired lowly twins bitched about Hyoto's face. Frankly, I don't blame them. Riser calmed them by feeling their bodies. Don't say that, my cute girls. Looking up to high-class devils is what a lowly being does. Let's show them how close we are. After he said that, Riser started to tongue-kiss one of the girls. From here I can see the gross movements of his inside her mouth. I'm feeling disgusted. The girl made a sweet voice while putting her legs around Riser's. I looked to check on the rest of the Gremory team's reaction. Argento's face had gotten so red that it seemed like it would blow any second. This view must have been too strong for Argento. Riser took his mouth away, and there were threads of saliva between the 2. He then started to tongue-kiss the other girl. Does this guy seriously have no sense of decency? Fenix finished his second tongue-kiss, smirked at Hyoto. It seemed like he was saying, you will never be able to do this. You will never be able to do this. Don't say what I think you were saying. Damn it. Boosted gear. Hyoto finally snapped and brought out his boosted gear to fight. He then pointed at Fenix. A womanizer like you isn't good enough to be with Prez. Aren't you looking up to me, the so-called womanizer? I'll say this, he's got a sharp tongue. I'd be jealous, but this doesn't constitute a harem in my book. Shut up. That's different with the thing about Prez. At this rate, you will continue to flirt with other girls even after you marry Prez. Heroes love women. That's a saying in the human world, right? A good phrase indeed. But this is just a close relationship with my servants. Even you get adored by Rias, don't you? Hero my ass. You are just a bird guy. Firebird Phoenix. That's the same as Yakitori. Riser made an outrageous face at Hyoto's insult. I immediately started laughing. Good one. Fried chicken. You low-class devil. Don't get ahead of yourself. That's not the way you talk to a high-class devil. Rias, you'll have to educate your servants. Gremory just ignored his claim and said, like I care. Hey, fried chicken guy. I will just beat the crap out of you with my boosted gear. We don't need to have a match. I will just take you all down, right here, right now. 10 seconds must have passed. Hyoto stood up and tried to charge at Fenix. Mira, do it. Yes, Master Riser. Razor ordered his servant. She was small just like Kaneko. She had a stick that martial artists use and made her stance after swinging the stick around. That idiot. He's going to get hurt. In response, I jumped forward and pulled out my scythe, moving it for defense. I first blocked the small girl's attack, then I shifted the bottom of my scythe to move and nail Hyoto in the side of his shin, forcing him down to one knee. I looked back to see that the girl was angry. Issei, Argento came to Hyoto's side and she put her hands on his leg where I hit him. The girl stepped back, taking her weapon with her. I however kept my defensive stance. Fenix looked irritated by my actions. Now why would a Berith bother defending a low-class devil? He asks me. Simple. I plan to make the Beriths into something new. The first part of that is establishing this. I have my scythe vanish, and both Yoshida and Lucille move to stand right behind me, around Hyoto. I only help those who I believe to deserve my help. Otherwise, get out of my way, I declare. I'm sure something like this will spread as gossip around the underworld. The Beriths are making a comeback, and it's starting right here. I noticed Riser's eyes were analyzing me for a moment. Such high words from a mere half-breed. Like I care what you think. I walked back to lean against the wall where I was, Lucille and Yoshida joining me. Fenix returned his attention to Hyoto, getting up from his seat and walking over to whisper something I was able to pick up with my ears. You are weak. The one who you just fought is my pawn Mira. She's the weakest out of my servants, but she has more battle experience and has more talent as a devil than you. Boosted gear. Riser started knocking on the boosted gear and he started laughing with his nose. This is certainly one of the invincible and dangerous sacred gears. By how you use it you can not only beat me, but also a Satan and God. There were quite a number of possessors who had that before, but there hasn't been any case where it defeated a god or Satan. Do you know what this means? Riser then laughed really loudly. It means that this sacred gear is imperfect and also the possessors were a bunch of weaklings that couldn't use it. You are the same as well. How do you say this in the human world again? Yes, pearls before swine. Yes, pearls before swine. It's about you. Ria's pawn. Riser started slapping Hyoto's head while laughing so much. He doesn't seem to want to harm him anymore by this point, so I'll stand back for now. But the match would be interesting if you were to get used to it. Riser put his hand on his chin and thought about something. Rias, how about we have a match in 10 days? We could do it now, but that wouldn't be interesting. Are you giving me a handicap? Gremory asks. Are you against it? Is it humiliating? Rating game isn't something simple that you can win with only your feelings. If you can't use your servant's power to the fullest, then you will lose immediately. So it's not weird for you to train with your servants for your first rating game. No matter how much potential you have, no matter how much power you have, I have seen devils who lost without using their power to the fullest countless of times. Gremory kept quiet and listened carefully to what Fenix had to say. Riser put his palm to the ground and it started to glow. 10 days. If it's you, then you should be able to improve your servants. He then looked at Hyoto. Don't be a disgrace to Rias's pawn. Your hit is Rias's hit. Rias, the next time we meet will be at the match. After he said that, Riser disappeared in the magic circle along with his servants. I lost my temper at that scum's words. I turned around and delivered a large punch to the wall, damaging it severely. I pulled my hand out and turned to walk out of the room. I'm out, I growled. I opened the door quickly, just trying to leave. Lucille and Yoshida follow me quickly. I walked quite a few feet ahead of them, trying to keep them at a distance. I'd prefer to be alone at the moment. That Riser guy. I don't see how Gremory can win. It looks like they're screwed. Even if by some miracle Hyoto mastered that boosted gear in 10 days, there's no way he'll be able to use it effectively. There are too many problems with the damn gear for him to be of any use in the first place. Eventually, we all reached home. Yoshida went to the lower levels to train, Lucille went to her room, Genova was actually working in her room, and I sat in the library playing with a chessboard. I'd like to help, but this is a Gremory Fenix matter, even I can understand that I shouldn't interfere. Though if I could, I'd do anything in my power to help. In the meantime, I guess all I can do is hope for the best. Almost 8 have passed now, into the 8th evening, and I haven't seen any sign of the Gremory team at school at all. They must have gone to another location to train themselves. I wonder if Gremory can do any miracles to help Hyoto. Overall, I'm doubtful of the chances of victory for Gremory, but I suppose a little faith shouldn't hurt. During my spare time, I've already figured out the strategies both sides will use. I first asked Genova if she could use her eye to see into the future of the fight. She didn't want to spoil it for me, but did tell me that that fight would take place in a replica space of Kyo Academy. So from there, I drew up every possible strategy that both sides could perform. Here's how I predict the battle will play out. Riser, with the combination of his numbers and haughty attitude, will sacrifice every other servant of his to eliminate Gremory's. The gym would be one of the better positions to hold, so Gremory would send Kaneko and Hyoto to take it while Riser sends 3 pawns and a rook, the queen on standby. Due to the numbers and how protective she is of her servants, Gremory would have her team run at the first sign of major trouble. So, Kaneko and Hyoto would weaken Riser's servants then run, allowing Akino as the powerful queen to wipe them out. But, Riser's queen will strike at Kaneko, who is a threat due to the rook's sturdiness, at the moment of victory when guards are let down. Kiba's speed will easily help him eliminate multiple enemies. Cornered, Kiba and Hyoto will break for the base while the queens face off. Then, in an act of sheer confidence, Riser will send his forces to attack Kiba and Hyoto while he, with his cockiness brought about his immortality, would attack Gremory directly. In other words, checkmate. That is the most likely scenario, unless Hyoto can pull the very wrath of God out of his ass. Hoping for that doesn't mean I have faith that they'll win, it just means that a miracle is pretty much needed here. As a Berith, I have no right to interfere. All I can do is watch the rating game. Until then, I'll just work on my book. As of right now, I'm in my room about to complete the translation of Death's chapter in my book. Once I have it completed, I'll begin training myself in completely translating Yoshida's on the side. I don't like using a weapon without knowing its specs beforehand. So, in turn, I decided to learn everything about the weapons before training. Though this final page is ... odd. I've translated most of it, but here's what it says when you get past the riddles. The horseman whom possesses this scythe will be able to use all of these powers with master skill in due time. However, even the first master recognizes the limited battle strength of a simple scythe. If the user's emotions are strong enough to bend even the glitches of this gear, then the physically bound form of a scythe will no longer concern you. It's that word glitch that's bugging me. I read earlier in the chapter that it said in a riddle that all gears have faults. All the sacred gears have glitches. Glitches are basically a way to twist the foundation of something for either amusement or easier play. Does that mean sacred gears can have their powers twisted? That'd require a lot of emotional effort. I wonder ... can Hyoto use glitches? He'd need a lot of emotional pull in order to do so. But in order to do that, something needs to set him off. I've got a plan for it, but I'm afraid I won't have enough time. I sent Yoshida to the school one day and he said he couldn't find the team anywhere. That means they're most likely somewhere far away by this point. In other words, I can't help Hyoto. I closed my book after finally finishing my chapter. I threw it to the side of my bed and fell back on it. It's only a matter of time now. The battle will come and all bets are off. I roll to my right and look out my window. The moon is full tonight and there seems to be a bit of wind blowing through the night. I think I can sleep now and handle things first thing in the morning. My eyelids starts getting heavy and I close them. I open them up again, the resisting urge to not sleep trying to fight back. My eyes open and close several times, until one time I thought I saw someone standing on my balcony. My eyes shoot open, and I sit up in my bed. I hold my hand out, prepared to being out my scythe. But now there's no one there. I see no sign of anyone, just the wind blowing. Something's off. Third-person POV. Living in such a large house, the sounds that resonate through it and echo throughout are quite an oddity. If one were to sneak in, their footsteps could be easily covered through the sound of the wind beating on the house and echoing. Katsu's eyes had not fooled him. There was indeed a stranger coming to the house, but one with no goal at the moment. The stranger stands at the back door that leads into the dining room. They slowly open the door, closing it behind them slowly. They were short and rather slim in terms of body size. The stranger wore a mask that extended to the back of their head, hiding any form of hair and their own face. They also wore a tight combat suit of sorts, which suppressed even features that may stick out. Tied to their hips were 4 swords, all cutlasses with 2 tied to each hip. The stranger lurked through the kitchen, their footsteps non-existent. It seemed as though they were only observing. But they knew that simply walking through this house was dangerous on its own. So, they brought helpers. The stranger reached into a large bag on their back and pulled the zipper. Once it was pulled, 4 creatures emerged from it. They were squeaking and making loud noise along with flying around the room at random. The stranger simply raised their hand, and the creatures went quiet and landed on the table. All 4 new creatures were bats, but seemed submissive to the stranger. The stranger and the bats didn't speak or move, but some form of communication was being done. Then, out of nowhere, a blue bolt of lightning shot through the room and hit each bat in the head, killing them instantly. The stranger turned left and saw a resident in this house. Wearing only a dark red robe, with long dark and deep blue hair and bright piercing yellow eyes, it was the resident queen of Katsu, Lucille Payman. I don't know what the hell you think you're doing, but get out anyway, Lucille ordered the stranger. The stranger first tilted their head, but then adopted an intimidating presence. They drew 2 of their cutlasses, and jumped over the table to charge at Lucille. Lucille held her right hand out and shot several bolts of her blue lightning attack, but the stranger dodged each one. Then, Lucille shot a rather large bolt at them. The stranger's body mysteriously turned to smoke and they vanished. The huge bolt of lightning shot up and hit the ceiling, blowing through it to room above her. Lucille looked around until finally she felt something go through her hip. She screamed in pain and fell to her knees. She looked down and saw that one of the stranger's swords had gone through her right hip. She turned her head back and saw the stranger was prepared to stab the second sword through her. But rather worried about her possible death, Lucille was more worried about how a single sword was able to damage her so easily. She thought about it, but then remembered the sore feeling she got from the sword, the sick and almost revolting feel of the blade. It had been altered, forged and bathed in something specifically meant to hurt her. Holy water, she spoke aloud. As she did, the burning sensation she felt from the sword going through her finally overcame her. She screamed in agonizing pain as tears fell from her eyes. The stranger pulled the other sword back and was about to finish Lucille off. But then someone fell from the hole in the ceiling Lucille made and made a loud roar. Get away from my friend. The stranger and Lucille looked up to see that Ayumu Yoshida had made it down to their level, broken soul sacred gear out and ready for battle. The stranger pulled their sword out of Lucille and jumped over her, just to land on the table and charge for Yoshida. Try this. Ayumu used one of his new powers he had acquired. The gauntlet moved 2 panels of its armor. Then, brown and gray smoke shot from the black holes in the gauntlets. The stranger stopped their movements and jumped to the left, smashing through the window. They smelled the smoke and knew that it wasn't to be attacked. But then, their sense detected another enemy. They looked up and saw their target jump from a balcony and come down with a large, white and black metal armored scythe. The stranger rolled backwards and dodged the scythe. Katsu was now aware of his earlier suspicion now being true. Someone was in the house. Genova, who had been sleeping this whole time, finally emerged into the dining room and saw what was wrong with Lucille as she held her side. "Oh crap, Lucille." Genova ran over and helped Lucille with her wound. Genova looked to Ayumu. "Ayumu, go into the library and grab the purple box on the main table." "Hurry." "Right," Yoshida replied. Katsu's POV. I approached the stranger and stayed in a battle stance as I walked. The intruder stepped back, cautious with both swords and intent on surviving. "Not if I can help it." I swung my scythe at their head, but they did the splits and moved to cut my feet. I jumped up and spread my wing to fly and spun 360. I charged at them with the scythe and attacked, but they recuperated from their split and rolled to the right as I missed and stuck the scythe into the ground. I look right and see that the intruder is going to stab my head. I lean back to avoid it, and they respond by turning their blade and going to slash the front of my face. I lean back and dodge it like a limbo stick only to notice a sword was going for my right knee. I stood up and avoided it, holding my right hand out. I fired a wave of black flame, but the stranger jumped up and dodged it easily. They spun in the air several times and came down with their swords. I pulled the scythe out and jumped back to avoid their swords. They land, but they kept the tips of their swords from going into the ground. They charged at me again. They went to stab my head, and I moved my head to avoid it. But as it passed my head, I noticed familiar smell, holy water. I swung my swing in my hands to spin 360, breaking one of their blades. The strange simply pulled out another and continued to stab. Damn it, this scythe is no good. When an enemy is this close, I can't make any attacks or defenses. I opened my mouth to spit a wave of black flame, but I only succeeded in melting one of the stranger's swords as they jumped back to avoid it. They pulled out their second sword and went in. I swung my scythe in several ways, but they simply moved their limber body to avoid it. There's no way a guy can move this gracefully and this flexible. It's a woman, no doubt. After several more of her dodges, they came into attack. I used false image to dodge and appear behind them. They spun around and held their swords in front of them like an X to block, but I wasn't cutting the way they thought. I swung upwards, slicing the middle of their clothing and forcing the blades to separate. In a quick motion and twirl of the scythe, I held it to the side and swung its bottom to hit her face. Their mask was hit, and the bottom split off. I heard her holler in pain for a moment as she fell to her knees. I stomped on both blades, breaking them and making them partially useless. I kicked upwards on her chin, forcing her up and back. She landed on her back, the cut I made obvious now. It split her outfit mostly, showing the top of her lace-white panties, her smooth, white-skinned body, and even her cleavage with the middle of her bra cut. Wait, there's a huge black scar that starts from her left hip and goes diagonally from there to her upper left. I tried to look at her face, but the top of the mask was only scratched down the middle. She was using her arm to rub her mouth and possibly covering her face. The mask was one of those tragedy masks in terms of acting. "Show your face," I ordered her. She simply nodded and removed her arm. She did, and I was a little captivated for a moment. Her skin was quite pale, and she wore shining pink lipstick. She smiled at me, oddly, and then opened her mouth. "I see that she has fangs." Why would she have fangs? Before I could demand any answers from her, she lunged at me like lightning. She placed her hands on my shoulder and then went in to kiss me. And not a normal kiss, a tongue kiss. Her tongue went freaking cave diving in my mouth. It explored each and every single angle until finally she pulled out, and I felt a little dazed. She smiled, baring her fangs again. Then, she swiftly moved to bite my neck. I immediately felt the blood coming from my neck and the sharp pain. But I couldn't move for a few moments. Then, she actually started drinking the stuff. I finally had enough and managed to kick her off. I grabbed the spot on my neck where she bit me, trying to stop the bleeding. She stood up, her mouth and chin covered in my blood. She then turned to run into the woods to my left. I tried to move, but I fell down due to the blood loss. I looked up and saw that she was taking her sweet time, mocking me. I grabbed my scythe, because I figured if I can't chase her, the least I can do is hurt her. I threw it at her, and it honed it like a missile. Eventually, it grazed her left shoulder, forcing her into a tree. I hit the ground, almost about to lose consciousness, until finally I felt someone sit by me and began using their healing magic on me. I was flipped around, and special attention was given to my neck. I saw that it was Genova who was healing me. She looked really angry, surprisingly. "Genova," I tried to speak. "What the hell was that?" I asked. "That Abby ... was a vampire." "A vampire. I should have figured. This whole damn world is filled with monsters and demons from old folklore. What did she want?" I asked as my neck wound was healing. "I don't know, Abby, but you were her target. The rest of us were just in the way. Ain't that pleasant?" I commented as I sat up. I looked to where the girl vanished and stood up. "Abby, don't underestimate her," Genova advised. "She's already gotten to your neck once, don't push your luck." I continued walking until I reached Final Judgment. I picked it up and noticed something. The jewels on it were flashing. I moved the scythe to the left and the jewels flashed more rapidly. I moved it right and the jewels flashed slower. Since when the hell did this happen? I didn't read this in the book. I don't like to miss a good prey. I hear the familiar voice scream in my head. Thanatos, you did this. Why? Because this bitch has some bloodlust in her. Now get moving, shithead. I turned the side left, and the jewels flashed quicker. I ran out, heading toward where the jewels flashed. I'm not letting this chick get away. There was something familiar in that random kiss. Wait, no. That wasn't my first tongue kiss. That was when. Suppressed memories are a pain in the ass in terms of firsts. Walking isn't quick enough. I spread my wing and flew out into the sky, following where Thanatos pointed with the lights. This girl is certainly fast for whatever she is. I went deep into the mountain, near the most remote area I could think of. Eventually, around 2 a.m., I reached the woods of a large and private mansion. I don't know who lives here, but I can see where the girl is. There's an outdoor bath, and the jewels flash the most on it. It looks like it's separated, and seems to work for splitting genders. The girl was on one side, bathing. Her pale skin is even more noticeable through both the lights in the bath and the moonlight. The fog was a little irritating, though I could still see her. Her damaged clothes were on the side, so I can see that she's completely nude. Her back was turned to me, so I couldn't see the scar from earlier. No. In a way. She can't be. The familiar tongue, the scar, those are just coincidence. I run up and wrap the scythe blade to be around her neck. Don't move, I order her. From here now, I can see what her hair looks like. Her hair is waist-long and blonde, but here's a slight dark tint to it. She chuckles at my threat. Can I at least grab a towel before we start this? She asks in a surprisingly sweet voice. She stood up from the bath and got out of the bath from the side so that I could only see her back. I can see her behind, and it's quite smooth and pale like the rest of her body. I looked away for a moment to give her privacy as she got a towel. You can look, she says in the same tone. I looked back and saw her face. She was a very beautiful girl, with oddly sharp, piercing red eyes and one fang coming from her mouth. She moved her lip to cover it. Then, I saw the scar. The scar I noticed covered her whole shoulder. I see you noticed the scar. She spoke. I'm not surprised. That's what everyone sees when they spot me. So I guess being restricted to the night can be helpful in terms of appearances. She's referring to the fact that vampires are beings of the night. Why did you attack me, vampire? I asked. Because you Bariths have more than once attacked my people. She replies strongly with a frown. I apologize for Cable's actions toward your people. If there's any peaceful way to settle these matters, I'm more than willing to help you. I don't want any more violence now. Oh, I don't care about those old matters, she says clearly. I personally don't care about old traditions. However, she grinned evil-like at me. You and I have some business to settle. What do you mean? You must not recall. Don't you remember that night? She slowly walks forward toward me. You me alone in my family's vacation home We used to see each other every night We thought we'd always be together. No she can't be. It's me, Alice. Alice Cermak. Your first girlfriend. I don't believe it. I lose my grip of my scythe, and it fell to the ground. Alice 4 years ago She's alive. She reaches for the top of her towel, and pulls it down a little, revealing the top of her right breast and the black scar going diagonally across her body. It's it's really her. Alice. I reach to pull her into a hug. Alice. I'm so glad you're alive. Yeah, can't say the same about you. Huh. At that, I immediately felt something pierce through my side. I pull back and see that she stabbed a dagger mixed with a crucifix, the bottom being the blade. She was also wearing a glove, protecting herself from being affected by the cross. I fell back onto my butt, and Alice quickly spun and kicked me across my face. I saw a light turn on in the mansion, and I turned to Alice. She had already vanished, clothes and towel gone. I reached for the cross, and despite the pain and burning from the holy object, I was able to pull it out. I heard a door open, so I turned my body right. I saw a familiar face coming out of the house and into the light, Hyoto. My hearing drowns out, the only thing I can hear is my heartbeat as I begin slipping out of consciousness. But even now, I'm only filled with regret over what happened. It was 4 years ago back when I was together with Alice. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.